I knew it. I never really liked Alex and Hyunwoo. I had a bad feeling about those two, and it turns out I was right. Kick Alex and Hyunwoo out of the show. I bet the production team is editing out their scenes as we speak. Jun fans can now sigh in relief. My baby is innocent. These bitches switching up faster than Lightning McQueen. Y'all were just murdering Jun seconds ago. I concede defeat. I was wrong about Jun. Jun's probably a good person then. Jun has always been a good person. You guys were just deluded because of your faves. Now, you know that Alex and Hyunwoo are the villains of the story. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Jun has been a victim of those two. Hashtag we stand with Jun. Jun's amusement was evident as he continued to read, a sense of satisfaction settling over him. His friends exchanged glances once again. This time, they appeared to be in awe. It seemed that while they had been caught up in the hurricane of events, and Jun had been playing a different game altogether, one where he had known the moves before anyone else. Big brother, do you see this? Jangmoon exclaimed. The comments, the support, the public is actually on your side. Bro, Jisung said, his eyes still filled with tears. Does that mean you're staying? Jun clicked his tongue. Will you stop crying? I said that it'll be okay, didn't I? Jae-young frowned as he observed Jun's calm face. As he watched the previous episodes, he couldn't help but wonder if Jun was a hidden genius. How'd you know everything was going to be okay? Jun nonchalantly shrugged. Gut feeling. Jae-young pursed his lips. And he talked too coolly, too. How could a young person speak like this? Akira continued to read through the comments. People are definitely defending you. But some delusional Zeth fans are still saying you're a bad person because of the preview. They'll know the truth once the episode airs, Jun said, unconcerned. I really can't believe this, Akira said. It's over. Alex and Hyunwoo are definitely over. Rising stars won't let you go now, Jae-young said. I'm certain of it. So he's going to stay? Jangmoon asked. I'm here to stay, Jun smirked. Brother, CJ screamed as the thought that Jun would still be staying with them hit him like a truck. He gave him a hug and exaggeratedly cried into his shoulder. Jangmoon did the same, causing Jun to sigh in frustration and the other three to chuckle in amusement. Amidst the relieved laughter and congratulatory hugs, the bell above the door rang, a sign that a customer had come in. They all instinctively turned toward the entrance. And there she was, Hannah Lim in the flesh. Chapter 112 Another Level. Hannah paused as she came face to face with not one, but 6 boys. Ever since she found out that Jun was participating in Rising Stars, she started binge-watching the episodes. So, she's well aware of who the other guys are. She also can't deny that she's become a big fan of Jun. Hannah has always been fond of Jun since he was still Jun Hao, but watching him on the show was a whole other experience, especially when he first revealed his face to the public. Jun kept wiping the counters while the other 5 gaped at Hannah, not finding the right words to say. CJ snapped out of his daze and practically bolted to where Hannah was. He looked at her with wide, bright eyes, seemingly falling in love. Hannah Lim, the well-known actress of hit teen and romance shows, was standing in front of him. CJ blinked, almost unable to process the fact that an A-list celebrity was right in front of him, gracing their humble convenience store with her ethereal beauty. It was as if meeting Hannah was the kind of opportunity that came once in a lifetime, a chance to glimpse at a world beyond their own. Jae-young and Akira, despite being well-known idols in the past, also looked at her with disbelief. Jae-young blinked several times, trying to make sure he wasn't imagining things. On the other hand, Akira's eyes widened like saucers, his heart racing. Jisung's mouth hung open slightly. He exchanged a quick, incredulous glance with the others, silently acknowledging the surreal nature of the moment. Jangmoon had the worst reaction out of them. He stayed still, expressionless, while staring at Hannah. Hannah glanced at him and took a step back, seemingly scared by his meerkat-like reaction. Meeting Hannah Lim wasn't something that happened every day. It was the kind of experience that could make someone pinch themselves just to make sure they weren't dreaming. Jun shook his head as he observed his starstruck friends. You're here, Jun said, breaking the silence. Hannah, still a bit weirded out, stepped to the side to evade the other 5's gazes and went to the counter where Jun was. She smiled as she leaned her hands against the counter and looked at Jun with bright eyes. With how she was looking at him, it seemed like Jun was the A-list celebrity between the two. I saw the news, Hannah said. It turned out just like how you said it would. Jun smirked as he punched the gum she usually bought. I told you, right? I had it covered. Hannah smiled. Don't lie. You didn't know what to do at first. You were definitely going to get kicked out of the show. But I didn't. Thanks to that photo, she chimed. How did you even get such a photo? Jun pursed his lips. Meeting those two loud girls was definitely worth it. The photos they captured were helpful to him in the end. Just some fans, Jun said. It's over, though. Rising Stars would be a fool not to kick those two out. And I'm sure Phoenix would kick them out, too, Hannah said. No other company cares for their reputation more than Phoenix. It was long overdue, Jun said. They had it coming. I couldn't agree more. So why'd you come here? Jun asked. Should you really be telling that to someone who helped you talk with Alex and Hyunwoo? Hannah asked with a cheeky smile. Jun sighed. Fine. Thanks for the help, he muttered. Hannah smiled, finding him cute. Well, I just came by to say that I wouldn't be visiting anytime soon. We'll be confined in Gyeonggi-do for the whole month to finish the last set of episodes. Good luck, Jun briefly said. Han chuckled as she shook her head, still cold as ever. Well, I'll take this, she said, grabbing the gum on the counter and giving him the money. Jun briefly waved his hand goodbye while Hannah enthusiastically smiled. She passed by the other 5, who still looked to be in shock, and gave them a curt smile. The mere action sent those 5 into overdrive. Hannah Lim is freaking pretty. As Hannah left, the 5 of them still haven't recovered. They glanced at Jun, then back to the door, where Hannah had just exited. They did this for quite some time, trying to comprehend the reality of the situation. Jun sighed and clapped loudly, causing them to snap out of their dazes. Tish, that was Hannah Lim, Jangmoon stammered, staring off into the distance. Akira and Jisung faced each other, their ears red from embarrassment. Pinch me, Jisung. I wasn't dreaming, was I? Jisung quickly shook his head. She's real. She smiled at me. Holy shit, Jaeyoung muttered under his breath. CJ ran to where Jun was and started shaking his shoulders. Hannah Lim? You were talking with the Hannah Lim just now, right? Why didn't you tell us you knew each other? He exclaimed. But I did tell you, Jun simply said. No, you didn't, Jangmoon said. You never told us you knew each other. Jun sighed and shook his head, not bothering to explain himself. He did tell us, Jaeyoung said. We just didn't believe him. I mean, why would Hannah Lim come to a place like this? Jangmoon asked. No offense to Mr. Chong, but this convenience store is beat up. Celebrities wouldn't even think of coming here. And you didn't tell us you were close like that, CJ said. She was blushing while talking to you. She wasn't, Jun nonchalantly said. We trained at Phoenix together. That makes sense, Akira said. Did you keep up until now? Jun shook his head. No, he deadpanned. She started visiting on her own. The 5 of them felt a new sense of amazement with their friend. Jun was definitely like Shrek. He had layers, and all of them seemed to take them by surprise every time. So you're telling me, Hannah Lim just came here on her own, despite her very busy schedule, just to visit you? CJ summarized. Yeah, Jun shrugged. Akira sighed and shook his head, grasping Jun's shoulder. You're on another level, bro. Chapter 113, 6th Episode 1. After days of grueling battle, Jia finally wore a smile on her face. Her dark under eyes were so dark they could counter the inside of a man's belly button. War is over, Bora said, looking the same as Jia. The two had become closer ever after the second Mission Live performances. Since her friends/roommates were still out of town before the next semester started, Bora came to her dorm almost every day. Although Bora was still a full-blown Rin stan, she couldn't deny that Jun had also crept into her heart. The two of them had been going on a battle for the past 2 days, not on a battlefield, of course. Although the internet can be called a battlefield of its own. They did their best to debunk the bullying rumors surrounding Jun, but as college students, they could only do so much. So, when they saw Minmin's post on Naval, they shared it on all social media platforms, making it grow traction until it became the #1 trending topic in the whole world. Their eyes were bloodshot, their hair greasy, and their sanity was definitely on the brink of breaking. However, knowing Jun's name had been cleared made them feel refreshed. They felt well-rested, squeaky clean, and sane. Not really. Now, only the issue with Zeth is left, Bora sighed, plopping on the couch. Those Zeth fans always have something to say. Just because Zeth is in first place, they also think they're unbeatable. The episode hasn't even aired yet. It's airing tonight, Ja said. Let's wait until then. I don't want Jun to go through that again, Bora whined. What if it turns out he really said those words to Zeth? Ja pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. 8 hours were too long for them to wait for the 6th episode of the show. Bora, it's starting, Ja screamed, turning the TV to the brightest setting and the highest volume. Gee, Bora said. Don't be in such a rush. We all know they're going to be shown last. Ja sighed and slumped her shoulders. You're right. We have to wait an extra 2 hours for their performance. The two of them reluctantly watched the other performances, but when it got to Alex's and Hyenwa's performance, they couldn't help but pay attention. Their team had the shortest screen time yet. The behind-the-scenes only showed the 3 other trainees aside from Alex and Hyunwoo. The 2 Phoenix trainees were blurred out like an adult Japanese film, and it brought immense satisfaction to the two. The comments were also roasting them as the performance was shown. It was quite devastating for the other trainees since their performance seemed lackluster and incomplete. Blurred druggies. Forever young? How about forever in jail? They really thought they'd get away with this, huh? Have fun in jail, losers. Thankfully, the other performances passed by like a breeze, and Team Ace's segment was finally airing. Everybody seemed to anticipate their performance the most, and the hate for Alex and Hyunwoo was quickly replaced with excited comments as well as hate comments for Jun. Here it is. It's finally starting. Azure and their marketing play. They always have to save the best team for last, don't they? Fuck Jun. He's finally going to be exposed for being mean. He may have escaped the accusations of Alex and Hyunwoo, but he's not going to escape the wrath of Zethralist. Zethralist is Zeth's fandom name. As the camera panned to the practice room, Ja and Bora exchanged anxious glances. The scene appeared to be tension-filled, with the members of Team Aces not coming to an agreement. They worked separately like they weren't a team, and their argument was also edited in a way where they seemed to really hate each other. Jia's fingers nervously tapped against the remote control, her eyes fixed on the screen. Bora, this doesn't look good, she murmured, her voice edged with worry. Bora nodded, her brows furrowed. Yeah, I thought Jun would blend in better with his team. But it seems like they're having trouble synchronizing everything. Their live performance was so good. How come this looks so bad? Their interim evaluations with Hwan were shown, and their hearts beat in nervousness with the legendary artist's comment. Bora, should we turn it off? This is really hard to watch. Shit, I would have bawled right then and there. It's Jun's fault. He should have never been on this team. Bitch, he didn't even do anything. Exactly. He's feeding off of his teammates. Have you seen him speak up throughout their practice? It isn't over yet. Blah blah. Jun is a fucking freeloader. Okay, this is really bad, Bora said, although her eyes were still glued on the screen, becoming a slave to the drama being shown. The interim evaluations ended, and they were now back in the practice room. The tension was even more uncomfortable this time around. Nobody dared to speak at first, but then another fight broke out. I'm starting to get tired of them. I feel like their performance will go down the drain as one of the shittiest performances of all time. It's the very first time a good group would actually have a bad performance. And it's all thanks to Jun. That piece of shit is still not saying anything. However, like Jun had heard them from the screen, he began to speak up. If you don't stop, I'm going to bang your heads together until you all become incapable of thinking. Jun's voice resonated in the practice room. Jia and Bora were stunned to silence, glancing at each other to confirm that what they heard was real. Y'all are blind and deaf if you think only one person has something to do with the outcome of the interim evaluations, he continued, and the two watched the screen with beating hearts and utmost concentration. The way he scolded the trainees was both endearing and scary at the same time. His criticisms were on point, and the other team members appeared to be listening to him well. Then, their rehearsal with mentor Ji-hyun, where they were asked to switch parts, was shown. Jun sang, his voice sounding like the opening gates to heaven. And just like that, the haters were all stunned to silence. I hate to say this, but he's a really good singer. Chapter 114, 6th episode, 2. The hate comments for Jun toned down when his leadership was shown to be the source of improvement for the group. His beautiful voice also sent other people speechless, his talent being undeniable. However, the hate came back when a familiar scene played. It was what everybody was anticipating, Zeth's and Jun's conversation on the stairs. It's here. I'm ready to write a hate paragraph for Jun. Don't mess with Zethralist, Jun. Zetherealists are so fucking entitled. I wish you all to choke on your words later. Azure had been evil editing kings until now, and you still believe them anyway. Zeth is number one. Jun's a leech who's sucking up to his fame. Damn, CJ said as he read the comments. They still haven't let this one go. Did you really say any harsh things to Zeth? He asked. Just watch the scene, Jun said, causing his friends to let out a frustrated sigh. Why do they seem more nervous than the person involved in the scene? The scene was finally shown, with Jun sitting on the stairs. Fortunately, the scene of him crying because of the spicy chip wasn't shown. That would have been his 13th reason. It went straight to the part where Zeth found Jun on the stairs. Tension-filled music defined the scene, and as Zeth sat down next to Jun, the stirring instrument background became even more intense. Shit, Akira said. Why does it feel like a fight is going to break out? Then, Zeth starts pouring his heart into Jun. After that, he started to cry. Oh man, Akira exclaimed. He's really going through it, isn't he? It's expected, Jaeyoung said. He's used to being on the top. It's hard to maintain that kind of image in these competitions. Everybody's expecting him to do well. He's doing well, though, Jisung said. I thought he was fine. We were on the same team, but I didn't notice him going through this. Jun still hadn't said anything at this point, and the audience waited in anticipation. It's taking so long, Jangmoon whined. Did you really say shitty things to him? Then, the tension-filled music reached its climax. However, instead of progressing to a similar sound, it was replaced with emotional piano music when Jun handed Zeth the hard tacks he didn't want to eat. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was expecting Azure to show the scene as it is, but with their editing style, it seemed like a very touching moment. Jun began to speak, his voice soft and comforting. Jun grimaced as he watched himself on TV. Heck, he didn't even notice he was speaking in such a tone. It's like a big brother looking out for his younger sibling. You don't have to be perfect, Jun said. If you really think about it, nobody actually cares about you at all. We're all too focused on ourselves to give a damn about other people. We all fear that, Zeth. You're not special. Of course, it's all right to feel down every once in a while. That's normal. It's just the wheel of life. However, if that happens, just remember to go back to your original intentions. Why are you doing this in the first place? At that point, Zeth started crying even harder. Jun chuckled, his laugh sounding endearing. Come on, man. Don't cry. You're making me look bad here. Then, Jun patted Zeth's shoulder. It was accompanied by a flowery caption, saying, an unexpected brotherhood between two handsome trainees. Along with Zeth's sniff, Jun heard another sniff from his side. He frowned as he turned to the side, expecting Jisung to be the one crying. However, much to his surprise, it was actually Jaeyoung. What the hell, he muttered. You're crying? Akira guffawed as he strongly patted Jaeyoung's back. You've become a crybaby, leader. You didn't even cry like this in Raven. I can't believe you already cried twice because of Jun. Twice? Jun asked. I told you back then, Akira said. Jaeyoung cried after your performance. Jangmoon laughed while looking at Jaeyoung, too. Not going to lie, I was close to tears. There. Thankfully, Jaeyoung saved me from a round of tears. Why do you even cry? Jun asked. Jaeyoung cleared his throat and looked away. You always say the right stuff. No kidding, Akira said. You made me cry when we spoke that one time too. He made me cry, too, Jisung shyly admitted. When he told us about the real meaning of I love you, don't leave. I don't love you, don't leave. At this point, you should open psychology services, Akira said. How come you always know what to say? I don't, Jun said. Jun just says what he wants. He never expected others to be comforted by it. Look, CJ exclaimed, pointing at the comments on the corner of the screen. The comments are switching up. I cried. Our black kitties, so well spoken. My middle finger's up. These are for all the people who threw hate at Jun for the past week. This dude is a black cat with 9 lives. He had been murdered twice by the media this week, but he somehow managed to bounce back. Zetherealists aren't so noisy now, are they? I admit my mistake. Jun's a good guy. I still hate him. Zetherealists stand by what they said. Oh, come on, guys. Jun's actually a good person. He even comforted Zeth. I'm a Zetherealist and a Jun fan now. What are you guys called again? We still don't have a name. He's the most perfect person to exist. Mimi shouted as she stood up from the couch. Once again, The 3 members of Girls' Evolution had gathered to watch the latest episode of Rising Stars. It had been a weekly tradition for them now, and Mimi's craziness for June grows each day. Their performance had just finished airing, and the comments section was now a haven of positivity. Everybody who doubted Team Aces switched up as their performance concluded. Everybody called it a legendary stage, and the song skyrocketed to #1 on the biggest music site in Korea. "I can't believe this," Sasha said. "How does this kid improve so fast?" I was impressed by his vocals, but I also noticed his dance. Being the main dancer of the group, Sasha paid more attention to the dancers. She couldn't deny the exponential improvement that happened with Jun's dance skills. His dance lines had gotten prettier, and his footwork more precise. Sasha nodded in approval. This guy can pass off as a lead dancer now. The episode concluded with Team Aces taking the spotlight. The song they sang trended worldwide, and Jun's name had been cleared. Of course, there were still some insect-like fans who didn't want to acknowledge his performance, but it was 100 times better than the past week. Jia, who had become irrevocably in love with Jun when the episode ended, decided that the whole world deserved to know how talented Jun really was. So, without hesitation, she went to Facebook, a popular social media application for the older generation. Then, she went to a Hwan fan page, where over 1 million members were a part of. Without hesitation, he posted Jun's outro on the page before quickly shutting the laptop. What she didn't know was the post would garner 1 million likes overnight. Chapter 115 Senior Pick. Oh my goodness. Grandma jumped excitedly as Jun entered their apartment. He's here. He's really here. Jun looked at Grandma with wide eyes, and then he glanced at Minjun, asking what was wrong with the old lady. Minjun sighed and gently pushed Grandma away. You're acting like he's a celebrity. You see him almost every day. However, that didn't stop Grandma from looking at Jun with wide, googly eyes. What happened? Jun warily asked, feeling apprehensive because of Grandma's attention. Minjun sighed and retrieved his phone from his pocket. You're really so clueless about everything. Here, he said, showing him the screen. Someone posted your solo part on Facebook, and now it has more than 2 million likes. What? Jun asked, skeptical of the number of likes. What page is this? It's Hwan's fan page, one that has over 1 million members. Grandma's a part of that page. Jun paused. So, that explains the sudden shift in her attitude. She was looking at Jun like he was God's incarnate. Minjun clicked his tongue. You've once again earned another fan base, bro. First, it was children, then with young adults, and now you have fans like my grandma over here. Jun frowned as he clicked on the post, scrolling through the comments. Jun is my son's age, but it's okay. I don't believe in age gaps as long as he is of legal age. How do you buy stars on the Azure app? My grandson does not want to teach me. I like Hwan, my granddaughter likes Jun. Now, we're fighting for Jun. My vision is blurry, but I can still see that Jun is handsome. This kind of talent is hard to come by. We, grandmother stands, support Jun. I will ask my son to send more allowance this month so I can send stars to Jun. Jun, I am 69, but I am still young at heart. Please message me when you see this. Jun scrolled with mixed feelings. Minjun was reading with him from behind his back, cracking up with every comment. The young kid patted his back and gave him a thumbs up. I hope you don't mind a 50-year age gap. Jun has been having a hard time after the video was posted. Back then, he could walk around their neighborhood without getting recognized. However, now, he was being stopped by people even when he just wanted to go to 7-star convenience store. And all of them were of the older generation. How could they recognize him so quickly when they had blurred vision? He even had to run away from a group of protesting old ladies. In the end, they were still able to catch up to him, even with their arthritis. As expected, old people were scary too. Moreover, Grandma hadn't stopped pestering him to join her morning Zumba classes at the park. She wanted to boast to her fellow old friends that she knew Jun from Rising Stars, and since Jun felt like he owed Grandma a lot, he decided to appease her requests. He just didn't know his cheeks would be sore after every 2-hour session because of the continuous cheek pinching from the old ladies. So, despite being a homebody, Jun was kind of thankful that he was now back in the Azure dorms. It's starting again, Akira groaned. Why do I feel like the break was so short? I know, Jangmoon agreed. We're down to the 3rd mission already. I feel like time is moving too quickly. All 75 trainees were gathered in the training center. They were dressed in casual clothes, some catching up after the one-week-long break. A lot of them glanced at Jun, who had been the center of gossip for the past week. As Jun looked around, he realized that Alex and Hyunwoo were out for good. A knowing smirk appeared on his face as a pop-up emerged. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Kick someone out of the competition. Please pick an aspect to improve. Jun thought hard about this one. His vocals were already on the A tier, which was the highest among the trainees. His dance and visuals were at a tie on the B tier, which was already above average among all the trainees. Of course, he still lags behind the top 10 trainees, but he could already be considered talented. As for the rap, he probably wouldn't even rap for the duration of the competition. He's been singing until now, and he'll be singing until the end. So, for now, he decided to upgrade his visuals just in time for the second elimination. Visual. Wise choice. Visual +1. Current grade, B+. CJ was staring at Jun when the upgrade happened, and he was taken aback by the aura he emanated in a split second. He scrubbed his eyes and took a double look at Jun. What the hell? Did he just get more handsome? His thoughts were interrupted when Hyerin and Miho entered the training center. The trainees erupted into applause as the pretty and handsome celebrities made their way to the front. It has been more than a week since they last saw each other, so seeing them today felt brand new. Hyerin immediately looked for someone among the sea of trainees, and then she saw him, Jun. She couldn't help but smile as she watched his nonchalant clapping. In reality, her mom had become a fan of Jun ever since his video went viral on Facebook, and she's been pestering Hyerin for a photo with him ever since. It was amazing how big Jun's reach had become. Her aunts and uncles were even asking for an autograph. It's definitely the first time she has seen an individual trainee be this popular on the show. It's been a while, trainees, Miho started off. I watched the previous episodes, and I must say that all of you have improved so much since the first mission. The trainees clapped, feeling proud of themselves. However, in Rising Stars, trainees have no time to relax, Hyerin continued. We shall now move on to our third mission, a staple for Rising Stars. Excited exclamations filled the room, while others dreaded the pressure and hardships that came along the new mission. Jun pursed his lips and thought hard about what the third mission could be. If it's a staple of Rising Stars, then that means they're going with the same third mission from the other seasons. Concept mission, Jun and Hyerin said at the same time. Hyerin's eyes sparkled as she elaborated. In the concept mission, each team will be assigned a song from a renowned producer from all across the borders. Miho's grin was infectious as he continued. That's right. We're talking about original musical masterpieces created by famous producers, a true test of your skills and talent. Chapter 116 Concept Mission 1. So, this was the very first mission where Azure didn't change anything at all? The two other missions involved some kind of innovation, so this retention took the other trainees by surprise. Of course, there was still an element of anxiousness and anticipation, especially with the songs not being announced yet. This mission will push you to embrace different styles and concepts. It's an opportunity to show your adaptability and creativity on a whole new level. Miho's eyes gleamed with energy. And remember, it's not just about performing the song. It's about infusing it with your own signature style, creating a fusion that's uniquely yours. Hyerin chimed in. That's right. We've already produced 7 amazing songs, each with a unique concept. These songs vary from rap-heavy to rock-heavy, R&B, and more. Your challenge is to bring these songs to life with your performances. Jun leaned back, his cold expression unchanging as he listened attentively. Akira patted his shoulder. I wish we'd be in the same team again. Back off, Jangwon said. Big brother and I would be on the same team. And what? Give him a headache again? CJ chimed. I'd be on the same team as him. Jisung chuckled. You'd also give him a headache. I think I should be the one to be on the same team as Jun. Zeph, who was sitting next to them, suddenly turned around. I feel like we'll be on the same team. Jaeyoung shyly looked at them, wanting to say something, but quickly evaded his gaze when his eyes met with Jun. Jun sighed. The songs hadn't even been revealed, but they were already annoying him to death. Miho continued. Now, here's the twist. The song choices have already been made for you. We've worked with a group of experts and chosen fans who have assigned each of you to a song that they believe suits you best. That means you won't have any choice in the matter. Your teammates, song, and concept are final once you are in your teams. Of course, the execution and story is still up to you, Hiron added. The trainees weren't too surprised by that. It was the same as the last season, too. I can't wait to hear the songs. I want a sexy one. A sexy one. Pfft. You look like a sea urchin. You wouldn't suit that concept. I wish there was a ballad like, I love you, leave. I don't love you, don't leave. It was obvious that Tim Ace's performance had left a tremendous impression on the other trainees. With the room growing more curious, Miho gestured to the large screen at the front. All right, let's get started by revealing the first song, he announced. As the screen flickered to life, a familiar face was seen. Of course, Jun didn't know who it was. He merely kept up with K-pop idols because of Mei Ling, but she never really watched or talked about producers. It seemed like the others were excited for this guy, though. Hello, the bearded Korean guy greeted. It's Hayes, and I'm here to present my song for the concept mission. Then various songs were shown on the screen, Go Go Boop by Exotic, D-Class by Spray Teens, and Drunk Days by Andash. Now, Jun was familiar with those songs. Holy shit, Akira whispered by his side. I can't believe Hayes produced a song for Rising Stars. Azure brought up the scale for this season. Jisung nodded in agreement, looking at the screen with bright eyes. Then, a title appeared, Brown Sugar Milk Tea by producer Hayes. The screen shifted from Hayes to a practice room illuminated by a soft, cool glow, setting the tone for the bright and sentimental atmosphere of the song. Hayes began to explain. This song is all about that sweet and innocent feeling of first love, like the kind you'd experience back in high school. The choreography is designed to capture the youthful exuberance of that time, and the lyrics depict a love that's as sweet as brown sugar milk tea. Jun's gaze remained steady, listening intently to the song. The moves are playful, with a mix of joyful jumps and expressive hand gestures. It's all about conveying the happiness and warmth of falling in love for the first time. The song was bubbly, cute, and sweet, like brown sugar milk tea. The screen then played a short teaser of the song's choreography. The trainees watched in awe as the dancers on the screen brought the bright and bubbly choreography to life. The room seemed to light up with the promise of young love, and even Jun found himself subtly nodding in appreciation. However, he knew the song didn't suit him. Performing this song wouldn't be impossible, though. He knows just how unlucky he is when it comes to song choices. As the anticipation in the room grew, the scene shifted to another song. Jong, a well-known producer for idol bands, was shown on the screen, making band enthusiasts jump in surprise. He produced songs like Almost Sober by Bang Big, You Were Ugly by Day 69, and Happy Birthday by Ordinary Civilians. This track is all about raw emotions and the roller coaster of love. I have brought my signature pop-punk flair to this song, infusing it with electric guitar riffs and a high-energy tempo. The choreography for Break My Heart is going to take you back to the emo anthems of the early 2000s. It's intense, full of head-banging and powerful movements. The goal is to channel the emotions of heartbreak and defiance through your performance. The screen played a teaser of the choreography, and the trainees were immediately hit with the rebellious energy of the moves. The room seemed to transform into a rock concert, with the trainees already imagining themselves on stage, giving it their all. Again, Jun felt like he didn't suit the song well. Even when the third and fourth songs were shown, he felt like it didn't suit his style. He was starting to feel like a song wouldn't suit his taste. That is, until the fifth song came. Chapter 117 Concept Mission 2. The trainees couldn't help but feel excited as the next song came on. The first four songs already exceeded their expectations, and they were having a hard time picking from the song choices. However, when the next producer came on the screen, there seemed to be a collective agreement from all the trainees. The screen displayed the name P-Cat, which caused gasps of anticipation and excitement to fill the air. Even Jun knew who he was. Hit songs from well-known K-pop idols have mostly been produced by P-Cat. RNA by BTC, Flinch Mode by City Nightmare, Masochist by Red Polyester, and Super Confident by OLDSWETS were only some songs from his discography. Miho and Hiron grinned as they watched the trainees, completely aware of the reaction the name had garnered. Even idols like Hiron aspired to perform a song by P-Cat. Hello, it's P-Cat, and I'm here to introduce you to my song, Skateboard Ride. Kat's assistant took the opportunity to explain the song through the screen. Kat's signature style shines through in Skateboard Ride. It's a true pop sound that feels both nostalgic and incredibly modern. The song captures the essence of today's K-pop hits, blending catchy melodies with a touch of familiarity that's sure to resonate with listeners. The screen displayed the title of the song, and the room buzzed with excitement, recognizing the name P-Cat as a ticket to the industry. Even the start of the choreography already appeared to be a hit move. The assistant continued, "The choreography for Skateboard Ride is nothing short of addictive. It's a combination of smooth moves and powerful gestures that perfectly complement the song's upbeat tempo. Moreover, it portrays the cool lifestyle of a skater, but that coolness always seemed to fall flat whenever his love interest is near. It's a cool song that speaks of a clumsy experience." P-Cat added, "The choreography plays with the concept of a skateboard ride, incorporating fluid, gliding motions and playful footwork. You'll also find moments of synchronized moves that highlight the unity of your team." The screen played the choreography of the chorus, and the room was instantly filled with an energy that was hard to contain. The trainees watched in awe as the dancers on the screen executed the intricate steps with precision and flair. The choreography felt like a ride itself, with seamless transitions between dynamic group formations and solo moments that allowed each trainee to shine. "This is it," Zeth exclaimed, completely enamored by the pop song. "It has to be this." "Damn," CJ said. "I want to perform this one." "I like this song a lot," Akira said in exasperation. "It has equal song and rap parts. I can already imagine myself performing it." Jisung nodded as the song finished. He was also determined to perform this one. Jangmoon screamed out loud, "This is mine." Jun's demeanor remained composed, but a spark of something ignited within him as he contemplated the opportunity to prove himself on a stage that was, quite literally, a skateboard ride toward success. Out of all the songs, Jun liked this one the most. However, it seemed like a lot of trainees also anticipated being picked for this song. P-Cat definitely outdid himself with this one. Even after the teaser was shown, the trainees couldn't stop talking about it. Skateboard Ride left such a huge impression on the trainees that the sixth song was completely overshadowed. However, their attention was captured once more when the last song was presented. The title, "Tie Me Up" by Groovy Tunes, was shown on screen. The last producer was Groovy Tunes, the well-known rap producer duo. As judges on the rap show Show Me the Penny, the two have garnered attention from rap enthusiasts and the public alike. Now, whatever song they put out, it was a guaranteed hit in the K-hip-hop world. Hokey Pokey by Sicko, Instapic by Bean, Gotta Sunday by Bihao, and Peter Dominic by Peter Dominic were all produced by them. "Whoa, what the hell?" Jae-young exclaimed through his calm demeanor. "How much budget does Azure have in this season? They've brought out the best producers for these songs." "This is bound to be good," Akira said. "But I don't rap. My mind is set on a skateboard ride, though," Zeth said. "I can't have any other song." With the excitement still lingering in the air, the song played through the high-quality speakers. Jun was surprised when he heard the sexy song intro. It was slow, sensual, and felt a bit dangerous. It had a very different vibe compared to the rest of the songs, one that would be hard to pull off. Groovy Tunes' voices resonated through the room. This song takes a unique approach. It's heavily focused on rhythmical rap, with the chorus being the main vocal part. The addicting, sexy intro sets the tone, drawing you in with a strong rap that demands attention. The song was very rap-heavy. Almost all of the verses, and even the bridge, were centered around rap. The chorus, too, despite having a vocal undertone, felt more like singing rap. The choreography, however, was a whole other story. It was definitely on the sexier side, with the dancers embodying the title, "Tie Me Up." The choreography, however, was a whole other story. It was definitely on the sexier side, with the dancers embodying the title, "Tie Me Up." With the red lights and revealing outfits, it felt like they were in a BDSM club. As the song continued, Jun frowned when some of the parts weren't filled with lyrics. Groovy Tunes quickly explained the situation. But here's the catch, some parts of the song are intentionally missing. The essence of a rapper lies in their ability to fill in the blanks with their own style and flow. So, we're giving this chance to have the performing trainees incorporate their own rap verses into the song. A murmur of surprise and excitement swept through the room. The people who originally wanted to perform the song were now skeptical. They had to learn new choreography, embody the song, and write rap verses all at the same time? No thanks. Jun, too, wanted to avoid this song at all costs. It ticked off all the things he couldn't do. 1. Rap. 2. Write a rap verse. 3. Be sexy. So, all in all, it was a song he definitely couldn't perform. Chapter 118 Disrupted Balance. Again, Miho reiterated. The songs have already been chosen for you, so don't be disappointed when you don't get the song you want. The trainees already accepted that decision since it has been a norm since the first season. However, they were fools to believe that this mission wouldn't have some kind of twist. Trainees, Miho's voice cut through the excited tension. Although the mission has stayed the same, there will be some minor changes because of the implementation of the live eliminations. Jun frowned. He did find it strange how they were given the third mission before the live eliminations. We care for the quality of your performances, so we wanted to give you more time to prepare for the songs, especially since they are originals, Hyerin continued. Cared about us, my ass. Jun could already feel what the next announcement would be. The second eliminations will happen 2 days from now, but we're already establishing the teams for the concept mission, Miho said. This means that after the teams have been established and you start preparing for your performances, 23 trainees will be leaving the competition. Shocked gasps were heard in the room. Jun shook his head. They're acting like it wasn't already obvious. Hyerin's words followed. We understand that this is a challenging twist, but it's also an opportunity for each of you to showcase your growth and determination. We believe that the performances you deliver as part of these teams will truly reveal your potential. The initial atmosphere of excitement began to change to worry as their announcement continued. For now, all teams will have 10 to 11 members each. However, as you reveal your songs, the final number of members will also be shown. After the second elimination, Miho continued. Some groups will have excess numbers, while some will lack members. So, in the end, the teams with excess members will have no choice but to kick out some of their members, even when you've already made progress. CJ, with his brows furrowed, voiced what many were thinking. I get that it's a competition and all, but isn't it kind of unfair to suddenly change up the teams after we've been practicing and bonding with our current members? Don't worry, Jangmoon said. You'd probably leave before that happens. You have nothing to worry about. CJ cursed and pulled some of his hair, causing Jangmoon to groan in pain. Steele frustratedly sighed. I mean, we've been working hard to work on a song, but now they're saying that we might end up with a different concept? It feels like we're being set up to fail. Jae-young clicked his tongue. I don't like this. Akira shook his head. You don't even have anything to worry about. You're probably not going to get kicked out. For Jun, it seemed overly complicated. However, he also wanted to applaud Azure for coming up with these crazy twists in the competition. Let's not waste any time, Miho said. The last place trainee, please come to the front and get your room card. Afterward, you may leave the room and wait for your teammates. Jangmoon went to the front and acted like his room card was top secret. In reality, nobody was paying attention to him since the other trainees were already engrossed in their own conversations. Have you guys thought of the song you want to perform? Jisung asked while waiting for their turn to perform. Akira smiled. Although Skateboard Ride is good, I want something cute this time. I've only been flaunting my vocal skills until now, so Brown Sugar Milk Tea is a good choice. I bet Jun would suit that song too. Jun glared at him. Don't jinx it. Akira teased, pinching his cheek. Where's the cute guy who sang the Little Meow Meow song? Jun clicked his tongue and removed Akira's hand from his cheeks. I want to perform Skateboard Ride, Jae-young said. It's by P-Cat. It will definitely place high on the music charts. Zeth once again turned around. Skateboard Ride is a good song. I guess I'll see you there, Jay. I'm already manifesting to get the song. Don't you want to go to Tie Me Up? It's the only rap song out of the bunch, Jae-young asked. Too much work, honestly. I could ask the same thing to you, Zeth chimed. Same thoughts, Jae-young answered. It'd be alright if it was an existing song. But it's a new one. New dance. New lyrics. New tune. It'd be hard to make rap on top of it, too. As expected, popular trainees thought the same as Jun. As the time came for Jun to make his way to his assigned room, Hyerin couldn't help but show her excitement. She smiled at him and said, Good luck. He nonchalantly nodded before grabbing his room card. Higher sighed disappointedly at his lackluster reaction. He entered the room, expecting to be met with at least 3 people. However, much to his surprise, only one person was there, Xi, an independent trainee and one of Hoon's lackeys. Xian's face twisted into a scowl when he saw Jun, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. Ever since the face reveal incident, the other independent trainees haven't been bothering him. However, it was obvious they still didn't like Jun at all. The room was engulfed in silence as the two of them didn't talk. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long for their next members to come in. Ben and Steele came in with hopeful smiles on their faces. "I hope we perform skateboard ride," Ben said. "I think we can pull it off really well." The door opened once more, and Lin Ji came in, causing Jun to internally sigh. "Him again?" Lin Ji's eyes brightened up when he saw Jun sitting in the middle. "You're here," he chimed, pushing Steele to sit next to Jun. "This is going to be fun." Ever since their last performance, Lin Ji realized how good of a leader Jun truly was. As much as he hated to admit it, their performance wouldn't have gone so well if it wasn't for him. Because of this, he wanted to perform with Jun again. It seems like everything he performs becomes iconic, and he wanted to be a part of that. Jun was definitely reliable. It felt like he had a lot of wisdom, too. But for Lin Ji, that was more of a flaw. Jun had too much of a hero complex. In the end, he'll be the one with the short end of the stick. Lin Ji smiled knowingly as he continued looking at Jun. Stupid Jun. You remind me so much of Jun Hao." Chapter 119, Main Vocalist. The piece was once again disrupted when Jackson, the loudest popular trainee among all contestants, entered the room with a smug smile. Jun sighed as he watched the handsome kid fist bump with everyone in the room. Even though they hadn't been in the same group before, he could already gauge Jackson's personality, like an extroverted frat boy. Jun already had a hunch that their team would have the highest-ranked trainees once more. The lowest ranked among them was Xian, who's currently at rank 39, and the second lowest was him. Daeho, another trainee that Jun hadn't been acquainted with, entered the room. If Jackson was the frat boy of the group, this kid seemed to be the model student, someone who went to classes early, aced all his subjects, and even had time to go to church. Then, the unthinkable happened. Jaeyoung, ranked 4th, came into the room, which sent the others into a state of excitement. "Jaeyoung's here too," Lin Ji loudly exclaimed. "This will be a damn good stage." "Oh damn." The others started exclaiming in shock when Casper, too, entered the room. Jun observed the way he seamlessly joined the conversation. It was a reminder of the connections he had formed with the other trainees. Casper looked up for a second, meeting Jun's eyes, and then he softly smiled. Jun awkwardly smiled back. He guesses Casper wouldn't be too hard to work with. As soon as Casper came in and their team was still yet to be full, Jun knew who would be coming next. Zeth walked in, his presence instantly brightening the atmosphere with his confidence and enthusiasm. However, as he walked past Casper, there was a slight tension between them. Nonetheless, they seemed to be pretty civil, so Jun didn't have to worry about another fight breaking out at least. "Little bro," Zeth excitedly ran to where Jun was, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "Seems like we're on the same team again. Let's make another legendary stage." "MMH," Jun merely hummed. Jun glanced at the circle they'd formed, observing the 10 trainees he was going to perform with. "I have a good feeling about this team," Ben said, breaking the silence. "Let's get along well from now on." Chimes of agreement were heard in the room, and Jun wondered if he was dreaming. There wasn't any tension within the team, no weird feeling. It was the very first time he had felt like this during the team selections. The production crew gestured to the sticker-covered stand next to them. The trainees knew the moment had arrived. They were now going to reveal their song. The air became thick with anticipation as the trainees awaited to reveal their assigned song. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jackson's enthusiastic presence decided to take the lead. With a Cheshire grin, Jackson stepped forward. All right, he said, rubbing his hands together as he leaned against the stand. "Let's get this party started." He livened up the atmosphere like a real party host. If he does debut, he'd earn a reputation and become popular in fanfics as someone who hosts a huge party for other idols. Now that we're here to reveal our song, I've got to know, what's on everyone's minds? What song do you all want to perform? The trainees exchanged glances, and from the looks of it, they seemed to agree on the song selection. Definitely Skateboard Ride. The song is just so catchy, and I can already imagine the choreography being amazing, Steele said. Lin Ji passionately agreed. Oh, absolutely. Skateboard Ride would be such a hit. I might just kill someone if I don't get that song, he jokingly said, but Jun internally rolled his eyes. He would do that, wouldn't he? Well, let's hope it is Skateboard Ride. I also want that song, Jackson said. Casper's calm voice added to the unanimous consensus. I think we're all on the same page here. Jun had a good feeling about the song reveal. He was teammates with both the first-ranked and second-ranked trainees. As far as he knows, they had always performed the song they wanted to perform. Jun guesses they were just born with it. Jun, on the other hand, never ended up with the song he had desired. However, with their presence, there might actually be a change. I can't wait any longer, Jackson agitatedly said. I'll reveal it now. With deliberate slowness, he peeled back the sticker. He was taking too damn long. I thought you couldn't wait any longer, Jun muttered under his breath. However, Zeth seemed to have heard him as he chuckled and ruffled Jun's hair. Fortunately, Jackson sped up and removed the sticker, revealing the words Skateboard Ride. Cheers immediately erupted in the room. Ben and Steele even jumped up in happiness as they realized they were going to perform a song by P-Cat. Yes, Exion said, raising his fist in the air. He was elated that he was going to perform a good song, but other than that, he felt like he could suck up to the fame of his fellow trainees and finally rise in the ranks. As the others celebrated their assigned song, Jun read the other contents of the board. Skateboard Ride by P-Cat. And beneath that was a number, 8. After the song reveal, the team decided to watch the performance video before delegating the parts. Jun felt a dreadful feeling in the pit of his stomach. Things have been going pretty well so far, but the part distribution always seemed to tear the teams apart. Lin Ji, who had taken the role of the leader after much deliberation, sat at the very center, leaning against the mirror. Originally, Casper and Zeth both volunteered to be the leaders. However, the group was torn on who to vote for. It was exactly 50-50ths. So, in the end, Zeth and Casper both agreed that they'd step down and have another person become the leader since they'd already experienced being one in their past groups. Nobody but Lin Ji volunteered to be the leader, so he automatically took the title. It says here that we should duplicate 2 roles for the moment. I don't think we should duplicate the mains, so why don't we use the subvocal one and the subrapper one, he suggested. I don't have any problems with that, Steele said. Me too, the others agreed. Surprisingly, Lin Ji was doing a pretty good job at leading the part distribution. Well, he's always been good at distribution, even back then. Drug distribution, that is. And then let's start with the main vocal, Lin Ji continued. Zeth raised his hand, causing the others to pay attention to him. After listening to the song, I can't help but let his voice come into mind, he started off. Then, he looked around until his gaze met with Jun's. I think Jun should be the main vocalist this time around. Chapter 120 Since when? Again, Jun was expecting a lot of protests to go around the room. Although there were currently more rappers on the team, some of the trainees would definitely want the main vocalist position, too. Jun cleared his throat, ready to show them that he was meant for the main vocalist part when they all started agreeing with Zeth's suggestion. Yeah, I think that'd be good, Lin Ji said. I like the subvocal one's part anyway. And I think Jun also suits the main vocalist part the most. That's fine with me, Casper said. I'll also become the sub-rapper one. You guys decide who the main rapper will be. I'll be the other sub-vocal one, Steele said. I also think Jun's voice would stand out as the main vocalist. He's the most skilled one out of all the trainees. Then, is it alright if I become the main rapper? Zeth asked. These are the parts one really liked. No problem for me, Ben said. I'll take sub-rapper too. And I'll take the other sub-rapper one position, Jackson chimed. There's a solo dance for it, and I believe I'll pull it off well. Then, I'll be sub-vocal too, Daeho quickly said. If that's alright with all of you. Fine with me, Exion said, smiling since he didn't have a lot to practice for. The sub-vocal 3 part was definitely the easiest to execute, and Exion felt like he could relax during this mission and let the others carry the performance. Jun watched the scene before him with utter awe. He glanced at the clock and saw that the part distribution only took a few minutes. How did that make any sense? How about you, little bro? Zeth asked, making him snap out of his thoughts. Huh? Jun asked, confused since he wasn't paying attention. They chuckled as they looked at Jun's confused face. About the parts, Zeth said. Can you be the main vocalist? Sure, Jun quickly said. I'll be the main vocalist. Great, Zeth exclaimed, clapping his hands. I guess that's settled then. Shall we go ahead and learn the choreography? Their other teammates stood up as if this was the norm in every group. What the hell? Things are going so smoothly. Was this what it's supposed to be like? 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, Zeth counted, finishing off the last part of the chorus. Zeth and Casper took the initiative to become their dance leaders, meaning they watched the choreography video that the producers had made and were now teaching the dance to the team. Casper went around and pointed out some flaws in the others' movements. Your fingers are spread out. Think of it as a salute, he said to Exine, guiding his hands. And Linji, your knees should be at a right angle during this movement. It'll look sharper that way, Zeth pointed out. Let's do the chorus once again, Casper said, playing back the music. The team members assumed their temporary positions for the chorus and danced while looking at themselves in the mirror. Despite only practicing for less than 2 hours, they already got the first verse, pre-chorus, and chorus done. Their progress was impeccable for an idol trainee team. Zeth clapped loudly as soon as another round was finished. He then looked at his wristwatch and bit his lip. We still have quite a lot of time. So, do you guys want to perform the chorus one by one so we can point out the lacking parts of our dance? He asked. I'm down for that, Steele said. That helped us a lot when we did it in our past team. It sure did, Ben chimed. I'll go first. Ben stood center and started dancing to the choreography. He was definitely a very good dancer, and it was also evident in his stats. The kid has risen to an A at this point in the competition. The others followed suit, and it couldn't be denied that there was a lot of talent in this team. Even XIN, whose rank fell below 30, had improved a lot through the course of the competition. That's probably why they're having a very smooth practice until now. Sure, Jun was in a very talented team during the last mission, but it was obvious that they had different views on the song when they first started practicing. This time, though, a concept was laid out in front of them, so it was easier to gather and implement ideas. Jun, Zeth said, a bit out of breath after dancing. It's your turn. Jun looked around and saw his teammates all looking at him. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he didn't even notice it was only him who hadn't performed. Jun sighed and went to the center. His teammates sat in front of him, leaning against the mirror while looking at him with non-anticipating eyes. It was clear that they didn't put Jun's dancing in high regard. At the end of the day, he was still the main vocalist. And up until now, he's still branded as a mediocre dancer because of the impression he made during his auditions. And although he still doesn't think of himself as a very proficient dancer, Jun believes he has improved a lot. He was now at the B tier, and thanks to Grandma inviting him to her Zumba class for the past week, his stamina and agility had also improved. Whenever you're ready, Casper said, hovering his hand over the music player. I'm ready, Jun said, just wanting to get this over with. As the music began to play, the trainees' attention shifted to Jun. At first, they watched indifferently, just wanting to be respectful. However, their indifference quickly turned to surprise when Jun started moving. They couldn't help but be shocked by the transformation in Jun's dancing. It was as if he had awakened a skill no one had previously witnessed. The surprise was genuine, their astonishment evident in the subtle widening of their eyes. Lin Ji's surprise was more introspective. He remembered his own assessment of Jun's dancing during the previous mission. Jun was definitely worse than him back then. Why does it feel like he's better than him now? Xian's frown deepened as he watched Jun. He had known Jun to be reserved and somewhat aloof, but this level of improvement was baffling. His thoughts echoed those of his teammates. How had Jun managed to progress so rapidly? Bin's astonishment was equally noticeable. They were both in Team Abyss during the first mission, and he recalled him to be a clumsy dancer back then. Since when has he danced this well? Jun continued to move with ease, his attitude remaining nonchalant. And although he didn't put much emotion into his moves, it was still a very good performance. Arguably, the most effortless out of all of them. It definitely wasn't perfect, with a few underdanced movements here and there. However, compared to his past self, this change was astronomical. It looked like he wasn't even trying. And then, as the music came to an end, Jun finished his performance with a subtle bow before going back to his seat. His teammates were stunned to silence as they tried to process what just happened. "Holy shit," Zeth exclaimed. "Since when were you so good at dancing, little bro?" Chapter 121. Good job. The trainees once again gathered in the training room they had dreaded. Only one day had passed since they were given the songs. Yet, rising stars already expected them to perform the whole song. "Can you believe it?" Miho said to his other mentors, looking at the group of trainees coming in. "They look like they've grown so much." Bone chuckled as he observed Miho's fond expression. "Do you think of them as your kids now?" "No," Miho defended. "I just feel like it's going too fast." "Stop denying it," Jihyun teased. "You've become a fan of these boys, haven't you?" Miho shook his head with an amused smile. "You're talking about me? I heard you went to the Azure headquarters when Jun was about to get kicked out. You're the fan here." Jihyun raised her hands in surrender. "I'm not denying it." Hiren chuckled. "Not going to lie. Jun got me, too. But I bet Gun over here's the one he got the most." Gun looked up from his phone and glared at them. "Shut up. I wasn't even saying anything." "Which is strange," Wu Jin chimed. "You haven't bashed Jun ever since the second elimination. Did something happen between the two of you?" Gun's face flushed as he remembered the shit incident in the toilet. Until now, he can't make eye contact with Jun and the janitor, who apparently held a grudge against him for tainting his lucky plunger. With his lack of response, his fellow mentors started teasing him. "You've developed a soft spot for him, haven't you?" Hiren teased, nudging his shoulder. Gun clicked his tongue and gently pushed her away. "I haven't," he defensively said. "And I'll prove it to you. Let's have them go first. Then, I'll let you know if I've developed a soft spot for him." The other mentors appeared like they didn't believe him, making Gun roll his eyes. He then took the microphone and decided to disobey the script and have Jun's team perform first. "Skateboard ride, please come center stage," Gun said, surprising the others. Usually, the highest-ranked team will perform last, but Gun was determined to prove his point. Their team quickly rose up to their seats and lined up in front of the judges. "Good morning, mentors," Lin Ji said as their leader. "We are Team Risers." "Risers, huh?" Jihyun asked. "Quite fitting for the song and this show." "Thank you." Lin Ji bowed, feeling proud of himself for coming up with the name. "Don't waste any more time," Gun said, directing his gaze to Jun. The latter wasn't looking at him, which made him a bit annoyed. And why the hell is this kid becoming more handsome every week? Is he drinking some kind of magical potion or something? They started out with a loose formation, representing the carefree spirit of riding a skateboard. Riding through the streets, heart racing like a beat. Loves a skateboard ride, unpredictable and sweet. As the main vocalist, Jun sang the first lines. It was a first for him to start the song, and the audience was immediately enamored as he sang his lines. As the lyrics mentioned falling down and getting back up, they mimed stumbling and quickly rising again, symbolizing a young boy's perseverance. "But no matter how we try, no matter how we glide, can't seem to impress, even with our style. It's like a challenge set, an endless uphill climb, fighting for a chance to make you change your mind." The pre-chorus was a rap combination by Zeth and Casper, livening up the atmosphere. Although they only had one day to master the choreography and get the vibe of the song down, they were doing such a very good job. Jun stood at the center during their lines, his movements smooth and confident, reflecting the growth of his skills. "Skateboard ride, loves a wild ride. Falling down the curb, swallowing my pride. Boo, you suck," a little kid shouts. Yet all that's in my mind is how to ask you out. Even after the chorus, Gun's gaze was still focused on Jun. He frowned as he watched his movements, feeling confused by his sudden improvement. Jun was one of the worst dancers at the start of the show. But now, he doesn't look too weird with other ace dancers like Casper and Zeth. Surely, the others' movements looked more fluid and professional than his. But the progress within less than 2 months left him speechless. No ollie or flip trick can win your heart away. Even as we spin and twist, I still can't find a way. It's like a half-pipe dream, too high to reach the top. But I'll keep on riding, never gonna stop. For the bridge part, they split into pairs, mirroring each other's movements. Jun's partner, Xian, imitates a fall, and he extends his hand, helping him up. It wasn't only a technically impressive performance. It was also fun and theatrical in a way. Jun's stable vocal power shone as he belted out the lines, his voice capturing the essence of the pop song. If Peacock could hear his voice right now, he'd definitely feel satisfied. Ji-hyun gaped at the performance before her. Her full attention was on Jun, and she feels that he's doing the best in the team despite having higher-ranked trainees with him. For the last line, they formed a line resembling skateboard riders in a group, with fluid spins that seamlessly transitioned to powerful jumps. I'm just a skater boy, caught up in your snare. You're the girl next door, with that twinkle that's rare. As the song gradually faded, the room erupted into excited applause. Is it too late to give up? Maybe in my next life, I'll be able to perform this song. They should have gone last. Team Risers went back to their line formation, a bit out of breath, waiting for the mentors to give their comments. The other mentors pushed the mic toward Gun, urging him to be the first one to speak. Jun wasn't expecting a lot, especially since Gun was the first one to speak. He's probably going to pick on something from the performance. Gun placed the microphone beneath his mouth and let out a deep breath. It was good. Chapter 122, Jun Ho's fault. Holy shit. Things were actually going pretty well for once. This was the very first time Jun's team wasn't scolded during the interim evaluations. The look on the mentors' faces reflected that they liked the performance as well. Even though the performance still feels incomplete, I feel like you guys are very cohesive as a team, Gun continued. Zeth and Casper definitely stood out during their raps and center parts, so I would look into that. Make sure they don't overshine the others. Gun then cleared his throat before glancing at Jun. Jun too, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Ji-hyun smirked and nudged his shoulder. Make it louder, Gun. The others can't hear you. Gun pursed his lips and brought the mic to his lips. Jun stood out too. The other vocalists should keep up. With that, he passed the mic to Miho, who had an amused smile on his face. Jun, too, had a small smirk on his face. This was also the first time Gun gave him a genuine compliment, aside from the shit incident. Hyerin took the mic from Miho and smiled at all the members. For me, this was a really good performance. Considering the fact that you've only prepared for a day, I must say that you're heading in the right direction. Just make sure to incorporate the concept into a storyline of some sort. And I think it's best if you think about how to put more individuality into your performance. Will do, Minter, Lin Ji said, a wide smile on his lips. If there's one thing I will point out, the stage just feels a bit expected, Hyerin said. Of course, it is expected that you guys do well since all of you are very talented trainees. However, if you don't do anything particularly grand, some fans might find it ordinary. The team members listened to her advice intently. And one more thing, she added. Exion's dancing needs more improvement. He sometimes lags behind during the fast movements. It isn't overly noticeable, but it's one thing you can focus on. Yes, Minter, Exion responded, bowing his head. We will practice more. Well, I think that's it, Ji-hyun said. They said all that they could say. All right, I want to say one thing before the next team comes. She turned to Jun and gave him a thumbs up. You've improved immensely since the start of the show. Keep it up, Jun. Ji-hyun was hoping that her comment would bring a smile to his face. However, he merely bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, Minter. Ji-hyun's lips twisted into a pout. All right, let's have the next team. The other teams performed what they had prepared so far, and undoubtedly, Team Risers did the best out of all of them. The others weren't as nearly prepared as they were, and it seemed like the winner had already been decided. The team who performed the worst was definitely Tie Me Up. The additional responsibility of making some of the rap verses placed a huge burden on the members, and even their highest-ranked member, Si-hoon, who's currently in 25th place, struggled to keep their performance afloat. Brown Sugar Milk Tea and Break My Heart, which were performed by Akira's and Jisung's teams, respectively, came in at a close second when it came to positive comments. However, it wasn't even close. Skateboard Ride left the best impression on the judges and the trainees. In the towering glass expanse of Phoenix Entertainment Building, where dreams were both nurtured and shattered, Alex and Hyunwoo trailed behind their CEO, Kim Young-do, like penitents seeking mercy. Sir Kim, please, you have to understand, Alex implored. This scandal was blown out of proportion. We didn't mean for it to come to this. We were just caught in a bad situation. Hyunwoo's gaze was equally desperate as he added. That Choi Joon-ho only wanted to ruin our careers. Maybe you can sweep this under the rug and keep us in rising stars. Protect us by saying we aren't the ones in the photo or something. Young-do sighed heavily, his footsteps coming to a halt as he turned to face the duo. Alex, Hyunwoo, he began. You both were given opportunities many would envy. We saw potential in you, and we invested time, resources, and effort to mold you into stars. He paused for a second and looked into their pleading eyes. But this scandal, it's not just a minor hiccup. It's tarnished your reputation and the company's image. We can't simply overlook it. In Phoenix, we believe in second chances, Young Do continued, sounding as professional as ever. But this was your last chance. Our decision will affect not only your careers, but the reputation of this company as well. Besides, haven't we paid for your bail? Just think of it as separation pay from the company. He chuckled, preparing to walk away. Frustration and desperation had reached a boiling point for Alex and Hyunwoo. As the CEO's stern words echoed in the corridor, Alex couldn't bear it any longer. He dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with emotion. CEO Kim, please, give us another chance, he begged, his hands gripping at the hem of his suit. We'll do anything to make things right again. Please, we're begging you. Rising Stars was also our last chance. Kim Young-do regarded him with a cool detachment. He looked down at Alex and smirked. Young man, you must understand that Phoenix Entertainment cannot afford to have anyone tarnish its name. Our pure reputation is everything. Hyunwoo's frustration finally snapped, so he stepped forward. Pure reputation, my ass. And what about the crimes hidden among these walls? The company is far from perfect, CEO Kim. You can't just pretend like everything is pristine. Kim Young-do's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Oh, you think you can expose the secrets of Phoenix Entertainment, do you? Go ahead, Hyunwoo. Tell the world about your accusations. But who will believe druggies like you? Alex and Hyunwoo were stunned. The CEO, who had believed them over Choi Joon-ho in the past, now looked at them like they were merely gum on the bottom of his shoe. So, this was the reality of life? As Young-do turned to walk away, the security guards moved in to restrain Alex and Hyunwoo and throw them out of the building. Alex's and Hyunwoo's pride had been trampled all over, and this time, they had enough. As they gazed at the building that once honed them, the familiar poster of Rising Stars made its way to their view. That pink fucking mask sent an indescribable anger to their core. And then, with a tone that dripped with venom, Hyunwoo's voice cut through the air like a blade. It's Choi Joon-ho's fault, and he must pay. Chapter 123, Second Live Eliminations. Fucking hell. They're really going to put us through this shit again. I swear, if the next special MC uses that same slow technique of announcing as Jordan Lee, I'll be dropping out on the show. You're ranked 69th. You're going to be dropped out no matter what. The trainees have settled in the wide, familiar studio, where the live eliminations will be taking place. Everybody seemed to be more on edge than the first eliminations because they were in the middle of practicing their concept mission songs. They were currently seated according to their previous teams, and Jun didn't feel the nervous energy in Team Aces compared to when he was seated with Team Abyss back then. It must be the confidence that they're definitely going to make it. Little bro, let's sit together, Zeth exclaimed after arriving with Rin. Jisung glanced at Zeth and smiled as he sat next to Jun on the other side. After all the trainees were seated, the production team wasted no time in calling out the mentor announcer for the week. The automatic sliding doors opened and revealed Hyerin, who was wearing a short black dress and her waist-length hair straightened. Her makeup was characterized by a red lip, and the trainees couldn't help but exclaim as they laid their eyes on her. They see Hyerin almost every week, but seeing her under this light was still fascinating. As Hyerin glanced around the room, she felt a sense of satisfaction go through her veins. Being born pretty, she's always had a superiority complex. Of course, she was well aware of it. After becoming an idol, her princess syndrome developed too, and she believes that there's not a single man on this earth that wouldn't be attracted to her. At least, Hyerin thought there wasn't, until Jun came around. As her eyes settled on the black-haired trainee, Hyerin subtly frowned when she saw he still wasn't looking at her. Instead, he appeared to be deep in thought. I'll forgive you for now, Hyerin said in the back of her mind. You seem to be nervous about the elimination. Meanwhile, in the trenches of Jun's mind, I miss my Benbon gummies. As the trainees settled down from their excitement, the production team didn't give them any time to breathe as the sliding doors opened again, revealing the night's special MC. Hyerin, who wasn't aware of who it was, also turned around with a friendly smile on her face. However, her smile quickly faltered when she saw who it was. Exclaims of excitement, arguably even louder than before, resonated in the studio. It's Nana. This is my first time seeing her in person. Damn, she's really pretty. She can punch me in the face, spit in my mouth, tell me I'm worthless, and I'll gladly accept it. Hyerin clenched her jaw as her rival idol stood next to her. The two of them standing side by side looked like a painting straight out of the Renaissance period. Their innocent images were both praised online, and seeing them in real life was an out-of-body experience for most of the trainees. Hyerin observed Nana and saw that her eyes were directed at the seemingly uninterested trainee. Hyerin narrowed her eyes slightly. They really do have similar tastes. Good evening, trainees. Hyerin started off, going back to her professional self. From 100 to 75, and now we're going down to 50. The second live elimination marks another start in your journey as idols. And although this will be the end for some of you, I want you to know that things never really end. It just marks a new beginning, Nana said, a heartfelt smile on her face. The trainees were awed in response, feeling touched by her sincerity. Hyerin wanted to scoff and roll her eyes. It was obviously a scripted line. Right at this moment, the Starlights are still dropping in their votes. But in the count of 10, the votings will officially close. The countdown flashed on screen, each number being shown accompanied by a booming sound. The sound echoed in their ears, mimicking the loud sound of their hearts. As the screen showed 0, Hyerin and Nana both faced the front once more. Let the eliminations begin, they said in unison, and Azure's signature tension-filled background music filled the studio. I can never get used to this, Jisung said by Jun's side. Jun patted his back once to comfort him. You'll survive. Let us first start off with the 49th place, Nana announced. Jun couldn't help but glance at CJ and Jangmoon. As much as he found the two annoying, they were actually pretty good people. And being ranked only in the 50s and 70s, Jun felt like this was going to be the last time he's going to see the other two. This trainee is from Botalicious, Nana characterized, and Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. The spotlight was placed on their team, each of them looking pale and sweaty, like they needed to take a huge, watery dump. He has surprised the mentors with his sudden improvement, proving their original notions to be false. He was also a rapper in the second mission, she added, which meant CJ could be one of them. Trainee CJ, please come up the stage, she excitedly said, and the trainees erupted into applause. CJ stayed seated, not believing his ears. Jangmoon nudged his shoulder with a teary smile. It's you, bro. You've made it. Holy shit, CJ exclaimed out loud, and because this was a live stream, the production crew wasn't able to censor it. Yena and Yejin's face-bombed on the side of the stage. Ha ha ha, did this guy actually make it? Good for him. He looks happy. I gave some of my bonus stars to him because he is Jun's friend. He's always so funny on the show. Sucks that he's not that talented, but I'm glad he made it. CJ was still elated as he made his way to his seat, a huge smile on his face. However, he caught a glimpse of Jangmoon's sad smile from his seat, and he felt something tug at his heart. This tall, tree-like bastard should make it. The eliminations flashed by fast this time, and Jun was thankful that Nana and Hyerin didn't drag it out like Gun and Jordan Lee. Now, we're down to the top 25. Chapter 124 Rise. Mr. Chris, Alex said, the cap on his head hiding his face. It's only been less than a week since the scandal broke out, yet their looks had already degraded so much. Their eyes were bloodshot, under eyes were dark, and their unshaved faces looked unkempt. Azure's head of the editing team and past Phoenix employee, Chris Song, glanced around the headquarters before pulling the two desperate boys inside his office. What are you two doing here? He said in a reprimanding voice. You were supposed to protect us, right? Hyunwoo said in a desperate tone. He hadn't brushed his teeth for days, so the smell of build-up plaque wafted through Chris' nostrils. He took a step back and breathed in some fresh air. Hyunwoo's breath alone should get him arrested for assault. That's before you were exposed to be drug users, Chris said, an uncaring smile on his lips. I'm sure you've already talked to CEO Kim. You know how Phoenix values its reputation. I'm surprised he even bailed you out of jail. I'm sure other companies wouldn't be so kind to do that. The company has kicked us out, Alex said. We didn't even do anything wrong. Drugs are fucking normal these days. More CEOs are using drugs compared to the two of us. I don't know why the company isn't giving us a chance. Because you're in Korea, young man, Chris said. Even if you were using drugs, you wouldn't be dumb enough to get caught while buying it. It's not our fault, Hyunwoo screamed, making Chris cover his nose. It's that Choi Joon-ho. I'm sure it was him who exposed the picture. Chris frowned and tilted his head to the side. June? You're talking about trainee June. Yes, Alex said, his jaw clenching. I knew that bastard was acting innocent right from the start. He knew more than he let on. And he's shown his true colors now. How are you even so sure that it was him who posted the photo? I just know, Alex stubbornly said. That's why he needs to pay. Chris senses the murderous intent of the two eliminated trainees, so he slowly backs away. And you're going to help us, Mr. Chris, Hyunwoo smiled, his yellow grin sending a shiver down Chris' spine. Chris rummaged through his pockets for his phone, but Alex held on to his wrist, cornering him in the office. I believe I can't help you, Chris said, trying to look tough. I can't bring you back to the competition. That would be way too out of my power. We're not asking you to do that, Alex smirked. We just want one little favor from you, former boss, he continued. Get us on the set of Rising Stars right now. Chris frowned, pushing the young man away. I can't do that, too. They're currently filming the live eliminations. We know, they said in unison. And you'll be the one to take us there, Hyunwoo said, walking back and forth in front of him and playing with something in his hands. Otherwise, your wife might just find out that you're cheating on her with a perky intern. 25th, Sihoon. 24th, Johnny. 23rd, Jor. Nana glanced around until her eyes landed on a familiar trainee. This trainee's ranking has changed from the first eliminations, and I am pleased to announce that he is now in 22nd place. Jun got ready to stand up, leaning his elbows on his knees. This week, he definitely expected to have regressed in ranks. The bullying scandal had made a huge impact on his popularity, and it was also blown out of proportion during the first half of the week. As much as he wanted to deny it, Alex and Hyunwoo have definitely tarnished his name. There are still some loyalists who believe in the two druggies' words, so Jun is still receiving hate until now. He didn't know how it had impacted the fans who voted for him with stars before, but he guesses that they also probably gave the stars to someone else during the duration of the scandal. And even when the hate calmed down after Alex and Hyunwoo were exposed to be drug users, Jun knows that those 2 days probably weren't enough to raise his ranks. Congratulations to trainee Ben. You are still in the running for Rising Stars. Murmurs of gossip resonated in the room, and even the viewers were surprised with his sudden drop in rank. What the hell? He's out of the top 20 now? His rank has been going down per week. I wonder what's happening. He hasn't done anything that surpassed his audition, so people aren't voting for him as much anymore. Reluctantly, Ben made his way to the stage and gave a melancholic speech. He definitely felt worried about his sudden drop in rank. 21st, Anthony. As the 21st trainee had been announced, Jun was expecting his name to be called next. If he didn't drop in ranks, he must have maintained it. Now, it's time for the top 20. Can you believe we've already made it this far? Hiren asked Nana in fake excitement. Nana merely smiled. Without further ado, I present to you the 20th trainee. Trainee Akira, congratulations. You have made it into the top 20. Akira's name being announced as the 20th trainee caught both Jun and Akira by surprise. A look of astonishment crossed Akira's face, his eyes widening as he took in his jump of 9 places. Congrats, man. You deserve it. Keep rising, bro. Wow. I honestly didn't expect this. Akira's voice trembled slightly as he addressed the stage, his words sincere and heartfelt. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting me. This means so much, and I promise to keep giving it my all. The announcements continued, the trainees' reactions varying from elation to disappointment. But as the ranks drew closer to the top 10, Jun's confusion deepened. He had anticipated his name being called by now, and yet he remained unnoticed. Could he have dropped so much after the scandal? Deep in his thoughts, he missed out on the important moment. He looked around the room and saw that almost all of them were looking at him. What? He instinctively asked. Zeth and Jisung chuckled by his side. You've been called, Jisung said. Jun frowned and looked at the huge LED screen, and there he saw his name. 11th, Jun. Chapter 125, Kitty Heart. What the fuck? He's in 11th place now? He looked at the screen, still not believing the jump in his rank. Moreover, he got over 2 million votes this time. The trainee before him only had around 1.8 million, so it was quite a big gap. Almost at the top 10, baby. Holy shit. How popular is this kid? From 30th place to 11th. Only Jun can pull it off. Jia and Bora screamed when Jun's name was finally called. They knew he had risen in the ranks, especially after Jia posted that video to Juan's fan page. But they didn't expect this big of a jump. He's already near the 10th place, which would start the debut ranks. Grandma, who always went past her bedtime on Fridays, screamed a bit too loudly that it startled Minjun awake. His name's called now, Minjun said, still a bit sleepy. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw not only his grandma, but 3 other grandmas in the room. They had Jun bobble headbands and weirdly shaped sunglasses. They also had homemade light sticks, one that Halmi's husband unwillingly crafted in his pawn shop. The old man is still traumatized after his wife asked him to include Jun's voice whenever she presses one of the buttons. They danced around like little gremlins, and Minjun wondered if he should have stopped Jun from joining Rising Stars from the very start. La 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 la, Jun in 11th. Our Jun is the most popular. It is our duty to make Jun's rank rise even higher. People should never underestimate the power of the elderly population. Mijun fearfully scooted to the side of the couch, covering his body with a blanket. Maybe he should ask his mom to take him to the States? However, with Jun's increasing popularity, hate comments also filled the live stream. Who the hell is voting for this dude? All his fans are weird, degrading teens/adults, and creepy grandmas. I swear, if he wasn't in Team Aces, his rank would have gone down more than 10 places. Now that I think about it, the upstairs commenter is right. When he sang Mafia melodies, he lost. I bet he rose because of the benefits. Jun is a dick-riding guy. I bet it was in his plan to get kicked out of his past group so he could pick, I love you, leave. I don't love you, don't leave. Sure, because Jun can see the future. Let's say he has superpowers, too, then. After recovering from his surprise, Jun was back to his nonchalant self. He walked to the stage, feeling more confident than before. He was finally near his goal, top 10. As long as nothing goes too wrong, then he might just rise one more rank until the end of the competition. The trainees cheered, with his friends being the loudest. He smirked and shook his head before taking the microphone from the stand. Thinking that his fans had struggled with him for the past week, he decided to write his speech with more consideration this time around. Hey, everyone, Jun calmly said, the cameraman zooming in on his face. Zeph looked at the screen with narrowed eyes. Is it just an illusion, or is Jun getting more handsome each day? Hiren and Nana, too, focused their eyes on the screen. They couldn't help but nod in approval. Until now, they still didn't understand how he would such a face from the public during the first course of the show. I just want to say thank you to all of you for supporting me until now, he said, feeling a bit awkward. Speaking in front of his gang members was comfortable to him, but speaking into a camera where more than 1 million people were watching was something he wasn't used to. And I want to let you guys know that rankings are rankings, but I'm here to keep doing my thing. Thanks to all of you for the support, and let's keep moving forward together. 2 people from the production crew just right beneath the stage scoffed in disbelief. Ranks are just ranks, huh? Choi Joon-ho was talking out of his ass. Ranks were everything on this show. Alex and Hyunwoo, who managed to get into the filming set by acting like crew members, glanced at each other with knowing looks. It's time, Alex whispered, giving Hyunwoo the go signal. The young man, whose breath still reeked of cigarettes and cavities, nodded in understanding. Then, he smirked while retrieving the shiny medal from his pocket. It's time for Choi Joon-ho to pay for what he has done. He's a fool to think that Alex and Hyunwoo would back down so easily. On the stage, Jun appeared to be thinking hard about what to say next. In reality, Grandma's words echoed in the back of his mind. A kitty heart. You have to do a kitty heart at all costs. What the hell is a kitty heart? Jun frowned. Minjun facepalm. I already made you a navel. What the hell are you monitoring there? Jun didn't say anything. He couldn't tell Minjun and Grandma that he was deep into the gang topic under navel. It was more so on Korean gangs, but it's fueling his nostalgia for his past life. Aside from that, it's also filled with Bin Gummy's consumers' transformations. Until now, Jun was still hoping he'd reach 180 centimeters. I've never seen a kitty heart, Jun deadpanned. Grandma smiled and sat next to him. Make your hand into a heart. Then raise your index fingers to serve as ears for the heart. Like this, she demonstrated. Jun blankly stared at the tangle of fingers before him. People like this? Oh, just do it, Minjun sighed in frustration. Give your fans something to work with, at least. They'll love it. Jun pursed his lips and decided to just get it over with. He brought the mic back to the stand, so Nana and Hiring got ready to announce the 10th trainee. However, they were surprised when Jun stayed on the stage, looking like he had something planned. What is he doing? Akira whispered, amused by the concentrated look on his face. Jun, undoubtedly, couldn't act cute. However, thinking how he wanted to repay some of his fans' hard work in defending him, he shakily brought his hands up to his chest, and with quick movements, he did the kitty heart. His face, however, stayed the same. There was a small furrow on his eyebrows, and it seemed like he was being forced to do this. What the fuck is that? A kitty heart? Jun, my cutie. Wahahaha. It looks like he has a stick up his ass. Our black cat is doing a kitty heart. Everybody, take screenshots. The studio center, too, was filled with exclaims of amusement. You're cute, little bro. That's my big brother. Akira shook his head with an amused smile. This guy can't act cute for his life. But just as the studio chuckled at his antics, a sudden movement caught Jun's attention. Like a jack-in-the-box, a familiar figure leaped onto the stage, a glint of sharp metal catching the light. Hyunwoo quickly moved, not giving the others time to relax. However, for Jun, time seemed to slow as he approached. The chuckles turned into screams of horror, and before they could even react, blood was everywhere. Chapter 126, Stab Stab. In the studio center of the Azure building, gasps and screams filled the air as panic spread through the contestants and crew members. The attack was so sudden, so unexpected, that it was as if the world had frozen in that moment. The knife in Hyunwoo's hand gleamed malevolently, and Jun's instincts kicked in, his survival mode taking over. The others screamed and scattered, their cries echoing like a church choir performance. Some even scrambled to get away, fearing for their lives. But amidst the chaos, Jun's focus remained unbroken. He saw Hyunwoo's eyes, wild and unsteady, the desperation within them like a storm waiting to break loose. Jun's breath caught, and a surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins. This bastard still hasn't given up, huh? Hyunwoo moved carelessly, only being driven by his hate. So for Jun, his movements were predictable. He had dealt with scoundrels that had looser screws than Hyunwoo. As if time had resumed its normal pace, Jun's movements were fluid and deliberate. He backed away from Hyunwoo with caution, his eyes locked onto the knife. Hyunwoo's grip on the knife tightened, his knuckles turning white as his chest heaved with erratic breaths. You'll pay for this, he screamed, now moving more dangerously than before. Shit, Jun whispered in his mind. And at that moment, he looked around to see if anybody was there to help. However, the production crew only cowered in fear, with the cameramen backing away and leaving their expensive cameras locked in on the scene. At this point, the live stream was still ongoing, and the viewers wondered if this was some kind of skit prepared by the Rising Stars production crew. This is a really good skit. I can't believe they're going as far as this. I applaud the Rising Stars team for always making the show entertaining. Damn, this is a good action show. Jun's got some moves. However, one of the cameramen bumped into the camera as they ran, making it zero in on Hyunwoo's face. And just like that, the audience thought this must not be a joke after all. Is that Hyunwoo? Holy moly. Is this real? Like, it's not a prank after all. I think it's serious, guys. WTF? They're still airing this. Yena and Yejin sought shelter to the side. Yena contacted the control team to take it down, but at that point, they all had ran away when they saw the reckless man. Shit, Yena cursed. I'll have to go to the control room and turn it off myself. I already contacted the guards. They're coming, Yejin said, glancing at the door and hoping they'd come sooner. Nana and Hyeren huddled over, temporarily forgetting their beef and seeking comfort in each other. We have to do something. Akira screamed, and that's when the other trainees started moving. However, they quickly halted when they saw the scene before them. Jun was evading Hyunwoo's attacks with ease. Hyunwoo took a step forward, his intentions clear as he pointed the sharp knife near Jun's abdomen. But Jun was ready. With every ounce of resolve he could muster, he zeroed in on Hyunwoo, his mind clear and his strength increased. The others watched in breathless anticipation, unable to tear their eyes away from the scene playing out before them. Jun's voice, a whisper amidst the chaos, cut through the air like a knife of its own. Put the knife down, Hyunwoo. The studio seemed to hold its breath as Jun's words echoed, the outcome uncertain. Time seemed to stretch as Jun's focus intensified. Jun thought he could convince Hyunwoo to calm down, especially since he was getting too tired. He really needed to exercise this body more. Choi Joon-ho lacks so much stamina. However, as expected, loose screws will eventually loosen even more, and in Hyunwoo's case, he had nothing to lose. So, Hyunwoo once again lunged forward, the glint of the knife in his hand aimed straight at Jun's heart. Jun's instincts took over. He sidestepped with the grace of a dancer, his body moving fluidly to the side, evading the blade with a hair's breadth to spare. Holy shit, that was close. Hyunwoo stumbled forward, his movements off balance from the failed attack. Frustration twisted his features, his eyes wild with rage and desperation. He spun around, his breathing heavy and uneven, as he turned his attention back to Jun, who now stood several feet away, his heart pounded harder in his chest. Jun glanced around and saw that the security guards were already rushing to the stage. Leading them was the buck-tooth guard that Jun was able to trick when he snuck out that one night. He let out a sigh. Jun's definitely not expecting much from these people. So, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He saw an opening, a moment of vulnerability in Hyunwoo's stance, and he seized it. In one swift movement, he closed the distance between them, his fingers wrapping around Hyunwoo's wrist in a vice-like grip. A swift twist and a deft maneuver later, the knife clattered to the ground, leaving the audience in awe. Was he a ninja in his past life or something? Where did that come from? He looks skinny as hell, but he's actually strong? Am I the only one wondering why this hasn't been turned off yet? Shut up, past commenter. Enjoy the free action movie. Jun, please. Stay safe. Where are the fucking guards? Everybody seemed to sigh in relief as Hyunwoo was finally restrained. The guards, too, had reached the stage, out of breath from running through the building's hallways. Jun relaxed his hold on Hyunwoo, finally taking a deep breath. However, just as everybody thought it was over, someone sprinted forth from the shadows. Jun turned around. Alex. And in a swift, heart-stopping motion, he plunged a blade into Jun's chest. What the fuck just happened? Was he just stabbed? Shit. Blood splattered everywhere. Did everyone see that? Fuck, is he going to die? And just like that, the screen turned black with a notice saying, Technical difficulties. Livestream has ended. Chapter 127 #Pray for Jun. In the sterile hospital room, the atmosphere was heavy with a somber stillness. The soft beeping of machines and the distant sound of footsteps in the corridor were the only signs of life. Minjun sat by the bedside, tears welling up in his eyes. Beside Minjun stood Grandma, hunched over, and her gnarled hands clutching a tissue. Her eyes were red from crying. The hospital bed was shrouded in a white cloth, its surface eerily still. Jun lay beneath it. Minjun reached out and grasped Grandma's hand, their fingers intertwining in a silent gesture of shared grief. Their eyes met, and in that moment, their pain increased 1,000-fold. No words were spoken, none were needed. Grandma's voice trembled as she broke the silence. He's like a grandson to me, Minjun. I've seen him grow from a dead-eyed child to the talented young man he is today. Big brother. Minjun sniffed, holding onto Jun's hand. As expected, it was already so cold. Grandma reached out and rubbed circles on his cold hand. You've left a mark on all of us, my dear, she whispered, her voice quivering. What the fuck are y'all crying about? Jun said, removing the white cloth from his face. He had been woken from his slumber by their sad cries, and now, he was in a cranky mood. And who the hell put this over his face? He couldn't breathe well because of it. Minjun's and Grandma's eyes widened, their jaws dropping as they stared at Jun like he was a ghost. Big brother? Minjun stammered. Grandma's tissue dropped from her hand, her mouth agape. Oh dear Lord, his soul has been awakened. We're seeing his ghost in real life. Minjun squeaked in fear as Jun reached out his hand to him. What are you spouting about? I'm okay. Jun snapped. He's even cranky when he's dead, Minjun said. Jun clicked his tongue. I'm not dead. Look, he said, reaching out his hand to ruffle Minjun's hair, but the little child pushed him away, causing a jolt of pain to go through his shoulder. "Ow," he muttered. "Be careful. The stab wound still hurts." Grandma and Min-jun, who were in the corner of the room, looked at Jun with confused eyes. "You're not dead?" Grandma asked. "No," Jun said. "He wouldn't die that easily. He still needed to debut. Besides, that Alex guy's hands trembled so much that it missed his chest. Instead, it sliced his shoulder, a bit deeply. But at least the bleeding was controlled, and he was now stitched up. It still hurt moving his right shoulder, but it was not the worst pain he had experienced. "Oh goodness, it's a miracle!" Grandma exclaimed, clapping her hands. "I thought you really died. Where did you even get that information?" Jun grumbled. Min-jun brought out his phone and showed the trending article to Jun. "It's all over Naval," the kid said. "A lot of people think you're in serious condition." "What?" Jun snapped, grasping the phone and reading the contents of the news article. "Idol survival show contestant on the brink of death after gruesome attack. Rising Stars launches investigation." Seoul, Korea, 2023. In a shocking turn of events, popular Idol survival show contestant Jun miraculously survived a horrifying attack that left him with severe injuries. The incident, which took place during the live elimination episode of the show, has sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry and beyond. According to initial reports, the attack was allegedly orchestrated by fellow contestants Alex and Hyunwoo, fueled by the scandal that made them leave the show. Their motives are believed to be rooted in resentment and jealousy. The brutal nature of the attack has left many stunned, as Jun's injuries are said to be extensive and gruesome. The Rising Star's face was reportedly lacerated, his legs nearly severed, and his chest brutally stabbed. The severity of the injuries prompted immediate medical attention, and Jun is currently in the intensive care unit, ICU, of an undisclosed hospital, fighting for his life. Azure, the production company behind the Idol survival show, has issued a statement condemning the attack and expressing their deep concern for Jun's well-being. The company has also launched a thorough investigation into the matter, vowing to hold those responsible accountable for their actions. Fans and fellow contestants alike have taken to social media to express their shock and outrage over the incident. The hashtag #PrayForJun has been trending, with thousands of well wishes pouring in for the young Idol trainee's recovery. Friends and supporters have organized candlelight vigils in hopes of his speedy recovery and return to Rising Stars. Jun was stunned as he read the article. "Legs severed? Where did they even get that?" "I don't know," Min-jun shrugged. "I think they interviewed some of the trainees or something." Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. He already had a hunch on who was interviewed. Those damn guys had a reputation for taking it up a notch. His legs weren't even grazed by a knife. "Well, I'm fine," Jun said. "It hurts a bit, but I'll recover fast." Just then, a doctor came inside the room, a wide smile on his face. "You're awake," he chimed. Jun glanced at his nameplate. "Dr. O. Who put the white cloth over my face?" Jun asked. Dr. O chuckled. "Oh, that was me. The nurses were observing your face while you were asleep, so I guess you would have appreciated it if I covered it for you." Jun pursed his lips. "What kind of hospital was this?" "Well, is everything okay?" Jun asked. "I can leave later, right? We have to continue practicing for the show." "About that," Dr. O scratched the back of his head. "I know you're itching to go back to the show, but after a thorough assessment, the knife went as deep as severing one of your arteries. Thankfully, we were able to stitch it up before you bled to death, but it also means you need to recover for quite a while." Jun frowned. "How long?" "A week, at least." Chapter 128 Post-A Pic. Jun stood from the bed, flinching as he felt a slight rip in his stab wound. "Whoa," Dr. O exclaimed. "I wouldn't get up just yet, young man. You might just risk being bedbound for more than a week at this point." "A week?" Jun asked, still standing up. "I'm sorry, doctor, but I'm afraid I can't do that. We have a mission on Wednesday. It's already Saturday, so my teammates are probably practicing right now. I can't be here for a whole week." Min-jun clicked his tongue. "You're going back for what? To ruin the performance? You can't even raise your left arm," he smirked. Jun glared at the young kid and shook his head. "I'm fine," he insisted. Again, he suffered much worse than this. When he was in the White Tiger gang, he had to go on an undercover mission after his abdomen had just been stabbed. "Unfortunately, you are not," Dr. O said. "I'm already being generous by giving you only a week. Besides, my dear friends, Yena and Yejin, instructed that I should let you stay here until you're all better. And the competition? Jun asked. Do not fret. You are still a part of Rising Stars, Dr. O said. You can come back the next week just in time for the eliminations. Jun pursed his lips. He couldn't afford to miss out on the concept mission. He had finally bagged a song he actually enjoyed performing, where everything seemed to be going well. Besides, being idle for even one mission meant that his chances of debuting were going to regress. It was the cruel rule of life. A butterfly effect happens when you miss out on something. Well, I just came by to relay the news to you, Dr. O said. Don't worry. We'll be monitoring your wound every day, and if it gets better, we'll let you go. And with that, the white-haired and eccentric doctor left the room while humming a little meow meow song. Jun groaned as he plopped down on the bed. I need to go back, he said. Grandma clicked her tongue and slapped his chest. Stubborn young child. You just got stabbed, but you're already thinking of going back to work? You heard what the doctor said. Recover first, then you'll be able to come back. Minjun nodded in agreement. That's right. Why don't you inform your fans that you're better in the meantime? Some are already looking for your gravestone in certain cemeteries. Yeah, you do that, Grandma said. In the meantime, I have to enroll Minjun in school. Can't you believe this little rascal is already going to become a 7th grader? Yeah, can't believe it, Jun said. Minjun, despite his immature taste in music and crybaby tendencies, might as well be Jun Hao's age with how witty he is. See you later. Minjun waved his hand. We'll go back this evening. Jun nodded and waved goodbye with his good arm. In the meantime, he decided to do what Minjun had suggested. He has yet to upload a selfie on his account because of the scandals that broke out last week, but since everything has died down, he thinks this is the perfect time to complete the mission. However, just as he was about to open Naval, he was bombarded with texts from his friends. Streets are saying that Big Bro's dead. Jangmoon. Who's dead, you bastards? Jun. Akira. Bro Hohu Jisung. You're alive? CJ. You saw what happened. Why'd you think I died? Jun. CJ said you were stabbed in the chest. I really thought you bled to death. Jangmoon. The sites are also saying you incurred major injuries. I covered my eyes when Alex jumped up the stage, so I don't know what truly happened. CJ. TSK. I'm fine. I'm thinking of coming back before the performances. Jun. What? You've just been stabbed. How can you come back before Wednesday? Akira. I'll figure something out, Jun. Yeah, you better come back. We're going to be kicking Ott's Segway. Jangmoon. What? Jun. The production crew instructed everyone to decide who they Gadui hype. Jangmoon. What the fuck are you talking about? Jun. Don't mind them, brother. Akira just wrestled Jangmoon on the floor. Focus on your recovery for now. Jisung. Hey, what's really going on? Jun. Bye, Jun. We're heading to practice now. Get well soon. Akira. And with that, their online status turned to offline. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. Is something going on in the training center? Ah, whatever. Those kids are always overdramatic. Let's just get the last mission over and done with. Jun opened his camera app and decided to take a selfie. Again, this was probably the first time he took a selfie for the sake of posting it, so he's a bit clueless about what to do. As his face came into view, he clicked his tongue. Is it just him, or has his camera quality degraded even more? The camera lens was shaky, and it made a weird clicking sound when he opened his camera app. What the fuck is this? He cursed, hitting the phone camera with his fist. However, it seemed like he underestimated his strength since the clicking sound suddenly stopped, and the camera lens finally stopped shaking. However, that came with a bigger consequence. It looked as if he was taking a picture at the bottom of an ocean, or maybe on the highest peak of Mount Everest, where fog had covered the entire area. It was blurry, a bit hazy, and with not much contrast. Jun clicked his tongue and decided to snap a picture anyway. He then proceeded to inspect the picture. He had a forced smile on his face, and since it was blurry as fuck, it appeared similar to the picture of Jeff the Killer. Thinking that he couldn't do any better than that, he decided to post it on his Naval account. Minjun had taught him how to post a picture before, so he didn't have a hard time because of that. Hi guys, it's me, Jun, from Rising Stars. Just wanted to say that I'm okay. Afterward, he attached the photo and clicked post. Hi I'm Kitty Jun XR1S1INGSD 4R5 has posted a new photo. Now, Jun just had to wait for the post to gain traction. He posted it under the topic of his stabbing incident, so he believes that it'll gain over 100,000 interactions tonight. It did, just not the kind of interactions he expected. Chapter 129. You're not June. Who are you fooling with your ugly-ass face? Stop impersonating June, you fool. LOL. This guy's actually cosplaying as June while the real guy is in the hospital? He's a real piece of work. You deserve a special place in hell. June will kick-drop you when he meets you in real life. My grandma takes better pics than this. I don't know who you're fooling. June's eyebrows furrowed deeper as he read the comments. As of now, the post has garnered over 100,000 interactions, with hate comments. It was ridiculous. It only had 487 likes, but the comments and reposts accounted for those 100,000 interactions. How could his post have been ratioed this badly? June thought he'd be greeted a bit more warmly, at least. He was in 11th place this week. How could he get such comments? He is the real June. Why would he lie about his real identity? He clenched his jaw and wrote another post. It's really me. I'm the real June. I am at the hospital right now, and I am okay. Loser. He's still going on with this? The real June would never say that. For real. And have you seen June's face? He's an angel who has fallen down on earth. You look the same, except you fell down face first. Ha 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 ha. Ugly bastard. Stop pretending to be June. And can we talk about this dude's username? You're not fooling us. Hi_I'm Kitty JunXR1S1INGSD4R5. It looks like a keyboard smash. This loser can't even come up with a good enough username. Bora burst into laughter as she saw a random guy pretending to be June on Naval. She quickly showed it to Jia, who was crying her eyes out while reading the comments of the news article that said June was in a critical condition. Oh, stop crying and look at this, Bora said, pushing the phone to Jia's face. How can you just sit there and laugh when June is on the brink of dying? Jia exclaimed. Bora clicked his tongue. And I don't know why you believe such rumors. It's clear that June is still alive. Sure, he must have been stabbed, but Rising Stars will definitely release a statement if a trainee had died. Do you really think he's okay? Jia sniffed. Well, Bora trailed. Again, I don't know if he's okay, but I bet he's alive, at least. Did you see the way he dodged those attacks during the live stream? It was so fucking cool, I almost forgot that we were watching an idol show. Jia glared at Bora. I swear, I can't read you sometimes. Bora smiled. Chronically not giving a fuck is my coping mechanism. The situation had already happened, so we can't do anything about it. Cheer up, friend. I bet June will be back next week. Jia pouted but felt better after Bora's little scolding. It's still a shame that June might miss this week's mission, though. Now look at this, Bora said, pointing to her phone. This guy's acting like June. Jia frowned as she observed the photo. You know how people joke about how certain photos or videos are taken with a potato? Jia never thought of that statement seriously until this moment. The photo, indeed, looked like it was taken with a potato, one that had been rotting in the ground for a long time. Then, she squinted her eyes. They have a resemblance. Bora burst into laughter as she looked at the photo again. Are you blind? This dude looks nothing like June. And look at his username, she pointed. A disgruntled expression appeared on Jia's face. Yeah, that definitely isn't June. Our June is much cooler than that. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Post a selfie on your SNS account. Gain over 100,000 interactions. Please choose one aspect to improve. Even after completing the mission, June couldn't feel quite satisfied. He was still being obliterated online because of that post. He even contemplated taking it down, but Fu insisted it would void the mission. Tisk, June clicked his tongue. Again, he thought hard about what aspect to improve. Skateboard ride is very dance-heavy, and even if he had improved a lot, he wanted to get nearer Casper's and Zeth's levels so people wouldn't say anything about him being a freeloader. Moreover, he's been praised by the Starlights for his vocals until now, so he wanted to give them a nice surprise. Dance. Wise choice. Dance +1. Current grade, B+. June nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his stats. He had come far since the start of the competition. He didn't even have a B tier during the first episode. Now, the only problem was this wound. He has to go back to Azure's building tomorrow if he doesn't want to lag behind their practice. Is it possible to heal a stab wound in less than 24 hours? June sighed and looked up at the white ceiling of the hospital, feeling at a loss. Out of boredom, he started rummaging through his status window. He scrolled through the missions he had finished, as well as the side quests that granted him unusual abilities. Then, as he continued exploring the user interface, Jun suddenly stopped when he saw an unfamiliar folder. Potions. Jun tilted his head to the side in confusion before clicking on the unknown folder. As a new window opened, he saw a singular potion inside the folder. Healing potion. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise when he remembered the healing potion that was granted to him as a bonus when he went up more than 5 ranks. A small smile appeared on his lips as he read the description. Introducing the system's ultimate healing potion, a potent potion that instantly restores 100% of your health. It can heal various illnesses, from wounds, colds, lice, cancer, and more. Its effects take place after 18 hours. Fu. Consume healing potion. Healing potion has been consumed. Amount remaining, 0. Effect will take place after 18 hours. Please maintain a period of rest while healing potion is being internalized. Chapter 130 Last Place. In the Azure Building, Rising Stars filming site, the 72 trainees gathered on a Saturday, the day after the unfortunate stabbing incident. Most of them had weary looks on their faces, still uncertain of how Jun's condition turned out. Yena made her way to the front with a solemn look on her face, and at that point, a dreaded feeling went through the trainees' hearts. "Good day, trainees," she said, scanning the room with her eyes. "Yesterday had been a devastating day for all of us, and I'm afraid to say this, but did Big Bro really die?" Jangmoon asked. CJ sniffed. "I told you guys. He was stabbed in the heart. He was fine," Jaeyoung said. The guards just quickly covered the scene, but he was breathing when he was being transported to the ambulance. "Then why does Director Yena look so sad?" Jisung asked. "Jun is currently in the hospital. The doctor called me a while ago, and he needs to recover before coming back here," Yena continued. Jisung, despite his shy personality, raised his hand. "When is he going to come back?" "That, I don't know," Yena said. "Is it true that his legs had been severed?" CJ asked, causing the others to murmur. Yena gave him an incredulous look. "What? No. His shoulder just got stabbed quite deeply. Currently, he cannot move his left arm, so the doctor is advising him to take a rest." "Oh," CJ said, his tears halting. "Still, it'll take a long time before he comes back. Can he even come back in time for the concept mission? He's not going to perform? Damn, that's sad. His team was actually doing well these days. I guess he's really a black cat." Lin Ji, who stood at the very front, tried to hide his smile. Hoon, Xin, and Jeong, on the other hand, didn't even bother hiding their smiles. "He fucking deserves it," Hoon muttered under his breath. Yena cleared her throat, capturing their attention. "Now, since the eliminations have been halted last night, I have some important announcements. First, because of the incident that happened last week, we have been warned by the broadcasting situation for showing graphic material. So, the live eliminations will halt. All elimination episodes shall be pre-recorded from here on out." The trainees sighed in relief. Honestly, live shows were exhausting. You have to put on a nice face for 4 hours straight. At least, with pre-recorded episodes, things can still be edited out. However, they became tense once again when Yena announced that she would be announcing the names of the trainees who made it. The most nervous among them, undoubtedly, were Jangmoon and Hoon. Only the top 10 and the top 50 were to be announced, yet they still weren't called. Hoon wonders if the stunt he pulled off during the first eliminations could have such a heavy bearing on his rank. He couldn't help but resent Jun more at that moment. "I won't make this long," Yena announced. The top 10 trainees are: 10th, Lin Ji. Lin Ji smirked as the others congratulated him. He maintained his rank once more. 9th, Yuri. 8th, Leo. 7th, Jisung. "Whoa, congrats, shy boy," Jangmoon said amidst his nervousness. Akira wrapped his arm around Jisung's neck and ruffled his hair. "Treat us to a meal, kid." 6th, Run. The other trainees gasped as they heard Ren's rank. He had always placed within the top 4. His rank must have dropped because of the slight, evil editing that happened within his team in the last episode. 5th, Daeho. 4th, Jackson. 3rd, Jaeyoung. 2nd, Casper. 1st, Zeth. Ah, really? The top 2 are immovable forces. They might as well debut at this point. I bet they're going to be top 2 until the end. Those 2 are guaranteed debuters. And last but not least, We have the trainee in 50th place, Yena said, lifting her head and looking around the room. Somehow, the room became even more tense compared to the announcement of the top 10. Jang Moon, despite being in 75th place, had some hope in his heart. He glanced at CJ and smiled bitterly. It probably won't happen, right? How can he jump 25 places right then and there? And besides, there's Hoon. He was ranked 24th last time, so it would be weird if he didn't get the 50th place. CJ patted his back, a silent assurance that he also wanted Jang Moon to make it. Hoon, on the other hand, smirked as he waited for his name to be called. He could forgive Jun if he still makes it to the next round. He had invested too much time practicing Tie Me Up. He'll be really pissed if he doesn't get to perform it. I honestly don't know how he makes it like this every time, but trainee Jang Moon, congratulations. You take the 50th and last place in the competition. With this, you are still in the running for Rising Stars. With the utterance of his name, Jang Moon stood there, dumbfounded. You made it, CJ exclaimed, jumping in delight. Jisung and Akira nudged his shoulder. I know you would have made it, Akira said. You did really well and Botalicious. Congrats, bro, Jisung smiled. Jang Moon merely smiled back, feeling too touched to say anything. Hoon clenched his fists as he heard their celebration from behind him. Xin, who was the only one who made it between the three individual trainees, held onto Hoon's arm. Hoon, he whispered. How could this happen? It must be rigged. Hoon let out a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as possible. The eliminated trainees, please start packing your bags. It has been a joy to be with you for the past month. Please continue chasing your dreams, Yena said her scripted line. Hoon. Xin continued to console him. However, Hoon held up his hand. I'll talk to you later. With that, the eliminated trainees began leaving the room. The remaining trainees stayed in their spots, some feeling down because of the elimination of their friends. However, the cruel reality of life is that everything must go on. Are all eliminated trainees out? Yena asked the production team. Yes, director, and responded. Yena brought the mic to her lips once more. The concept mission will push through with only 50 of you, she began. Jun's status is yet to be disclosed, but the doctor says he's insistent on coming back before the mission. However, for this time, I need your teams to make a decision. For those with excess members, you must choose who to kick out of the team until 4 p.m. tomorrow. Chapter 131 Part Lizard. After Yena's announcement, the remaining trainees made their way back to their rooms. Xin was on his way back to their shared room when he was suddenly pulled into a hot, dark place. He was about to exclaim in shock when he smelled the familiar scent of cologne from the person before him. Hoon, he whispered. It's me, Hoon said in an equally soft voice. I told you that we'll talk, right? Yes, Xin said. But do we really have to talk inside the janitor's closet? I don't have a choice, Hoon said. The production crew is already making us leave. I have to tell you something important. What is it? Xin asked. Jun's in your team, right? Hoon said. How is he right now? Xin scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say. Honestly, I thought he was cocky at first. And I still don't like him now, don't get me wrong, he quickly defended. But maybe he isn't too bad? He hasn't done anything much. He just practices and sometimes teaches me on my parts. Hoon scoffed in disbelief. You're being brainwashed by him. Xion's eyes widened in surprise. Brainwashed? He's just like that because he wants to gain the most benefits in the team, Hoon said. Even when I revealed his face, he didn't seem appalled because he actually liked that idea. But didn't you do it out of your own will? Hoon clicked his tongue. That doesn't matter. You shouldn't believe a word that Jun is saying. I heard him talking about you, about how you're the weakest in the team, Hoon said, bluffing. He actually never got the chance to interact with Jun after their last conversation, but Xion does not know that, does he? Hoon smirked when Xion's eyebrows furrowed. And do you remember during the first filming? He didn't even speak to us at all. It's clear that he has a superiority complex, Hoon added. Xion, being the easily swayed person that he is, nodded in agreement. You're right. I got swayed a bit, but I realized I don't like him at all. Hoon's smirk widened. And he's the reason why I was eliminated. Really? Xion asked. Yes, Hoon insisted. And he might be the reason why you'll be eliminated, too. So, we have to stop that before it happens. Xion nodded with resolution. What are we going to do? I need someone to tell me what's happening with him, Hoon said. I'll do my best to find something while I'm outside, but I also need you to tell me anything you find out about him. And I mean anything suspicious that would help me destroy him. And while you're at it, why don't you try to make his experience less enjoyable here too? Got it, Xian said. I'm very good at that. Hoon smiled and placed his hand on top of Xian's head, giving him a pat like he was a gentle, good dog. I'm going to miss you, Xian said while looking up at Hoon. Hoon felt a bit weirded out. Xian had always looked up to him, and that's probably why he agreed to become his spy a bit too fast. So, with that in mind, Hoon responded, I'll miss you too. Just then, the lights turned on, causing their eyes to widen in surprise. They glanced to their side and saw the janitor looking at them with raised eyebrows. Hoon awkwardly said. Look, I don't judge, the janitor said. But you better not do it in my closet. The two practically bolted out of the small room, leaving the janitor all alone. The janitor shook his head in frustration. Why do they keep bothering me? 18 hours after consuming the health potion. You're finally awake? Minjun said. I really thought you died since we couldn't wake you up, but the doctor insisted you were fine. What time is it? Jun asked. 30 minutes past 3, Minjun answered, his eyes not leaving his phone. Why? Jun abruptly stood up from the bed. Minjun's eyes widened in surprise. Hey, the doctor said you couldn't get up yet. Jun ignored his shouts and went to the bathroom, lifting his shirt and tearing off the gauze pad while his eyes were focused on the mirror. He was aware of the healing potion's claims, but to see it happening with his own eyes was unbelievable. Aside from a small scar, there wasn't anything there. Jun smirked and went outside the bathroom, throwing the gauze in the trash can. Hey, Minjun called out. You're going to stay here longer if you don't stay still. I swear. Minjun's words were cut off when Dr. O and a nurse came inside the room. Dr. O's widened in surprise when he saw Jun stretching his left arm. Young man, that is still a fresh wound. We'd have to stitch you up again if it opens, he said in a frantic voice. I'm fine, Doc, Jun calmly said. You're not fine, the nurse said. It's only been a day since the stabbing incident. You need to recover more. Jun sighed and started lifting the left side of the shirt. What are you doing? Minjun asked. The nurse blushed as he did the action, looking away when she saw his milky white skin. Look, Jun said, pointing to his shoulder. I'm all better. Mamma mia, Dr. O exclaimed in surprise, not believing his eyes. Minjun and the nurse, too, turned to look at Jun, and they had the same reaction as Dr. O. Dr. O went closer to Jun and started poking the scarred tissue. Is this real? I've never seen anyone heal so fast before. Are you part lizard or something? Minjun asked, his eyes focused on the scar. Jun sighed and put his shirt back on, moving his arm to prove that he was 100% okay. See? I'm fine now, right? So let me go. Dr. O nodded, his headspace still not in the right space. Jun smiled. Good. I'm going now. Wait. The nurse exclaimed when Jun just ran out of the hospital room. Your bill. Dr. O held onto her arm and shook his head. Don't, he said. I'll pay for it. Then, his eyes sparkled in delight. Should I ask him to participate in a human research or something? Chapter 132 Grandmas on Scooters. We have to make a decision today, Lin Ji said, gathering his members in a circle after they finished practicing for the 9th time. The elephant in the room was yet to be addressed. Who will be kicked out from their team? Zeth groaned as he sat on the floor. Why are they making us do this? We've been practicing hard for the performance, but they just want us to kick someone out. We don't have a choice, unfortunately, Ben said. And it's already 3 p.m. The production crew needs the list of names by 4 p.m. Casper sighed and also took a seat. Let's talk about it then. As they formed a circle, none of them dared to talk. For a couple of minutes, they just sat there, thinking about the next words to say. Lin Zhou sighed and started the conversation. There's currently 9 of us here, he said, 10 if we include Jun. But only 8 of us will perform skateboard ride. That means 2 of us will need to leave and find another team. What are the teams that lack members again? Steele asked. Tie Me Up needs the most members, Jae-young responded. They need about 4 new members. Brown Sugar Milk Tea and Break Me Up also need to kick out some members, so all the other songs lack some trainees, too. Jackson let out a deep breath. Even his bubbly personality couldn't handle the pressure of coming up with a decision. Should we vote on who to kick out? Lin Ji asked, making the others groan. Ugh, don't make us do this, Jackson said. But we need to do it. Dae-ho quickly countered. We don't want to waste any more time. Let's just go ahead and point at the person we think does not suit our team. Despite their reluctance, the members decided to conform to the decision in the end. They really couldn't do anything at this point. As Lin Ji gave the members some time to think, Xian bit his lip in nervousness. He already had a feeling that he was going to be picked. All right, Lin Ji said. Time's up. It's time to make a decision. Point to the trainee in 3, 2, 1. Xian's gut feeling was right. Almost all. No, scratch that. All of his members except for him, who decided to abstain from voting, pointed in his direction. His breath got caught in the back of his throat. But why me? He stammered, looking at the others with wide eyes. Zeth pursed his lips and looked away from him. The others, too, couldn't face the eliminated trainee. Dae-ho, the ever-logical one, sighed and looked him in the eyes. You're not putting as much effort into the team, he said. Yes, you have a small part in the song, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Xian pursed his lips, not able to counter Dae-ho's statement. It was true. He didn't want to put as much effort into the performance since he wasn't going to be seen anyway, and it was already a guarantee that they'd win since all of the members had high ranks. Lin Ji sighed and patted Xian's back. Sorry, Xian. I heard there's an open space for the main vocal on the song Thunder. Why don't you try it out there? Xian clenched his fists together. Thunder was filled with trainees from the 20th to 30th ranks. Even Jangmoon was there. They wouldn't have a chance against this team. However, as he looked at his teammates' resolute expressions, he knew he couldn't do anything about it. However, what he can do is drag someone along with him. All right, he said, still trying to sound as pitiful as possible. I wish you guys the best of luck then. I know you're going to kill the performance. But as a former teammate, I want to suggest something. Go ahead, Lin Ji said. This is coming from a good place, he smiled. I want the best for your performance, and I also don't want you guys to have a hard time deciding on who to kick out next. The others listened attentively. So why don't you kick Jun out instead? Zeth immediately complained. What? Jun is an integral part of the team. We can't just kick him out. Jae-young nodded in agreement. He received most of the compliments during the interim evaluation, so I think it's best if he stays. Yet where is he now? Xian asked, looking around the room. He's not here, isn't he? And there isn't a guarantee that he's even coming back during the performance. Although Zeth wanted to perform with his precious little bro, he couldn't deny that Xian had made a great point. Jackson scratched the back of his neck. I think it's unfair, too, he said. We can't leave a spot for him if we don't even know if he's coming back. Yeah, Xian said. He should be here, right? Jae-young glared at Xian. Jun just got stabbed. It's not a situation he can avoid. Still, Xian insisted. It'd be an insult to kick someone present. Dae-ho sighed. Jun is our main vocalist. Who's going to replace him then? Me. Oh, come on. Jun muttered under his breath as he was stuck between three grandmas who all had electric scooters on a narrow sidewalk. Since the hospital was near the Azure building, he decided to run there to save some money. However, he didn't expect he'd run into a mishap. These three ladies were hogging the narrow sidewalk. Their scooters moved at a turtle's pace, and the only way he could get past them was if he jumped over their scooters or if he walked on the road instead. Both actions would probably get him arrested, so he decided to talk to them instead. He cleared his throat and spoke. Do you mind if I went ahead first? The three grandmas turned around, and at that moment, Jun realized he had made a grave mistake. Their eyes brightened when they recognized the handsome young man. Jun? Is it really Jun? Oh my. I voted for you. I commented on your video, too. I was the 69-year-old grandma. Did you come and find me, Jun? Jun's eyes widened in horror as they suddenly reversed their electric scooters. Shit, he cursed. Jun, answer us. Jun, can you please come to our nursing home and massage my back? Fuck this. Jun stepped on a pod and then leveraged himself on the sidewalk railings before propelling himself in front of the three grandmas. Maybe in the future, he called out as he ran, still wanting to be respectful. He could still hear their screams from behind him, but he ignored them and ran even faster. Jun needed to go to the Azure building now. After much struggle, he finally arrived. Without hesitation, he bolted to the Rising Stars filming site and to their assigned practice room. He was breathless and sweaty, but he didn't care at all. Jun let out a sigh of relief when he finally saw their training room within his view. He ran to the door and twisted the knob, pushing it open. Then, an unexpected scene played before his eyes. Jun's team members were currently practicing the song. Normal, right? Sure. If Lin Ji wasn't in the center while singing Jun's part. Chapter 133, What's This Feeling? It was exactly 5 p.m. when Jun entered the practice room. Jun, Zeth exclaimed with wide eyes when he saw the supposedly injured trainee before them. Jae-young rushed to his side. What the hell? Akira told me you got stabbed in the shoulder pretty badly. What are you doing here? Jun ignored their worried statements and looked Lin Ji in the eyes. Why is he singing my part? He asked. The room turned silent, evading Jun's gaze. Lin Ji scratched the back of his head and awkwardly cleared his throat. The cameraman and production crew members watched the scene with sparkling eyes. This was gold. Daeho sighed and stepped forward. We had to make a decision by 4 p.m. You already know that we have to kick a member out of the team. We weren't sure whether you were going to come back, so we had to kick you out. Jun's eye twitched. These bastards. They made a decision without even consoling him? You could have told me first, Jun said in a calm voice, sending shivers down their spines. Even Daeho, who was usually composed, felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Zeth cleared his throat. That's our mistake, little bro, he warily said. We should have contacted you about the decision. So it's final? Jun asked, now feeling a bit numb. He finally got a song he wanted to perform, with people he had good chemistry with. And at one point, he even felt happy receiving compliments for his improvement. It was the first time he had gained so much praise for the effort he put in himself. But then again, Jun has never been lucky. Not as Jun Hao and not as Choi Joon-ho. And not even as Jun. It's final, Lin Ji said, his voice cutting through the air. You should meet the production crew in the training center so you can choose the song you'll perform. Jun wanted to laugh out loud, but he saw the cameraman zooming in on his face. They were going to have a feast day if he reacted badly here. All right, Jun said in a much sadder tone than he anticipated. Zeth's and Jaeyoung's eyes widened in surprise. From the time they spent with Jun, this was the very first time he actually sounded sad. He didn't even react like this when Alex and Hyunwoo tried to tarnish his name. Little bro, Zeth called out, trying to hold onto his shoulder, but Jun took a step back. It's all right, Jun said, going back to his hard exterior. I should take my leave then. With that, he turned around and walked out of the room, leaving the final 8 members of Skateboard Ride. As he went outside, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Away from the people and the cameras, Jun leaned against the cold, hard wall, focusing his gaze on the white ceiling above. Shit, he cursed. Why am I feeling this way? However, like he always does, he ignored the hollow feeling in his heart and let out a deep breath. There's no point dwelling on it since it's already finished. With that thought in mind, he walked to the training center, where he saw a few crew members chattering among themselves. I swear, that spicy hot pot really ruined my insides. It's been 3 days, and my shit still smells like chili peppers, one of them shared. Jun cleared his throat, halting their conversation. The crew members turned around, ashamed of their conversation topic. However, their embarrassment quickly turned to shock when they saw the trainee before them. Jun, and asked, oh my gosh, it is Jun. What the hell? Didn't he just get stabbed? I'm fine now, Jun said, not letting them pry any further. Should you be here? And asked in a worried tone. Yes, Jun said, moving his left arm. I'm all better now. I heard I have to come here for my mission song. I can pick what I want, right? The crew members pursed their lips together, exchanging awkward glances. The senior members of the crew pushed and, in turn, forward to take one for the team, and hesitated to speak. But Jun's piercing gaze didn't allow her to stall, and sheepishly smiled. Well, you see, that would have been the case if you came earlier. But now? All the trainees who have been kicked out have chosen a song before you. Jun frowned, confused. So what you're saying is, you kinda don't have a choice, and softly said. Actually, you really don't have a choice. There's only one song left that hasn't been filled up yet. And that is? Jun asked. The switch was already inevitable. Maybe he'd go to Break Me Up, or Thunder instead. He just wishes it wasn't Brown Sugar Mictia, or Tie Me Up. Those two would mean that it's over for him. Here, and said, handing him an envelope. Jun sighed and opened the envelope, 3 words staring back at him. Tie me up. Oh, it's over for him. Jun paced back and forth in front of the practice room that had the "Tie Me Up" signage. Compared to the one Team Riser had, this practice room wasn't as grand and spacious. It was also located at the very back, which merely showed the favoritism the show has on the higher-ranked trainees. "I can't believe this," Jun muttered under his breath. Out of all the songs, this one just ended up in his hands. He intently looked at the door and wondered if he should just run away. Maybe it wasn't too late to go back to the hospital and pretend he wasn't okay. However, just as he was about to leave, the door opened, and a familiar, annoying face looked at him with shock. "Jun?" CJ asked with wide eyes. "You're here." Jun held his breath. "Oh my goodness. You're all right? You recovered so fast. But what are you doing outside of our practice room? Shouldn't you go to your team?" Jun didn't respond, and CJ, who was usually slow-witted, got it right away. His eyes widened in delight as he pointed to the envelope in Jun's hand. "You've been kicked out? You've been kicked out, right? Then does that mean that you're going to be on our team?" "No," Jun said in a soft voice. CJ slapped his back a bit too hard, causing him to cough. "Oh, come on. Stop joking," CJ exclaimed. "We're the only team with a lacking member. Come," he said, wrapping his thick arm around Jun's neck. "I'll introduce you to the team." Jun frantically shook his head and tried to get out of CJ's hold, but it was already too late. He had kicked the door open with a wide smile on his face. "Hey guys," he enthusiastically greeted. "Our main rapper is here." Jun's eyes widened in surprise. "Main rapper?" he exclaimed. Chapter 134, I Like Head. Jun sat in the middle of the room, his new members looking at him with wide eyes. Aside from CJ, he had never interacted with these people before. Jun looked at their ranks: 46th, 47th, 43rd, 42nd, 49th, 25th. The trainee, Si-hoon, had the highest rank among them, and he also had the leader and center badges stuck on his shirt. Despite the dark bags under his eyes, he had a smile on his face as his gaze met with Jun. "It's my first time performing with a trainee from the top 15, a young-looking trainee," Jacob said. "Me too," Si-hoon exclaimed. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I always laugh when your scenes come on. My mom's a fan of you," Si-hoon added, a smile still on his face. "We're so glad you're here, bro," CJ exclaimed. "I felt really down when I got kicked out of Break Me Up, but now I get to perform with you. That's a win in my book." "You were kicked out too?" Jun asked. CJ nodded. Si-hoon, Jacob, and Si-hoon are the only original members here. All four of us are new members. Si-hoon smiled. "Yeah," he said. "It's been a really tough morning with just the three of us, but I'm glad you're here now, Jun. I'm glad that you guys are all here. I feel like our performance is going to be okay." "Yeah," Si-hoon nodded. "We were just talking about our roles before you came, and we haven't decided on the main rapper yet. We believe you'd be great." Jun wanted to laugh in disbelief. Are they watching the same show, or are they pretending to be blind? Jun has never rapped in the show, not even once. How could they think he was perfect for the role? "I don't rap," he deadpanned, looking them in the eyes. Si-hoon pursed his lips. "We know that," he admitted. "But the other boys don't rap, too. We have already established Jacob's and Si-hoon's positions as sub-rapper 2 and 3 last week. I've also practiced sub-rapper 1. CJ volunteered to get sub-rapper 4 already. And these two?" Jun asked, pointing at Haesu and Taekyung. "We're vocalists," Haesu said. "And we've already agreed to our parts. Only the main rapper is free." Jun felt frustration escalate in his heart. What's with people not asking his opinions? Is he that unimportant? Team Risers kicked him out without even consoling him. And these dudes are just deciding that he's going to be the main rapper? Jun was about to tell them off when Si-hoon held onto his hand. The young guy looked so pitiful, like he'd been carrying the burden of the team for the past few days. "We're really sorry, Jun, but you're our last chance. As you can see, you're probably the most talented out of all of us." The others nodded, looking a bit down, too. "Everybody's saying our team is going to end up in last place," he continued. "And it's painful hearing that when we're working so hard. Can you help us just this once, please?" CJ let out a deep breath. "Help us, brother. As much as I would love to rap, you know that I can't be the main rapper." Jun let out a deep breath, still weighing the decision. "Besides," CJ continued, "their past main rapper gave us permission to use his lyrics. You don't have to think about it anymore." Jun looked up, and he felt a tug in his heart when he saw the desperate looks on the guys' faces. Despite being in the last places, they still didn't want to give up. And Jun was a sucker for that. The youngest among them, Jacob, looked so similar to Min-jun that it also softened his heart. Ah, fuck it. With a small sigh, he nodded. Fine, I'll do it. They immediately rejoiced with Jun's confirmation. Give me the lyrics. Jun looked at the piece of paper with a blank look on his face. As the main rapper, he'd have 2 full 4-verse rap lines in the middle of the song after the first chorus. He was also in charge of 1 4-line verse in the bridge. The responsibility of the main rapper was quite heavy since all these lines had been left blank by Groovy Tunes. The other rappers had fewer lines, with the sub-rapper 4 having only 6 lines in the song, with 2 lines already pre-written. Then, the main vocalist had the first chorus and bridge vocals, while the sub-vocalist 1 had the second chorus. The third and last chorus will be sung by all members. Ah, lucky you, CJ said as he passed by Jun. You already have a rap verse written. I still have to write 2 lines. Lucky? Jun was fucking lucky? He'd rather swallow glass than rap these pre-written verses. Jun read them once more, confirming if what he was reading was real. To be fair, the first verse wasn't too bad. Diamonds on my wrist and gold on my chain. Count in all my money, never feelin' pain. Life's a never-ending party, every single night. I'm living in the spotlight. Everything's so right. However, it didn't really resonate well with the theme that Groovy Tunes had presented. The pre-written chorus and verses 4 Tie Me Up is linked to being tied up to a toxic relationship and struggling to break away. The past main rapper just focused on flexing, ignoring the very meaning of the song. And it just became worse after that. Females flocking like sheep. I'm basically Jesus. Rolling in my cars, money stacking like Beezus. I got that, honey, they are addicted. I like that head. Not that kind of the head, you dirty. First of all, who the fuck is Beezus? And that last line would probably get him kicked out of the show. I flex my money, buy that Rolex. King of the world, I like that face, baby girl. Don't try to suck my money like a leech. I'm the top dog and you're just a buy. Alright, that's enough. These lyrics were unusable. Jun opened his status window and looked at his mission board. He needed to upgrade his rap aspect fast. But the window only showed mission formulation under construction. Please try again later. Where was Fu when you needed him? Chapter 135 Aglet. Have you all finished writing your rap verses? Sehun asked as the leader of the team. I'm done, CJ exclaimed. We can finally practice our dance. How about you, Jun? Sehun asked. CJ answered for the blank-eyed trainee. Oh, he didn't even write anything. The lyrics are already written for him. Oh, that's good, Sehun exclaimed. Let me teach you the dance then. Jun sighed and stood up, thinking that he couldn't do anything at the moment. He'd never written a rap verse before, and he still wasn't familiar with the beat, rhythm, and overall vibe of the song. Maybe dancing to it would give him some inspiration. Sehun, being the main dancer, started teaching them the dance. It was simple enough. Skateboard Ride was definitely more complicated with its big and fast movements. Yet somehow, this song felt more difficult to dance to. The moves were on the more sensual side, with the beat being heavily R&B. The rap parts, too, didn't have fast movements as they focused more on vibing with the song. Jun clicked his tongue. It had uncomplicated steps, but movements like these really needed one to be skilled in dancing. It was easy to execute, but it was also easy to look bad while executing it. Exhibit A. During the first part, they're acting like their hands are tied, and they're doing 3 full-body waves. Jun glanced at CJ and saw his stiff body wriggling to the beat. He looked like a leech being sprinkled with salt. The original members looked decent while doing it, with Sehun looking the most graceful. However, the 2 new members were in the same situation as CJ. It seemed like dancing wasn't their forte either. Damn, this is easy to follow, CJ exclaimed proudly, causing Jun to let out a small sigh. Let's not burst his bubble for now. On the positive side, Jun felt the upgrade in his dance aspect. It seemed as if his body was easier to work with, and movements like waves, pops, and transition changes were natural to do. Jun just found it hard to embody the song. It felt like he was part of a strip club or something. The chorus moves repeat twice, and for the last chorus, it goes like this, Sehun demonstrated, going down to the floor and doing a grind. Was sexy, CJ exclaimed while the others looked at the move shyly. Jun, on the other hand, looked at him with horror. What the hell was that? I still can't get used to it even until now. Jacob, the 18-year-old boy, shyly said. I don't think I can do it. Jesus said, already shaking in his shoes. Sehun gave him an encouraging smile. Don't worry. I'll teach you slowly. If it becomes too much, you can tell me, and I'll simplify it for you. Damn, this kid is really kind. Was he a disciple in his past life? It somehow made Jun sort of ashamed of complaining since they were all doing their best. First things first, feel the music. Let it flow through you and take over your body. It's quite a sexy beat, so you should internalize it. Loosen your lower body, but make sure it's still controlled. Use your upper body strength to hoist you up. Like a push-up? Jun asked. Exactly, Sehun exclaimed. Like a push-up. However, instead of stiffening your body and going down altogether, think of it like a body wave on the floor. He demonstrated it again, and Jun quickly followed. He did it one more time until he felt the others' gazes on him. Holy, CJ shouted, clinging to him. That was so sexy, bro. How did you do that? Jun pushed him away and clicked his tongue. I just listened to him, Jun said, pointing to Sehun. He's a good teacher. Sehun beamed, feeling touched by his compliment. Let me teach you again. This kid, Sehun, is definitely a good kid. Jun could see that he really wants to become an idol. He's also very patient while teaching the other members, despite them fucking up over and over again. It was already around midnight, and they had just finished getting all of the choreography down. It wasn't perfect, but at least everyone was familiar with the song now. I don't think I've practiced this much in my entire life, CJ exclaimed. All the other teams I joined went to bed before 10 p.m. We can't help it, Sehun smiled. We have the most new members, and even during the interim evaluation, we were scolded because of lack of preparation. We didn't even get to prepare a team name by that time. It made me realize how lacking I was as the leader. Jacob pouted. You weren't lacking at all. It's our problem, too. We couldn't keep up with our current skills. Yeah, Siakor agreed. I like how our team was progressing, though. We already got all the dance moves down. Well, of course, CJ said. I'm the lucky charm of this team. Jun shook his head in disbelief. CJ has definitely improved a lot, and when they were dancing a while ago, he had gone up to a C+. However, it can't be denied that his movements were still a bit stiff. Then do we have a team name now? Jun asked. Yeah, Sehun smiled. We just established it a while ago before you came. What is it? It's Aglet, CJ responded. Jun didn't react for a second. What the hell did he just say? Uglet, Jun asked with a frown. The members chuckled. It's Aglet. Aglet, CJ spelled it out. Aren't you familiar with that word? No, Jun said, causing the others to gasp and look at him weirdly. Jun couldn't believe what was happening. Why were they acting like he's the weird one here? Who wants to be named as an Aglet? What even is that? Jacob disappointedly shook his head. You don't watch Phineas and Ferb? Penis and Burp? Jun asked. Oh my goodness. Sehun exclaimed, covering Jun's mouth. I think it's safe to say that he doesn't know. CJ cracked up as he pointed at Jun. You're really an old man. You don't even know that cartoon. Cartoons? Jun wanted to watch them when he was younger, but they never had a TV. Then, in the orphanage, the other kids didn't like it when he watched with them. Before he even knew it, he became a teenager without a childhood. Mei Ling would probably know about it. Jun tried his very best to give her a normal childhood while he lost his. I never got the opportunity to, Jun muttered. But it sounds stupid, he said, quickly masking his wistfulness. Should we change it? Sehun asked, looking a bit guilty. Jun sighed. What does it even mean? Sehun bit his lip. It sounds pretty childish, but I think it embodies the transformative power of small details. Just as an aglet, the tiny but crucial plastic or metal tip at the end of a shoelace, holds together the entire lace. Our team's strength lies in our ability to rise despite being deemed useless. I guess it's pretty stupid. Should we just scrap it? They all looked at Jun with wide, inquiring eyes. He clicked his tongue and redirected his gaze to the floor. Team Aglet it is, then. Chapter 136 Jun didn't get a wink of sleep last night. There was still a dull ache in his heart, and despite being surrounded by good teammates, he can't help but feel a bit discouraged. He even passed by Team Riser's practice room last night, and he felt even stranger. Jun knew he should think about his rap lyrics, but his mind couldn't concentrate. In the end, he settled with the lyrics he quickly came up with in the back of his mind. He doesn't feel satisfied with it, but he feels that it's the best that he can do. His alarm sounded, but he didn't have the motivation to get up. Jisung went up to him and patted his shoulder. "Time to get up, bro," he smiled. He had heard of what happened, and he felt bad for the brother he had admired from the start. Usually, upon waking up, Jun's stare was blank or annoyed, but this time, he looked a bit lonely. "Are you okay?" Jisung asked. Jun sighed and got up. "Yeah," he muttered under his breath. "I need to head to practice now." He lifelessly went to the bathroom to wash up. Akira and Jisung exchanged perplexed looks. Akira had been coming to their room more often after Hoon had been eliminated. "Is he okay?" Akira asked. "I don't know," Jisung answered. "He's not annoyed at his alarm today." Just then Jae-young came to the room after his morning workout, a bit breathless. Akira weirdly looked at him. "Did you run here?" Jae-young ignored his question and asked, "Is Jun awake now?" Before Jisung or Akira could answer, Jun came out of the bathroom, wearing all black. He made eye contact with Jae-young, but he quickly averted his gaze. Jae-young continued to stare at him with guilt. Good morning?" Jae-young warily greeted. "Good morning." Jun also greeted before quietly leaving the room. The sound of the door closing echoed in the small room, causing the other three to freeze. "Yeah, he's not okay," Akira said. "He actually greeted you today?" "Good morning, brother," CJ cheerily exclaimed as he wrapped his arm around Jun's neck in a headlock. CJ always found it fun to mess with Jun since he was easily annoyed. However, this morning was different. Jun didn't retaliate at all. In fact, he just accepted CJ's teasing. "Morning," Jun said, staring off into a distance. CJ slowly let go of his neck and stared at his retreating back. That's weird. It didn't take long before all members arrived in the practice room. Unlike Jun's melancholic self, they all seemed pretty jolly. They're the happiest teammates Jun has ever had. Despite being on the edge of elimination, they still practiced with smiles on their faces. Jun didn't want to bring their moods down, so he still did his best despite the strange feeling in his heart. It had just turned 9 a.m. when somebody came into the room. The trainees' eyes widened in surprise when they saw Minter Bone and another person come in. Jun, however, stayed calm, not feeling anything. Sun Y, a K-rapper known for his romantic rapping and rhythmical flow, was a subject of many scandals in the industry. He had put out misogynist, sexist, and even racist comments before, causing his reputation to go down the drain. However, he was like the roach of the industry. With his thick face and a don't-give-a-fuck attitude, he had kept his career until now. All of the groups had a special mentor with them, and when the production crew saw that the Tie Me Up team were comprised of nobodies, they decided to save some money and hire a rapper with a low appearance fee instead. "Good morning, trainees," Minter Bone greeted. "Good morning, mentors," Sehun greeted for the group. "I see that you're practicing your dance quite hard," Bone said. "Yes, Minter," Sehun smiled. "We're doing our best despite losing and gaining new members." "All right," Bone said. "This team has the most new members, doesn't it? Well, I came here today with Sun Y to look over your performance." Sun Y smugly smirked, still feeling proud that he was contacted by a big show like Rising Stars. "Since I'm a real rapper, I'll evaluate your rap performance first," he said, his tone already unlikable. Sehun nodded and led the team into a line. Despite being the main rapper, Jun stood at the end of the line. The music started, and Sehun opened the song. Before this mission, he was originally a dancer/vocalist. Actually, most of them were originally vocalists, but the concept mission forced them out of their usual positions. "Tie me up, tie me down. I'm looking at the ground. What am I doing here again? Can't give up when you're around." As soon as he opened his mouth, Sun Y frowned, his face twisting into an ugly expression. CJ continued with his two-verse line followed by Heisu. "I'm bound by ropes, can't escape. Afraid of this leap of faith. But the ropes are tougher than before. And I'm weak, can't take no more." Taekyung takes the pre-chorus, and even until then, Sun Y was still grimacing. Minter Bone, on the other hand, had a neutral look on his face, occasionally nodding in approval. To be honest, their lyrics aren't too bad. Their delivery, too, had improved over the course of the practice. They still can't be called as rappers, but they stayed on beat and their words were coherent. For some reason, Jun didn't feel nervous when his turn came. He just felt numb. "Ties on my wrist makes me scream. Patience bursting through the seams. Can't escape now, there's no use." Light can't turn on. I'm a broken foo. Stop, Sunwai loudly exclaimed, causing Jun to halt. What am I listening to right now? With one statement, the tension rose in the room. From the start, it was already apparent in Sunwai's face that he didn't like their performance. Bone stopped the music, and they were engulfed with silence. Sunwai, despite being disappointed at all of them, directed his hateful gaze at Jun. Truthfully, he wasn't a fan of idols, especially idol rappers. However, like the spiteful person he is, he kept up with shows like these just to hate on them. It was his joy in life. In his miserable life. And deep inside, he must admit, he was jealous of this kid for rising to fame so quickly despite being an individual trainee. 11th place? He asked in an incredulous voice. You have to be kidding me. How can you be 11th place when you can't rap for shit? Their eyes widened in surprise when Sunwai cursed. Even Bone raised his eyebrows. Sir, Sehun said in a soft voice, kindly interfering. Jun is originally a very talented vocalist, and he just joined us late in the afternoon. I don't care, Sunwai sighed. He's a shitty rapper and a shitty performer. Someone like him isn't cut out to be a star. Chapter 137. Why me? Jun pursed his lips together as the trashy rapper continued to throw hurtful words at him. He can't rhyme. He doesn't have a flow. I don't even know why you guys gave him the main rapper position, he continued. I monitor the show from time to time, and it seems like my prejudices are right. Some trainees have high ranks merely because they've got plenty of issues, Sunwai smirked. However, they can't even do a simple rap, he scoffed, obviously directing his diss to Jun. Honestly, I don't even know why this team is working so hard. Look at your ranks. He laughed out loud, spit coming out of his mouth. I heard you were getting cut by half after this mission. I bet none of you besides this shitty rapper will make it. Give up, folks. Just accept the fact that some people are born with it, and some people aren't. No matter how hard you try, you will never get on the level of someone who has innate talent. So just give up. This performance is over and done with. You have what? 3 days until the performance? You're not going to make it. Soon so. Bone called Sunwai by his real name. I think that's enough. Don't stop me, Bongu, Sunwai retaliated. These kids need to hear it from me. It seems like they're still hoping to debut and compete with the other teams, but the result is already obvious from the start. Bone sighed and massaged his shoulders. Soon so, undoubtedly, had the foulest mouth in the rap industry, and he wondered why the production crew hired someone like him. Sehun and his other teammates looked down at the ground, feeling quite disheartened by the rapper's comments. When they thought it wouldn't get any worse, Sunwai stood from his seat and paced back and forth before them. I can't believe a song by Groovy Tunes is being performed by people under the 40th rank. Don't you find it shameful? He cackled. Then, he settled in front of Jun, his smirk widening. And Jun, huh? The guy involved in those 2 scandals then got stabbed. Jun let out a deep breath as Sunwai walked even closer to him. Why don't you give your teammates a talk, huh? They're not going to make it. So, ask them to stop trying so hard. In the end, you won't succeed since you're just not talented enough. The trashy rapper expected him to look away, but Jun held his gaze, a fiery expression seen behind his eyes. Are you speaking from experience, sir? Jun asked, finally having enough. He's had a shitty week. He's been stabbed. Then, he got kicked out of the song that he actually enjoyed performing. And now, this dude was speaking down on him and his teammates? At first, he could tolerate the insults directed at him. Jun's been immune to such responses since he was born. However, having Sunwai look down on these kids who had worked so hard for their performance sent him on edge. What? Sunwai snapped. You're speaking so well on the topic. The only explanation I can think of is because you know the feeling very well. It's quite hard trying to stay relevant when your only talent is to diss others. Am I right? Sunwai's ears became red, and smoke could practically be seen coming out of his nostrils. You little shit. Sunwai was about to punch Jun, but Bone held onto his wrist. I think that's enough, Bone said, restraining Sunwai, who was still struggling in his arms. Let me have my way with this cocky kid. Sunwai screamed, but Bone dragged him out of the room. Practice hard, okay? I'll be the one to evaluate you before the actual performance. Bone called out as he closed the door. Once the 2 artists were gone, the team was engulfed in silence. As much as they wanted to deny it, Sunwai's words hit them harder than they expected. Hey, it's okay, CJ said, trying to cheer them up. However, It was evident in his voice that he also felt hurt. We're okay. We're just a new team. That's all. Yeah. Jacob smiled, fiddling with his fingers as tears glistened in his eyes. My mom told me I was doing well. She's always worried whether I'm doing okay, and I want to show her my progress with this performance. Taekyung sniffed as he wiped his nose. I was really sad when I got kicked out of the team, and I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. But you guys stayed up late with me and taught me well. I'm really glad I'm on this team. I wish they'd be kinder to us, he sadly smiled. We just created this team, after all. Jun listened to their intentions one by one, his heart squeezing in pain. Fuck. He's really gotten weird these days. These kids were being fed well by their parents. They can pursue the dream that they want, but why does Jun feel so sad for them? With a sigh, he started walking to the door. Bro, CJ called out, trying to hold onto his shoulder. However, Jun quickly evaded his touch and left briskly. His teammates called his name, but he needed some time to think. He bumped into team risers on the way, and they looked at him with pity. Zeth even tried to call out for him, but Jun ignored them, continuing his way. Jun only stopped when he reached a familiar staircase. He sat down and focused his gaze on the ground, breathing deeply as he tried to forget the ache in his chest. Shit, he cursed, placing his hand over his heart. Jun was hurting. He wanted to deny it at first since he's always been strong. Jun's parents had passed away when he was just a child, leaving him to fend for himself and Mei Ling. He had never known the comfort of a normal childhood, and the pain of that loss was instilled into his very being. But he bore it all, never letting a tear escape his eyes. When he lost his life, he grieved silently, never letting anyone see the depth of his sorrow. He had become a master at concealing his emotions, a fortress of strength in the face of life's relentless trials. Even during the grueling competition, he had brushed off inconveniences that would have sent others into fits of frustration. Jun endured it all. But now, as he sat alone in the quiet stillness of the staircase, Jun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was as if all the pain and suffering he had endured over the years had finally caught up to him. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white with tension, and he couldn't help but ask himself, why is it always me? Chapter 138 Masochists. Jun was still deep in his thought when he heard footsteps nearing him. He lifted his head and saw Sehun looking at him with a sad smile. Does this dude never stop smiling? You okay? Sehun asked, sitting next to him. Jun let out a deep breath before straightening his posture. I'm fine, he grumbled. You're not, Sehun said. I can see it in your eyes. I've noticed it since morning. You can talk to me if you want. There's nothing to talk about, Jun said. I'm just in a weird mood. It'll probably go away later. Truthfully, Jun just wanted to give up. Jun got mad since Sun Y was spouting hurtful nonsense, yet deep inside his mind, he knew that Sun Y had a point. Jun wasn't born to be a star. He didn't want to become one in the first place. But he's working hard for this, for Mei Ling. In the end, he wonders if his hard work would be enough. There it is again, Sehun said, poking Jun's shoulder. That sad look in your eyes. Jun scoffed, ignoring Sehun's statement, before glancing at Sehun. You're not okay too. Why do you smile all the time? Because it's the only thing I have, my smile. Jun shook his head in disbelief. This is my last chance, Sehun suddenly said, causing Jun to frown. You're still young, Jun said. You still have a chance. I'm 25 now, Sehun continued. That isn't young when you're trying to become an idol. I started quite late, and it's already been 4 years since I became a trainee. My family isn't well off, and I believe my parents are also getting tired of supporting me even when they don't show it. So, if I don't make it here, I'm thinking of going to the military already. What Sun Y said was true, he sighed, leaning against the railings. With our ranks, it's very likely that we aren't going to debut. Then, why are you still holding on? Jun asked. Jun asked the question to Sehun, but at the same time, it felt like he was asking himself, too. Aside from Mei Ling, what was he doing this for? There's no particular reason, Sehun responded. It's a part of my life already. I've come this far, and I need to see the end of it. Am I doing this for my own satisfaction? For my family? I honestly don't know. But do I need to have a reason for doing what I want to do? Do I need to have a reason? Those words resonated with Jun. Aside from Mei Ling, he doesn't have any other reason to continue doing this. And for the past few days, he's been questioning if all of this was actually worth it. But speaking with this optimism-filled trainee, actually comforted him a bit. He doesn't need to have a reason. He's already in the situation. This is his reality. What Jun can do is make the most of it. Of course, there are times when I just want to give up, Si-hoon continued. But seeing our members' faces boosted my spirits up. I'm not the only one working hard for this. Their dreams are at stake too, so I have to do my best. Jun felt a shift in his mood. He suddenly felt more annoyed at everything around him, and he found himself sighing in annoyance without any reason. A smirk appeared on his lips. Jun was back. Si-hoon hadn't noticed the change in his demeanor, so he continued talking. This life, it's something I cannot escape. But at the same time, it feels like I don't want to escape it anymore, he chuckled, feeling a bit ridiculous. Jun paused as he internalized his words. Don't want to escape anymore? Jun muttered. Huh? Si-hoon asked, looking back at Jun. He was surprised when he saw that Jun's eyes had reverted back to his original gaze. Hey, Jun said. Do you guys want to change our concept? What do you mean? Si-hoon asked. Let's be masochists. Bro, CJ screamed, his eyes puffy, as he ran toward Jun. Jun clicked his tongue and pushed him away before CJ could hug him. CJ's eyes brightened in delight as he looked at Jun's annoyed expression. You're back, he exclaimed. Jun clicked his tongue. You're noisy. Stop screaming. Their other members chuckled as they watched their banter. Are you all right now? Jacob asked, still with teary eyes. Jun clicked his tongue and ruffled the teenager's hair. I'm fine. Just had to think for a bit. We're here for you, bro. CJ widely smiled while giving him 2 thumbs up. Speaking of thoughts, Si-hoon interrupted. Jun has come up with our concept, guys. I think it's also a really good idea. Oh goodness. That's good news. We've been thinking of a concept for our lyrics for the past few weeks, but can never settle on one. In the end, we decided to go with a toxic love and how we want to break away, Siakwa said. We're still going with the toxic love concept, Jun said. But before all of this, I need to make sure that you guys are amenable to changing your lyrics. It's fine, Si-hoon said. I can do it today. Me too, CJ said. I only need to write 2 lines anyway. Me too, Siakwa and Jacob said in unison. Good, Jun smirked. Have you guys experienced a toxic love before? They looked away from Jun, sheepish expressions on their faces. I have, CJ exclaimed. I bought her expensive jewelry, but she sold it to a pawn shop and used it to date a more handsome guy. His members looked at him like he was crazy. Should you be sharing that? Taekyung asked in horror. CJ shrugged. Jun sighed. Well, I think most of us hadn't experienced such love before, and that's the reason why our lyrics are mediocre. However, I'm sure we've experienced the pressure of being idle trainees and how, sometimes, we just want to escape, Jun continued. This song's perspective, at first listen, does sound like it's talking about wanting to break free from a toxic relationship. But the pre-written lyrics are actually open for other interpretations, and maybe we could relate to it more if we start speaking of our toxic relationships with our training. Then, we're going to talk about wanting to break free from being trainees instead? Jacob asked. We could, Jun said. But it would be predictable. What if we don't want to break away? He continued. What if we want to hurt ourselves more, like masochists? Holy shit. You're a genius. Chapter 139 Consolidation Mission. Jun continued to explain the concept he thought of. Of course, the lyrics aren't enough, he said. We have to focus on our delivery too. Jacob sighed, knowing that the team was lacking in rap skills. It's just so hard since most of us are vocalists. Si-hoon nodded in agreement. I can say we've improved a lot. However, we don't have the natural rapper tone that most of the top-ranked trainees have. CJ leaned against the mirror, sighing in disappointment. Can we even beat them with our current skills? Indeed, trainees like Jaeyoung, Casper, and Zeth had already built their own sound, and competing with A-tiers like them will be very difficult. Maybe we can't beat them in skill, Jun realistically said. But we can definitely beat them with something else. The others listened attentively. I've been with both teams, and I can say that the members of Team Riser definitely have more natural talent. However, there's something in our team that surpasses theirs. Is that even possible? Jesus shyly asked. Yes, Jun responded. With our emotion, I can say that we're more desperate than them. Even before joining this team, I had heard that you were hopeless. Jun started, making the original members direct their gazes to the ground. But as I've joined this team, I realized that they were wrong. They lifted their heads up. This team works harder than anyone else. The circumstances aren't favorable for us, but we've made it this far. I know we can make it even further. So, while you're practicing your rap verses tonight, I want you to think of the people who undermined this team, of the people who kicked you out, of Sun Y who told you to give up. Jun smirked when he saw the determined gazes of his teammates. He knew he had said the right words once more. And besides, we're going to bring in something that will symbolize that desperation, he added. Damn, you've got plenty of tricks up your sleeves, don't you? CJ chimed. What is it? Jun meaningfully smirked as he looked into their determined eyes one by one. If they want something sexy, then they're going to give them what they want, and probably more. Let's take this BDSM thing seriously. In the dark, shared room, there sat a handsome guy on the bottom bunk bed. The clock struck 12, yet his eyes were still wide open. The only light source in the room was his shitty phone, illuminating the small smirk on his face. With squinted eyes, he read the lyric sheet, muttering the words under his breath. It's done, he whispered, feeling quite satisfied with himself. Team Aglet polished their concept and danced this afternoon and agreed to finish writing their respective lyrics by tomorrow. Jun had the most lines to write, and it took him a while before he got some inspiration. But after thinking about that ugly-ass Sun Y's face, he suddenly had the urge to prove him wrong. Moreover, his time at the gang and how it became his home despite wanting to escape inspired the lyrics he had written. Jun didn't want to boast, but he thinks it's pretty damn good. However, even after his lyrics were written, he couldn't stay still. No matter how good his lyrics are, if his delivery is shitty, then it's going to become shitty lyrics. With that, he silently sat up from his bed and left the room. Then, he proceeded to go to his peaceful space, the staircase. Jun sat down and brought out his phone and lyric sheet. Then, he started rapping the lyrics while recording his voice. Jun had spent his entire evening listening to rap songs, and now he could set good rappers and bad rappers apart. As he finished with his verses, he played the recording back, and he couldn't help but grimace in disgust. I sound like shit, he muttered, frustrated. He didn't have a good flow. His voice lacked power, and it felt like he was catching his breath during the latter parts of the verses. Well, it was expected for a trainee who only has a D in his rap skills. If he knew things were going to turn out like this, then he should have upgraded his rap aspect first. However, it was already too late. If only there was a way to upgrade his rap skills to at least a B, then he could pull off being the main rapper of their team. A mission is waiting for you. Missions have now been reset. Jun peered at the status window before him with wide eyes. Phew, he grumbled. Why are you appearing only now? I have a special mission for our lovely host. This is your opportunity for a mega upgrade. Jun scoffed and crossed his arms in front of his chest. I bet there's a catch, Fu. Just get to it. I know you're listening to my thoughts. Mission title, Consolidation Mission. Combine two of your aspects into one. You can carry over your grade from one aspect to another. However, the chosen aspect to extract upgrades from shall disappear afterward. It will not come back after the mission has been accepted and accomplished. This is a special mission for the host. Therefore, he must accept the mission before it is announced. You shall be given 48 hours to accomplish the mission. Do you accept? Consolidation? This was too good to be true. If what Fu is saying is indeed real, then he could carry over his grade from charm and add it to his rap aspect. Up until now, he still doesn't know what charm entails. He doesn't even think it's a skill. So, he wouldn't mind having it disappear from his status window. I accept, Jun said. Duly noted. The host has accepted the mission. Failure to accomplish the mission within the given time frame entails regression of 1 grade for all skill aspects. What? Jun exclaimed. It has usually been one aspect only. Jun wanted to complain, but knew he couldn't do anything about it. Your mission is, get a headshot. Have your photos taken by Choi Pablo. Chapter 140 Choi Pablo. Choi Pablo? Jun had never heard of that name. Fu's missions were becoming more specific as time progressed. It's like he doesn't want Jun to improve his skills after all. What are you thinking about? Sehun asked as he sat next to him. They were currently taking a break after endlessly practicing their song. They started practicing at 5 a.m. today since they didn't have much time. Tomorrow night will be the performance, so they had only one more day to finish polishing their performance. All of them had finished writing their lyrics, too, and it seemed like his teammates had gained newfound confidence after their concept changed. Jun also found that they were improving drastically. He doesn't know if it was brought by pure desperation, but aside from Jun's rapping skills, their performance was almost complete. Have you gotten a headshot taken before? Jun asked, opening the topic. The other members gathered around them in curiosity. Headshots? Sehun asked. Of course I have. It's an unofficial prerequisite to becoming an idol. If you don't have a headshot these days, then you practically can't enter entertainment companies. CJ smirked and brought out his phone, showing them the photos he had taken in an overpriced studio in Seoul. Look at this. Aren't I hella handsome? Jun looked at the photos with a blank expression. His pictures were overly edited. His eyes were too big, and his chin was a bit too sharp. Seeing CJ in real life felt like watching those mukbang videos where the filter suddenly turns off while they were eating. Oh wow, they're good, Sehun said with a smile and a thumbs up. Jun shook his head. You look like an alien. CJ raised his eyebrows in surprise. An alien? You must be blind, brother. These are the best pictures I have. And you're one to talk. I bet you don't have any headshots at all. Jacob's eyes widened when Jun didn't respond. You haven't done a photo shoot at all? Jun pursed his lips. Not as I remember. It seems like Choi Joon-ho never liked getting his photos taken. It was evident by the lack of photos stored in his phone. Right, you're an individual trainee now, CJ said. But it wouldn't hurt to have your headshots taken. Like Sehun said, idols need those these days. It's what entertainment companies send to other enterprises so they can catch brand deals and the like. Jun nodded. Then, do you know Choi Pablo? CJ frowned. You don't know who Choi Pablo is? No, Jun honestly said. CJ clicked his tongue. I'm not even surprised at this point. You barely know about important people, but you know a lot about useless things. Is he important? Jun asked. Important? He's the most famous photographer for celebrities, he exclaimed. He's only in his late 20s, but he's already made such a big impact on the world of celebrities. What makes him so special? Choi Pablo only photographs people he wants to photograph, Sehun answered. I heard that the members of Chaos wanted to get their photographs taken by him, but he refused. Really? Haesu asked with wide eyes. But that's Chaos we're talking about. They're the hottest boy band right now. Sehun shrugged. Like I said, he doesn't really photograph people based on their fame, but based on his gut feeling. A lot of people tried booking him, but he refused a lot of them. But get this, CJ added. All the people he photographed became even more famous than before. From Bongyu, G-Dinosaur, Bae Sweem, and Cha Eun-bu. Those are just a few names under Choi Pablo's name. Taekyung sighed and shook his head. Being photographed by him will be impossible for people like us. I bet we need to be born again before we accomplish such a task. Jun placed his hand under his chin. Then, do you know where Choi Pablo is? He asked. CJ laughed out loud. Why? Are you going to pay him a visit? Jun didn't answer, causing CJ to stop laughing. Wait, you're serious? Jun clicked his tongue. Just answer the question. Well, his studio is located somewhere in Itaewon. It's called Pablo. But if I were you, I wouldn't even waste my time, CJ advised. He's definitely not taking any clients at this time. Jun sighed. It's not like he wanted to meet this Choi Pablo dude. He needed to meet him. It's the only way he can upgrade his rap skills to the B tier. Hey, Jun said, looking at the clock. It was still early in the morning since they started practicing at dawn. Do you mind if I step out a bit? I'll be back this afternoon. What? Sehun asked. Tomorrow evening is the performance, though. We still need to polish everything for our performance. And we haven't gone over everything with our rap yet. Continue practicing, Jun instructed. I'll catch up in the evening. CJ frowned. It's not like the production crew will allow you to leave. They will, Jun said. Where are you even going? To Choi Pablo. To the hospital. My incision has reopened. Jun knew that his teammates and the production crew wouldn't be able to deny his request to leave once he mentioned his stab wound. So now, he was roaming the streets of Itaewon and looking for the photo studio named Pablo. Jun was wearing a black mask and bucket hat since he didn't want to risk the chance of getting recognized. After the last elimination, he had even more people coming up to him. Fortunately, Jun didn't have to look long and hard since the white building with the equally white signage that spelled out Pablo was easy to point out. Without hesitation, he walked to the white building, determined to get his photos taken by the legendary photographer. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a short woman with short black hair and short bangs. She was chewing her gum while filing her short black nails. She was wearing all black too. Everything about her seemed short. However, her gaze could be likened to a giant. She looked at Jun with raised eyebrows before pointing to the door. We don't accept walk-in clients. I made an appointment, Jun bluffed. She raised her eyebrows. Oh, I'm sorry. It seems like I haven't made it clear enough. She looked him dead in the eyes before smirking. We don't accept clients like you here. Chapter 141 Nude. Jun looked at the woman's nameplate, Esther. Then, he looked around the spacious studio. It was all white, from the walls to the decorations and even the lights. Esther stood as a stark comparison against the plain background. Why are you still here? She snarkily asked. You must hate working here, huh? Jun suddenly said, causing her to stop chewing her gum. Esther's eyebrows furrowed as she locked gazes with Jun. What are you talking about? But you're staying here because the pay is really good. Jun continued to assess her life. Esther's frown deepened. With their gazes still locked, she realized that she couldn't read the masked boy's eyes at all. She had always been pretty good at reading other people, and that's how she was able to kick plenty of aspiring artists out of Mr. Choi Pablo's studio before they even met the man himself. It was obvious when someone just wanted to use Choi Pablo to get ahead in life. However, she couldn't read this man at all. If she could pick out just one emotion, then it'd be desperation. Not the crazy kind, but one where he must really want to achieve something other than fame. What makes you say that? She asked in a wary tone. Jun shrugged. You're chewing on a packet of gum you've bought, he said, pointing to the watermelon-flavored gum on top of the counter. But there's multiple packets of lemon-flavored gum behind you. I'm assuming it's what the office provides. Esther looked away. And your computer screen? Jun pointed at the large mirror on the back, where her computer screen is currently being reflected. You're looking for job placements to become a designer while playing solitaire on the side. If that doesn't entail job dissatisfaction, then I don't know anymore. Esther pursed her lips together. She felt like she was being read like an open book. However, Jun didn't stop there. And you must hate the color white. None of your items remotely have that color, so this office is filled with the color you hate. But looking at your designer items, I'm assuming the pay is quite nice, so you can't really leave, am I right? He asked. Esther didn't respond. Or do you want me to continue? Stop, Esther exclaimed, her face reddening in embarrassment. That's enough, she muttered. Usually, she'd be the one reading people at the front desk. Choi Pablo trusted her so much that she could make people leave or stay based on her discretion. However, this was the very first time that someone had read into her life. What's your name? She asked. You're not interested in that, I presume, Jun said. You only let in people you want to anyway. Esther scoffed, a small smile playing on her lips. All right, you got me there, she said. You passed. This man, it felt like he could become the next big star. Go in, Esther continued, pointing at the largest door. Choi Pablo is probably resting there. Jun bowed his head, taking Esther by surprise once more. Usually, people would jump and exclaim in joy once they were granted permission to go in. However, this guy just looked like he was entering a fast food restaurant. Esther shook his head as she watched his retreating figure. Pablo's going to enjoy this. As Jun entered the large doors, he was greeted by a white room, reminding him of the rooms where people with straight jackets were locked. And in the center of the room was a prestigious camera. Jun looked around and saw a man with white blonde hair and white clothes sleeping on the white couch. His face was covered with a white book, and his fingers twitched when he heard the door close. What? Pablo asked, his voice sounding higher than Jun had expected. Choi Pablo, Jun said, his eyes never leaving his figure. Choi Pablo clicked his tongue and removed the book from his face before sitting up. A man, who appeared to be in his late 20s, locked gazes with Jun. He had an annoyed look on his face after his peaceful nap had been interrupted. Pablo looked Jun up and down before shaking his head. Esther actually let you in? He asked in a condescending tone. I'm surprised. You don't have any style at all, he continued. Jun remembered he was wearing all black that day. Even his mask was black. But then again, she likes the atrocious color, Pablo continued. What do you want? I want you to take my headshots, Jun bluntly said, causing Pablo to burst into laughter. Oh geez. You go straight to the point, don't you? And preferably until after lunch only. I have things to do in the afternoon, Jun continued. Choi Pablo smirked. Just because Esther let you in does not mean that I'll take your photos right away. I just don't take it for anyone. You don't have a set criteria on who you want to capture, Jun said. So, you're going to take my photos today? It can't be anyone else. The rap upgrade. Jun needed it for his team. Are you that desperate? Pablo asked. Jun shrugged. I'm not leaving until you take my pictures. Feisty, Pablo smirked. Then, show me what you got. I haven't even seen your face, yet you want me to take your photos? With a quick movement, Jun removed his mask and hat before raking his fingers through his hair. For a second, Pablo's breath got caught in his throat. The man before him was a mixture of handsome and beautiful. His eyes appeared very cat-like, and his lips were quirked into a natural smile. However, his aura felt so different from his looks, causing Pablo to become confused. It's as if he's a gangster stuck in a pretty boy's body. Well, Jun asked, can you take my pictures now? Pablo clicked his tongue. I've seen far more attractive faces than you, he said. Cha-eun-bu and Bae Sweem stunned me the first time we met. Dinosaur was also more charming. You, on the other hand, look like a regular idol singer. Okay, Jun accepted his statements. But you take pictures based on your preference, right? You don't take them based on the subject's looks. Pablo narrowed his eyes. All right, he got him there. What's your name? Pablo asked. Jun, he answered. Jun. Pablo tilted his head to the side. The name was familiar. He must have heard it on TV or something. However, Choi Pablo was currently undergoing a social media detox for personal reasons, so he isn't really aware of up-and-coming stars. Jun clicked his tongue. Look, I really need to get my pictures captured by now. I have an important performance tomorrow, and I can't miss it. So impatient, Pablo said. You'll get hurt in the future if you're impatient. Do you know that? I know, Jun acknowledged. But you aren't saying what you want from me. Oh, Pablo exclaimed in surprise. How do you know I want something from you? It's obvious in your eyes, Jun said. Just spill it. You'll take my picture after you get what you want, right? Only if I like what I'll see, Pablo answered. Jun sighed. What do you want? Pablo smiled cheekily as he looked into Jun's eyes. Take off your shirt. Chapter 142, Milky White. Jun was a bit weirded out, but in the end, his desperation shone through. Without hesitation, he pulled his shirt over his head, revealing the body underneath. He instantly felt the cool air from the air conditioning, causing him to shiver. Jun really hated feeling cold, so it annoyed him to the max. Choi Pablo, on the other hand, froze as Jun stood half-naked in front of him. Omo! Pablo exclaimed as he clapped his hands. Jun rubbed his hand along his arms, hoping to give him warmth. The skin turned red from the vigorous rubbing, causing Pablo's eyes to brighten in delight. White. Jun's skin was milky white, almost glistening under the light. And Choi Pablo loves the color white. Jun's milky white skin stretched like a blank page, awaiting stories to be inked upon it. Along the graceful curve of his shoulder blade and down his chest, scars danced like enigmatic verses, each one whispering secrets known only to him. His muscles, though not chiseled like sculptures of marble, possessed a subtle poetry of their own. They were defined, yet gentle, as if nature had taken a brush dipped in watercolors to trace the contours of his form. This body, like a sonnet, spoke of a life lived with grace, where imperfections became verses and softness became a ballad of its own. Perfect, Choi Pablo exclaimed. Your body is perfect, he continued. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as Pablo circled around him like a hungry predator. It's exactly what I'm looking for. These muscles, he said, poking Jun's bicep, causing him to flinch. These are the kind of muscles you get from the hardships of life, not from the luxury of the gym. And even though your body screams your hardships, it hasn't lost its pure form. Pablo exclaimed. I've been looking for a body like this ever since I became a photographer. So, you'll take my pictures? Jun asked. Yes, with a couple of half-naked photos here and there. Jun smirked and shook his head before putting his shirt back on, causing Pablo to exclaim in disappointment. From the look in Choi Pablo's eyes, Jun could tell that he'd do just about anything for him at this point. No can do, Mr. Photographer, Jun said. You're going to take my headshots today. A sad look passed by Pablo's eyes. Then, he pounced on Jun and wrapped himself around him like a sloth. Jun clicked his tongue. Get off. We need to make this fast. But can't you stay here longer so we can take pictures of your body? He asked. Jun shook his head. It was only a couple of moments ago when Pablo wanted Jun to leave. Now, he was the desperate one between the two. As I told you, I have something to do today. Then, in the future? Pablo asked with wide eyes. I need you as my subject, please. It's only then that I could become satisfied with my career. Take my headshots, Jun firmly said, causing Pablo to sigh and let go of him. Fine, Pablo said, but you need to change out of those atrocious clothes. Go to the dressing room and put on the first outfit on the rack. Then, come back here so we can take your photos. Jun quickly followed his instructions. As expected, the clothes inside were all white. Jun grabbed the first one and put it on. It was a simple white tank top, but it was a little bit too low. If Jun leaned over, then his nipples were definitely going to be shown. With that, he grabbed a white long-sleeve polo from the rack and put it over his body. After he was satisfied with the outfit, he went out of the dressing room and found Choi Pablo already taking practice shots. At this point, Choi Pablo was the desperate one. You wore a topper? He asked in a disappointed tone. Jun clicked his tongue. Let's get this done and over with. Jun sat on the stool that Pablo had prepared and gazed into his camera. Choi Pablo took Jun's pictures, but he was starting to notice a trend in all of the photos he took. He sighed and looked at Jun. You don't know how to pose for pictures, don't you? I've never done it before, Jun said. Don't I just have to stare at the camera? Pablo clicked his tongue. You need to do more than that. Headshots capture a variety of emotions, ranging from happy, sad, to neutral. We need those kinds of expressions. Why don't we start with a smile? That was the problem. Jun had an awkward smile. He quirked his lips into what seemed like a smile, but it only came out as a grimace. Choi Pablo chuckled loudly. Oh God, you're cuter than I had anticipated. I should have taken your pictures sooner. However, this smile wouldn't do. Just smile genuinely. I don't know how to, Jun said. Pablo sighed. Then, think about something you really like, something that makes you happy. Mei Ling, of course. But then, it'd be kind of weird to smile so meaningfully for your sister. Besides, as much as Mei Ling made Jun happy, thinking about her now just makes him sad. So, he searched his mind for something that truly made him happy. When was the last time he genuinely smiled? Then, a red, squishy thing began to ease into his mind. A Benbon gummy? With that thought, a small smile began to appear on his face. Choi Pablo watched the scene before him in amazement. So cute. Jun looked like an innocent child when he smiled. Pablo quickly captured the scene, causing Jun to snap out of his thoughts. Good, Pablo exclaimed. That was good. I can make something out of that photo. Jun nodded, relieved that he didn't have to force himself to smile anymore. Let's go with a different emotion now. Make a fierce face, Pablo instructed. Think of someone you really hate. Now, that command was easier for Jun. There were a lot of people he hated, Alex, Hyunwoo, Linji, Bowen. But if we're talking about a profound hatred, then it could only be one person. His boss. As his thoughts were consumed by his boss, that faceless bastard, he looked deep into the camera. Choi Pablo was stunned for a moment. This expression, he had never seen it before. In the depths of his gaze, a tempest brewed, and an abyss of emotions unfurled. Choi Pablo, captivated by the raw intensity radiating from this man's eyes, stood in awe. He had witnessed countless faces in his career, but this was an emotion he had never seen before. A sea of emotions swirled within those eyes. It was not just anger. It was a manifestation of a deep-rooted, long-buried grudge. With trembling hands and an artist's heart aflame, Pablo seized the moment. The click of the shutter, like the brushstroke of a master painter, captured the masterpiece. Etched in anger, painted in pain, and sculpted by the soul's deepest recesses. In that fleeting instant, they immortalized an emotion that transcended the ordinary, creating a photograph that would forever whisper the secrets of the man's haunted gaze. Mi perfecto, Pablo whispered. Congratulations. You have completed the consolidation mission. Get a headshot. Have your photos be taken by Choi Pablo. Chapter 143 show you. Rap +6. Current grade, B-. Current stats. Vocals, A. Dance, B+. Visual, B+. Rap, B. Leadership, C+. Since Jun's charm aspect was also a D-, which was 6 grades away from the lowest grade of F-, his current rap grade was upgraded a total of 6 steps, making him fall under the B tier. Jun smirked as his status window showed the upgrade. He's now an arguably good rapper with his current stat. Some trainees who specialize in rap have even lower grades than him. Choi Pablo still hasn't recovered from Jun's hateful gaze when he saw a new expression adorn Jun's face once more. Pablo acted quickly and captured his photos candidly, loving every outcome. Such a natural, he muttered as he continued capturing Jun's photos. Since his objective was done, Jun stood up from the stool, causing Pablo to exclaim in protest. "Where are you going?" Pablo asked. "That's enough," Jun said. "I have to go back now." "What?" Pablo asked, disappointed. "But we still haven't taken your half-naked pictures." Jun clicked his tongue. "That's because we're not taking it. It wasn't part of our deal." Choi Pablo puffed his cheeks. This young man just kept making him more intrigued. "Then, in the future, will you be able to collaborate with me?" Pablo asked with wide eyes. Jun weirdly looked at him. "Now, why the hell does it feel like he'd gain another problematic follower?" "I'll think about it," Jun said, hoping it would make Pablo stop pestering him. "Good," Pablo chimed. "That was definitely better than nothing." "Here," he said, handing him a calling card. "I don't give my personal number to a lot of people, so consider yourself special. Make sure to call once you're free, okay?" "Okay," Jun mindlessly said, although he probably wouldn't use this calling card, ever. Pablo sighed as he looked through the pictures in the camera. It had been a long time since he felt satisfied with what he had captured, but Jun made him feel that satisfaction. As he arrived at the picture with Jun's hateful gaze, a shiver ran down his spine. How could an innocent face carry so much hateful emotion? "When are you going to give me that?" Jun asked, pertaining to the photos. Pablo snapped out of his daze. "I still need to edit these," he said. "You can give me your email so I can send it to you." Jun pursed his lips. "Just send it to my Naval account." Although Pablo was a bit confused, he eventually agreed. "All right, type your username here," Pablo said, giving Jun his phone. Jun was about to type it into Naval's search bar when someone suddenly called, changing the user interface. "Choi Birthgiver." Pablo quickly turned off the call and pretended nothing happened. "Just type it in," he urged. Jun shrugged and typed in his username. Afterward, he handed back the phone to Pablo. Pablo excitedly looked at his profile, but quickly became disappointed when he read the username and the singular post he made. "This is you?" he asked, tilting his head. "Yes," Jun nonchalantly said. "People really can't be perfect," Pablo sadly said. "I'm going now. Send it to me on Naval, all right?" Jun said, going to the dressing room to get changed. "Should I help you change?" Pablo asked in a hopeful voice. Jun turned to glare at him. "Stay put." Pablo slumped on the chair like a child whose candy bar was placed back on the grocery aisle. After Jun got dressed in his clothes, he quickly went out since it was already past lunch. However, what greeted him was a sight to see. Choi Pablo stood at the center of the room with various items in his hand. "What the hell are those?" Jun frowned. "Tokens," Pablo excitedly said, walking over to Jun and placing them in his hands. "A pair of shoes, a watch, a bracelet, and even a gift card for a luxurious restaurant? And why are you giving them to me?" Jun asked. "Do you usually give these to clients?" No," Pablo warily said. In truth, he had really taken a liking to Jun, and this was also his way to persuade him into that half-naked photo shoot. "Then, I won't accept them," Jun said. He had looked at the brands of the items and saw they were all designer. He wasn't interested in such items, and he didn't want to go back to Azure carrying a bunch of bags. "But you need to take them," Pablo insisted. Jun sighed before placing them back in Pablo's hands. "I don't want them." Pablo pouted, dejected by Jun's rejection. "Instead, can you give me something else?" Jun said as his eyes strayed to a white, long, and silky material hanging on one of the racks. Pablo enthusiastically nodded. "Anything. Can you give me those silk ties over there?" "Huh." Pablo tilted his head to the side in confusion. "We use those during sexy photo shoots, though. Are you sure you want them?" "Give them to me," Jun said. "Okay," Pablo said. "But I'll only give it to you once you accept all these other gifts." And that's how Jun went back to the dorms with 4 luxury items in his hand, a bag of silk ties, and a 5-star restaurant gift card. Fortunately, nobody caught him carrying those bags since they were all busy eating lunch. Jun quickly went to his room and stashed the items under his bed. He probably won't use those. Afterward, he went to the cafeteria to grab a rice ball before making his way back to their practice room. As he walked, he bumped into his former team, and although he wanted to ignore them, Casper suddenly held onto his arm. Jun turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. "What are you doing?" Jun asked. Casper merely stared at him without saying anything. Jun's former teammates, especially Jae-young and Zeth, looked at him guiltily. What do you want? He asked, directing the question to everybody. Lin-ji chuckled, breaking the cold atmosphere. You're always so serious, bro. That's probably why you were kicked out of the team, he joked, but none of them laughed except for Lin-ji. Jun sighed and removed Casper's hold on his arm. If you don't have anything important to say, then I'm going to head to our practice room. Hey, Lin-ji teasingly said. Don't go practicing too hard now. I think we both know how this will go anyway. Jun pursed his lips. What are you talking about? Oh, nothing, Lin-ji innocently said. Good luck with your practice. I heard you're the main rapper. Do you really rap, brother? Ben asked out of curiosity. Jun didn't respond, causing Lin-ji to burst into laughter. You're always so cute for taking on new challenges. Well, we're going to be watching your stage and cheering for you. Fighting, bro. With that, Lin-ji guided his other teammates back to their practice room while Jun turned around to make his way to theirs, too. Jun's footsteps were heavy as he walked, and when he heard Team Riser's practice room door shutting, he clenched his fists in anger. I'll fucking show you. Chapter 144 Newbie Pro. Jun was the first one back to the practice room. The door opened, and his other teammates came in with smiles on their faces. Bro, CJ cheerfully greeted. You're back. Yeah, Jun said, standing from the floor. Are you alright? Sehun asked in a worried tone. Do you need to have your incision resutured? No need, Jun bluffed. It's just a little bit sore. You should take it easy, Jesus said. You're still recovering. Besides, Jacob continued. We're going in a pretty good direction, so you can rely on us a bit more. You've already done a lot for this team. Did something happen? Jun asked since they looked unusually happy. We had our final evaluations a while ago, Sehun said, also looking brighter than before. We were called for a final practice at the stage. We were sad that you weren't able to perform with us, but we did pretty well even without you. The mentors gave us some pretty good comments. Yeah, CJ exclaimed. They really liked our lyrics and concept change. Did the other teams watch your performance? Jun asked. Yes, Jacob responded. But they weren't paying much attention, he dejectedly added. Then, did you watch Skateboard Ride? CJ hummed, suddenly turning sullen. Our performance was pretty damn good, but you can't really beat a team with that amount of talent. It's unfair having so many top rankers in one group. It feels like it's already a unanimous decision, take Young's side. Even the judges liked Skateboard Ride the best. However, I still feel pretty satisfied since we got good comments. I'm sure we'll become even better once Jun actually raps. Of course, Sehun said. I heard Jun's been working really hard for this. Jun clicked his tongue, not used to being acknowledged for his hard work. We're all working hard for this, he muttered. So we must do our best to win. We'll give nothing but the best, Sehun smiled. Why don't we practice once more? We have the performance tomorrow night, so we might as well end early today and get some good rest. Sounds good to me, CJ said. Let's get started, Sehun initiated. However, before they went to their formation, Jun pulled something from his pocket. It was the white silk ties that he had gotten from Choi Pablo. What's this? CJ asked. Why'd you give us a rag? A rag? Jacob asked with wide eyes. This isn't a rag. Do you see the tag on this thing? It's Hermit. Holy, CJ exclaimed. Hermit? The luxury brand Hermit. You're right, Sehun said. These are from Hermit. Where did you get this, Jun? I'm assuming a tie like this will cost at least $100. Jun shrugged as he observed the smooth material. He didn't even notice that this, too, was a luxury item. Someone gave them to me, he vaguely answered. Well, you better thank that someone, CJ said. He just dished out $1,000 for you, my dude. Jun sighed and changed the topic. This will serve as our prop, he explained. It's tiring practicing with the rough ropes, Jun said. So, let's use this from now on. Since the song was entitled Tie Me Up, and there were some moments in the pre-made choreography that mimicked the action of getting tied up, Jun thought that it'd be best to do it, literally. They originally used rough ropes that Jun got from the janitor's closet. The janitor is still looking for it until now, but it was pretty hard to practice it due to the roughness of the material. Nonetheless, his teammates didn't complain and continued practicing earnestly. That's why Jun thought of using the silk ties. The music played, and they discarded the rough ropes to the side and used the soft material. As they danced to the choreography, Jun nodded in approval as he watched the overall picture in the mirror. The white silk ties created a better image for their choreography. It appeared to symbolize the delicate balance between surrender and control, adding an element of sophistication and eroticism to the overall presentation. As they executed their moves, they entwined themselves in intricate patterns with the ties, creating visually captivating moments. "It's so much better," CJ said, catching his breath after their tedious dance practice. "It looks really good," Sehun said. "Our performance elevated once more. I believe we'll do even better on stage." "I have high hopes for this," Siakwa chimed. "Just as long as we deliver our lyrics well, the audience will definitely feel our desperation and talent." "Let's go right ahead to the song then," Sehun said. "Then afterward, we'll practice the entire performance until the evening." As Jun glanced at his optimistic teammates, he couldn't help but feel an incomprehensible feeling in his heart. He couldn't pinpoint what it was, but it felt similar to the feeling he got when the mentors complimented his performance in Skateboard Ride. Is it joy? As much as Jun tried to deny it, a small smile appeared on his face as his teammates spat their lyrics. The improvement was evident, and he felt quite proud of these kids. They were determined to show their talents while proving the people who underestimated them wrong. As his part got near, Jun took a deep breath. Before he began his rap, Jun made eye contact with his teammates, and they had encouraging looks in their eyes, as if saying, "You can do it." To be honest, Sehun and the others were a bit worried about Jun. He had gotten the harshest criticism from Sun Y, and he wasn't evaluated with them just a while ago. Moreover, Jun was known for being a very good vocalist, arguably the best one on the show. Jun's rap skills, from what they had heard, relied a lot on his desire to win. However, as Jun evaded his gaze, confidence surged within him. Jun practiced on his way back to Azure, and he could feel the drastic change of the 6-step upgrade. His flow seemed more natural, and he wasn't as out of breath at the end of each line. As the beat of the second verse began to pulse through the speakers, Jun kept his gaze at the front. With a deep breath, he started his rap verse, and his words flowed effortlessly, like a newbie pro who had emerged from nowhere. His voice, once gentle and melodic, had transformed into a rhythmic force to be reckoned with. He delivered his lines with a cadence that was razor-sharp, each word punctuated by the beat in a way that made it seem like he was born to rap. His teammates, who had been holding their breaths, exchanged shocked glances. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Jun wasn't just mediocre. He was actually good. He sounded like a natural rapper, effortlessly weaving intricate wordplay and clever metaphors into his verse. As Jun's rap verse came to a close, a stunned silence hung in the air. His teammates were speechless, their jaws practically on the floor. They had expected something decent, but what they got was pure insanity. CJ stared at Jun with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. What the fuck? Was he always this good? Chapter 145. Up all night. "All right, guys. I think it's best if we hit the sack," Sehun said, yawning. "We want to get plenty of sleep for tomorrow." "Let's go," CJ said, being infected by Sehun's yawn. "Even if we said we were going to end early today, we still ended up practicing until 10 p.m., Jacob chuckled. "That's early in my book now," CJ said. "You guys are practicing monsters. I'm going now. My eyes are about to fall off. Good night." "Good night." They exchanged greetings before going back to their rooms. Jun walked back to their room, but as he stood outside the door, he felt like he still had to do something. Jun brought out the lyric sheet from his pocket and looked at it in wonder. Even if he had upgraded his rap skill to a B-, he still didn't feel satisfied. Jun needed to improve even more if he wanted to defeat Team Risers. And right now, there's only one way to do that: practice. Practice makes perfect. That's definitely a fucking lie. If the statement was correct, then the former Choi Joon-ho would have gotten all A's by now. However, even if practice doesn't make perfect, practice definitely makes an improvement, especially since Jun had already built a good rap foundation. With those in mind, he decided to go to the place that served as his solace during this mission. As he walked, he muttered the lyrics under his breath, not wanting to waste any time. However, Jun was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he bumped into another person. "Sorry," he apologized to the person before him. "Xin." Xin had a smug look as he looked at Jun in the eyes. "Fancy seeing you here, former teammate," Xin exclaimed in fake joy. Jun pursed his lips and nodded, not in the mood to talk. Xin clicked his tongue in annoyance. You really think you're better than me, don't you? Jun frowned. I didn't even say anything. And you don't have to, Xin said. I can see it in your eyes. You're looking down on me. I was a fool to think you were a good person. Hoon had always been right. He whispered the last statement, so Jun wasn't able to hear it. What are you talking about? Jun asked. Xin cleared his throat. Where are you going? He suddenly asked, changing the topic. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Jun became even more confused. Nonetheless, he answered since he didn't want to prolong their conversation any further. No, Jun answered. Now, if you don't have anything else to say, then I'm going to leave. With that, Jun left the weird guy alone. As Xin turned back to watch Jun's retreating back, he smirked to himself. Stupid, Jun, Xin muttered. Xin had been looking for the perfect opportunity to infiltrate his room after Hoon instructed him to find something. Anything about Jun, and he never had the opportunity since Jun was always in his room. However, now was his perfect chance. Akira is Xion's roommate, so he knew that the Japanese idol was already sleeping in their room. Moreover, Jaeyoung, Jun's roommate, had been staying in that room, too, after Team Risers kicked Jun out. It was obvious that he still felt guilty about how the situation panned out. Jaesung, based on the stories he had heard, is a very heavy sleeper. So, he wouldn't be much of a problem. With stealthy steps, Xion walked to Jun's room and opened the door. As expected, it was unlocked. The doors were expected to be unlocked in the dorms since the production crew said something about their lives always having to be accessible to the public. As he opened the door, he quickly removed his jacket and covered the camera before going inside the room. Then, he wasted no time and went to Jun's bed. He opened his phone flashlight before glancing at Jaesung. Indeed, he was as still as a log. As Xion illuminated Jun's bed, he stopped and stared for a second. It was neatly folded like the ones in a hotel room. Even his nightstand appeared straight out of a home catalog. His creams, lamps, accessories, and masks were neatly perched on top of the wooden table. Xion clicked his tongue as he couldn't find anything suspicious with his items. He made sure to place all items back to their original places so as to not raise any suspicion. Feeling disappointed, he slumped on the floor and placed his phone down. However, his phone flashlight illuminated the contents underneath Jun's bed, causing Xion to halt. He went on all fours to peek under the bed and saw multiple items hidden underneath. And it wasn't any regular items. These were luxury items. Xion softly gasped as he pulled out the paper bags containing an expensive-looking shoe and a watch. He frowned as he observed them. Since CJ had a big, loud mouth, Xion was able to overhear that Jun's living conditions weren't the greatest. From his stories, it sounded like Jun was poor. However, looking at these items, there might be more than what meets the eye. So, without any hesitation, Xion snapped pictures of the items one by one. He's definitely going to send those to Hoon. One more time, Jun sighed. Fuck. Just once more. Alright, one more, and I'm done. These fucking lyrics are hard to rap. Why the hell did I write them? Okay, for the last time, let's do this. Jun had always been a man of persistence, and tonight was no exception. In the dimly lit staircase, cluttered with crumpled paper, frustration etched on his face. He had been practicing all night, chasing a lacking element in his voice that seemed to elude him. Come on, Jun, get it together, he muttered to himself, running a hand through his disheveled hair. He played back the recording of his latest attempt, his brows furrowing as he listened critically. There was something missing, something that gnawed at him like an itch he couldn't quite reach. Undeterred, he pressed on, replaying the melody over and over, experimenting with different intonations, and pushing his rapping limits. The hours seemed to blend together as he persisted through the night, each attempt taking him closer to that perfection. Then, after what felt like a million attempts, Jun finally sighed in satisfaction. Shit, he muttered. I'm tired. Time to hit the bed. He walked back to his room, staggering a bit because of his tiredness. Some rays of sunshine crept through the windows, but Jun didn't even notice them. Jun! Zeth, who had come out of his room, greeted him with a sad smile. However, all Jun could hear was the sound of a soft lullaby. Zeth pursed his lips and choked back a sob as he looked at Jun's staggering figure. He must be really sad about this, he muttered. Jun was just sleepy. He arrived in his room, and saw Jisung already getting ready. "You're up so early," Jun said, his voice quite raspy. "Huh?" Jisung tilted his head to the side in confusion. Just as he was about to collapse into bed, exhaustion taking over, the blaring sound of his morning alarm jolted him awake. He stared at the clock in disbelief. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. "It's morning already?" He had been practicing all night, so lost in his pursuit of perfection that he failed to realize the value of time. It was now the next day, the day of the mission. Jun sighed in frustration, angry that he didn't get his beloved sleep. However, as his eyes strayed to his bedside table, he saw something that made him wide awake. On the nightstand, there was a slight angular change, merely 15 degrees. But Jun noticed it. Who moved my lotion? Chapter 146, Arm Wrestling. Jun wasn't able to sleep after that. The production crew had called all the teams out for a special mission. Jun didn't care how special it was. He needed sleep. As he met up with his teammates, they all looked at Jun with shock. "Did you even get any sleep last night?" CJ asked. "Your under eyes are severe." "No," Jun snapped. "So don't talk to me. I'm going to sleep." On the other side of the room, Team Risers watched all the other teams. Lin Ji, who was the most confident they'd win the mission, looked at Team Aglet with pity. "Look at Jun," Lin Ji said. "It appears as if he didn't get any sleep. He must be plenty worried for their performance." The other members of Team Risers stared at Team Aglet, and what Lin Ji said was true. Jun was leaning against Si-hoon, looking like he was tired of it all. Zeth sighed as he watched his little bro. Did them kicking him out affect him so badly? Again, Jun was just sleepy. "Good morning, trainees." Wu Jin entered the training center, making Jun jolt awake. "I know you didn't expect to see me here early in the morning, especially when it's the day of your performance, but the production crew had sent me for an important mission." The trainees chattered among themselves. "We are giving you this chance to determine your order of performance during the mission later. Do you want to perform first or last? It's all up to you. The team that would win this challenge can pick their order of performance." Jun opened his eyes amidst the commotion. "And how are we going to decide that?" "Of course, it's none other than arm wrestling. Jangmoon, go. You'll finally be useful for the team." "I have weak upper body strength," Jisung said. However, his teammates insisted that he be the one to go since he was the most agile dancer. "I'll go for this one," Lin Ji proudly said. As a former gang member, he took pride in his strength. On the other hand, Jun was still trying to wake himself up. "Who's going for us?" Si-hoon said. If Jun was in his former body, then he would win, 100%. However, this current body still has its limitations, and Jun could only think of one person who could win this challenge. "CJ, you go?" Jun said with a yawn. "What? Me?" CJ pointed to himself. Jun nodded. "You can beat those guys," he confidently said. "You got this." "We'll go, CJ," his teammates cheered for him. As Jun watched the scene on the stage, he smirked. These guys don't stand a chance. Not even Lin Ji. The parking lot was filled with multiple fans wearing different colored shirts and carrying varying slogans. Originally, a lot of Jun fans didn't sign up for the show, but when Rising Stars announced that all trainees would be present, a lot more people wanted to watch the live show, even causing the Azure webpage to crash. Compared to the cold and chilly mornings where Jia used to suffer in, the weather today was a bit hot. Most of the fans waiting in line were wearing thin shirts or tank tops. However, one person stood as a contrast between the sea of fans. The woman was clad in a big sweatshirt with a mask and sunglasses. She even had gloves, too. Jia worriedly looked at the woman, who appeared to be sweating her ass off. Bora clicked her tongue and nudged Jia's shoulder. "Stop looking." Jia rolled her eyes. "I'm worried. That girl looks like she's about to pass out." "Let her be," Bora said. "You really need to stop being so concerned all the time. And you should really give a fuck at times," Jia countered. "That's why we became friends," Bora smiled. "Our combination will make a really nice person." On the other hand, the girl in the sweatshirt was none other than Mimi of Girls' Evolution herself. She had always wanted to watch the live shows of Rising Stars, but that would only cause chaos as she is still an active soloist. So, this was the best way she could think of. "Shit," Mimi muttered as she felt her wet armpits. Maybe she should have settled with a thinner sweatshirt instead. Just then, somebody approached her, a young and pretty girl with long brown hair. I don't want to pry, but do you want some cool water?" she asked, offering her a thermos. Mimi smiled at the kind girl. Sure, she said. Thanks for this. You can take your sweatshirt off if you want, the girl continued. It's too hot and humid today. I have a condition where, I can't be exposed to afternoon air. Mimi came up with a lame excuse. The girl frowned in confusion. There was a condition like that? Oh, okay, she said, not wanting to question any further. I'm Jia, by the way. I'm Mila. Mimi came up with a fake name. Mila, that's a pretty name, Jia complimented. So, who are you here for, Mila? Mimi's eyes brightened in delight when Jia asked her. She loves this question. It's none other than the love of my life, June. Backstage, the makeup artists were scrambling to finish the trainees' makeup looks. Azure had prepared one makeup artist for each team, and as expected, Team Aglet was given a trainee makeup artist named Lyra. She kept shaking as she placed makeup on the trainees' faces, causing some of their eyeliner and lipstick to become smudged. I'm sorry. She kept apologizing to the group of boys. Lyra was usually great at putting on makeup, but there was a handsome entity sleeping on the couch, causing her to become distracted. Sir. She woke him up since he was the only person without makeup. It's your turn now. June groaned as he got up. What time is it? He asked, his voice sounding deeper and raspier due to his persistent practice and interrupted sleep. Somehow, the tone of his voice made Lyra blush. There's less than 1 hour before the live show, sir, Lyra responded. Okay, June said, standing up from the couch and onto the stool. June closed his eyes and stayed still, appearing sleepy once more. Lyra, with even shakier hands, started placing skin tint on June's face. She didn't want to wash him out with foundation, so she made use of a translucent skin tint. It was also a big help that June had great skin. She wonders what his skincare is. Then, she decided to place his lipstick first since it was the first item she grabbed. Lyra only planned on blotting it on his lips to create a naturally flushed look, but she underestimated her nervousness as she went over his lip line. Shit, she cursed, causing June to open his eyes. Lyra quickly wiped the smeared lipstick on his face while muttering apologies under her breath. Wait, June said as he stared at his reflection in the mirror. This lipstick smudges, right? He asked. Not until I set it, Lyra nervously answered. Let me set it real quick. Don't set it, June instructed. Huh. Lyra tilted her head to the side in confusion. Then, it's going to smudge if you accidentally wipe it, sir. I know, June said. Then he leaned over to observe his face in the mirror. Despite having dark circles, his skin still looked clear and glowy. Don't cover my dark circles, too. Chapter 147 Concept Mission commences. As the fans started coming in, the mentors looked at them fondly. Compared to the past setup where mentors were seated backstage during the performance, they were now seated behind the audience, elevated like VIP concertgoers. Beside them were the special mentors who assisted each group during the interim evaluations, all 7 of them. The fans glanced behind them and couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw the popular special mentors. Stars like Kira from Girls' Evolution, Jaehyun from Boy Mystic, Rhino from SVT, Supraventricular Tachycardia, and plenty more had poised smiles on their faces. They appeared even better in person than when they appeared on the television. Seeing such stars in one studio spoke of the budget and prowess that Azure currently had. It was hard gathering these many stars, yet they still managed to do it. However, that budget seemed to run out for one person, Sun Y. Among the star-studded cast, he sat as a stark comparison. However, he had the smuggest look on his face, like he was the most famous one among them. As the production crew continued to arrange the fans, the mentors talked among themselves. How did your practice go? Kira, who was in charge of brown sugar milk tea, asked. It went really good. Jaehyun, the 3rd rank during the 2nd season of Rising Stars, answered. These guys are really talented. However, there were definitely some trainees that stood out. You can tell the difference between talented and untalented ones. I think I got the talented ones, Rhino chimed in. He was in charge of skateboard ride, and was amazed when he realized they didn't need much teaching after all. Their performance was already very well done. Of course, it wasn't perfect, but it was very good for idol trainees. And I got the untalented ones, Sun Y loudly exclaimed, causing even the original mentors to look his way. He had an annoying look on his face, and the way he spoke was so condescending. They can't rap for shit. Especially the main rapper, he continued. June was it. So don't expect anything for their performance. Ji-hyun, who was listening in on their conversation, frowned deeply as Sun Wai continued spouting nonsense. Their performance was decent yesterday, Hiren said. This dude is just noisy as hell. It wasn't the best, but it wasn't too bad, Woo Jin said. However, I actually feel a bit nervous since they're performing last. They're performing last? Ji-hyun exclaimed with wide eyes. Wouldn't that be too much? The last performance is usually the one that leaves the most impact. If it does the opposite, then it'd only amplify its mediocrity, she added. I know, Woo Jin said. That's why I'm worried. Skateboard Ride is performing right before them, too. Gun clicked his tongue. Good luck to them. Ji-hyun bit her lip in anxiousness. She hasn't seen the team's performance with June, so she doesn't know what to expect. Is June a rapper? Hiren asked. Bone pursed his lips. He's not, he responded. It was a bit disappointing when he rapped during the interim evaluations, and Bone knew June could only improve so much after a couple of days. Will he be able to pull it off? Ji-hyun's frown deepened. She had always supported June, and she greatly believed in the young man's talent. However, with the current circumstances, she's not sure about their performance after all. The stage is ablaze with dazzling lights and loud energy. I'm so fucking excited. The concept mission is my favorite mission in the entire show. I heard from my mother's new boyfriend that there's a team filled with top ranks. I can't believe we're going to see June after he got stabbed. It's even a miracle that he's still alive. I heard his legs were severed. The massive audience filled the studio, their excitement heard in the air. In the center of it all stood Kang Mi-ho, the ever-charismatic host of the Idol survival show, holding a sparkly microphone with a confident smile. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the most electrifying Idol survival show on television. Are you all ready for another thrilling mission? The crowd roared in response, waving colorful banners supporting their favorite trainees. Tonight, we have something truly special in store. It's time for the concept mission. The audience erupted into cheers as the words concept mission flashed on the screen in bold letters. In this mission, our beloved trainees will embody the essence of 7 original songs. It's all about teamwork this time, so there won't be any individual votes. It's up to you, our fantastic audience, to decide which team worked the best. No individual votes? CJ asked. That's a first. But that's not all, folks. Hold on to your seats because here's the twist. The team with the most votes from you, our dedicated audience, will receive a whopping 200,000 stars. The trainees exchanged wide-eyed glances. Yes, you heard it right. Those individual votes? They've now become team votes. This could be a game-changer for the winner, so vote wisely. The unexpected reward added a new layer of intensity to the competition. Most of the teams, especially those who had new members, felt like the result was already decided. Team Risers will most probably win in the end. However, one team didn't look anywhere else and merely focused on their team. Team Aglet had determined looks on their faces. Sehun glanced at his teammates with a bright smile. We can do this, he said, despite still having some doubts in his mind. However, there was one trainee that always made him feel certain that despite having low ranks, they'd be able to achieve the impossible. Sehun turned to June to give him a look of appreciation, but he stopped and quickly chuckled when he saw the state June was currently in. Is he sleeping again? Should I wake him up? Jacob asked. His voice is going to get husky if he sleeps until the performance. Let him be, Sehun said. I'm sure he'll wake up right on time. Without further ado, Kang Mi-ho's voice resonated through the whole studio. Let us now start the concept mission, with the first team performing Brown Sugar Milk Tea. Chapter 148 Puberty Crack. The stage is set, and a hush falls over the audience as the first team, Sweet as Sugar, stepped into the spotlight. Akira, their leader, took center stage, a soft smile on his face. The crowd cheered loudly when Akira was shown on screen. During the first part of the competition, Akira was the least famous trainee from Raven. However, as time progressed, Akira quickly rose to fame, and that was evident in the loud cheers he gathered from the crowd. He has improved so much, Ji-hyun said. I'm glad he rediscovered his confidence. It's like I'm watching the past Akira on stage, Hiren said. He looks very happy. As he began to sing, his voice was as sweet as the title suggests. The melody is lovely, and the atmosphere in the studio instantly became romantic. As the song progressed, the team's choreography was impeccable. They moved in perfect harmony, executing each dance move with precision. The audience can't help but be impressed by their synchronized performance, and cheers of support were heard in the crowd. However, as the love song unfolded, there were moments that elicited cringes from the audience. Some of the trainees, while talented, struggled to convey the genuine emotions required for such an intimate performance. Their attempts at portraying romantic chemistry occasionally came off as awkward, drawing nervous chuckles from the spectators. That guy looks cheesy as hell. I have to give it to him, though. I'll be cringing hard if that was me. However, despite these cringy moments, Team Sweet as Sugar finished their performance on a strong note, with Akira delivering a cute ending. The audience and mentors clapped as their performance finished. For the first time in the show, the judges were going to publicly critique the performances. "It was really good," Kira said. "It was better than I had expected, and I'm happy that you took my advice well. If you were given more time, then it would have been a better performance." "It was a concept made for Akira," Gun said. "You really brought something to the table this time." "I agree," Jihyun said. He stood out the most among all the trainees, which can both be a good and bad thing. Some trainees didn't embody the song, so it felt pretty forced on some of the parts. Nonetheless, it was still a good performance. "I cringed," Sunwai said, always wanting to criticize something. With both joy and disappointment in their hearts, the team made their way down the stage. The performances continued, showcasing the different genres and talents of the trainees. Brown Sugar Milk Tea and Break My Heart undoubtedly had the best responses so far, and they quickly became the front runners for the 200,000 star benefit. Now, it was time for the next team to perform. Team Lightning performing Thunder. Jang Moon, who had gotten more comfortable with the stage, entered with steady breathing. Beside him was XIN, the overly confident trainee who bagged the main vocalist position despite being a new member. Jangmoon was supposed to become the main vocalist after their teammate was eliminated. However, with XIN's reasoning as a new member, he snatched it out of Jangmoon's grasp. In this group, XIN had the highest rank, so their cheers were quieter than the team before. Their performance started with the strum of a guitar. Thunder is an acoustic love song that talks about a girl who came as thunder in one's life. Jangmoon, being the sub-vocalist one, took a deep breath, determined to prove himself as he started the song. The gentle strumming of an acoustic guitar accompanied by a soft percussion set the mood as he began to sing. CJ raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard his friend sing. When did this tree-like person improve so much? There was some depth and emotion in his singing despite his lack of technical ability, and his improvement surprised many, even the mentors. There wasn't much dancing in the song, more on swaying and simple movements as the chorus approached. "This isn't too bad. This song's pretty nice. Isn't that the last place trainee? He's actually pretty good." XIN smirked as he looked at the satisfied looks on the audience's faces. With that, he stepped forward and sang his lines. "Thunder, you're my love, oh my wonder. You're a sight, I want to wander. To tell you the truth, this ain't no blunder. 'Cause you're my thunder." The mentors grimaced as XIN's not-so-pretty voice cracked at the end of the chorus. The audience, too, wasn't forgiving of the incident at all. Well, he just ruined that. What the hell was that? The last-ranked trainee performed better than the main vocalist. After XIN's mistake, he found himself stumbling a lot on stage. His other teammates, however, pulled through in the end. Jangmoon remembered Jun's teachings when they first performed as Team Abyss. Despite Jangmoon's mistake back then, Jun acted like nothing happened and even helped Jangmoon up. So, that's exactly what Jangmoon did. XIN's voice continued to crack like a 13-year-old boy going through the first stage of puberty even as the second chorus approached. So Jangmoon took the initiative to sing louder to mask XIN's voice. Although the combination didn't sound too good, the audience found Jangmoon admirable for covering his teammate. XIN, on the other hand, didn't like how Jangmoon's voice was louder than his. Jangmoon was ranked last in their team. He doesn't have the right to sing louder than XIN. However, ignoring XIN's glare, Jangmoon continued to cover for his part. And as their performance finished, the audience stayed silent. On one hand, they were impressed by Jangmoon's performance. On the other hand, they wanted to laugh because of XIN's mistake. That was pretty bad. But that last-place trainee surprised me. XIN, Can't believe he ranks the highest among them. It was obvious that the performance got ruined because of one person, XIN. That wasn't cool at all, Ji-hyun said. Having a voice crack is definitely forgivable, but losing your cool and performing bad all throughout the song isn't. If it wasn't for Jangmoon, then you would have ruined the performance completely, Woo Jin continued. XIN clenched his fists, and he felt anger bubbling in his heart. This was supposed to be his time to shine, but this imbecile ruined it. As expected, people who are close to Jun are also misfits. As they walked backstage, XIN decided to confront Jangmoon by pulling him to a secluded area. Despite being a big and tall person, Jangmoon was still a little insecure inside. What was that? XIN snapped. Jangmoon scratched the back of his head. I thought you wanted some help since your voice wasn't in the greatest condition. My voice was fine, XIN glared. You fucking ruined everything. I can't believe you covered for my part when you don't even have any talent. You, as the last placed, trainee should stay in your lane, he said. Jangmoon looked down at the ground, wondering what he did to receive such words. XIN was about to say something more when he felt a powerful presence behind him, causing him to halt. Jangmoon and XIN glanced back and saw Team Risers warming up for their performance. Lo and behold, it was time for the most anticipated performance of the night, Skateboard Ride. And at that moment, like perfect timing, Jun finally opened his eyes. Chapter 149 Skateboard Rig. The energy in the studio reached a fever pitch as the most anticipated team, Skateboard Ride, took the stage. The screams and cheers from the audience were deafening, a testament to the team's popularity. Jia covered her ears as the fans around her screamed like those rubber chickens that made squeaky sounds. Damn, Bora said next to her ears. The cheers are different this time. Jia nodded in agreement and squinted her eyes to look at the members of the team. She frowned when she realized that Jun wasn't with them. It's such a shame. Jun would have won if he had been with this team. It's like a powerhouse of top ranks gathered together. CJ clicked his tongue as the camera focused on the members of Team Risers one by one. I wonder what it's like to be born like that, he muttered. You'd never know, Jangmoon said, emerging from behind him. CJ glared at the tall trainee and then ruffled his hair. Oh, shut up. I would have punched you for that comment, but you did a great job out there, so I'm cutting you some slack. But wait, did you cry? He asked when he noticed Jangmoon's red eyes. Jangmoon's eyebrows furrowed before shaking his head. I didn't, he defended, although he sounded too defensive. Are you sure? CJ pestered. Jangmoon merely nodded. I'm fine. I'll get back to my place. After Jangmoon sat in his original seat, XIN came into the room with a proud smirk. Jun noticed his smug face and frowned. Did he say something to Jangmoon? Jun didn't have time to dwell on his thoughts as his focus was brought back to the large screen. Team Risers were already in their starting positions, ready to take on the stage. The screams were still deafening, making Jun frown. Then, the beat started. Riding through the streets, heart racing like a beat. Loves a skateboard ride, unpredictable and sweet. Seeing Lin Ji sing the lines he was supposed to sing left a bitter taste in Jun's mouth. However, Si-hoon approached him and whispered in his ears, "You sang it better." As the chorus approached, Zeth and Casper, two young men who had captured the hearts of viewers from the very beginning, stood at the center. They stepped forward, their faces beaming with confidence. They exchanged knowing glances, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Zeth took the mic first, his voice smooth and confident as he began the pre-chorus rap. Skateboard ride, loves a wild ride. Falling down the curb, swallowing my pride. Casper followed suit, matching Zeth's swagger with his own. Boo, you suck, a little kid shouts. Yet all that's in my mind is how to ask you out. Their playful rap lyrics flowed seamlessly, their chemistry evident as they traded lines back and forth. The crowd was in a frenzy, screaming and cheering as if their lives depended on it. I see why they're ranked first and second. They're the best rappers on the show. I need to vote for this team. I just need to. It's definitely over. I can't believe a team like this is not performing last. The performance continued without any mishaps. CJ was at the corner of the room, praying mantras under his breath as he watched the scene. He wished for something, anything that would make them fumble. Then, the right moment came. As the performance neared its climactic final chorus, the anticipation in the air was almost unbearable. Jun knew that this part would be the most important in the song. The high note, He pulled it off perfectly, and Lin Ji was the one who got to sing in the end. Their performance was going so well, and all of the mentors on the elevated platform nodded their heads to the beat. But as the music swelled and the moment arrived for Lin Ji to hit that high note, something seemed off. He hesitated, his lips moving, but the note didn't emerge from his mouth. It was as if he had missed his cue. CJ sat on the edge of his seat as he watched the scene before him. The other trainees who were paying attention also seemed a bit confused. Is he lip-syncing the high note? Sehun asked. He is, Jun said, a small smirk appearing on his face. The mentors, especially Ji-hyun, were disappointed in the obvious lip-syncing. She made eye contact with Woo Jin, and the two of them had come to an agreement. Jun, indeed, did it better. It made the mentors wonder why they kicked out the person who performed best on the team. It also made Ji-hyun feel confused about how Lin Ji was allowed to do such a thing. The production crew had never allowed a trainee to lip-sync during live performances before. Jia, who was watching the performance intently, also frowned when the high note came. She also didn't miss the worried glances that Zeth and Jaeyoung exchanged. Did you notice that? Jia asked Bora. He was lip-syncing, Bora responded. However, their speculations were drowned out by the screams of frenzied fans. Lost in their little fangirling world, they didn't even notice that Lin Ji lip-synced the note. Or maybe, they didn't want to believe that he would lip-sync it. As expected, Mimi chimed. These people are blind. They don't care about it at all. Although some people stopped cheering when they noticed the lip-syncing accident, die-hard fans of Lin Ji still continued to cheer for him like nothing had just happened. Lin Ji, who was fully aware of the incident, continued to perform shamelessly, too. As expected, fans act like their idols. Jun shook his head. Shameless bastard, he muttered. As their performance ended, the crowd cheered once more. However, much to their surprise, it wasn't as loud as before. Of course, it was still loud, but it couldn't be compared to the cheers they got in the beginning. The mentors were now going to give their comments, and Ji-hyun wanted to speak first. She wanted to address the lip-syncing incident, but before she could even say anything, someone suddenly spoke in her ear. Don't speak about it, a deep voice said, sending shivers down her spine. Or else. Ji-hyun froze for a second, not comprehending what had just happened. That voice, it was someone she had never heard before. In the past 3 seasons of Rising Stars, this was the very first time something like this had happened, and she couldn't help but feel afraid. Are you okay? Hyerin asked by her side. Ji-hyun cracked a nervous smile before nodding. In the end, she couldn't ignore the murderous intent in the voice she just heard. So, she settled for the usual positive comments. It was good, she shakily said. You guys were a great team, and I think you practiced very well, she stammered. Thank you, mentor, Lin Ji smiled the widest, causing some of the audience members to cheer. Hyerin was about to speak, also wanting to talk about the lip-syncing incident, when Sun Wai suddenly took the microphone. Lin Ji, Sun Wai started off with a smile on his face. Jun frowned. At that point, he already sensed something wrong. You were incredible tonight. I couldn't help but notice you all throughout the performance. Your voice is incredible, and your dancing is impeccable. I must say, you truly deserve the main vocalist position. Jun leaned against the chair with a knowing smile. Bingo. There's something going on here. Sun Wai had never given a compliment to a team throughout this show, and it was weird that he had said those words all of a sudden. It made Jun think that Lin Ji was more well-connected than he had thought. But before he could ponder more about it, a crew member shouted their team name. Team Aglet. Please head backstage. Chapter 150 Tie Me Up 1. Team Aglet quickly went backstage as their name was called. Jun looked at his teammates and frowned when he noticed their nervous energy. Compared to their confident selves just a while ago, they looked stiff. Even CJ, who was usually confident, appeared to be having doubts. And as team risers went down, it only got worse. Zeth, Casper, and Jaeyoung genuinely wished them good luck, to which Jun nodded in acknowledgement. The other members were kind enough to give them encouraging smiles. However, as Lin Ji approached, Jun couldn't help but feel annoyed. You should have performed before us, he said in a teasing tone, but there was an underlying seriousness in his voice. Then maybe the expectation for your stage wouldn't be too much. Sehun pursed his lips before smiling. You guys did great. Of course, Lin Ji smiled. And I'm sure you'll do great. Especially you, Jun, he said, glancing at the nonchalant trainee. Jun ignored him and faced his teammates instead. Fortunately, Zeth pulled Lin Ji back to the trainees' area, leaving Team Aglet all alone. Once again, Jun observed his teammates' faces. Then, he let out a deep breath. You're nervous, he said his observation. I can't help it, Sehun said. This is the first time I'm performing last on the show. I've always performed in the middle, where the audience doesn't expect much yet. Me too, Jacob shakily said. I don't think I've ever been this nervous before. CJ silently nodded, appearing paler than before. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. You guys have worked hard for this, Jun said, his voice carrying a soothing yet commanding tone. This is your moment to shine. You need to show the people what you're capable of. But how do we get rid of these nerves? Heisu asked. Channel that nervous energy into anger, he advised. For all the people who look down on you, for all the doubters and haters, turn that fear into fuel. The others exchanged glances, absorbing Jun's words. Sehun's apprehensive expression gradually shifted into one of determination. Heisu's clenched fists relaxed, and Jacob's trembling hands steadied. And then, Jun continued. Perform with that anger. Let it fuel your passion, your energy, and your every move on that stage. As Jun spoke, the faces of his teammates eased a little bit. Worry was replaced by resoluteness, and annoyance crept in, directed at all the obstacles they had faced and all the doubters who had ever underestimated them. Jun was elated as he saw the fire light up in their eyes. Remember, he added, we're not just performing for everyone who's ever doubted us, but we're also performing for ourselves, our dreams. Let's show them what we're made of. CJ finally cracked a smile. You always know what to say, don't you? But wait, he worriedly said. Your voice is still a little bit hoarse and deep. Must be from all the sleeping you've been doing. Jun smirked. It's just perfect. The atmosphere inside the dimly lit studio was electric, charged with anticipation as the audience continued to talk about the last performance. Kang Mi-ho walked back to the stage, his sharp features highlighted by the soft glow of the stage lights. Zeth was crazy. How could he improve every week? Casper was the star of the show. Did you see how he annihilated Zeth with that rap? Lin Ji was the best. He sang that high note so well. I think he lip-synced it. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. I want to steal. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, Miho announced, his voice resonating through the venue. We're down to our final performance of the night, and it's a special one. But before we get to that, let's give it up for all the incredible teams that have graced this stage tonight. The crowd erupted into applause, showing their appreciation for the talented trainees who had already performed their hearts out. Miho continued. Now, for our last team of the evening, we have something truly remarkable in store for you. A performance that's been months in the making, created by none other than the famous rap producer duo known as Groovy Tunes. The mention of Groovy Tunes sent a ripple of excitement through the audience. The duo had a reputation for producing chart-topping rap hits, and their involvement in this show sparked immense curiosity. Groovy Tunes? Ja asked. Don't they only produce rap songs? They do, Bora frowned. Which is strange since Jun hadn't performed yet. I wonder if the production crew were lying when they said he's going to perform this week. Maybe he's still in the hospital. Ja frowned, too. That's what I thought. Unless Jun raps. I don't think so, Mimi said. We've never heard him rap throughout the show. And with vocals like that, it's pretty obvious that he focused a lot on that aspect. Yeah, and he didn't write rap under his Rising Stars profile, Bora added. Ja let out a disappointed sigh. Then, does that mean we came here for nothing? I guess so. By the way, Ja said, changing the topic. Aren't you going to take off your jacket? Mimi shook her head. I'm fine, she exclaimed, despite sweating buckets inside the thick sweatshirt. As the cheers died down, Miho continued. This song, Tie Me Up, is an R&B rap masterpiece that's sure to leave you speechless. This song, unlike others, required the involved trainees to write their own rap lyrics. So, without further ado, let's welcome our final team of the night. The stage lights shifted, focusing on a group of 7 trainees dressed in all-white outfits. Each member exuded a unique charisma, and they stood at the center of the stage, ready to make history. Their all-white outfits glistened under the soft, ambient stage lights, creating an ethereal contrast against the dark backdrop. Each member's attire was a unique expression of their individual personalities, yet all shared the common theme of pure white. Jun's here. Oh my gosh. Jun is really here. I can't believe it. I really thought he died. Jun's rapping. Jia's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the trainee on the side of the formation. He's here, she whispered. Mimi, too, looked at him, captivated. Jun looks sexy? The audience erupted into whispers as they continued to stare at Jun. Jun wore a silk polo shirt that matched the theme, its fabric catching the light with a subtle sheen. The shirt was unbuttoned at the first 3 buttons, revealing a glimpse of his chest. Then, amidst their whispers, a thumping bass line filled the air, stunning the crowd to silence. Chapter 151. Tie Me Up, too. The stage was cloaked in an alluring darkness, the hushed anticipation of the audience hanging in the air like a forbidden secret. The smooth, sultry rhythm of keyboards, synthesizers, and drum machines beckoned like an irresistible invitation into a world of seduction. A soft, red-hued spotlight pierced the obscurity and bathed the stage in its sensual glow. It revealed a solitary figure at the side, poised with an air of irresistible enchantment. The crowd collectively held its breath as they laid eyes on him. Jun. His entrance into the spotlight was nothing short of intoxicating. Jun's gaze, once aloof, had undergone a transformation. Under the seductive radiance of the spotlight, his eyes gleamed with an intensity that was both captivating and unpredictable. They held a smoldering fire that sent shivers down the spines of everyone watching. Dark, undeniably inviting, his eyes beckoned, daring the audience to unravel the mysteries hidden within. And it seemed like not sleeping for the night had given him a huge favor. His dark undereyes made him even more alluring. The mentors, who didn't expect such a strong start, also held their breaths, wondering if it was the same performance they evaluated just a day ago. As the sultry melody enveloped the studio, the trainees began to move with an innate sensuality that left the audience in shock. Their bodies swayed to the rhythm. Then, the camera panned to Si-hoon, whose fingers were adorned with silver rings, tracing invisible patterns through the air as he gestured for the audience to get sucked into their performance. I'm trapped in this web, can't break free. Tied to a past that won't let me be. It's like I'm drowning in memories. Toxic love, it's a storm in my seas. Jae-young, being a rapper, raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard Si-hoon rap. He wasn't paying much attention to their final evaluation stage, but this guy is actually pretty decent. It seemed like the audience agreed, too, as they continued to watch the stage intently. You were a drug, and I was addicted. Every touch, every word, so conflicted. CJ rapped his self-written lines, and the audience started getting more into the performance. As the song's pre-chorus began, the seductive melody deepened, setting the stage for a mesmerizing display. The performers, moving in perfect synchronization, executed a sensual body wave, a slow and deliberate sway. Jun smirked since CJ didn't look like a leech being sprinkled with salt anymore. However, that smirk was caught by the camera, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. He's so fucking sexy. I can't breathe. Mimi, who still had a thick sweatshirt on, started sweating profusely despite the air conditioning. She started removing her sleeves one by one, her eyes still focused on the performance. Gun, who had complimented Jun during his skateboard ride performance, didn't think it was possible for Jun to pull such a sexy choreography off. But there he was, leading the team with a sultry grace that left no room for doubt about his mastery of movement. His body, like liquid silk, arched smoothly from head to toe, then curved sensuously in the opposite direction. The undulating motion rolled through his hips and traveled down the length of his legs, every contour and line of his physique on full display. The crowd, their eyes riveted on Jun, was entranced by the beauty of the body wave. It was as if they had been drawn into a hypnotic trance, captivated by his fluid motions. As the pre-chorus melted into the chorus, a wave of anticipation washed over the audience. The stage was once again blanketed in a sensuous, dimly lit atmosphere, and the performers had something special in store. Without missing a beat, they reached into their pockets and pulled out white silk ties. Tied up, drowning in pain. Can't escape it, still in my veins. In this torment, I'm forever chained. With every beat, the memory remains. Si-hoon, now standing at the center, took the lead, his eyes locking onto the audience. The moment the ties appeared, his movements took on a new dimension. With a languid grace, he wrapped the silk tie around his wrist, bound by the white material. The unexpected addition of the silk ties sent shockwaves through the mentors, who had no inkling of this risque twist in the performance. Their expressions ranged from astonishment to amazement, their jaws dropping in disbelief. The stage had transformed into a realm of raw sensuality, and it was clear that the meaning of the song, "Tie Me Up," was being embodied with exquisite precision. Si-hoon's hips swayed in an addictive rhythm as he continued to interact with the audience, each flirtatious flick of the tie carrying an unspoken invitation. His fellow performers mirrored his movements, their bodies moving to the sultry beat. Despite not being in the center, many in the crowd found themselves unable to tear their gaze away from Jun, his tantalizing movement leaving them spellbound. And then it came. It was finally Jun's turn to be at the center, and the rap lyrics that no one had heard of besides the members of Team Aglet swirled in his mind. This was it. The weight of all the painful memories and experiences settled upon him, and it became an undeniable force that fueled his determination. In that fleeting moment, before he began his rap, a realization washed over him like a rogue wave. He thought of all the times he had sacrificed, the people who had dismissed and underestimated his team, and the countless hours he had poured into perfecting their performance. Jun worked fucking hard for this, and he was going to show them. Everyone watching seemed to hold their breaths. Even the production crew watched in anticipation. How could a main vocalist transform into a main rapper? There's only one way to find out. With relentless resolve, Jun brought the silk tie up to his lips, biting the material before wrapping it around his neck. And then, with a visceral intensity, Jun spat out his rap lyrics. Chapter 152, Tie Me Up, 3. Zeth sat on the edge of his seat. Casper, who was right by his side, leaned his elbows against his knees and listened intently. For some reason, they weren't too satisfied with their performance a while ago. Maybe they already knew that their previous performance with Jun was better. And now, seeing Jun do so good on a new team made them feel like it was such a waste. They made the wrong decision, it seems. None of the trainees had heard Jun rap, so some of them were expecting Jun to fail badly. This dude's never rapped before. I can't believe they made him the main rapper. A good vocalist like that shouldn't be a good rapper. He's really sexy, though. In this performance, of course. Just this performance. Various speculations went around the room, yet one thing was definite. They were all uncertain of Jun's rap skills. Tied up, getting used to the pain. Maybe this is my fate, but who's to blame? I'm wrapped in chains, but it's strangely sweet. You're the poison I crave, your taste unique. Jun's rap verse flowed like molten lava, the raspiness in his voice doing him a good favor. He had practiced the whole night for this, and it showed. His words were crystal clear, and his flow overpowered the song. It seems as if the lyrics were perfect for the written song. Truly, he was a B-tier rapper. Suck that, losers. Its intensity and lyrical aptitude left everyone in awe. Ji-hyun watched with wide-eyed astonishment. She had known Jun primarily as a vocalist, and this unexpected display of rap talent had caught her completely off guard. The audience, too, was caught in a collective trance. The cheers that had punctuated the sexy chorus now seemed to have vanished. The spectators were hanging on to every word that tumbled from Jun's lips, afraid that even the slightest cheer might cause them to miss a single syllable of his rap. I know it's twisted, but I can't resist the fire. As the ropes tighten, my soul's burning with desire. No more running from this haunting spell. I fucking like being tied up, can't you tell? The addition of a curse word left everyone in shock. Yet, they weren't appalled. It wasn't tasteless. Instead, it even added flavor to his performance. Akira, who only snapped out of his trance after Jun's part, shook his head with a smirk. This bastard has done it again. Zeth, Casper, and Jaeyoung, undoubtedly the most talented rappers in the show, couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration, and along with that was a tinge of rivalry. It was as if a new contender had entered the arena. Almost all of the trainees were amazed by Jun's showcase of talent. However, two trainees remained bitter at heart. Linji clenched his fists between his thighs. His earlier dismissive attitude seemed like a distant memory, replaced by annoyance for Jun's talent. It was a humbling experience, and he hated being humbled. Lin Ji was better than Jun when they first came to the show. Now, why the hell does it feel like Lin Ji was being left behind? Xian was on the same page, not being able to contain his anger. His face flushed with frustration as he watched the crowd's ecstatic reaction to Jun's performance. That should have been him. He should have been the independent trainee everyone was cheering for. Yet there he was, Jun, owning the stage despite the doubts that surrounded him. The chorus approached once again, and Team Aglet had gained more motivation from Jun's powerful rapping, giving him looks of acknowledgement during formation changes. It was undeniable that his presence was great for the team, and as Si-hoon made his way back to the center, he danced even harder than before. Tied up, drowning in pain. Can't escape it, still in my veins. In this torment, I'm forever chained. With every beat, the memory remains. Bone, who had been speechless until now, continued to watch the stage in wonder. It was unexpected, this improvement. He was the only person besides Sun Y who had heard Jun rap before, and it was certain that the young man wasn't experienced in rapping at all. However, as Bone internalized Jun's flow and lyrics, he felt a sense of amazement. Can somebody improve this quickly? The vocalists sang the first part of the bridge, their voices blending beautifully as the instrumentals mellowed down. Yeah, I'm tied up, it's a twisted reality. Locked in this world of painful brutality. These ties that bind, like chains made of lace. In this intricate web, I found my place. It was the last rap of the song, Jun's part, and he looked into the camera, acting like he was saying those words to the people who looked down on him and his team. I'm the person you looked down on, so naive. And now, you're the one staring at me in disbelief. The scars you've left, they don't define my tomorrow. In this story of pain, I'll rise above the sorrow. Jun meant everything he said, and it hit everyone harder than they thought. At this time, it wasn't his rap skills that left a mark. It was the raw emotion behind every syllable that made them speechless. Among the people watching were some who had once cast him aside, who didn't even bother contacting him when they made a decision as a team. Their faces turned somber as they listened to his impassioned verses. The lyrics held a mirror to their past decisions, a reminder of how they had underestimated his potential and discarded him without a second thought. Undoubtedly, the person who's most shocked out of all is Sun Y. He felt a pang in his heart as he watched Jun pour his soul into his performance. What was this? He actually felt ashamed? Sun Y didn't even feel any shame when he was being roasted on diss tracks. As the dance break commenced, the audience remained in a state of shock and awe from Jun's previous rap performance. However, Jun had more surprises in store. He reached for the white silk tie that was now wrapped casually around his neck. With a swift movement, he pulled the tie up to his eyes and tied it as a blindfold. Gasps and whispers were heard in the crowd as they watched in disbelief. Dancing with a blindfold was a daring move, but Jun executed it with a precision that defied expectations. His body moved with grace and assurance, every step and spin perfectly synchronized with his teammates. The audience marveled at his audacity and the seamless coordination of the performance despite the added challenge of the blindfold. As the last chorus approached, the team gathered at the center of the stage, ready to sing in unison. The harmonious blend of their voices filled the venue, a testament to their unity and dedication. Jun's voice, still as powerful as ever, shone brightly, reminding everyone that he was not just a rapper, but also a remarkable vocalist. His contribution added depth and emotion to the song, elevating it to a level of intensity that sent shivers down the spines of those listening. He even supported Haesu in his high note, since Jun felt him getting a bit out of breath. The blend of their voices resonated through the room, putting Lin Ji's lip-synced high note to shame. At that moment, a profound sense of emotion washed over the entire team. Their journey, filled with challenges and determination, was encapsulated in this performance. It was more than just a song and dance. It was a powerful expression of their shared passion. As the final lyric approached, Jun roughly removed his blindfold. The camera focused on him, capturing the image of disheveled hair, smudged lipstick, and eyes that still burned with intensity. There, he stood as the perfect embodiment of their performance, a symbol of their unyielding commitment and the raw, untamed energy they had poured into every moment on stage. Chapter 153 Our Best. Everybody felt weird. The song was supposed to be sexy, but why do they feel emotional? Claps of hesitancy filled the room and were then followed by thunderous applause. Then, the claps turned into ahs when the team started breaking down in tears. Jun was confused by the sudden shift of reaction at first, but when he glanced to his side and saw Si-hoon with tears streaming down his cheeks, he became surprised. The man who had served as the pillar of the team since day one. The trainee, who always had a smile on his face despite the challenges and discouraging comments from others, was crying. He was the first one who cried among his team, a sad yet proud look in his eyes. After seeing their leader cry, the other young men felt something tug in their chest, and before they even knew it, they, too, started crying. Ah, don't cry. Why are they crying? They did such a great job, though. I feel like I'm going to cry, too, Jang-moon said from backstage. Jae-young, once again, tried to hide the tears in his eyes. However, Akira caught him in the act. That's the fourth time, he teased. Bone, who was aware of the team's situation, sighed in pity. These kids have been through a lot. They had the most people eliminated from their team. Although the audience didn't know the process they went through to get to such a performance, they felt sympathy for the men crying on the stage. Jun felt a surge of panic in his heart. He was standing at the center during this time, and all his other teammates had tears streaming down their faces. He felt the audience's inquiring eyes, so he felt like he had no choice but to explain. So, before the mentors could comment on their performance, Jun brought the mic to his lips and started speaking. What a bunch of crybabies, am I right? The audience and the mentors laughed, except for Sun Y, who is still in a state of shock. The other members of Team Aglet, too, let out a chuckle as they cried. They didn't know what came over them, but the feeling of relief and enjoyment overwhelmed their feelings as they reached the end of the performance. But in all seriousness, this team worked really hard for this performance. Right now, it's something only we understand, but I want you all to know how grateful we are for letting us perform in front of you. Jun internally cringed at his inspiring speech, but seeing as he's the only one who can speak right now, he continued with his words. These guys, he said, glancing at his teammates' emotional eyes, are some of the best people I've worked with, and I would really like to see them continue to live their dreams. So, from this day on, please look at them more favorably. Si-hoon, Jacob, CJ, Taekyung, Haesu, and Seokwa, you all did a great job. I just want you to know that, and from now on, I hope you don't doubt yourselves anymore. You're pursuing this dream for a reason. Jun said those words to comfort them, hoping they'd finally stop crying. However, it seemed like his words only made it worse as they started crying even harder. Even some of the audience members sniffed as he finished his speech, and there was a collective thought running in their minds. Our black kitty is so kind. Jun pursed his lips in frustration and brought the microphone down. Maybe he shouldn't have spoken at all. Thankfully, the mentors decided to cut through the silence as they relayed their evaluations. While they had a lot of good and bad things to say about the performances of the other teams, they somewhat felt speechless for this particular one. It's, wow, Hiren started off. That's the only word I can think of right now. I can't even comment on the technical mistakes you made since I feel like they were a part of the performance. You guys really did such a good job. I don't know what to say, Ji-hyun continued. Honestly, I wasn't expecting a lot from this team. But you guys proved me wrong. I bet Groovy Tunes will be proud of this performance. Jun, Bone suddenly said, causing Jun to snap his gaze at him. Are you a genius? Jun raised his eyebrows. I can't explain it in words, but I believe you've improved the most out of anyone in this show. I know the others can't understand me right now, but they will once the episode airs. Please watch it fondly. The audience began to complain, wanting the episode to air faster. The other mentors, too, became more curious about what Bone meant. Kiara, who didn't comment much on the other team's performances, picked up her mic, causing Team Aglet looked at her with wonder. It was the first time they'd seen the girl who placed first on the very first season of Rising Stars, and she just had a different aura to her. On the other hand, her past fellow member, Mimi, had her arms out of a huge sweatshirt. Yet, her face was still hidden by a big hood. Jia and Bora looked at her weirdly, but Mimi continued to ogle Jun, not minding the weird looks she got from other people. During concept missions, there's usually one song that becomes iconic out of all the stages. In the first season, it was Homesick Women, and in the second season, it was Ugly You. This season, I feel like it's yours." The audience exclaimed in surprise. The trainees backstage, too, felt like they were hit by a truck, especially Team Risers. Compliments kept pouring in, and at that point, Team Aglet knew that they had done their best. The other mentors continued to speak, and as Rhino ended his comment, the panel turned toward one person who hasn't uttered a single word. The trashy dude always had something to say to all the performances. He'd even take the opportunity to always speak first, setting a negative tone. However, this time, he was the last person to speak. "Do you have anything to say, Sunwai?" Bone asked. Much to their surprise, Sunwai shook his head. Jun smirked as he made eye contact with the rapper. Sunwai immediately evaded his gaze and cleared his throat. Hundreds of questions swirled in his mind. Was it possible for someone to improve that fast? Then, Sunwai felt his heart beating faster in his chest. This trainee is a very scary trainee. Chapter 154 I Love, June. As Team Aglet left the stage, the impact they left on the audience was still felt. Mimi felt like she was going insane. How could she feel prouder of June than during her time in Rising Stars? Bora, too, felt like Ren's spot in her heart now had a true competitor, and it was concerning how she didn't even remember any other stage after Team Aglet performed. Jia, as usual, felt prouder than everybody else. She didn't know what June and his team went through to get to where they were, but it seemed like they didn't have an easy time. She couldn't wait to watch the episode. Kong Miho went back to the stage with a proud smile. And that's it, Starlights. Just like that, the concept mission had come to an end. Please stay tuned for the songs as the trainees will record them in the next few days and release them to the public after the airing of the episode. Now, it's time for you to make an important decision. As I said, this time, the individual votes will be foregone, so all you have to do is vote on the Azure app for the team you think performed best. We will be giving you 10 minutes to make a decision. The special mentors, too, are given the privilege to vote for a team they like. Afterward, we will call out all the teams up the stage and announce the winners. Their fate lies in the palm of your hands, so vote wisely, Starlights. Once again, Miho left the stage while the Starlights made their decision. A lot of them, before even coming here, already had someone to vote for in mind. And when Team Risers performed, a lot of them were convinced that nobody else could top the performance. However, as they watched Team Aglet, they couldn't help but feel conflicted. Jia, Bora, and Mimi wasted no time in voting for Team Aglet, but there were still whispers of hesitancy from the other Starlights. Should we vote for Skateboard Ride like we had planned? I don't know. Why does my heart go to Team Aglet? This is the hardest voting I have ever come across. But then again, does Team Risers even need the benefit? I don't think that should be the question. Does Team Risers even deserve the benefit? Oh, shut up, guys. Just vote for Skateboard Ride. They're going to win anyway. The special mentors on the elevated platform also cast their votes. Kira, who had wanted to root for Team Sweet as Sugar from the start, scrolled past their name until she saw Team Aglet. Then, she clicked on their name to cast a vote. Who'd you vote for? Jayan asked. I still voted for my team since I was the one who taught them. Kira smiled. It's a secret. Since she voted quite quickly, Kira had some time to scan the crowd. She was reminded of her days in Rising Stars, but she didn't miss the experience. Being on the show was, let's just say, stressful. As Kira continued scanning the room, her eyes strayed to a weird-looking girl in the front row. She had her arms out, but her hood remained, making her pop out from the crowd. Kira tilted her head to the side in confusion. Why does it feel like she knows that girl? Back in the waiting room, where the trainees waited for the production crew to call them to go up the stage, Team Aglet finally arrived. June still hasn't fixed his hair and smudged lipstick, so he still appeared to be the embodiment of the song. Sehun nudged his shoulder. You should button up now, he whispered. June looked down at his bare chest and shrugged before buttoning them all up. He was in the midst of buttoning them up when someone patted his shoulder. He lifted his head, expecting it to be one of his friends, but was surprised when he saw Casper looking at him with an unreadable expression. June sighed. This dude again? Do you need anything? June asked. Casper was about to open his mouth and say something when a crew member shouted, Trainees, it's time for the announcement of the winner. June shook off Casper's hold and pointed toward Team Risers. They're waiting for you, he said. With that, June started walking back to the stage, but not without being congratulated by his friends. You betrayed me, Akira said. Jun looked at him in confusion. Why didn't you tell me you were good at rapping? Jun shrugged. I wasn't. Liar, Jisung exclaimed from his side. Is there anything you can't do? I can't whistle, Jun confessed, causing them to burst into laughter. You're suddenly confessing that. CJ cracked up. Anyways, you really did such a good job out there. You were even better during our practice. Did you practice even more after that? I bet it's his natural talent. Minx chimed. Our brother must be naturally good at everything. Jun didn't deny or confirm it. Again, being acknowledged for his hard work was something he wasn't used to. It was true that the system gave him the foundation for his rap skills, but he worked hard for it too. As they made their way to the stage, the fans erupted into cheers once more. It was the loudest of the night, with different sub-fandoms wanting to cheer the loudest for their favorites. Since Jun was so focused on the performance a while ago, he didn't get the time to observe the banners they were holding up. He scanned the room and finally read them. Zetherealists got Zeth's back. Run, our forever love, love. Lin Ji, born with everything. Our smart and talented prince, Leo. King of duality, Song Jisung. Alright, Jun had to admit. The fans made some cute slogans. It made him realize that this is why idols do what they do. They receive love from multiple people, and it makes them feel wanted. Jun had yet to see a slogan of his, but stopped when he saw a group of women at the very far end of the room. His eyes widened in surprise. How come he didn't notice them right at the beginning? With the biggest banner in the room was a group of old ladies, all with matching love, Jun shirts. And then, as he let his eyes wander to their slogan, he felt like a bucket of cold water was being poured over his body. This grandma lives 30 minutes away from Jun. Hashtag grandmas for Jun. Hashtag age does not matter. Chapter 155, and the winner is? CJ burst into laughter as he also read the slogan. Quite a fandom you got there, he teased Jun. Shut up, Jun said, already feeling stressed. Again, he had expected a cute slogan, at least. His slogan looked like those ads you see on sketchy websites. CJ continued to laugh, but deep inside, he felt a bit bummed out. With a laugh, he scanned the room once more, looking for something in the crowd. However, there truly wasn't a slogan for him. He knew Jun was stressed because of the contents of his slogan, but that was better than not having anything, right? CJ masked his sadness with a mischievous smile as he continued to tease Jun. However, his teasing quickly halted when Kang Mi-ho entered the stage. The sadness in his heart was replaced with pure nervousness. As he scanned his other teammates, CJ also sensed their profound nervousness, aside from one person, Jun. However, his teasing quickly halted when Kang Mi-ho entered the stage. The sadness in his heart was replaced with pure nervousness. As he scanned his other teammates, CJ also sensed their profound nervousness, aside from one person, Jun. As usual, there was an unreadable expression on his face, one that CJ had always noticed during announcements like this. Does he really not care at all? In the trenches of Jun's mind, his pettiness had reached a new level. We better fucking win. For all the past missions, Jun had some kind of prediction during the winner announcement. He had always been rational with his guesses, too. Winning during the first mission was practically impossible since his skills were still being developed, and the team they were going against was popular even before the start of the show. During the second mission, he had already expected to win. Again, losing was practically impossible. With the ranks that his teammates had, it was obvious from the beginning. However, today, he didn't want to make a guess. Jun simply wanted to win. No, Jun needed to win. He could see Lin Ji's face from here, and he wanted nothing but to see a look of defeat on his face. He stood at the very front of Team Risers as their leader, and he exuded an air of supreme confidence. Lin Ji stood tall, his posture showing an annoying sense of self-assuredness. His arms were crossed casually, and his lips curled into a smug half-smile. His eyes, framed by arched brows, scanned the room with an air of expectation as though he had already etched their victory in stone. Fucking lip-syncing, drug-distributing, kiss-assing piece of shit. Alright, maybe that was a bit too much. But Jun couldn't help it. He felt extra annoyed today. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense as Kang Mi-ho stepped forward and cleared his throat into the mic. The room fell silent, and the audience was now on the edge of their seats. Who do you think will win? I still don't know. I voted for the team that captured my heart. I can't breathe. It's so intense. Can somebody turn off this beat? I'm palpitating. A suspenseful beat seemed to echo in everyone's hearts, making their pulses quicken. Jun, who usually felt calm during these announcements, suddenly felt a rush of nerves like he had never experienced before. Kang Mi-ho's voice rang out, cutting through the tension. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, he declared. I now have the name of the winner of the concept mission in my hands. As the seconds stretched into eternity, the trainees held their breaths, waiting for Kang Mi-ho to reveal the results. The room was fraught with unbearable tension as the screen displayed the names of the competing teams, each accompanied by their corresponding number of votes. The lowest-ranked team was poised to be revealed first. The team with the lowest number of votes, and in 7th place, is Team Thunder. Jang Moon nodded and pursed his lips. Of course, he had already expected the outcome, but he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Nonetheless, he smiled and clapped, genuinely rooting for his friends to win. Exine, on the other hand, clenched his fists in anger. Of course, he also didn't expect to win. But coming in last place? That's unacceptable. Then, his eyes strayed toward the tallest trainee in their team. It's Jangmun's fault. One by one, the remaining teams were announced, their fates hanging in the balance. The tension escalated with each reveal, and the room felt like a pressure cooker ready to burst. Break My Heart and Brown Sugar Milk Tea came in as a close 3rd and 4th, with Team Sweet as Sugar taking the higher spot, with less than a 100-vote gap. Finally, only 2 team names remained on the screen, Skateboard Ride and Tie Me Up. The atmosphere became even more suffocating, the anticipation reaching its zenith. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked onto the screen, awaiting the crucial moment that would determine the winner of the mission. At this moment, Skateboard Ride was expected to win. Out of all the missions so far, Zeph had never lost. And with the amount of top-ranked trainees in their team, there was no way they'd lose. Moreover, they were facing a team that had majority of its members in the 40th rank. They were projected to be the last-placing team during the beginning, so it was already remarkable that they got 2nd place. The silence in the venue was deafening as Mi-ho prepared to reveal the ultimate verdict. As the tension reached its peak, the audience couldn't help but engage in whispered discussions, trying to predict which of the remaining 2 teams would emerge victorious. The room was divided, and the tension was so thick it couldn't be cut with a knife. Then, in a moment that seemed to defy expectations, the screen showed the final victor. Tie Me Up, 589. Skateboard Ride, 491. As Jun stared at the screen, he couldn't internalize it at first. It seemed like he had forgotten even the most basic math concepts as he stared at it in wonder. Is 589 greater than 491? 589 is greater than 491 by 98. They won. But there was no time for Jun to dwell on the shock, because before he even knew it, he was being hoisted up in the air. Chapter 156 Lao. What was Jun doing so high up in the air? He doesn't really know. All he knows is that they won. They fucking won. As he continued to get tossed into the air like a baby who was left all alone with his dad on the weekend, he scanned the studio until his eyes landed on Lin Ji. Although he tried his hardest not to show it, there was a slight annoyance in Lin Ji's face. It was obvious. Even when they were together in the gang, Lin Ji could hide his emotions very well except for one, anger. As their eyes met, a small smirk etched onto Jun's face. Only enough for Lin Ji to wonder whether Jun knew what he was internally thinking. However, before Lin Ji could read into it, Jun evaded his gaze and forced his teammates to bring him down. They actually won. I can't believe Zeph lost this one. No matter how hard I think about it, I can only see this as being rigged. You're speaking out of your ass. I voted for Jun even though my favorite trainee is Akira. Jia, Bora, and Mimi all screamed in glee after the announcement of the winner. For Jia, this seemed like the best thing that ever happened on the show. After countless trials, Jun getting stabbed, his face being revealed without his consent, and all others that Jia didn't even know of, seeing him win felt like a satisfying ending to a movie. Sun Y pursed his lips as he watched their team rejoice in the victory. It was unbelievable. How could a bunch of nobodies win against a team of powerhouses? In the rap industry, Sun Y had never won against those powerful figures. He couldn't beat them, couldn't join them, and couldn't even imitate them. So, in the end, he decided to go against them instead. Dissing those powerful figures and creating controversies became his personality, and it was the only way that brought him recognition from the public. That's why he hates how these idiots have won. Because then, that would mean that it's actually possible for someone to rise through popularity with mere hard work. What a joke. Sun Wai stood up from his seat even before the production crew gave him a cue. Whatever, he muttered. At least I fulfilled my job. With that, he started walking out of the studio while bringing out his phone from his pocket. Sun Wai settled on a hidden corner and pressed on the contact name, Lao Hu. Sun Wai, you'll still wire me the money, right? Lao Hu, only half of the money will be sent. My prospect didn't win. Sun Wai cursed under his breath as he saw the bank notification and the amount of money he had received. Fuck that kid. The fans were now being escorted out of the studio, and the trainees started getting changed and going back to their respective dorms. Team Aglet remained backstage, still not believing what had just happened. Jacob sniffed as he looked at his teammates. I've only been filled with doubt ever since I came to the show, and although I tried hard to push through, I can't deny that I haven't been feeling happy lately. However, being in this team, and even winning made me realize why I'm still chasing this dream. You couldn't have worded it better, Sehun said. I've tried to put on a smile for you guys, but most of them weren't genuine. They were just forced. But tonight, my smile is real. It feels good winning like this. My cheeks are honestly hurting, CJ said, massaging his plump cheeks. I've been smiling since earlier, too, Jesus said. But it's strange, he suddenly said, turning to Jun. I don't think I've ever seen you smile, bro. Jun raised his eyebrows after he heard his name. Honestly, he hasn't been listening to their conversation. Why? Because he wanted to sleep right then and there. What did you say? Jun asked, his thuggish accent coming back amidst his sleepiness. Smile, Sehun said. It's okay to smile when you're happy, you know? Jun shrugged. I am happy, but I don't need to smile. I think you're right, Heisu, CJ said. Aside from that one time when he was given a free box of Binbin gummies, I don't think I've ever seen Jun smile. It's more like a smolder? Or a smirk? A smolder, Jun asked. What the hell is that? You know, CJ said. The thing you do when you think of a new idea or eat something delicious. I don't smolder or whatever that is, Jun defended. Whatever you say, CJ said. Let's talk more about our victory. I still can't get over it. Did you see those fuckers' faces? Those who kicked me out of my team, and those who kicked you guys out too. I bet they're regretting it now. They didn't even stand a chance. And a team with powerhouse members? That's us. Numbers are only. Sehun roughly nudged CJ's side, causing him to splutter. What the hell? Let me finish my rant. Sehun awkwardly smiled and pointed to Jun's back. CJ's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly zipped his lips. I'm actually pretty tired. I think I should go now. The other members also chuckled nervously when they saw the two tall figures behind Jun, quickly following CJ. Sehun patted Jun's back with a smile. I'll go now too, Jun. Wait, Jun called out, but they were already running away. He considered just walking away, too, but Zeth suddenly held onto his shoulder. Jun let out a frustrated sigh before facing the two rappers behind him. Jae-young and Zeth, looking like guilty puppies, stared at him with wide eyes. What do you want? Jun asked. Zeth scratched the back of his head. Congratulations, he said. You guys did a really good job. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was honestly expecting Zeth to be quite upset about not winning the mission, but he actually looked pretty calm. Thanks, Jun muttered. Is that all? Then, I'm gonna go. Wait, Jae-young said, looking even guiltier. We just wanted to apologize too. Jun crossed his arms in front of his chest. For what? For kicking you out of the team, Zeth said. We were in a bind back then, and we had to choose someone to eliminate. You weren't there, so we thought it'd be the most rational decision. Jun sighed. Look, I understand why you did it. You had no choice, or whatever. But would it have hurt to tell me about it beforehand? I was a part of the team, too, you know? Jae-young sighed and cast his eyes to the ground. We know. We're sorry. We didn't think it through. Whatever, Jun said. It's all in the past now. So, does that mean you forgive us? Jae-young asked. I didn't say anything about that. Jun smirked, walking closer to them. But I'm not angry anymore, he said, glancing at the hidden figure behind the large equipment. Lin Ji's not so slick, Because we won, Jun continued, deliberately making his voice louder. And that high note just now? I didn't lip-sync it. Chapter 157P Bottle. Xin pulled onto his dyed blue hair as the results of the concept mission sank in. As he retreated his hand away from his hair, he was surprised to see that more than 50 strands of hair had been pulled out. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed and ran to the bathroom mirror. He parted his hair and saw a small bald spot on the area he pulled. Xin pursed his lips before screaming in frustration. Nothing seems to be going right for him today. He had done so much for their Thunder performance. He even went as far as dyeing his hair the same color as Zeth's, but that, too, backfired on him. Xin sighed and combed his hair back so the bald spot wasn't noticeable. Afterward, he realized that he still hadn't contacted Hoon and told him about the results of the competition. He went out of the bathroom to speak with him, but halted when he saw Akira inside the room. "Why'd you scream just now?" Akira asked with a frown. Xin evaded his eyes away from him. I couldn't get a big shit out." Akira raised his eyebrows in surprise before slowly nodding. "All right, is it out now?" "Yeah," Xin said, scratching the back of his neck. "Don't worry. The toilet isn't clogged." "All right," Akira said. "Well, let me know if you need anything. I have fiber supplements if you need them." Xin shook his head. "I'll head out for a while." With that, Xin left the awkward room and started looking for a place to talk with his most respected brother, Hoon. He wandered around the hallways and cafeteria, but couldn't find an empty place. In the end, he settled on the one place he knew wouldn't be disturbed by anyone else. He walked toward the janitor's closet, making sure to open the lights this time since he didn't want the past incident to repeat itself. Then, he locked the door before dialing Hoon's number. The closet smelled oddly comforting, like the janitor had done a good job keeping it clean. After a couple of rings, Hoon finally responded. Xin placed it on a loudspeaker since his hearing was still a bit muffled after all the screaming in the studio a while ago. "Is it over?" Hoon asked. "It's over," Xin responded. "Well, how was it? Did skateboard ride win? Did you win against Jun's team?" Hoon asked. He was currently confined in his small room, the sound of his mother ranting about how she was the only one doing chores in the house echoing in the thin walls. He was covered in potato chips, soda bottles, and ramen packets that he ate uncooked. All of the lights in his room were turned off except for the purple LED lights that adorned his computer. Under his computer were numerous bottles filled with his pee. Now that he was back in their house, Hoon was once again miserable, merely playing games and eating junk food all day long. It's only been less than a week since he was eliminated, but he already gained a belly pooch. As he lost in the game he was playing, he let out a string of curses. Then, his reflection was seen on a black loading monitor, making him feel even more miserable than before. And he could only blame it on one person. "Well," Hoon asked, "who won?" Xin let out a deep sigh before responding. "They won." "They won against your team?" "No," Xin softly said. "They won the concept mission. They won even against Skateboard Ride." Hoon stopped for a second, the mouse pointer hovering over the game's start button. "What?" he asked after a while, his voice sending shivers down Xion's spine. Jun won. They got 200,000 stars. Hoon's grip on his soda bottle tightened, causing some of the liquid to ooze and spill over his legs. He was surprised to find that it was really warm. What the hell? It was straight out of the fridge. He looked at the bottle and saw that the contents were yellow instead of clear, sparkling white. Shit! He cursed loudly, causing him to let go of the pee bottle and soak his white shirt too. Feeling frustrated by it all, Hoon screamed out of rage before standing up and punching a hole in his wall. His mother heard the commotion from upstairs and shook her head. "When am I going to live a peaceful life?" she muttered as she continued washing the dishes. Are you okay, bro?" Xin asked, sensing Hoon's anger even through the phone. Hoon continued to breathe heavily, and Xion's fear escalated. "The photos I sent," Xin said, trying to divert Hoon's attention. "Have you gone through them? Can you believe it? I think Jun is actually loaded. It doesn't come off that way, and his friends also say that he lives in a small apartment." "Shut up!" Hoon snapped, causing Xin to shut his mouth. Hoon closed his eyes for a second and tried to calm down. He couldn't lose his cool yet. He still hadn't made Jun pay. "I have seen the photos," he calmly said, his voice turning a complete 360, causing Xin to become even more fearful. Hoon doesn't seem to be himself anymore. He sounded so desperate. As Hoon calmed down, He went back to his computer and exited the shooting game he was currently obsessed with. He sat down, ignoring the way his computer chair made a squelching sound, and then pulled up an article from Naval. He had been desperate for Jun's downfall ever since he got eliminated, and he camped on various social media sites to find something that could lead to his demise. And after sleepless nights, he finally came across the article. It wasn't a big discussion among the public since it involved Azure's shareholders, something boring to a normal citizen's eye. But Hoon can make it much bigger. He just needed something more. Those shoes, Hoon started off. From the box, I can tell those are limited edition shoes. Tomorrow, I need you to go back to Jun's room and take a picture of them. And tomorrow, Xian, he continued, I need you to follow him. How is that going to help us? Xian asked. Trust me, Hoon said, smirking, still staring at the article on his computer. I have a good hunch about this. Then, he turned off the call before letting a manic chuckle. Those chuckles eventually turned to bouts of laughter, causing Hoon's mom to think that her son had gone crazy. Choi Joon-ho, Xian whispered. You're one sly bastard. Chapter 158 MJ. Jun finally slept like a baby after a week of grueling events. Again, that was a lie. How could Jun sleep peacefully in this place? At 5 a.m., after the day of the live performances, a chaotic group entered his room, disrupting his peace. I'm still sleepy. Akira yawned, opening the door to Jun's room. Jun had already woken up at that point. He's not a heavy sleeper like Jisung, and he's very sensitive to sound and movement. Why do you even wake us up so early, CJ? Jisung asked, still feeling sleepy, welcoming the others inside. I was surprised when you suddenly called me. Sorry, CJ sheepishly said. The moment I woke up, I looked at my watch. I didn't realize it got ruined and stopped at 8 a.m. I had already washed up when I realized it was still 5 a.m. So, I decided to pester you guys instead. Then, the group went to Jun's bed and started shaking him awake. Brother, wake up, bro. Wakey, wakey, it's time for school. Is he dead? Shut up, Jangmoon. Don't joke about things like that. But he's not moving. Maybe we should leave him to sleep. He's had a rough week. That's right. Leave the black kitty all alone and let him sleep. Jun continued on with his act, hoping the group of noisy trainees would leave and let him rest. We can't, CJ exclaimed. It's our last day here until the filming of the elimination episode, he insisted. To CJ, that wasn't really the main reason. They were going to film their elimination episode on Wednesday, which meant that he might not be able to see them again after that. Ranked 46th out of all the trainees, he knew that it'd be too much for him to make it into the top 25. What are we even going to do? Jangmoon asked. Let's go jogging. We haven't been to the playground near Azure, right? It's been more than a month since we've been here, but we haven't even seen that place, CJ cheerfully suggested. I want to go, Jisung shyly said. Wake him up then, Akira said, yawning. If he doesn't want to wake up, then let's throw cold water in his face. Jun's eyes twitched after Akira's suggestion. That's a good idea, CJ said. It's definitely not a good idea. As much as Jun didn't want to wake up early, he most definitely didn't want to be poured with cold water. He opened his eyes and was about to sit up, but it was already too late. Before he could even sit up, cold water was poured on his face, causing his blood to boil. Jun really hated the cold. He opened his eyes and was met with 4 guilty gazes. Oops, CJ exclaimed as he tightly held on a glass cup. Jun closed his eyes and evened out his breathing, not wanting to create such a scene so early in the morning. You better have a good reason for waking me up so early and pouring water on my face. It's our last day here, CJ said in an unsure tone. So, we decided to have a jog in the park next to the building. That was Jun's breaking point. We're seeing each other on Wednesday, Jun said, his tone murderous. They chuckled nervously. You're awake now anyway, Jangmoon smiled. So let's just go. We all didn't want to go without you, bro. You're an integral part of this friendship. Jun was about to tell them off, but he heard the sincerity in Jangmoon's voice. In the end, he sighed and slumped on his bed. Fine, he grumbled. I'll meet you guys in the park. I'll just wash up. Great, Jisung exclaimed. We'll meet you by the swings. Jun wordlessly nodded and watched as they left his room. Afterward, he felt a small smile tug at his lips. Friendship? That sounded kinda nice. Jun washed up and quickly changed into a simple shirt and sweatpants. He then put on his shoes, the very beat-up rubber shoes that Choi Joon-ho probably had since forever. The sole was very worn out, and the sides appeared like they had acquired the stains of every pathwalk sole. The faux leather design had already been peeled off, and the polyester was close to being paper thin. As Jun put it on, he realized that the sole was already detached from the polyester material. Jun sighed. It must be from all the running he's done, running away from grandmas, running around Itaewon to look for Choi Pablo, and running from those druggies when he first caught them. He rummaged through his belongings, hoping he'd find something to wear. But, just as expected, there wasn't anything. Who was he kidding? Jun only had one pair of shoes. The only other time he can wear good quality clothing is during the performance stages. Wait, he muttered, remembering the pair of shoes he had gotten from Choi Pablo. Jun opened the box and frowned when he saw a seemingly simple pair of rubber shoes inside. It didn't look new. Instead, it looked quite vintage. It was a classic faded white high-top shoe with a bold blue star adorning the side. Jun was unfamiliar with the brand since it's just a single star. However, on the opposite side of the shoe, there was a signature also written in blue. MJ 2002, Jun muttered. As Jun continued to examine the shoe from inside and out, he noticed subtle hints of shimmer incorporated into the sole. It definitely looked expensive, but it's just shoes. How expensive could it be? Without hesitation, Jun put on the shoes and was surprised to see that it was the perfect fit. Then, he proceeded to place the box back under his breath. However, he stopped when he saw the watch and restaurant voucher that Pablo had given him. CJ's words replayed back in his mind. The moment I woke up, I looked at my watch. I didn't realize it got ruined and stopped at 8 a.m. Might as well give it to him since Jun wasn't even going to use it. Chapter 159 Overloaded. Xian didn't know what he was doing hiding in the bushes so early in the morning. But after Hoon sent him a selfie and a lengthy message about how he was the greatest friend he had ever had, Xian knew he had to make Hoon proud. So there he was, hiding in the bushes while spying on the group of guys sitting on the swings. There he is, CJ exclaimed when Jun walked toward them. Jun yawned as he sat on one of the swings, closing his eyes and leaning against the cold chain. The four other guys looked at him before bursting into laughter. What? Jun snapped as he glared at them. Nothing, Akira said. I just didn't know you were fond of little duckies. Jun's frown deepened. Little duckies? Then he felt a weird indent on his butt, like a bulbous head of some sort. Jun looked down at the swing and saw he sat on one of those weird swings, shaped like a duckling for smaller children. He quickly got out of the tiny swing, but the damage had already been done. Oh gosh, I wish I could have snapped a picture of that. They didn't have to worry about that. Xian already did, and he observed the picture with a smile on his face. It was pretty cute. The duck, of course. The little duck was cute. As Xian continued to look at the picture, he realized that he was seeing the shoes Jun was wearing for the first time. Were these the shoes hidden inside the prestigious box? Holy shit. Xian snapped out of his thoughts when he heard CJ curse. The shoes you're wearing, CJ continued. Where the hell did you get that? Jun nonchalantly looked down at his feet before shrugging. Someone gave them to me. Gave them to you? CJ asked with wide eyes. For free. Yeah, Jun said. It was a gift. Why would someone give that away for free? Jangmoon asked. Not going to lie. Those are some really cool shoes. I bet they cost a fortune. CJ couldn't take his curiosity as he crouched down to the ground and inspected the shoes. What the hell? Jun exclaimed, trying to push him off, but CJ remained at his feet, clutching his shoes like they were the most precious item in the world. Akira, too, looked at Jun's shoes and tilted his head to the side. Being an avid fan of basketball, he felt like the shoes looked really familiar. Then, CJ finally stood from the ground, a bit wide-eyed. What? Jun raised his eyebrows. Bro, CJ started off. Do you even know how precious these shoes are? These are the shoes MJ wore during the 2002 basketball finals. It even has his signature right there. What? Akira exclaimed with wide eyes. MJ? As in Mikey Jouse? The most legendary basketball player of all time. The one and only, CJ said. Jun frowned as he observed the signature on the side of the shoes. Again, there was a faded MJ written in blue ink. Who would have known that it was Mikey Jouse? So, Jun asked, there are a lot of MJ shoes in retail. I bet this doesn't even cost that much. CJ clicked his tongue and shook his head. Sure, there are a lot of MJ shoes going around, but the one you're wearing, it's one of a kind. I believe it's the only pair in the entire world. You can't even buy that with a year's worth of salary. Jun shook his head, still not believing his words. Why would Choi Pablo give them away for free then? As his friends continued ogling his shoes, he brought out the watch from the pocket of his sweatpants. I heard your watch broke this morning, Jun said. So, take this. He handed him the sturdy-looking box. CJ eagerly grabbed the box since he loved free items. You actually thought about me, he cooed, causing Jun to shake his head. His other friends huddled over CJ, also intrigued by the new item. Then, as CJ opened the box, they were rendered speechless. Colex. CJ almost couldn't believe that he was holding such an item. You're giving this to me for free? CJ asked. Jun nonchalantly nodded. Yeah, this one is still working fine, he said, pertaining to the cheap watch on his wrist. And it's too heavy for my liking. If you don't like it, then you can give it away. No. CJ aggressively shook his head. I'll be keeping this one, he said, pocketing it despite Jangmun's protest of also wanting the watch. Then, CJ pulled the guys to the side, like an emergency meeting. Jun looked at them weirdly but shrugged since it gave him some time to doze off while they spoke about their useless speculations. I don't understand this, CJ whispered. Why would he just give me a Colex watch? I know, right? Jangmun whisper-shouted. He should have given it to me. That's not the point, CJ scolded. The point is, he's also wearing MJ's limited edition shoes. Is Jun actually loaded? Loaded? Akira chuckled. With items like those, he's overloaded. But if he's loaded, then why does he live in a house like that? Jisung asked. The four of them looked at Jun, who was dozing off in the tiger swing this time. It seemed like he didn't notice it again. And why does he wear clothes like that? My grandpa has better clothes, Jangmun said. CJ pursed his lips and placed his hand on his heart, acting emotional. He must be rich, but he doesn't want us to feel bad, he said in a dramatic yet soft voice. Xian leaned closer, but couldn't make out their conversation. That's why he's still working even if he's rich, CJ continued to speak, on the verge of sobbing. The other guys seemed like they agreed, all nodding in agreement. Just then, Jun finally woke up and saw the four of them looking at him with emotional eyes. What? He raised his eyebrows. Jisung quickly shook his head, not wanting to raise any suspicions. Nothing, bro. We were just hungry. Jun frowned and looked at his watch. Indeed, it was almost time for breakfast. With that, he brought out the coupon from his pocket. Then, would you guys like to eat at this restaurant? Their eyes brightened in delight. Of course, CJ exclaimed. I'm not one to deny free food. Where is this place anyway? Jun shrugged. Don't know. Some place called Pierre. Pierre. There's no doubt. Jun is overloaded. Chapter 160 VIP. As Xian now hid in a nearby dumpster, he couldn't shake off the weird feeling in his heart. Is Jun actually rich? Then, are they going against a very unstoppable force? Xian was aware of the rich lifestyle. Actually, he's a fan of it. He had always wanted to live a comfortable, rich life. Unfortunately, he was born into a middle-income family, and he wanted nothing more to become an idol so he could live out his dream of becoming rich. Hearing that Jun was a poor bastard who lived in the slum areas of Seoul made him feel a bit satisfied with himself. Yet seeing him now, standing in front of Pierre, one of the most prestigious and well-known Michelin restaurants in the entire land of Korea, made him feel jealous. Not even small-scale politicians can eat here. It was that expensive. The five guys stood outside of the restaurant dressed in their casual jogging clothes, making them feel a bit out of place. They had just opened the place, and the people coming in gave them weird looks as they passed. Jun, however, didn't care about that at all. He beckoned his friends to come to the front desk despite their reluctance. Maybe we should come back in the evening, Jisung said, scratching the back of his neck. I agree, Akira said, feeling a bit shameful. Let's rent suits or something. Suits. Jun raised his eyebrow. That's too expensive. Let's just go in. I'm hungry. His friends shook their heads in disbelief. Jun was taking them to a luxurious restaurant, but renting a suit was expensive? What a joke. Jun showed no signs of stopping as he stood at the front desk. His tacky appearance, along with his disheveled hair and mask-covered face, instantly made the host grimace. As the host looked at the other guys, however, his eyes brightened in surprise. What a handsome bunch. But they still looked dirt poor, so he kept his facade. The host, CO1, didn't even smile as he greeted the five of them. Do you need anything? he asked, nonchalantly going through his phone. We want to eat here, Jun casually said, like this wasn't a five-star restaurant. Seo-won held in the urge to laugh. He popped a piece of gum in his mouth and chewed loudly. He couldn't do this in front of important guests, but this group of men didn't seem to be so important. A lot of people want to eat here, Seo-won smiled. Sadly, not everyone can have what they want. CJ frowned and was about to tell him off when Jisung held onto his shoulder and shook his head. Good job for stopping your friend over there, Seo-won said. We don't really accept such squatter-like behavior in this very prestigious restaurant. Jun felt his eye twitch, but he calmed himself down. As a gangster, he had met plenty of guys like this. They're entitled just because they represent an expensive enterprise. However, in the end, they get the same median wage as office workers. Yet their attitude is even worse than a poor man's. Then, can you prepare a table for us? Jun calmly said. We really came here to eat. Then, do you have a reservation? Seo-won smugly asked. He knew for a fact that their reservation list was filled until the next month by their stakeholders, and men as young as them would definitely not be on the list. No, Jun said. Or, perhaps you're a member of the country club? No, Jun said, causing Seo-won's smirk to widen. Then, I'm sorry, we can't let you in. Our restaurant has a reputation to keep, and only people with reservations or are members of the country club can eat in this restaurant. We have this, Jun said, bringing out the coupon from his pocket, but Seo-won didn't even bother looking at it. You should leave, he smiled. Before I call security. XIN, who had now migrated to the big plant in the lobby, listened in on their conversation. He smirked when he realized that Jun was rich, but he couldn't be that rich. We should just leave, bro, Akira said, already feeling quite ashamed. However, Jun stood his ground. People like this will only continue looking down on others unless they are proven wrong. And Jun was determined to prove him wrong. We are going to eat here, he said, sliding over the coupon in front of Seo-won. However, Seo-won continued to ignore the shiny piece of paper. Are you really not going to leave? He asked. No, Jun stubbornly said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The two of them locked gazes, and Seo-won felt frustrated since he felt intimidated by the poor guy's eyes. Fine, Seo-won said. He then pressed the button to call for security and a higher-up. Then, you can talk to my manager. A bald man with a well-kept mustache and a big guy with sunglasses came out from behind Seo-won. Is there anything wrong here? The mustache man asked. Yes, manager, Seo-won said, suddenly sounding professional. This group of young lads are insisting on eating at Pierre, and they are increasingly becoming violent. Violent, Jang-moon exclaimed. Do you want me to show you real violence? Jun held out his hand, causing Jang-moon to shut his mouth. Seo-won continued to smile. My point has been proven. The manager sighed. Please, boys, just leave. We don't want Big Ann over here to throw you out and cause a scene, he said, gesturing to the big guy next to him. Jun handed over the coupon to the manager. I have this, he said. Can't we use it for this restaurant? The person who gave it to me said I can use it any time, he bluffed. The manager's eyebrows furrowed as he observed the coupon. Then, he brought out a magnifying glass from his pocket. As he read the contents of the coupon, his eyes widened in surprise, and he muttered a curse word under his breath. This coupon was only dispensed to their greatest shareholders. Choi. It even had their surname underneath. May I please see an ID card, sir? The manager shakily asked. Jun sighed while Seo-won frowned. It was a rare occurrence for his manager to lose his cool, but there he was, sounding unconfident in front of a poor-looking young man. Jun didn't know the reason for showing his ID card, but he agreed since he wanted to eat as soon as possible. Here, he said, handing them Choi Joon-ho's ID. The manager's breath got caught in the back of his throat as he glanced at the ID, the coupon, and then back at Jun. Choi. Jun clicked his tongue and removed his mask. That's me, he said. Seo-won froze when Jun removed his mask. This face, it seemed like the face of a young master. The mask and tacky clothes had deceived him. The manager continued to observe Jun, and when his eyes strayed to his shoes, he was confident that he was, indeed, the owner of the coupon. The manager pinched Seo-won's side, causing him to squeal in an embarrassingly high tone. Get these fine young men a table right away. Chapter 161 Orphan. Jun couldn't help but smirk at the dumbfounded CO1 as they made their way inside. Exine, too, who was still hiding behind the big plant, was so surprised that he forgot to record the encounter just now. However, he quickly snapped a photo of the group going inside the restaurant before finally leaving. The five guys, dressed in casual clothes, appeared to be fishes out of water in Pierre. However, as the manager treated Jun like a VVIP person, the waiters started serving them like masters, too. "This way, sirs," Richard, the manager, said, leading them to a wide table. He couldn't help but shake as he felt the powerful aura from the young man. The coupon is a rare item, only about 10 of its kind in Korea. The coupon itself is embedded with real gold to make it easier to recognize. "Here is our menu," Richard said, taking the initiative to serve them. "You can order any of the menu items for free. Our restaurant will also give you a complimentary dessert." All right," Jun said, not really internalizing Richard's words since he couldn't understand anything on the menu. He was fluent in 3 languages, namely Korean, Chinese, and Japanese. But there was a language he secretly loathed, one he had never learned: English. And this menu was all in English. His friends mistook Jun's internal turmoil for seriousness. As Jun continued to gaze at the menu with a serious expression, Jang-moon shook his head. "He's really on another level." Jun looked like a connoisseur. In the end, Jun placed down his menu. "We'll just take everything," he said, giving up. CJ showed him 2 thumbs up. As expected, Jun is the best. "Of course, sir," Richard said. "We'll serve you the food very quickly." With that, he dashed to the kitchen to yell out their orders. "Can we even finish all of those?" Jisung asked. "They have small servings here," CJ whispered. "But they say the food is bomb, so I'm going to enjoy it while I can." "Me too," Akira chimed. "This is probably the only time I can eat in this place. And it's all thanks to Jun." He buttered up, leaning against Jun's shoulder. Jun scoffed and pushed Akira away. It was his first and probably last time in this restaurant, too. "I still can't believe you managed to get us in," Jang-moon said. "And you get to eat here for free? Just what do your parents do for a living?" he asked out of genuine curiosity. Jun paused. The other guys looked at him with anticipation. They already had guesses in their minds. "Are they artists?" Jang-moon asked. "Or perhaps something that has to do with real estate?" Jisung guessed. "Oh, what about doctors? Or directors of a hospital?" Jang-moon chimed, and the other guys started exclaiming in agreement. "But I do think that business is most plausible," Akira seriously said. CJ then raised his hand before whispering. "Or maybe they're a part of the mafia?" Jun looked at them like they were crazy. They all had curious looks on their faces as they waited for Jun to answer. In the end, Jun sighed and settled for an answer. "They're doing business, I guess," he said in an unsure tone. "Sure, they were doing business. Business in the afterlife, that is." "I was right," Akira proudly said, and the others exclaimed in disappointment since their guesses failed through. As his friends kept bickering, Jun couldn't help but let his mind stray to the issue of parents. Why was it so hard for him to say that they were dead? Jun honestly didn't know. Jun Hao is an orphan. Jun Ho is an orphan. It was funny how Jun was given 2 lives, yet in both of them, he still didn't have any parents. It's like he was never meant to be cherished. In the beginning, when he lost his parents and went to an orphanage with Mei Ling, he was proud to tell other people that he lived with plenty of other kids his age. However, as he grew older, he realized that the world wasn't kind to orphans after all. It's not that he's ashamed of being an orphan, but the world has a way of viewing him through a lens of pity, and that's something he learned to resent. The unkindness of the world, disguised as well-intentioned sympathy, has shaped his decision to conceal the fact that he didn't have any parents. In their attempts to console him, people unknowingly reduced him to the status of an orphan, overshadowing his individuality. "Oh, Jun Hao, that kid without parents. You should be kinder to him. He doesn't have any parents. He's got a lot to say for someone who doesn't have any parents." Those were only some of the words that Jun heard growing up, and he has come to realize that living in his own space was a refuge from this pervasive perception. It's a place where people don't see him as an orphan first, where he can just be Jun. And maybe that's the reason why he didn't want to tell his friends, too. Because Jun felt like he already built a good friendship with these guys, and he didn't want them to take pity on him. As Jun got lost in his thoughts, the manager and the waiters finally arrived with 2 full trolley carts. Gentlemen, your first course. The chef's special appetizers, Richard said in a sophisticated tone. The waiter removed the domes one by one, revealing tiny, beautifully arranged plates, each holding a bite-sized masterpiece of culinary artistry. The presentation was impeccable, and the food looked exquisite, but there was an unmistakable sense of surprise at just how small the portions were. Tiny, Jun muttered under his breath, measuring the portions with his hand. It was a mere 3 inches. That's not too tiny, CJ defended as he stared at the dishes. Shall we come back for the main course, or do you prefer we serve it all to you? Richard asked. You can serve it all, Jun said, hoping the serving sizes for the main course would be bigger than this. He was truly starving. As the waiters revealed the main course, Jun was disappointed again. How can a piece of steak be so tiny? Please enjoy the food, Richard said, bowing his head before leaving them all alone. Thank goodness we ordered a lot, Jangmoon said. It looks like my pet bird wouldn't even be satisfied with this. CJ slapped the back of his head. You really don't know anything. This is what you call sophistication, he said in a posh voice. Sophistication what? Jangmoon frowned. CJ sighed in defeat. You will never understand Jun and I's lifestyle. As Jun reached for one of the tiny morsels with eager anticipation, CJ suddenly interrupted, raising his smartphone high above the table. Wait, CJ explained. We need to take pictures of this. The others groaned in mild annoyance, but they knew CJ's obsession with documenting every moment. They begrudgingly waited as he adjusted lighting and angles to capture the perfect shot. CJ finally lowered his phone, and the group turned their attention back to the precious appetizers. Finally, they could eat. With eager anticipation, they took their first bites. However, as Jun chewed the delicate creation, he stopped to internalize the taste of the $100 appetizer. This tastes like shit. Chapter 162, 5-Star Restaurant, 1-Star Review. The group of guys went out of the fancy restaurant with heavy sighs and grumbling stomachs. I'm disappointed, Akira sighed. I thought Pierre would have the best food in Seoul. I swear, rich people don't have any taste, Jangmoon said, causing the others to look at them with wide eyes. Jun was walking ahead of them, so he didn't see their reactions. Are you stupid? CJ whisper shouted. How can you say that when Jun's right here? I mean, rich people must have the sophisticated taste, Jangmoon said, still getting the word wrong. I don't have that, I guess, he chuckled nervously. The others followed suit. Yeah, and me too. Guess I can't be rich in this life, CJ nervously chuckled. In the meantime, Jun was oblivious to their conversation. His stomach was still grumbling because he wasn't satisfied with the taste or the serving size of the food in Pierre. Moreover, their customer service was shit. They treated them like VIPs only when they saw the coupon that Choi Pablo gave. It spoke highly about their discrimination of others. Hey CJ, Jun said. Can you send me those pics that you took? CJ suspiciously looked at him. Are you posting it on Instapic too? Just send it to me, Jun grumbled. Fine, CJ groaned. You can have them since you gave me a Colex. But you should take your own pictures next time. CJ sent the photos via text, and Jun quickly saved the photos. Then, he went to Minjun's contact name and wrote him a message. Jun, kid. Minjun, what? I'm busy. Jun, have you ever eaten at Pierre? Minjun, only when my mom came back to Seoul for a week. Why? Jun, it tastes like dog food. Minjun, you know what? You're right. Jun, send 8 photos. Jun, make a review for me on Minmin, then. Give them a 1-star review. Minjun, how do you even eat there? Jun, just got in. Minjun, that's suspicious, but it sounds pretty fun. Let me write a review real quick. Jun smirked and turned off his phone. Then, a wonderful scent invaded his nostrils, causing him to halt. The others behind him stopped too. What is it? Akira asked. Jun turned to the side and saw a tteokbokki and fish cake stall in the corner. His stomach grumbled louder when he smelled the heavenly spicy scent. Let's eat there, Jun said, pointing to the stall. It's your treat this time, he said. The other guys looked at each other with knowing looks. Do you really want to eat there, bro? Jangmoon asked. Of course, Jun said. It already smells better than the ones we had in Pierre. CJ let out a shaky smile, touched by Jun's taste. As expected, Jun is really down to earth. Hoon, Exon shakily said as he recalled everything that had happened today. Jun's expensive shoes, giving away a Colex to CJ, and treating his friends to the most luxurious restaurant in Seoul. Did you do what I asked you to do? Hoon asked, his phone propped on the table as he continued playing on his computer. He was surrounded by even more food wrappers and pee bottles during this time, a testament to his undying commitment to gaming and finding something to ruin Jun's life. I did, Xian said as he sat on a concrete bench. And it's worse than I thought. I don't think we should continue with what we're doing, bro. Hoon frowned as he started pressing harder on his keys. What do you mean? What did you find out? Jun, I feel like he's an untouchable person. We probably shouldn't mess with him. Hoon's jaw clenched as he listened to Xian's cowardly mumbling. He slammed his keyboard when the words "game over" appeared on the screen, and he wanted nothing more but to blame it on Xian. You just made me lose, Hoon breathed heavily. Xian froze. I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to. I'm just looking out for the two of us since Jun's probably a person with great influence. Hoon chuckled coldly. What? Did you find out anything? I'll send you the pictures for now, Xian said. Check them out on our text messages. Hoon quickly opened the messaging app and scrolled through the photos one by one. His eyes instantly widened in surprise when he saw them. He zoomed in on his phone, still with an agape mouth, before slumping on his computer chair. He couldn't be mistaken. These shoes. These were the shoes the Mickey Joust wore during the 2002 championships, the only one of their kind. Hoon went to search for the retail price online and saw a whopping $120,000 bid on the pair of shoes. Then, as he scrolled through the other photos, his disbelief escalated even further. They even ate at Pierre. Pierre, Xian emphasized. Can you believe it? We could never eat at that place no matter how hard we tried. And he got in just because he showed them a piece of paper. The manager treated him like a VIP guest, too. So, I'm guessing he's actually more influential than we had thought? Maybe that's the reason why he's doing very well on the show. Genius, Hoon muttered under his breath. What was that, bro? Nothing, Hoon smirked. You've done enough. I'll make sure to send some stars for you before the elimination episode. Xian smiled. Thanks, bro. I really appreciate it. But are you going to continue with this plan? Even if we're going against such a powerful force. That's exactly why we're going against him, Hoon smirked. Because the most powerful people will have the biggest, most satisfying downfall. Xian let out a shaky sigh. All right, bro. Just tell me if you need anything else. Will do, Hoon said before turning off the call. Then, he went to Naval once more to open the article he had been eyeing for the last couple of days. It was posted by Banshu, a page that was famous for posting drama about the entertainment industry and the corporate world. The user has garnered over 1 million followers since its creation, and it was rare to see a positive post made by the user. The monitor's glow painted a sickly pallor on Hoon's face, revealing a twisted grin that stretched from ear to ear, making his features appear manic. The room was covered in darkness, the only source of light being the eerie, pale glow of the computer screen casting haunting shadows across the walls. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the faint hum of the computer's fan. Hoon, hunched over his desk, seemed like a specter in the dimly lit room. As he stared at the screen, his eyes burned with an unholy fervor. His laughter, a chilling sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of his very soul, pierced the silence. It was a laughter devoid of joy, a mere cacophony of madness. His shoulders shook uncontrollably like he was possessed by some unseen force as he continued to laugh. Azure shareholder power couple Choi faces scandal over corruption and rigging of last year's rising stars amidst lavish lifestyle revelations. Chapter 163 Parents' Day. Jun entered Grandma's and Minjun's house. The scent of fried fish and newly laundered curtains evaded his nostrils, and he immediately felt comforted. I'm home, Jun called, plopping down on the soft couch. Minjun came out from his room with his phone in hand, playing some sort of game. You're back? He asked in a casual tone, sitting next to Jun. Jun weirdly looked at him. You don't sound excited. Why would I be excited? Minjun nonchalantly asked. You come back here whenever you have the time anyway. Jun chuckled and shook his head. You didn't even miss me? Hell no, Minjun said, still not looking at him. Jun scoffed before peering over his shoulder. Where's Grandma, by the way? She's taking a shower, Minjun said. She'll be out soon. What about the review I asked you to do? Jun asked. Did it go well? And did you add how they treated their guests like shit? Oh, I forgot about that one, Minjun said. Of course I did. I also didn't like how they sucked up to my mom that time. Let's check it out right now. Minjun paused his game and went to his naval page. At this point, he already had more than 300,000 followers, something he was very proud of. Then, he scrolled down until he reached the food review he made just a while ago. A pricey pooch palette, dining at Pierre. Ladies and gentlemen, gather around as I regale you with the tale of my gastronomic adventure at the outrageously overpriced Pierre, where the food costs more than your college education, yet tastes like something my neighbor's poodle would happily devour. Buckle up, because this is a culinary ride you won't forget. Each dish came with a description that was more cryptic than a Dan Brown novel, and a price tag that would make a Wall Street banker's jaw drop. I started with the Golden Leash Gazpacho, which promised to be a transformative experience. Alas, it tasted like someone had pureed a garden hose and sprinkled it with dust from a Swarovski crystal. The champagne caviar sorbet that followed was a delightful medley of frozen fish, eggs, and fizz. But let's be real, I could have achieved the same effect by sticking my head in a fish tank with a bottle of champagne. For the main course, I went all out and ordered the filet mignon a la canine. This dish cost as much as my monthly rent, and I swear, it tasted like they'd aged the beef by burying it in the backyard for a week. The truffle-infused kibble on the side was presented as if it were the holy grail of dog cuisine. I couldn't help but think my neighbor's schnauzer had better taste. To wash down this absurdity, I ordered a bottle of their vintage toilet water. It was priced like liquid gold, but it tasted like, well, water from a toilet. Go figure. In summary, dear readers, Pierre not only serves food that tastes like it belongs in a dog's dish, but it also treats customers like pedigree canines versus the rest of us mere mutts. If you dare to venture into this realm of extravagance, do so at your own risk, and be sure to bring your designer dog and your platinum card if you hope to receive the royal treatment. As for me, I'll stick to establishments that value diners based on their appetites, not their appearances. Jun burst into laughter as he read Minjun's review, slapping the little kid's back since he wrote pure ingenuity. Kid, I swear, you're the best writer I've ever known. Well, of course, Minjun smirked. And looks like the public agrees with you too. Minmin is my favorite user on this app, I swear. I want to meet the person behind this account and shake his hand. I fantasize going to Pierre, but now, I won't even plan on going anymore. I thought this dude was just talking crap because he couldn't afford Pierre, but the photos say otherwise. Man, rich people really do gobble everything up just because it's expensive. Is nobody wondering how the page owner was able to eat there? Jun smirked as he read the comments. It was well-deserved. The stall they ate at earlier had even better customer service than that overpriced restaurant. As the two of them bonded over reading comments, Grandma went out of her room. "Oh, you're back," she asked with a wide smile. "Should I cook you some lunch?" "No need," Jun said. "I just ate. I'll eat dinner with you guys later, though." "I'll cook your favorite then," Grandma said. Jun beamed. "Thanks, Grandma." "Right," he suddenly said, bringing out something from his pocket. "I got you something." Then, Jun brought out the bracelet that Choi Pablo had given him. It was the last item that he had gotten from Choi Pablo, and he felt it was the perfect gift for Grandma. Minjun raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Where did you even get that?" he asked. Jun shrugged. "Someone gave them to me." "Oh my!" Grandma exclaimed, looking at the bracelet in wonder. "Do you like it?" Jun asked. "Well, of course." Grandma exclaimed. "I have never received such an extravagant gift. Help me put it on." "Liar," Minjun coughed. "You have the latest version of that bracelet sitting in your dresser." Jun's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, come on now," Grandma said. "Your mother brought me that." "It doesn't count." Jun still hasn't recovered from his shock. How rich are Grandma and Minjun? "Don't worry, Jun," Grandma patted his back. "I like yours much better." "Mom's probably going to give you another one of those, Grandma," Minjun said. "Especially with Parents' Day coming up." "Parents' Day?" Jun muttered under his breath in confusion. Grandma clapped her hands. "All right, I almost forgot about that. Parents' Day is next Friday. How could I forget? Are you going to celebrate it with your parents, Jun?" "No," Jun bluntly said. "Why not?" Minjun asked. Jun sighed. There wasn't any harm in sharing the truth with Grandma and Minjun, is there? "Well, we probably have to start filming for the next mission by that time. And the thing is," he said, taking a deep breath before looking them in the eyes, "my parents are dead. Good day, host. Your missions have now respawned. 1. Celebrate Parents' Day with your parents. 2. Play Clair de Lune by Debussy and share it to the world. Fu loves Debussy. Chapter 164, 7th episode 1. He's not answering, Jang-moon said, repeatedly knocking on Jun's door. Knock harder, CJ said, pushing Jang-moon out of the way to practically bang on Jun's door. Are you sure he lives here? A new voice asked. How many years has this place been built? He does, Jae-young said. I couldn't believe it at first, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Jun lives here. I still can't believe it too. Why does someone like him live in a place like this? Akira asked. Why? The new person asked. Is there something wrong with Jun living here? That's young Master Jun for you, CJ said. Call him that name from now on. Especially after kicking him out of the team like that. He tilted his head to the side in confusion, but eventually nodded. He still wanted to make it up to Jun, so he'll do whatever it takes. As CJ continued to bang on the door, Jun's neighbor suddenly popped her head out. Who the fuck is banging on the door at night? The middle-aged lady screamed. Fuck-ass kids always messing with me in this apartment. Do I need to show you how our mothers used to beat our asses back then? The group of 5 men paused before CJ signaled them to run. Let's go, he exclaimed, and they all scrambled to get away from the manic lady. As they reached the 2nd floor, they sighed in relief when the lady didn't run after them. Should we leave? Jisung asked. Of course not, Jang-moon said. I want to watch the episode with Jun. I'm sure he's here. He doesn't go anywhere anyway. Should we ask someone where he is? CJ asked. Who? That door, CJ pointed. I have a good feeling about that door. He started walking to the beat-up door, but Jisung held him back. It's embarrassing, Jisung whispered. Embarrassing is not in my dictionary, CJ smirked. With that, he knocked on the door and waited for someone to open it. Jun clicked his tongue as he heard someone knock on the door. Who the hell would visit during this time? Can you get the door? Grandma called out from the kitchen. Jun sighed and begrudgingly stood up. He was still in a bad mood after seeing his missions, especially the first one. Celebrate Parents' Day with your parents? Did Fu want him to die? How could he celebrate that day with his parents? What? He asked as soon as he opened the door. He sighed in annoyance when he saw the group of boys before him. Somehow, he had already expected they would come, and that's the reason why he decided to stay at Grandma's and Minjun's for the night. However, it seemed like it was no use. Bro, their eyes sparkled when they saw him. What is he doing here? Jun asked while pointing to the new addition to their team. He insisted on coming, Jae-young said. When I heard you guys were watching the show on Fridays, I also wanted to join in, Zeth shyly said, scratching the back of his neck. Well, we're not watching anything, Jun said, slamming the door shut. However, CJ placed his foot on the door before it could completely close. And like perfect timing, Grandma came out of the kitchen and saw the 5 handsome boys standing in her doorway. Omo, Grandma exclaimed. Has rising stars come to life? Akira went to the front and offered his hand to Grandma. Good morning, ma'am. We have come here to visit Jun. Grandma blushed and smiled as he slapped Jun's shoulder. Why didn't you tell me your friends were coming, Jun? Because they're not. We wanted to watch the 7th episode with Jun, Jang-moon interrupted. Oh, of course, Grandma exclaimed. We were planning on watching it during dinner too. Would you like to join us? Sure, I'm down. We'd be honored. Absolutely not, Jun exclaimed, but Grandma had already held the door open. I'm so excited. This is the first time I'm meeting Jun's friends, she clapped excitedly. Wait here. I'll be plating some food for you guys. Make yourselves at home. We would love to taste your cooking, Grandma. CJ called out as Grandma practically danced to the kitchen. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. I can't believe you guys. Don't worry, Akira said. We got you this. He handed him a pack of Benbon gummies. Jun lit up as soon as he saw the red packaging, but he quickly neutralized his expression when the other guys sprawled out on the couch, started playing with whatever, and acted like this was their real home. Geez, they really made themselves feel at home, huh? Just then, Minjun came out from the restroom and looked at the group of guys with raised eyebrows. Ah, there's a young boy over here, CJ exclaimed, wanting to pinch his plump cheeks. However, Minjun slapped his hand away. Why are they here, he asked. Ask Grandma, Jun nonchalantly said, taking his place on the couch. Minjun sighed. They're filling this place with unnecessary testosterone. The guys looked at Minjun with surprise, amazed that a little kid sounded so eloquent. He's definitely smarter than me, Jang-moon thought. It didn't take long before Grandma arrived with the food, placing an abundant number of dishes on the living room table. The guys all looked at the food with glistening eyes, wanting to taste the array of dishes sooner. Well, what are you waiting for? Dig in, Grandma exclaimed, and the guys didn't hesitate to devour the dishes. Oh goodness, I don't think I've ever felt this full in my life, Zeth said. You're lucky for having a grandma that cooks so well, he tells Jun. Is she your biological grandma? Jisung asked. She's not, Minjun responded. She's my grandma. Oh, Jangmoon said. I thought you guys were family members. We're not, Minjun teased. I look so much more handsome than Jun, he said, causing the others to burst into chuckles. Jun merely scoffed before turning on the TV. It was already past 8:50 p.m., so the intro of Rising Stars was already playing when they tuned in. Then, Kang Miho's figure under the stage lights and in front of the live audience was shown. It is now time for the concept mission. Chapter 165, 7th episode, 2. I've been waiting for this all week. I heard some spoilers from my friend, but I'm not going to share it here. Then why say it right now? Show off. I want to hear the new songs ASAP. The first scenes showed the different songs composed by the producers. As expected, they garnered varying reactions from the crowd. Brown Sugar Milk Tea is so cute. I wish Jun would perform it. Holy shit. Tie Me Up is a masterpiece. As expected from Groovy Tunes. No one can beat Skateboard Ride. PCAT has done it again. Then, snippets of trainees sing the song they wanted to get were shown. Again, it was expected that most of them wanted to perform Skateboard Ride by PCAT. However, only a few were able to make it to the team. And when the audience saw the members of Skateboard Ride, they were flabbergasted by the number of high rankers included. WTF? What is this lineup? Their performance is about to be GOAT. I see a sneak, though? Or two sneaks. What are those individual trainees doing there? Jun strikes again. He'll win another mission because of the other members' ranks. Bitch, shut up. Jun is ranked 11th. There are plenty more members who have lower ranks than him in this team. Yeah, he's ranked 11th, cause yo mama voted for him. Minjun couldn't help but let out a huge laugh as he read that comment out loud. Oh goodness, this is hilarious. They're getting so mad when you didn't even stay in that team. What the hell? Mimi stood up from her couch, watching the scene with wide eyes. Why is Jun in Skateboard Ride? He performed Tie Me Up. Sasha frowned as she popped some popcorn into her mouth. Why? Were you a part of the panel that chose their songs for them? No, Mimi said. Then, how do you know that he performed Tie Me Up? Lala squinted her eyes suspiciously. Did you go to the live show even though you were busy? Of course not. Mimi exclaimed. I'm busy, she stammered. I just thought Jun would suit that song more. Oh, come on, Sasha said. That dude hasn't rapped in the entirety of the show. He probably can't even compose a rap for the song. You don't know that, Mimi said, clenching her fists. Jun will show them. However, deep inside Mimi's mind, she couldn't shake off the feeling of sadness. Since Jun performed a different song, it could only mean one thing. He was going to be kicked out. The show continued, and it seemed like a lot of people were already predicting the outcome of the concept mission. Ultimately, Team Risers was projected to win. After the series of practices was aired, the most exciting part of the team selection was finally shown, the elimination of trainees. As the scene transitioned from day to night, the different teams contemplating were shown on screen. For most of the teams, the decision came easy. Team Break My Heart huddled together, each member clutching a piece of paper with a trainee's name written on it. Their strategy was simple. The trainee who had the most votes was going to leave the team. In the blink of an eye, the papers were drawn and read aloud. CJ, the team leader announced with a shrug. CJ, not wanting to look bothered, took the news surprisingly well, even managing to flash a thumbs up to the camera as he made his graceful exit. We need to make this dude stay. He's the funniest in the entire show. Damn, he took that elimination like a pro. Maybe he'll find his true calling as a comedian. The other teams, too, settled with the voting system, and not much drama was shown despite the nature of the elimination. Team Skateboard Ride, on the other hand, gave the production team the needed drama for the episode. They sat in awkward silence, not one daring to break the ice. Then, the signature tension-filled music characterized the scene, making the viewers watch in anticipation. Shit is about to get real. Where's Jun? I heard he was in the hospital during this time. Then, he'll most likely be eliminated. What are you talking about? This is the first time Jun actually received such nice comments during the interim evaluation. The mentors also said that he did a really good job. How can this team kick him out? Back in Grandma's apartment, the guys were engulfed in silence, all of them watching the scene with concentration on their faces. For most of them, this was the first time they saw the scene in full perspective. Jun was curious how they came to such a decision, while the others were curious as to how Jun took the decision. But as a former teammate, I want to suggest something. Exine spoke. Go ahead, Linji said. This is coming from a good place, he smiled. I want the best for your performance, and I also don't want you guys to have a hard time deciding on who to kick out next. So why don't you kick Jun out instead? Jun scoffed. So it was Exine, huh? And to think that Jun even helped him with the choreography during the practices. Whatever. Jun was already over it. He spent a lot of time internalizing his feelings, and he was all better now. At least, that's what he thought. Until he saw the edit that the editing team did during his arrival. With a disheveled appearance, Jun ran through the hallways of the training grounds. As he reached the door, a somber piano played in the background, and the scene played in slow motion. Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he watched the scene. He never recalled it to be this dramatic. Jae-young and Zeth turned to Jun with wide eyes. He ran there, Jae-young thought, feeling even sadder. Then, as Jun opened the door, the camera focused on his face. The current Jun felt his breath get caught in the back of his throat as he looked at himself on the screen. Why does he look so sad? You could have told me first, Jun calmly said, but there was an underlying shakiness in his voice. Zeth cleared his throat. That's our mistake, little bro, he wearily said. We should have contacted you about the decision. So it's final? Jun asked. It's final, Lin Ji said, his voice cutting through the air. You should meet the production crew in the training center so you can choose the song you'll perform. All right, Jun said in a sad tone. There was a collective gasp in the room as they looked into Jun's eyes through the screen. In the depths of his eyes, a sea of sorrow resided, hidden beneath his stern composure. At first glance, one might mistake them for eyes devoid of emotion. Yet, within those windows to the soul, there lies a disappointment that dances in the shadows. Jun Hao. I'm fucking crying. I can't believe they kicked him out. All right, I actually feel pretty bad for the dude now. If you feel sad for him, then vote for Jun on the Azure app. Don't be sad, Black Kitty. I'll send you all my stars. That was not cool at all. And am I the only one who found it weird how Lin Ji didn't even sound apologetic after all? And that Xian guy, he should have been voted out along with the other independent trainees. I've never seen Jun so sad. Chapter 166, 7th episode, 3. Will you stop crying? Sasha slapped Mimi's back. 5 teams have already performed, and you're still crying over Jun getting kicked out? But he looked so sad, Mimi exclaimed. And now, it looks like everything is going well for Team Risers. Kaya, skateboard ride is the best. I feel bad for the team who will perform last. They won the arm wrestling competition, but they chose to perform right after this team? What a joke. Is it just me who found Lin Ji's high note weird? Why didn't it focus on his face? I thought I was the only one who noticed. It looked almost lip-synced. What are you talking about? His lips literally moved. It's live. I can even hear his breathing through the microphone. I'm a professional vocal teacher. It was not lip-synced, and the note was fully supported. Nah, man. I'm a fan of Lin Ji, but that looked lip-synced. Whatever. Skateboard Ride performed the best out of everyone. I'm sure they'll win. After Skateboard Ride, it was time for Team Aglet to perform. A snippet of them looking nervous backstage was shown, with Jun patting them on the back and reassuring them they can do it. I'm curious about this one, Jangmoon said. Nobody really knew what was going on in your practice room. That's because we were located at the very back, CJ retorted. You'd even have to pass through the janitor's closet before reaching our training room. They turned their attention back to the screen. The stage was set, enveloped in a soft glow. As the lights illuminated, revealing the team standing in formation, the footage on the screen shifted. It was the moment where the team was first assigned their roles, and Jun was given his main rapper position. Main rapper? That's a joke. Does he even know how to rap? Alright, I love Jun. But why are they making him rap? Is he even a rapper? He's going to put Groovy Tunes' song to shame at this point. Truly, the rapper duo Groovy Tunes, who were currently watching the episode in the comfort of their own studio, began to feel nervous. They were yet to meet the team and record the full song, so they didn't know what to expect. Honestly, They wanted higher-ranked trainees with more experience in rapping to perform their song, so they couldn't help but feel disappointed after seeing the trainees that were actually performing it. After settling their positions, the scene showed the team struggling with their choreography. The editing team even placed creaking sounds and some boings whenever the trainees struggled with the movements. The boys burst into laughter when they saw CJ attempt the wave move in the chorus. Well, this team is definitely fucked. It's just the rehearsal, but I can't dare watch it. I guess I should give out an early congratulations to Team Risers. Good job to Team Risers. You've proven that trainees at the top will always remain on top. After that, more of Team Aglet's struggles were shown, how they stumbled and tripped over each other, and how their movements were out of sync. The editing team definitely did their best, making them look pathetic. The next shot focused on Jun, who sat alone in the corner of the room, a blank sheet of paper and a pen in his hand. His brows furrowed in concentration as he tried to put his thoughts into words. His fellow trainees watched him, some skeptical, others worried. Give up, boy. Just focus on being a main vocalist. It's confirmed. He's not rapper material. The montage continued, showcasing the moments of doubt and frustration the team had experienced. From the looks of it, their performance was going to be the worst out of all. How long does this have to go on for? CJ exclaimed. We've had some good times, too. It just got worse after that. Because the next scene showed how Sunwhee shitted on them during the interim evaluations. I still don't understand why you guys got Sunwhee as a mentor, Akira said. We got Kira from Girls' Evolution. And we got Rhino, Zeth said. He was really cool. CJ laughed sarcastically. Good for you guys then. They focused once more on the screen, where the Team Aglet was seen standing before the stern-faced mentor. As they launched into their performance, the initial strains of the song filled the room. The lyrics seemed disjointed, the flow awkward, and the harmony non-existent. Oh, this is bad, Minjun said, breaking the silence. I bet Jun's going to be worse. The camera panned to Jun, and almost everyone held their breaths in anticipation. The guys were expecting him to do well, since he killed it during the actual performance. Jun closed his eyes since he already knew what to expect. He wanted to get this scene over and done with, but it seemed like the editing team wanted to stretch it out as far as they could. Why the hell do they have to repeat the scene and exaggerate each breath that came from Jun's lips? Right now, it looks like those Bollywood dramas where a single drop of a coin suddenly leads to the female main character getting hit by a car with a curtain wrapped around her neck. Then it came. Jun flinched as he heard his nonchalant tone. His voice wavered, and his lyrics came out in a mumbled mess. Yikes. Ha ha ha. Knew it. Bye-bye, Jun. Let's go back to the 30th rank. Worst rapper on the planet. He isn't even that bad. It's his first time rapping. I just know this performance is going to be hilarious. Mimi watched the scene with confusion while Sasha and Lala guffawed by her side. I'm sorry, Lala apologized. I know he's your favorite, but he can't rap for shit. Mimi continued watching the tense scene before her. Lala and Sasha were confused as to why Mimi didn't retaliate at all. Hey, did I take it too far? Lala asked. He's terrible, Mimi said, causing the other two to look at each other in surprise. Mimi can actually say a bad thing about Jun? Yeah? But are you alright? It's weird, Mimi said. Because he was really fucking good during the performance, she whispered. Insults for Jun were thrown left and right. And as Jun watched how he rapped just now, he thought that maybe he did deserve it. But then, he snapped out of his thoughts when he saw a familiar staircase on the screen. The silence of the scene caused the others to watch silently, too, but dread filled Jun's mind. Ah, fuck, he whispered. Jun forgot about it, the camera on the staircase. And just like that, his sincere conversation with Si-hoon was shown, surprising the viewers with his sudden show of vulnerability. With each confession he made, tears swelled up in Jangmun's and CJ's eyes, Zeth's and Jaeong's, too. But let's pretend we don't know that. I didn't know you thought that way, bro, CJ sniffed. Jangmoon slapped the back of Jaeong's and Zeth's head. You gave my big bro such a hard time. Zeth scratched the back of his head, while Jaeyoung guiltily looked down at his lap. Jun held his breath as the scenes continued on. He knew being evil-edited was bad, but he hated being pity-edited, too. The comments under the live stream weren't any better. Jun, just how much did you endure all alone? He's being a crybaby. Fuck, now I'm rooting for this team. Please, please, Please do better. The montage continued, shifting from the mentor's harsh critique to scenes of the trainees practicing relentlessly. Despite the setbacks and criticism, there was a sense of camaraderie among them, and they shared moments of laughter and support. As the montage continued, it showed Jun practicing late into the night, his determination unbeatable. The clips revealed a side of him that the audience hadn't seen before, the tireless work ethic and the burning desire to prove himself. Why does this look like a documentary of an underdog indie band that made it into the big scene? Team Aglet, you've got my support. Jun's actually hardworking? What do you think so, Dimwit? He's improved the most out of the competition. CJ turned to Jun with wide eyes as the scene finished. Nobody from Team Aglet knew about his late-night practice session. You practiced more? He asked in disbelief. CJ expected Jun to just be good at everything he does. For CJ, Jun was the type of person who didn't have to work hard. He was just born with it. But seeing him tirelessly practice his lines while the rest of the team slept made CJ respect Jun even more. Finally, the screen faded to black, and the spotlight returned to the stage. Then, Jun smirked. Jun proved the live audience wrong once. And boy, was he ready to do it for the second time. Chapter 167, 7th Episode 4. Tell me when it's over. I can't do this. I can't watch Jun fail. Oh, I can't wait to see this. I don't blame the others for not wanting to watch the performance. I was the same during the live shows. Get ready to be surprised. I'm so sorry. I don't want to watch this, Lala said, closing her eyes and covering ears. I'm reminded of the time our team had a disastrous performance. Me too, Sasha said. I feel like this'll make me cringe. Mimi smirked. Just watch, she said. Aren't you even worried about his performance? Sasha asked. It feels like you really know something we don't. I don't, Mimi quickly said. I just trust him, that's all. Well, you have a lot of trust in him, Sasha said. The dude couldn't rap just moments ago. Shoo, Mimi said as their silhouettes were shown on screen. Just watch. The two other members of Girls' Evolution continued to watch the screen with hesitancy. But when Sehun opened his mouth to rap, their past expectations were instantly shattered. Who's this guy? He ain't that bad. This is my first time noticing him. He might actually be the saving grace of his team. But are you seeing them move, though? Jun is devouring those body waves. Sasha's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Jun. It appears like Sehun is the team's main dancer, but Sasha couldn't help but let her eyes gravitate toward Jun. During the last mission, his dancing had already improved a lot, and Sasha could even call him a lead dancer at that point. However, now, he moved more like a main dancer. Just how much will this guy improve? It just sucks because he'll probably ruin the performance with his rapping. I'm covering my ears. I can't bear to watch this performance. Here it goes. Cover your ears, guys. Uncover your ears, you amateurs. The editing of the scene didn't help the tension that everyone felt. There was a slight pause before Jun's voice was heard over the microphone, and when he finally rapped, Lala and Sasha quickly swallowed their insults. They flinched with his first word, but it eventually led to confusion, then bewilderment. They watched the scene with wide mouths, looking at Jun like he was a heaven sent. Mimi smirked as she glanced at her former teammates. He's actually good? Sasha said with skepticism. He is, Lala mindlessly said. She was also a rapper in Girls' Evolution, and hearing Jun made her feel confused. He did not sound like that a while ago. And usually, trainees who improve don't improve to this extent. Is he actually a genius? Is it over yet? Uncover your ears, bitches. Jun is eating the verses up. Holy moly. How the hell did he improve so fast? Jun is officially breaking my bias list. He's just speaking really fast. You can't count that as rapping. Haters are hating, but Jun's actually pretty decent. I might even call him good at this point. I can't believe a main vocalist like him can also become a main rapper. Add main dancer to the equation. He's grinding like he's in Magic Mike. The viewers continued to be amazed by the team's performance, all of their past prejudices going straight to the garbage. Jun smirked as he watched the performance. He knew that he did a good job, but damn, he actually exceeded his own expectations. As the bridge approached, and his sexy blindfolded dance came on screen, he quickly covered Minjun's eyes and restrained the little kid in his arms. What are you doing? Minjun struggled in his arms. This ain't for a kid, Jun said. Then, he glanced at Grandma, whose eyes were glued to the screen. He felt weirded out that the old woman was watching him grind on the floor, so he quickly turned the other way. However, what met him on the other side wasn't any better. His friends watched the scene with agape mouths, their eyes reflecting the red hue of the screen. "Dang, bro," Akira said. "When did you learn to move your hips like that?" Jisung nodded. "He was as stiff as a board when I first met him. Now, he can even do such moves." Jun merely clicked his tongue and focused his attention back on the screen. As their performance continued, it was evident that Team Aglet had poured everything into this particular performance. As Zeth and Jaeyoung locked gazes, there was a common emotion in their eyes: acceptance. Team Aglet's win was well-deserved, and a miserable person still didn't want to acknowledge that. As he sat in his cold, dark room, Hoon shook in anger as he watched their performance. Hoon hated the fact that he already knew how the concept mission would end, with Team Aglet taking the victory. However, what he hated more was the fact that they were doing so well. "How could this bastard perform like this after being stabbed?" he muttered under his breath. And as he read the comments on the livestream, his anger escalated further. "I'm rooting for this team now. I can't believe I'm saying this, but hashtag Team Aglet." A verified comment also popped up on the screen, making many viewers surprised. "Groovy Tunes, this is fire. Can't wait to release it to the public." What the hell? Groovy Tunes actually commented? That just shows that the team nailed it. I'm torn. I still want to root for Skateboard Ride, but my heart is screaming for Tie Me Up. The scene progressed until the awaited announcement of the winner. Like the crowd in the live show, a lot were conflicted about who was going to win. The comments section flowed like the Niagara Falls as thousands of comments sent support to the teams they were rooting for. Tie Me Up, 589. Skateboard Ride, 491. Hoon looked away as soon as he saw the numbers on the screen. He even went as far as covering his ears so he wouldn't hear the cheers that came from Team Aglet and the audience. For him, the worst sounds in the world are: 1. His mother's nagging. 2. Jun's voice. 3. The sound of others rejoicing in victory. However, no matter how hard he covered his ears, he could still hear the cheers. Cheers that he thought should be meant for him. Honestly, he could just turn his speakers off. But in the end, he continued to bask in his own miserable thoughts. They managed to pull it off. Jun once again proves the haters wrong. Where are the other people saying that Jun only won the last mission because he was with the top-ranked trainees? Look where he is right now. Jun's the highest ranking in his team, and most of his teammates are in the 40th, but they still won. Skateboard Ride was better. Tie Me Up still won. Hoon pursed his lips as he clicked on the comment box and started typing out of anger. Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. What the hell? Why is this alpha dude spamming? Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. He's filling the comments section with nonsense. I think this dude has a point. Would it make sense for a team with such low ranks to beat a team with trainees in the top 10? Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. Alpha Male Hoon 69, rigged. It's rigged. Hoon smirked, a manic chuckle coming out of his lips. I'll fucking show you. Chapter 168 Recording Day. This is so cool, Si-hoon whispered by Jun's side. Currently, they were at an eccentric-looking building in Seoul, specifically in the recording studio of Lower Music, the label of the renowned rapper-slash-producer duo Groovy Tunes. Have you tried recording in a booth before? Jacob asked. Of course, the other members answered. We're all trainees, so we definitely had some experience recording in a professional studio. I don't, Jun said. So how do these things work? Didn't you record songs during your time as a Phoenix trainee? CJ asked. No, Jun said. Well, that sucks. I guess our poor company's still better than Phoenix, CJ said. Well, there really isn't something special about it. You just try to get it over and done with in one take. Just then, their conversation was halted when Groovy Tunes came into the room. According to Jun's research, the duo was composed of Kevin and Lil Naughty. The guys looked at them with starstruck eyes as they entered. They couldn't believe they were going to record with the renowned duo. Kevin, the shorter guy, immediately bowed when he saw the guys. Lil Naughty, on the other hand, observed them one by one until his eyes landed on Jun. His slanted eyes locked with Jun's, and at that moment, Jun thought Lil Naughty had something bad to say about him. However, he was surprised when the rapper suddenly shook his hand. It's nice to meet you. Kevin and I enjoyed the verses you've written, he said. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's my pleasure to work with you, he politely said. The entire team worked hard to bring your song justice. Of course, Kevin exclaimed. And we're thankful that you guys were the ones who got to perform our song. Well, let's not delay this any further. Why don't we start with the first verse? Lil Naughty suggested. Sehun, was it? Yes, sir, Sehun nervously said. Don't be so nervous, Kevin chuckled. You can just perform like how you did during the performance. Sehun nodded and entered the booth, putting on headphones while listening to the producer's instructions. Jun couldn't help but look at the scene before him in amazement. The recording studio, it was his dream to enter one when he was a child. A rush of memories flooded his mind, and he couldn't help but reminisce about his past self. He thought about the person he used to be before his life took a sharp turn into the unforgiving world of crime. Even before he became entangled in the world of gangs and illegal dealings, Jun had always carried a different passion within him. He had always dreamed of being on a stage, under bright lights, singing his heart out for the world to hear. Music had been his sanctuary. Jun could still remember the countless nights he had spent in the shabby orphanage, playing their out-of-tune piano while singing in the silent night. During that time, he was convinced that his talent would pave the way to a better life. But life had other plans for him. The world had shown him its cold, unforgiving face, where only the privileged could afford to chase their dreams. Money and connections seemed to be the prerequisites for success, and Jun had none of those. As Jun stared at the recording studio, an unexplainable emotion welled up inside him. It was as if a long-forgotten part of his soul had been awakened by the mere sight of the place where his dreams used to live. Before he could fully internalize this surge of emotion, Kevin spoke. Jun, we're ready for you, he exclaimed. Jun snapped out of his thoughts and entered the booth without giving it a second thought. He saw the encouraging looks on his teammates' faces, so he pushed aside the weight of his past and focused on the microphone in front of him. You ready? Lil Naughty asked. Yeah, Jun said. What do you want to start with? The rap part or the last chorus? He asked. Can I start with the last chorus? Jun asked, wanting to sing first before rapping. Sure, that'll do. Let me play just right after the bridge, then enter during the last chorus. Got it? Got it, Jun said. As the music played in the background, Jun continued to look around the booth. The recording equipment, the soundproof walls, and the rows of instruments looked like relics from a distant dream. Jun took a deep breath, letting himself be transported to the body of the young boy who had once enjoyed singing with a bright dream. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the microphone against his lips. Then, without hesitation, he began to sing. His voice, smooth and full of emotion, filled the studio. What the hell? Lil Naughty whispered to Kevin. I thought this kid was a rapper. Kevin nodded, still amazed. He's a damn good singer, too. Lil Naughty shook his head in disbelief as he watched the young man sing effortlessly. Do you think we can recruit him in the company? As the final note hung in the air, Jun opened his eyes. Was that good? What met him was amazed stares and silence. CJ put out a thumbs up. You did great, he mouthed. The others snapped out of their dazes and started cheering, too. However, with the soundproof walls, they looked a little bit crazy. Jun shook his head and chuckled, a big smile on his face, instantly brightening up the studio. Then, at that moment, Jacob's eyes widened in surprise. He smiled. He actually smiled, he screamed, causing the others to become shocked too. Kevin and Lil Naughty continued looking at Jun. And he's handsome, too. Damn, we just lost a big star to Azure. Tap, tap, tap. The soft hum of the computer and the tapping of the keyboard were the only sounds that filled the air, piercing through eerie silence. Hoon, hunched over his desk, glanced at the calendar on his screen. It was Sunday, 11 p.m., and he had been stuck in his computer chair since Friday, the airing of the 7th episode of Rising Stars. Stubble clung to his pale, scraggly face, giving him the appearance of a madman. His eyes, bloodshot and sunken, showed the torment he had endured. The stench of the room, a mixture of cold sweat and unwashed despair, made his eyes water, but he didn't care. The world outside had ceased to exist for him. With trembling hands, he muttered a mantra of desperation. It's over, it's over. His fingers hovered over the send button like a condemned man awaiting the executioner's blade. He had gathered a compilation of damning evidence. all pointing to Jun having powerful sponsors in the industry. And then he clicked send. Banchu has seen your message. A maniacal laughter escaped his cracked lips, echoing through the desolate room. It was the laugh of a monster who had found his prey, ready to exact his vengeance. It's over for you, Choi Joon-ho. Chapter 169 Boo Bear. Everyone, let us welcome our new head of the editing team, Cindy Young. A woman in her 50s bowed her head as the Rising Stars team warmly welcomed her. After Chris had been found out to be the person who assisted Alex and Hyunwoo in their plans to stab Jun, Yena and Yejin quickly searched far and wide for a talented editor to join their team. And they just so happened to find Cindy Young, an editing pioneer in the entertainment industry. For a long time, she had been with the Crawling Man team on a different TV station. However, there had been news that her contract was expiring with that certain TV station, so Azure did their best to recruit her. Thank you for welcoming me, Cindy bowed. Let's keep Rising Stars at number 1. Cheers resounded in the room as they welcomed the famous editor. There are donuts in the lobby, Yejin said. Take a break before going back to work. The employees eagerly exited the meeting room and went to the lobby to devour the donuts. Yejin and Yena stayed behind to talk to Cindy. Thank you so much for joining the team, Yena said. No need to mention it, Cindy kindly smiled. I have been working in the same workplace for more than 10 years already, and honestly, it has taken a lot of time. However, the Azure building is much closer to my daughter's dorm, so I might take this opportunity to hang out with her more. Oh, you have a daughter? Yejin pleasantly asked. I bet she's as pretty as you. You can say that, Cindy smiled. Well then, don't hesitate to call our attention if you have any requests. The team welcomes you warmly. Thank you, Cindy said. Do you mind if I make a call? I haven't informed my daughter about the move yet. Go ahead, Yena said. We'll be with the other crew members in the meantime. As Yena and Yejin left the room, Cindy whipped out her phone and dialed Boo Bear. Her eyes sparkled as the ringtone rang, excited to talk with her daughter. What? Her lovely daughter lazily asked. Where are you right now? Cindy asked. At the dorms. We have classes next week, so I'm going through our reading assignment. It's still next week, Cindy said. So, why don't you hang out with your mother dearest in the meantime? The young woman groaned lazily. I don't want to travel an hour just to see you. Cindy clicked her tongue. Lazy girl. You don't have to travel anymore. I'm actually near your school. What? Her daughter exclaimed over the phone. When did you come here? Surprise. I have something big to tell you, Cindy excitedly exclaimed. So, why don't you meet your mama, huh? Jabber. It was a Monday morning, and it was time for people to go back to their workplaces. For some students, it was still summer break, so they had some time to rest and engage in leisure activities. And that's what Jiao was planning to do. Today, the songs from the concept mission were going to be uploaded on Durian Music, the largest music hub in South Korea. A lot of fans anticipated the official release of the songs, with Tie Me Up and Skateboard Ride garnering the most attention. As the clock struck 12, Jia scrolled past through the other songs and clicked on Tie Me Up without any hesitation. She saw Jun's name under the credits, and it made her proud to see him come so far. When her mother called a while ago, she was lying when she said she was doing a reading assignment. In reality, she was busy counting down the minutes to the release of Tie Me Up. And that's also the reason why she settled on meeting her over dinner instead of lunch. Jun was far more important. As the familiar intro resounded in her room, Jia's heart beat faster in her chest. And when Jun's part came, it seemed as if her heart stopped. It was almost like Jun was rapping the words straight into her soul. As the song ended, she quickly scrambled to play it all over again. Jia let the song play in the background while she went on her Stan account on Naval. The first thing that greeted her was the trends list, and she was pleasantly surprised to see Jun's name on the very top. 1. Choi Joon-ho. Jia clicked on the trend, excited to read the supportive comments that Jun had gotten for the song. However, as she scrolled through the posts, all that greeted her were cryptic tweets that seemed to be sending him hate. Jun was the last person I expected to have a sponsor. It's not really a sponsor. It's his parents. He's fucking loaded. Bro, did you see those MJ shoes? That itself already proves that he shouldn't be joining an idol survival show. He can just pay companies to make him debut. His parents had something to do with the rigging of last year's Rising Stars? That's a big hit. I don't know how he's going to recover from that. Why are we blindly believing this? It hasn't even been proven that Jun is related to the choice. Choi Joon-ho is a Choi. The evidence is already in front of us. Can a trainee even afford to go to Pierre? I hate Jun. He's dragging Jisung into this mess. Eat the rich, bitches. Are we all forgetting the fact that this is from Banshu? This site has a reputation for exaggerating their stories. Banshu, Jiao muttered. She quickly exited the trends list and went to Banshu's profile. The pinned post with over 300,000 interactions immediately caught her attention since it was a photo collage of Jun seemingly going to Pierre and a picture of him sitting on a little duck swing with a bright red arrow pointing to his shoes. She got distracted for a second because Jun looked cute while sitting on the duck swing. However, she quickly snapped out of her thoughts when she read the article title. Jun, the rising star, unveiled as the son of the investor couple Choi, living la vida luxury. Did he pay his way to the top? Jia's eyes widened in horror. Looks like she has to postpone her dinner date with her mom, too. Chapter 170 The Choice. Choi Min-ah and Choi Si-woo, two prominent tycoons and one of the shareholders of the entertainment giant Azure, have been embroiled in a major corruption scandal. The revelations came to light on Thursday when Azure's internal auditing team discovered a web of unauthorized transactions and unethical dealings, prompting a swift investigation by law enforcement agencies. The scandal revolves around a series of dubious financial transactions, lavish spending, and alleged collusion with influential entertainment companies. Here are the key developments in this unfolding scandal. Although not that surprising, Choi Min-ah and Choi Si-woo jointly held a $1 million membership at the prestigious Pierre Country Club, known for its exclusive clientele and exorbitant fees. The scandal takes a darker turn, however, with allegations of collusion between the millionaire tycoons and some of the entertainment industry's biggest players. Notably, companies like Starboat, Jelly Shrimp, and Cylinder are under scrutiny for their involvement. The investigation has revealed that these entertainment giants allegedly played a role in rigging trainees that participated in the third season of the popular talent show, Rising Stars, into the final group. Both tycoons have been subjected to questioning, and their financial records are being meticulously scrutinized. The authorities are determined to uncover the full extent of their involvement in these alleged corrupt practices. Jun, a trainee who catapulted to stardom on the fourth season of Rising Stars, has been a subject of fascination for fans and industry insiders alike due to his meteoric rise from the lowest ranks to a remarkable 11th place. However, the recent stabbing incident involving Jun and his fellow trainees revealed that he is Choi Joon-ho, a past Phoenix trainee. Speculations arise that Choi Joon-ho may be the son of the influential Choi couple. Choi Joon-ho's past remains clouded in mystery, with virtually no trace of his life available online. This has only fueled rumors and conjecture about his connection to the Choi family. An anonymous source under the name Alpha Male has provided compelling evidence suggesting that Jun has been living a life of luxury. The anonymous source submitted a series of photos that depict Jun adorned in high-end, luxury shoes valued at over $100,000, casually gifting Rolex watches, and dining at the exclusive Pierre restaurant. Many are now questioning whether Jun's rise in Rising Stars truly reflects his talent and hard work, or if it is instead the result of his family's deep pockets. Adding fuel to the fire is Jun's recent win against the most popular team in the last mission of Rising Stars. Does Jun really deserve his rank on Rising Stars? Or is he yet another Nepo baby? Jun. Min-jun banged on the older guy's door as he finished reading the article that Banshu had posted. What? Jun asked with his earphones on. He had been listening to Tie Me Up since it was revealed, and he has been lost in his own world ever since. You have to see this, Min-jun said in a serious voice. Jun clicked his tongue as he realized the seriousness in Min-jun's tone. What? He repeated, opening the door and looking down at the small kid. Something bad is happening. Min-jun barged into his room and plopped down on the hard floor. He showed Jun the article posted on Banshu, and Jun read it with furrowed eyebrows. Min-jun gauged his reaction, trying to figure out his feelings. He's probably disappointed, right? He had made it this far into the show with his pure hard work, but he's being accused of being a Nepo baby and rigging the show. However, Min-jun was surprised when Jun suddenly burst into laughter. What the heck? Min-jun exclaimed. Can't you see the comments? They're terrorizing you right now. This might even be worse than the bullying you dealt with last mission. Jun covered his mouth and tried to calm himself down. However, he couldn't help but find the situation funny. I don't have any parents, Jun said in amusement. You don't know that, Minjun exclaimed. What if you were a long-lost son of this powerful tycoon couple, but you just didn't know? And then you recently found out. That's how you were able to afford those shoes and eat at Pierre. That's ridiculous. We look nothing alike, Jun said, pointing to the picture of the not-so-physically pleasant couple on the screen. One look and Jun already knew who their real son was. Besides, Jun said, I know their real son. You do? Minjun asked. Yeah, Jun nodded. It's Choi Pablo. Minjun looked at Jun like he had grown a third head. Sure. Keep telling yourself that you've met Choi Pablo. I have, Jun said. Oh, please, Minjun laughed. Choi Pablo wouldn't even dare to look your way. Choi Pablo had been crying ever since you left and didn't contact him, Esther said as soon as Jun entered the door. Not even a greeting? Jun asked. I just wanted to get it out of the way, she said. This is the first time my boss has been so desperate to get someone's pictures. He had been staring at your pictures for the past few days, tears streaming down his eyes, so he wasn't even able to edit it. Jun pursed his lips. That's weird. Where is he? Jun asked. Where you first met him, Esther said. Be careful, she warned. He might jump you. Jun sighed and shook his head before walking over to the huge, white door. He didn't even bother to knock and went straight in. Choi Pablo lifted his head, annoyance seen in his features. However, when he saw that it was Jun who walked in, his face lit up like it had been blasted by the sun. Jun sighed and took a step back, assuming a fighting stance before the crazy photographer could encase him in a hug. Stay back, Jun warned, causing Pablo to sigh in disappointment. However, he kept looking at Jun with bright eyes. Are you finally here to become my muse? No, Jun snapped, shattering Pablo's expectations. I'm here to talk about something else, your parents. Surprisingly, Pablo's awestruck expression was replaced with aloofness, and he suddenly looked annoyed by Jun's statement. My parents, he raised his eyebrows. I don't know those people. I think you know what I'm talking about, Jun said. It's all over navel. Like I said, I've been having a social media detox these days. I don't know what you're talking about. Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah, Jun said. All the gifts that you've given me are probably from them. Am I right? Choi Pablo didn't respond. And you didn't give me those things because you truly wanted to, but because you wanted to get rid of them. Am I right? Again, the photographer didn't respond. Answer me, Jun deeply said, causing Pablo to sigh. So what, he asked. They're my biological parents, but I don't want to associate myself with them anymore. Jun sighed. I'm getting involved in your family drama. The people are accusing me of being their son and rigging the results of the show I am on. Rising Stars, Pablo said. I've watched it, he shyly confessed. Your Tie Me Up performance was really sexy. Jun clicked his tongue. That's not the point. The point is, you need to come clean and say that you're the real son of the choice, not me. Jun hoped that Pablo's fascination with him would lead him to quickly agree. However, Pablo crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked away from Jun. No. Chapter 171, Let's Have Fun. No. No. Choi Pablo repeated with resolution. I haven't talked with those people for years. You're lying, Jun said, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Your mother still contacts you from time to time, he said, remembering how Choi Birthgiver called Pablo the first time they met. The fact that you still have her contact number saved instead of blocked already speaks a lot. Choi Pablo sighed. Fine, you got me there. My mom still contacts me sometimes. But that doesn't mean we have a good relationship. Let me guess. Jun smirked, already reading into the situation. They want you to pursue this business world shit, but you want to pursue a career in photography, huh? Pablo froze, so Jun knew he was right on the dot. And this corruption issue is probably something you already knew, hence your social media detox, he continued, looking into the photographer's eyes. Choi Pablo gulped and looked away from Jun's eyes. It felt as if his entire life was being read right in front of him. It's not that simple, he said. Indeed, it was really that simple. Jun hit it right on the nail. Whatever you say, Jun said. I don't really care what's happening in your family, but since I'm stuck between all of this, I would appreciate it if you stepped out and clarified everything. I told you. I don't want to associate myself with my parents anymore, Pablo said. I've worked so hard without getting their help, and I want the world to know that I didn't get to where I am right now just because of them. You're in a different field, Jun sighed. Plenty of popular artists will come to your aid. I'm sure of that. I, on the other hand, am a part of Rising Stars, the show that your parents allegedly had a hand in rigging last year. Right? Pablo muttered under his breath. Did you know? Entertainment companies are actually really rich. They can pay up to $1 million just to ensure a spot in the debut team. You're getting off topic here, Jun deadpanned. Pablo sighed before turning back to Jun, looking more serious than ever. I consider you as my new muse, Pablo said. But there's also a limit to what I can do for my muse. I can't help you on this one. Jun pursed his lips in frustration. He was certain that convincing Choi Pablo would be much easier than this, but seeing the resolution on his face made him think otherwise. You don't want anything from me? No, Pablo said without any hesitation. I'm afraid nothing can change my mind. Jun sighed in frustration as he sat in front of their apartment complex, kicking a tiny, innocent pebble beneath his feet. He visited Naval as he arrived, and the situation was much worse than he anticipated. The reactions of the public might even be worse than the bullying accusation. Alex and Hyunwoo didn't have any proof back then, but with the solid proof that Banshu had laid out, a lot of people are convinced that Jun got his rank merely because of his connection with the choice. Time was also ticking. Tomorrow was the day of the filming of the elimination episode, courtesy of the stabbing accident that happened a week ago, and Jun wondered if the production crew would take this rumor lightly. As he continued thinking about his next course of action, Minjun suddenly showed up from school. Jun looked at the little kid from afar, wearing his yellow backpack with a multicolored cap over his head. Jun softly smiled. It was at moments like this that he was reminded that Minjun was still a little kid, and behind his amazing writing skills and snarky personality, he could actually look a bit cute. Yo, loser, Minjun called out, causing Jun's smile to drop. He was cute when he didn't speak. What are you doing sitting there like a loser? Minjun asked, sitting next to him. Now, you're sitting next to that said loser. Minjun rolled his eyes. Whatever, he scoffed. I just didn't want you to look as pathetic as you already are. Did you know? I even overheard my teachers talking about you during recess. What did they say? Jun said. They fully believe that you're the son of the choice. They say that a face like yours could only belong to a young master. Jun shook his head and chuckled in amusement. Well, I guess I'll take that reason. Minjun clicked his tongue. Still, he continued. They think you don't deserve your rank. Something about only using your connections to make your way to the top. It was honestly frustrating. How could everyone just believe everything they see on the internet? That's how the world came to be, little kid, Jun said. People just want to believe what they want to believe. Minjun sighed. Tell me about. So, what do you want to do now? Jun shrugged nonchalantly. I already talked with Choi Pablo. I might be able to convince him until the airing of the elimination episode. But isn't the elimination episode going to be filmed tomorrow? Minjun said. Don't you think you'd drop in ranks because of this? Jun sighed. I've already expected it, he said. Right now, I just need to prove that I'm not affiliated with the choice in any way. You know there's one certain way on how you can do that, Minjun retorted. Jun stayed silent. Tell them that your parents are dead, Minjun said. It's the easiest way out. Just try and gain their sympathy. Jun sighed and remained silent, feeling conflicted. He knew that was the easiest way out. Jun still didn't know the real identity of his parents, as there was no sign of Choi Joon-ho's past life in his phone and in his belongings. But again, gaining sympathy was definitely the easiest way out. Before he could respond, Minjun continued talking. I don't care if you don't have any parents, Minjun said. I honestly didn't even bat an eyelash when you revealed that you were an orphan. Jun listened intently. It must have been very hard for you, Minjun softly said. My parents got a divorce when I was really young, so I don't even remember a time when they got along. People told me I was lucky since my parents had a peaceful separation. But is any separation peaceful after all? Sure, it must have been peaceful for them, but it wasn't for me, he admitted. I didn't cry when they separated. I didn't even act like I was sad, but deep inside my heart, all I wanted was a complete family. Was that too much to ask for? The little kid continued to rant. Why do other kids have both of their parents when they got awards? But I only got my grandma. But then again, I'm thankful that I still have my grandma, he smiled. She's the one I love the most, and I'm thankful that she came to each of my awards, even when they were just small. Then, Minjun glanced at Jun before showing a sad smile. Jun felt a tug at his heartstrings. That was the very first time that Minjun had looked at him like that. "That's why I admire you a lot, big bro," he said. "You didn't have anyone beside you. You didn't have someone like Grandma, but you still made it this far. So, I just want to say that I'm proud of you. People will hate on you no matter what. You've got rich parents? You're a Nepo baby. You came from a middle-income family? You're just ordinary. You're an orphan? You're pitiful. So, just fuck it all and gain pity from the public. Who the hell cares?" Jun covered Minjun's mouth. "Grandma will murder me if he hears you say that." Minjun glared at Jun, but he just found it endearing. "You actually care about me, don't you?" Jun teased. Minjun's face became red as he aggressively shook his head. "Of course not," he scoffed. "I just wanted you to snap out of your stupid thoughts." "Thanks, little kid." Jun ruffled his hair. "You eased my mind a little bit." "So what now?" Minjun asked. "Do you want me to counter that Banshu guy and make an article about the truth?" "No," Jun said, making Minjun sigh in frustration. "Why not? Just let me help you out." "That'd be too easy." Jun smirked, his mind racing with thoughts on how to do this the right way, the satisfying way. Now that he didn't mind actually being pitted, there was one certain thought in his mind. Let's have fun with this. Chapter 172 Upper Hand. As the 50 trainees gathered in Azure's studio center, numerous gossips filled the dressing rooms. Instead of the usual anxiousness they felt before the elimination, today was very different. Have you read Banshu's post? Who hasn't seen that post? I'm sure all of us know about it now. Do you think he'll come today? He has a lot of guts if he shows up after everything that's been revealed in the media. There's not a week that has passed where he isn't involved in some kind of issue. And he manages to survive every single time. Do you think it's because of his parents? In one of the dressing rooms, Jisung, CJ, Jangmoon, and Akira all stood with perplexed faces. So he's really the son of Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah? Akira asked. I don't know, Jisung said. I feel like he would have told us if that was the case. Why would he even tell us? Jangmoon asked. It's not like he's obligated to. Besides, I think it was already obvious since the time he wore those MJ shoes. CJ clicked his tongue. The more I think about it, the more I think that something is wrong. Jangmoon sighed and leaned his head against the wall. I feel a little bit betrayed. Do you think he got his rank because of his parents? Jisung frowned. Let's not accuse him of that, he said. Jun works harder than everybody else. I'm sure you already know that. Still, Akira sighed. He should have given us a heads up. I agree, CJ said. And I do feel that he's improving faster than everybody else. I wonder if he gets overly expensive lessons to improve his skills. Jun sighed as he stood outside the door, listening to their conversation. The article was very believable, and if he was a normal citizen, Jun must have believed it, too. His friends weren't an exception to that. Where is Jun anyway? Akira asked. We're going to film in less than half an hour. There's still half an hour left. Jun moved away from the door and started walking through the other dressing rooms. He stopped when he saw a familiar guy standing next to the mirror with a smug look on his face. Jun smirked. Xian looks very happy, doesn't he? Xian, Jun said, causing the latter to look at him. Xian frowned as soon as he saw Jun. What are you doing here, he asked. For the same reason why you're here, Jun said. I'm still a part of Rising Stars. Xian scoffed, disbelief evident on his face. Well, of course. You're still here because your precious parents paid Azure big bucks to keep you in, huh? Xian expected Jun to become annoyed, but surprisingly, Jun leaned against the wall, his posture relaxed. Oh really? He replied in a mocking tone. Did my parents really do that? Unfazed by his lack of reaction, Xian pressed on, determined to rattle Jun. Well, I bet your parents paid off the production team so you can get such a high rank. They're the reason you're still here. Nepotism, anyone. Jun's calm demeanor persisted, and he offered him a faint smile. Xian, he said softly. You're brave for someone who pathetically followed me just to get those pictures. Jun smirked as he watched Xian's eyes widen in alarm and the color drain from his face. Jun knew. Of course, he knew. He had been tailed numerous times to not realize that someone was following them that morning. Besides, Xian wasn't slick at all. His camera flashed every time he took those pictures. Xian felt his heart race inside his chest, but he tried to look as calm as possible. Jun continued, his voice like ice. And if I tell the production crew that you have been following me like a freak, do you think they'll take it lightly? Xian stammered, his annoyance turning into anxiety. I don't know what you're talking about. Jun finally pushed himself off the wall, his eyes boring holes into Xian's skull. You can play your games, Xian, but remember, I play to win. You can't prove anything, Xian stammered, trying to regain his composure. It might have been your crazy fan or something. Why would you put the blame on me? So, you're my fan now? Jun raised his eyebrows. Xian's annoyance flared anew, but Jun's nonchalant attitude had him off balance. He decided to change his tactics, wanting to face him in a different way. Leaning in closer to Jun, he sneered. You might be able to handle me, but the public? They won't be so kind with your little nepotism scandal. Just like your parents, you're going to go down in flames, and they'll tear you apart online. Oh wait, they already are, Xian said. And you're going to tell the production crew about me? News flash. They also believe what was posted online. In fact, all the trainees here believe it, even your so-called friends. Jun felt his lip twitch. Fun. This was so fucking fun. Jun's expression remained calm, but he decided to give Xian a taste of his own medicine. He feigned a look of concern, his voice soft and trembling. Oh, Xian, you really think so? I mean, I need to debut. But how can I do that when even my friends are against me? Xian couldn't contain his satisfaction. He thought he had finally cracked Jun's facade, and it fueled his confidence. That's right, Jun. You better be worried. Your parents won't be able to save you when the world turns against you. Jun's expression remained concerned, but he knew exactly what he was doing. By letting Xian believe he had the upper hand, he was playing a long game, biding his time for the right moment to strike back. So, watch it, Xian smirked. Or I might just take your place. With a self-satisfied grin, Xian eventually turned and walked away. He couldn't help but feel proud of himself, believing that he had gained the upper hand. As Xian's figure receded into the distance, Jun's icy composure thawed, and a subtle smirk graced his lips. Bastard. Chapter 173, Undeserving. Trainees, settle down and gather backstage. We are starting in 5 minutes, a crew member yelled. Everything was set for the elimination episode filming, yet Jun was still not seen. Is he really not coming? CJ asked. I'm here, Jun said, appearing behind their backs. Jangmoon and Jisung jumped in surprise. Jisung enthusiastically turned around and greeted Jun, while the others merely gave him awkward smiles and greetings. Jun shook his head. It seemed like Xian was right to some extent. His friends were uncomfortable with his presence. The other trainees who noticed his arrival also started whispering among themselves. Damn, he's really brave for coming here. Do you think he paid for his rank this time too? Most probably. The trainees started going to their seats team by team. Yena and Yejin conversed among themselves while they were busy filming the opening. What are we going to do about this? Yena asked. I honestly don't know, Yejin explained. We've already hired a third-party vote counter this year, and we're trying hard to gain the public's trust after what happened last year. Now I'm afraid that everything's going to go down the drain. Yena sighed deeply. What should we do with his footage? He's one of the trainees who garner the most screen time and the highest ratings. Let's lessen them for now, Yejin said. I think it's best if we show that we don't have any preferential treatment toward him. I'll inform Cindy about the decision. After the mentors settled down, the special mentor of the week peeked through the stage and saw the trainees nervously talking with each other. Then, his eye strayed toward one of the trainees. Choi Joon-ho, Robbie, ranked 4th during the 3rd season of Rising Stars, clicked his tongue as soon as he saw him. It was because of trainees like Jun that their debut didn't push through. They were supposed to become the next big thing, but all his efforts were wasted after those imbeciles paid their way into the group. It was fortunate that he was given a career to become a soloist, but he still felt a pang in his heart every time he saw idol groups performing on stage before him. As he continued gazing at Jun, he felt a sense of hatred in his heart. Someone like him doesn't deserve to be here. Hey, are you alright? Jihyun asked, patting Robbie's shoulder. Robbie quickly snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at the beautiful mentor. Of course, mentor. Jihyun chuckled. You don't have to call me that anymore, you know? We're colleagues now. You're still forever a mentor for me, Robbie cheekily said. Well, you were one of my favorite students in the entirety of Rising Stars, she smiled. I'm glad you still got to work in the industry. Then, Am I your most favorite? Robbie asked, buttering up to Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun merely chuckled before glancing at the trainees. Let's say you were my favorite during the 3rd season. Robbie chuckled softly, but he felt a bit of resentment in his heart when he saw Ji-hyun's gaze travel to Jun. Ji-hyun had a concerned look on her face, and it didn't take a genius to see that she was worried about the rich trainee. Robbie clicked his tongue, causing Ji-hyun to snap out of her thoughts. Honestly, she had been worried about Jun ever since the article came out. When she first read the post, she also thought that it was very believable, but in the end, she decided to trust Jun. Nothing has been confirmed yet, and Ji-hyun knew how hard Jun worked to get to where he is right now. We're starting in 3, 2, 1. A crew member gave a signal to the hosts of the night. Robbie offered his hand, and Ji-hyun quietly took it. Then, they walked out of large LED screen and onto the stage. Robbie? The guy from Rising Stars. Damn, he got more handsome than when he was on the show. It's sad that their debut fell through, though. Yeah, now he's still successful, but I bet he would have become more successful if he was in an idol group. Robbie felt his eye twitch as he heard the trainees' gossip fill the room, and it made his heart swell with even more bitterness than before. Good day, trainees, Ji-hyun exclaimed through the mic, her cheerful voice a sharp contrast against the nervous energy in the room. Due to some unfortunate circumstances during the live eliminations, starting this week, we'll be pre-filming the elimination episode. Don't worry, of course. The last episode will still be broadcasted live with an audience. You heard that right, trainees. With your numbers getting smaller, we are nearing the end of your journey as trainees. And today marks yet another start for the 25 trainees who are going to make it, Robbie enthusiastically said. As of the moment, the votes are still coming in, but with the end of this countdown, the voting shall come to a halt, Ji-hyun announced, and a timer for 1 minute was shown on screen. Jun stared at the screen and leaned against his knees. The article would have definitely made an impact on his rank. Most likely, a lot of his supporters are disappointed with the thought of him being sponsored by The Choice. However, as the article came out on Monday, there was still adequate time for the public to vote for Jun after the Tie Me Up performance. Jun wasn't sure if that was enough to make him retain his current rank, but he believed that it would still keep him in the competition. 3, 2, 1. All the votes are in, and we are now ready to announce the trainees who made it into the top 25. Robbie exclaimed. Starting with the 24th rank, Ji-hyun said, and the number 24 was shown on screen. CJ played with his fingers, already feeling a sense of defeat in his heart. He glanced at Jun by his side and saw him still with a nonchalant expression. Is that why he never felt nervous during eliminations? Is it because he already knew that he was going to make it? CJ shook his head and looked down at his lap with a bitter smile. It must be nice. Truly, CJ didn't want to become suspicious of Jun. He even believed him during the bullying incident. But with the number of trainees getting smaller and smaller with his rank still staying in the same spot, he couldn't help but feel anxious. As he lifted his head, his eyes met with a trainee who mirrored his expression. Jangmoon. They both had smiles on their faces, but they didn't feel genuine at all, and beneath their hopeful expressions was a look of acceptance. They probably wouldn't make it, huh? Jangmoon smiled from the other side of the room as if comforting CJ and telling him that it was going to be okay. This trainee had surprised the Starlights and the mentors last week, piercing through the hearts of many with his hard work and professionalism. The two couldn't even hear what Ji-hyun was currently saying. In their minds, they were already trying to accept the bitter truth. Congratulations, trainee Jangmoon. You have jumped 26 places and are now ranked 24th. Chapter 174, Third Eliminations. The studio center turned silent with the utterance of Jangmoon's name. Jun smirked as he watched the flabbergasted trainee get pushed to the stage by his fellow trainees. Then, his eyes strayed toward Exin, who looked like he had seen a ghost. He was so focused on Jun that he almost forgot that his chances of staying in the show were very slim. Jangmoon walked up the stage with wide eyes, still not processing everything that was happening. CJ watched his friend with a smile on his face. However, deep inside his heart was also disappointment. It was true that Jangmoon had worked hard to get to where he is right now, and between him and CJ, Jangmoon definitely garnered a more positive response from the Starlights. I don't know what to say, Jangmoon said, his hands shaking. He always had humor lingering in his words whenever he was called out during eliminations, but today, he couldn't utter a single joke. "Thank you for believing in me," he said, trying his hardest not to cry. "I never knew I would get this far, but now that I am given the chance to continue on with the show, I'll try my best to make it until the end." A soft applause filled the room, many still shocked because of Jangmun's jump in ranks. "Shit, he took my spot," one of them whispered. "You really can't guess what's going to happen next in Rising Stars. Now let us go straight to the top 20. Ji-hyun exclaimed. Jun heard Si-hoon let out a deep breath, causing him to glance at the nervous trainee. Jun then looked at his other teammates and felt uncertain. Aside from Si-hoon, he wasn't sure if all of them were going to make it. Now that he thought about it, 25 was such a small number. There were still a lot of popular trainees that weren't called out, so the chances of all of them making it into the top 25 were very slim. However, if there was one person who could make it, then it would be Si-hoon. Trainee Si-hoon, congratulations. You are still in the running to become a member of the debut group. Si-hoon jumped in his seat as soon as his name was called. He looked at his teammates with wide eyes, and the group genuinely congratulated him. Jun and Si-hoon locked gazes, and although it felt pretty awkward because of Jun's ongoing rumors, Si-hoon managed a small smile. Thanks, Jun, he whispered. I couldn't have done it without you. Jun softly nodded before sitting back down. The announcements went by surprisingly fast, with Robbie and Ji-hyun giving brief descriptions about the trainees who made it. Now, the 16th rank was about to be announced, and Akira was the most nervous of all. He was ranked 20th last week, so he was in an ambiguous spot. However, Jun was certain that the Japanese trainee would most likely survive. He became the main topic of their team, so there was a mere 1% chance of him not making it into the top 25. Trainee Akira, congratulations. Once again, you have jumped in the ranks and are now in the top 16. With this progress, you are getting closer to debuting. Akira stood, a small smile playing on his lips. Jae-young smiled at his former teammate, obviously looking proud. Akira went up to the stage and gave a small speech before going up to his seat. The trainees announced after Akira were definitely expected. 15th, Bin. 14th, Jin-sol. 13th place? Jun expects his rank to have regressed by 2 places. Again, the scandal would have made his votes drop, but it wouldn't have dropped that much since he probably gained quite a lot of votes after their Time Me Up performance. Robbie frowned as he was given the cue card for the 13th trainee. It was getting nearer and nearer to the top 10, yet Jun's name still hasn't appeared. Meanwhile, Ji-hyun felt joy swell in her heart. 13th, Steel, Robbie reluctantly announced, glancing at Jun with a subtle glare. Jun didn't notice Robbie's action since he was also surprised by the turn of events. Why could he always guess the other's ranks right, but never his? On to the 11th trainee. Robbie continued opening yet another cue card. He was aware that 11th place was Jun's last rank, and he would feel disappointed if ever he was to retain his place even after such a big blow to his name. However, it would also make him feel a bit satisfied since he's still not in the debuting ranks. Robbie carefully opened the envelope, his face unreadable as he read the name inside. 11th place, Yuri. The announcement of the 11th place trainee garnered the most intense reaction yet. 11th? What the hell? But he's always been in the top 10. How can Yuri be kicked out of the top 10? It doesn't make sense. Unless. There was a common thought that circulated the room. It must be Jun. If Jun wasn't in 11th place, then it could only mean one thing. He had risen in ranks once more. However, instead of his hard work and improvement being recognized, his connection with his parents became the most prominent reason for his rise. Jun glanced around the room as he felt many judging eyes burning holes into his skin. Shit, this was bad. He should have dropped in the ranks. Ji-hyun saw the slight distress on Jun's face, so she quickly picked up the microphone to announce the 10th place. 10th, Lin Ji. However, even with the announcement of Lin Ji's rank, their focus was still on Jun. He's not 10th? Just how much did he rise? Do you think this is fair? Why isn't the production crew doing anything? Robbie opened the next envelope, and Jun, who wasn't a religious person, started praying to every god out there. Please let my name get called. Please just let my name get called. Yet again, what did Jun expect? The gods had it out for him. Because as Robbie uttered the next name, the studio center practically turned upside down. 9th, Run. The tired-looking trainee wasn't even shocked as his name was called. He calmly stood up and walked to the front, his dark under eyes making him look a bit pitiful. He gave a generic thank you speech before going up to the ninth seat. At this point, Jun was cursing fu in his mind. What do I even have to do with this? As the ranks continued to rise, Robbie's frown became more evident on his face. And when he opened the next envelope, he felt a sense of relief yet resentment in his heart. He picked up the mic and let out a small sigh before locking gazes with Jun. 8th June. Chapter 175 Hot Seat. 8th place. That was more than what Jun had hoped for. Compared to the other trainees who were met with applause when they stood up, Jun was met with mere whispers. Gosh, he actually rose in ranks. So it's true then? I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I guess his parents are really sponsoring him. He's even higher than Ren. Is that possible? Jun slowly walked up the stage, his eyes meeting with Robbie for a second. Despite the passive look on his face, Jun noticed the slight disdain that was hidden behind Robbie's eyes. Again, he was well familiar with Robbie since Mei Ling also watched the 3rd season of Rising Stars. From what Jun remembers, Robbie was a very hard worker who came from a small company. However, he was able to make it into the final group, even landing the 4th rank. As he continued gazing into Robbie's eyes, Jun could guess the reason behind his hateful stare. Robbie also believed the rumors, and he must think that Jun is a scum on this earth. Jun then made eye contact with Ji-hyun, and it seemed like she was pretty happy with his rise in the ranks. At least, one mentor still believed in him. The studio was still filled with silence as Jun made his way to the front. It got so quiet to the point that you could hear his footsteps on the fiberglass stage. Then, he faced the trainees who were looking at him with skeptical expressions. Jun gazed at his friends and also saw some hesitancy in their faces. He looked down at the ground, a small smirk playing on his lips, before lifting his head with a regretful expression. Do you have anything to say, Jun? Ji-hyun softly asked. Jun brought the mic to his lips to say a brief speech of gratitude, but he stopped when he continued to hear the others talk among themselves. Their whispers weren't too soft, so they filled the silent studio. Do you see the look on his face? Isn't it obvious that he's guilty? He looks pretty sad, in my opinion. Sad? Try living my life. My mom owns a noodle shop. I should be sadder than him. Your noodle shop has franchises all over Korea. Shut up. I feel bad for Team Risers. They should have won that benefit. I feel bad for Team Aglet too. I would have felt betrayed. Is that why Jun had the most screen time in the song? Now that you've mentioned it, you're right. He doesn't deserve his rank. Jun looked at the resentful looks on the trainees' faces, and as he continued wandering his eyes, his gaze focused on Xin. Xin, who had been nervous this entire elimination episode because of his rank, now had a smug look on his face. Even if he doesn't end up making it into the top 25, seeing Jun in such a vulnerable state already made him feel happy. Xin couldn't wait to relay the news to Hoon. As Jun continued to hear such hurtful words being thrown at him, he brought the mic down and took a deep breath. Jun, Ji-hyun repeated. Do you want to say something? Jun shook his head, and the others gasped softly in surprise. Jun placed the microphone back on the stand and was about to walk to his seat when Robbie suddenly spoke. It seemed like the soloist couldn't take it anymore as he said his next words. Moreover, since this wasn't a live show, Robbie just had the urge to humiliate Jun in front of the other trainees. Then, would you mind addressing the news that has been floating on Naval? About how you're the son of the choice. Jun froze in his spot, while the others were also stunned to silence. The production crew, too, didn't expect such a statement to come from Robbie's lips. Jun stayed silent, so Robbie pressed on. I think it's best to address the elephant in the room. What do you feel about having parents that rigged last year's Rising Stars? He asked, bitterness heard in his voice. Jun pursed his lips together as he gazed into the others' eyes. It seemed like all of them were waiting for his answer. The cameras all panned to Jun's face as if urging him to address the issue right then and there. And to make things worse, Robbie continued spouting questions that only heightened the tension in the room. Robbie, Ji-hyun held onto the younger's shoulder. I'm just asking out of pure curiosity, Robbie innocently answered. I'm sure most of us are wondering the same thing. Don't you think it's only fair that Jun addresses such concerns? Especially to his fans who have been supporting him from the very start. Jun lifted his head and looked into Robbie's eyes. There was still a regretful look in Jun's eyes, but for some reason, Robbie felt a chill run down his spine. Jun appeared like he knew something else, something that only he knew about. However, Robbie straightened his back and kept his composure strong. "Trainee Jun," he said, his voice getting louder. "It is unfair to have the other trainees work hard for their ranks, while other trainees are merely handed their ranks." Jun bit his lip, wanting to curse this man out loud, but he knew that doing so would only put him in a bad place. So, he looked away from Robbie instead and secured the mic on the stand. He took a step back and bowed 90 degrees. 1 second, 2 seconds, until it went on for 30 seconds. The others were wondering why he was bowing for such a long time. Is this his way of apologizing and admitting that everything was true? Robbie watched the scene before him with contempt. "Pathetic," he said, the mic away from his lips. However, Jun, who was also on stage, heard it crystal clear. He bit his lip in frustration but decided to control himself. This wasn't the right time. So he straightened his back, and with slumped shoulders, he walked to his spot, the 8th seat. He kept his gaze at the front, but he could still feel the other stares behind his back and on the side of his face. And one thing was certain as he sat on his seat. They didn't think that Jun deserved it. Chapter 176, Jun's Plan. "All right, we'll call some of the boys for the interviews tonight," Yejin announced. "Once we announce your name, please come backstage so we can prepare you for an interview. Ren, Zeth, Sehun, CJ, and Yuri will be waiting backstage. We'll start off with Ren," she continued before going down the stage. Ren quickly followed Yejin backstage for an interview. This was a common tradition in the past seasons of Rising Stars. Since all elimination episodes were pre-recorded back then, trainees were asked to share their feelings after the elimination, and it was edited in a way that gained the viewer's sympathy. As Ren walked backstage, Jun clicked his tongue in annoyance. It was obvious that they weren't going to give him a chance to explain himself and his real situation. With that in mind, Jun sat up from his seat and observed the 24 remaining boys. As expected, Zeth remained in the #1 spot, while Casper followed in second. Jisung retained his 7th rank, and the others were shuffled but were still in the top 10. CJ, who was still emotional after landing the 25th place, continued sobbing in his seat. However, as his friends walked to his seat, he instantly felt better. "I thought I wasn't going to make it," he whispered. Jangmoon slapped the back of his head. "I fucking made it." "Why do you think you weren't going to?" he asked. CJ chuckled, wiping the snot from his nose. "You're right. There's no way that I'll get eliminated before you." They laughed loudly, and Jun watched them as he went down the stairs to join them. "Hey," Jun said, causing them to stop laughing. They turned to Jun, and the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everybody seemed to be wary of his presence, except for Jisung. "Congratulations, bro," he smiled. "You've worked hard." "Thanks," Jun muttered. "You've worked hard, too." Then, he faced the others. Jaeyoung and Zeth were still with them, and it seemed like the two were purposely evading Jun's gaze. Jun sighed. They thought the same, too. They were conversing pretty loudly before Jun came, but now, there was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Jun knew he was the reason for the awkwardness, so he cleared his throat to break the silence. "I'll go now," he said. "Are you going to your real home? Or your apartment?" Jangmoon asked, causing Jun to purse his lips. "To my apartment, my real home," Jun vaguely answered before turning his back. Jisung nudged Jangmoon's shoulder as Jun walked away from them. "What?" Jangmoon asked, scratching the back of his head. "I was just curious." Jisung felt frustrated as he looked at their suspicious faces. "Look, I don't know the real story behind Jun's life. I'm sure nobody has a clue since he doesn't share these things with us. But do you really think so lowly of him?" CJ pursed his lips. "I just don't know what to believe. He doesn't tell us anything, and the evidence is very, very convincing. Why else would he have taken us to Pierre?" "Yeah," Akira said. "And the Colex watch, too. I like Jun, I really do. But this is just something I can't comprehend." Jisung clicked his tongue. "Can't you be thankful for once? He gave you a watch," he gestured to CJ. "And he all treated us for brunch. You're talking as if everything is already confirmed." They all stayed silent, causing Jisung to become even more frustrated. For the first time in a while, he had learned what it felt like to be angry. The shy trainee rarely experienced such emotion, but the presence of his friends, who were currently doubting Jun, made him snap. "You're talking as if Jun hasn't helped us at all." Do you remember how he helped you during the Mafia Melodies performance? Or how he comforted Zeth before the second mission? Jun had also gone out of his way to help us improve our skills. He's very loved by his fans. Jisung continued, his voice suddenly turning softer. And that's because he works hard. It isn't so obvious since he doesn't like bragging about his hard work, but he's been one of the people who have deliberately helped us when we were down, even when he was also having a hard time. The others were surprised to hear Jisung speak such long sentences without stuttering. So before anything is confirmed, I'm going to believe in Jun, Jisung said with resolution. And I'll believe in him even if it gets proven right. With that, he walked away from them, his shyness suddenly hitting him. Contrary to what Jun had said, he wasn't planning on going home straight away. The airing of the elimination episode was going to be on Friday, and if he wanted his plan to go exactly like he wanted, Jun needed someone on his side. So, with a stealthy stance, he started walking backstage, where the mentors were staying. However, on his way there, he suddenly saw that the janitor's closet was open. Curiosity got the best of him, so he peeked inside. Then, he smirked when he saw Xian, who appeared to be crying on the phone. Again, it was on loudspeaker, so Jun could hear the person Xian was talking to. I didn't make it, Hoon, he sobbed, tears streaming down his face, making his foundation run. Hoon sighed through the phone. It's all right. You weren't even supposed to make it that far into the competition anyway, Hoon muttered, so Xian wasn't able to hear it. Did Jun get humiliated at least? Hoon asked. Xian sniffed and wiped his tears with his blue sleeve, causing the foundation to scatter on his clothes. Yes, Xian said, a hint of joy in his voice. Robbie asked him some questions regarding his parents, and he wasn't able to answer them. Jun wasn't able to give a speech, too. This is the very first time I've seen him look so down and humiliated. Hoon laughed out loud, his walls shaking. I wish I could have seen it. You'll get to see it on Friday, Xian said. I bet the editing team is going to milk the shit out of it. There's no way they're going to let this pass quite easily. You're right, Hoon said. The editing team could be quite cruel. Well, you better get home. It's already getting late. Xian sighed with slumped shoulders. I guess I'll go back to school. I don't think I can continue being an idol. You should do the same, Hoon. Hoon chuckled and shook his head. No way. I'm planning to become a professional gamer now. I'm pretty good. Hoon was, indeed, not good at all. That's great. Xian genuinely complimented. Don't forget about me when you get famous, bro. Of course, Hoon said. How could I forget the guy who helped me with Jun's downfall? You did a really great job capturing those photos. With that, their phone call ended, and Xian held onto the doorknob. However, he was surprised when he saw that it was Agape. He must have forgotten to close it. Then, Xian made his way outside. However, he jumped when he saw Jun leaning against the wall, his arms crossed in front of his chest. He jumped in surprise as the two of them made eye contact. What are you doing here? Xian suspiciously asked. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Jun asked with raised eyebrows. Xian frowned in confusion. The Jun he saw a while ago looked so down. However now, he was back to his nonchalant self. Did he move on that easily from the humiliation he faced? Xian kept his head high as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. What do you want? You just admitted it, Jun said. You took those pictures, huh? And it seemed like you were following Hoon's orders. Shit. He heard that. Xian cursed in his mind. And so, he smugly asked. As I said, you don't have any proof that we did it, so you can talk shit for all you want, but no one's going to believe you. Okay, Jun calmly said. You got me there. I don't have any proof that you guys did it. Xian internally sighed in relief. Bastard, he snickered. You're still acting calm, huh? Let's see you act calm once you get eliminated next week. I'm sure the public would stop voting for you now. Jun merely nodded, and that brought immense satisfaction to Xian's heart. See you outside, rich bastard, Xian chuckled, smugly waving his hand as he walked away from Jun. Jun watched his retreating back and smiled. Then, he opened the janitor's closer once more. He thought he was merely seeing things when he glanced inside a while ago. But Jun was right. There was a blinking red dot in the corner of the room, hidden in the dark. Chapter 177 No Love Affair. With Xian's departure, Jun continued to make his way to where the mentors were. He weaved through the guards expertly, and he even saw the buck-tooth guard trying to remove some stuck spinach in his teeth as Jun literally just walked past him. Rising stars truly needed to get better security. Without much effort, Jun made his way in front of a door with huge signage that said, Ji-hyun. Ji-hyun, who was currently having her makeup taken off, gossiped with her makeup artist while scrolling through Navel. She scrolled through Jun's topic and felt pained every time she saw a new hate comment pop up. This kid never catches a break, Ji-hyun said. Can you believe he's been the center of controversies for 2 weeks in a row? Yoon-jin, the young makeup artist, glanced over her shoulder and shook her head. I also read the article. I think it's true that Jun has a sponsor. I mean, his parents are literally Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah. Jun looks nothing like these two, though, Ji-hyun said, zooming in on the rich couple's faces. Ji-hyun didn't want to be rude, but they looked like someone from the animal kingdom. Let's just say that God is fair. He gave the choice a shit ton of money, but their looks are questionable. You're right, Yoon-jin said. But I can't think of any other explanation as to how Jun would be able to enter Pierre and afford those MJ shoes and a Colex. Even rich trainees can't get on his level. I really don't get that vibe from Jun. Ji-hyun continued to defend him. I've been observing him for quite some time, and he hasn't worn any designer clothes up until those photos. His clothes are always tacky too. Now that you've mentioned it, Yoon-jin said. He really does dress very simply. He always wears the same black hoodie too. See, Ji-hyun exclaimed. It doesn't make sense that he's a rich guy. Well, rich dudes always seem to dress down. I've never seen a billionaire who dresses well before. Just look at Egon Krust and Marcus Zapperberger. Ji-hyun clicked her tongue. Whatever. I still believe that there's something else going on. As the two of them continued to converse, the door suddenly opened. Gosh, can't people knock? Ji-hyun asked, her eyes still focused on her phone. What is it? The door closed behind her, but the person still didn't answer. So, she sighed in frustration and lifted her head, seeing the person through the mirror. Ji-hyun screamed in shock when she saw the person they were talking about just standing behind her. Her scream also surprised Yoon-jin as he ripped her lashes off quite harshly, causing some of her real lashes to fall off. Ji-hyun, Yoon-jin exclaimed. However, the older artist didn't care about that at all. She stood up and turned around, only to be faced with Jun. Jun? Ji-hyun asked. Yoon-jin, too, turned around and gasped in shock when she saw the handsome trainee. This was the very first time she had seen him up close, and she could say that the cameras weren't doing him any justice. What are you doing here? Ji-hyun asked. If it was any other trainee, she would have called security right away. However, Ji-hyun could never do that to Jun. Can I speak with you for a moment, mentor? He asked. Ji-hyun glanced at Yoon-jin, who still had a starstruck look on her face, and quickly gathered all her items. You should go home now, Ji-hyun said. Yoon-jin finally snapped out of her daze and looked at Ji-hyun, confused. What? All your makeup still hasn't been taken off. I insist, Ji-hyun said, wanting to spend time with Jun all alone. See you on the next filming day. With that, Ji-hyun practically shoved the young makeup artist outside of the room. Then, she proceeded to lock the door while staring at Jun's back. Ji-hyun felt her heart beating fast in her chest. She felt like a teenage girl who was in the midst of her favorite idol in the 2000s. You may sit down, Ji-hyun said, her voice shaking a little bit. She pinched the inside of her arm to get her act together. She shouldn't be acting this way. Between the two of them, she was the bigger star. Ji-hyun then cleared her throat. Is there something you need from me? There is, Jun said without any hesitation, looking into her eyes. Ji-hyun gulped as she locked eyes with the fine, young man. She had never felt this way ever since she met her husband for the first time. This is something that only you can help me with, he said, his voice piercing through her soul. Ji-hyun felt her heart beat even faster in her chest, if that was even possible. She might end up in supraventricular tachycardia at this point. Ji-hyun's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, and none of them seemed innocent. I have a husband, but maybe I can make an exception for this young man. No, he's way too young for me, although he is already in his 20s. That's ridiculous. How can I even think about having an affair with him? His career hasn't even started yet. So, can you help me? Jun asked, causing Ji-hyun to jolt in surprise. Yes, you. I'll be your sugar. I mean, yes, I'll help you with what you need, she said, although she was already cursing inside her mind since she honestly didn't hear what Jun had said just now. Jun weirdly looked at the vocal mentor but brushed it off. Jun then stood up from his seat, causing Ji-hyun to become even more confused. Let's go then, mentor, Jun said, walking to the door. Oh gosh, where are we going? Don't tell me, are my assumptions right? Those thoughts raced inside Ji-hyun's mind once more. Where are we going again? Ji-hyun warily asked. I just told you, Jun deadpanned. Oh, you know me. Ji-hyun nervously chuckled. I'm in my late 30s. I'm forgetting a lot of things lately. Jun pursed his lips. To the headquarters, he clarified. You're going to help me get inside Azure's headquarters. What? Chapter 178 Big Favor. Ji-hyun was blank-minded as she used her ID pass to enter Azure's headquarters. It was already past office hours, so there weren't a lot of employees inside the Rising Star section anymore. Although the editing team was currently the busiest, with some of their members already sorting through the footage of the elimination episode. We're here, Ji-hyun said, still not believing how she could go to such lengths for a trainee. Do you need me to accompany you to where you're going? She asked. Jun shook his head. May I know where the room for the editing team is? Ji-hyun sighed. It seemed like Jun really came to her for this objective, not the one she was imagining. It's on the farthest right, she said. Is that really all you want to ask me? Yes, Jun nonchalantly said. Thank you so much, mentor, he bowed his head. Ji-hyun pursed her lips, all her hopes crushed. All right, she said, disappointment heard in her voice. I'll get going then, she said. But before I leave, I want to ask you something. Jun nodded and waited for her to shoot her question. Why are you doing all of this? Does it have something to do with the accusations you've been facing? Jun hesitated to answer, but since Ji-hyun had kindly helped him, he eventually nodded. You could say that, he said. Then is it true? Ji-hyun asked out of curiosity. Are you really affiliated with Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah? Jun didn't respond. Instead, he diverted the topic. Is this a new style that you're trying out? Ji-hyun frowned and looked down at her clothes. New style? She asked. These are the usual clothes that I wear. Not your clothes, Jun said. Your makeup. Is half a face with makeup the trend nowadays? The color on Ji-hyun's face drained as she felt dread pass through her heart. She was so caught up with Jun that she didn't even realize that half of her makeup still hadn't been taken off. Ji-hyun quickly covered half of her face and looked down at the ground. Well, I think I should go. I still have to cook dinner, she chuckled nervously. You don't need a pass to get out of here, so you can leave whenever you want. With that, she practically bolted away from Jun. Jun smirked since he successfully diverted the topic and wasn't forced to explain his current situation. Now that he was all alone, he was determined to fulfill his objective. Jun started navigating his way inside the large office. There were still some workers around, but they didn't seem to notice Jun since he was wearing casual clothes. Then, he arrived at the editing team's area, and he saw plenty of people on their computers browsing through the footage they filmed just a while ago. It seemed like this team had it pretty tough, especially after filming days. They had less than 2 days to collate every footage and turn it into the episode. Jun passed by all of them since he was looking for another person. And then, he arrived right in front of the door of the person who would help him execute his plan. Cindy Young, head of the editing team. Are you already there? Cindy asked as she typed something into their workgroup chat. She was instructing her underlings to sort through the footage, cut through the dead air, and compile them chronologically. Tomorrow, she'll instruct the team on what effects shall be added. Then, in the end, she'll be the one to add the finishing touches. That was Cindy Young's recipe for a successful episode. Usually, she would have stayed with the team during this time, but there's something more important on her list for tonight. I'm still getting ready, Mom, Jiao whined over the phone. I don't even know why you're so insistent on meeting me when I'm so busy. Busy with what? Cindy exasperatedly asked. Your classes start on Monday. I believe you've already enrolled, too. I'm sure there isn't much on your plate right now. Jia groaned as she put a sweater on. She did have a lot on her plate right now. Jun's name still hadn't been cleared, and she had spent her time trying to look for something that would prove his innocence. However, Jun's life was like a blank canvas. There's not much material on his past life on the internet at all. Anyway, Cindy said, I'm about to head out to my office. I'll meet you at the hot pot restaurant, all right? Just as long as you're paying, Jia said. Oh, honey, when did you ever pay for our meals? Jis snickered as she placed on her shoes. Never. Well, I'm about to head out now. See you there, Mom. See you there, Bear. Cindy fondly exclaimed, turning off the phone and placing her belongings inside her bag. Cindy was about to leave her office when the door suddenly opened and a man wearing all black came into the room. She screamed in shock and backed away, placing her purse in front of her body. Jun's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the horror-filled expression on the older woman's face. Now that he thought about it, it does look like he'd be a suspicious person. A black sweater, black mask, and black jeans? It looked like he was about to rob her. So he quickly removed his hood and mask, revealing the handsome face hidden beneath. Cindy looked at the young man with furrowed eyebrows. Then, her fear turned to confusion as she recognized the man before her. Rising Star's Jun. You recognize me? Jun asked. Cindy relaxed when she realized that the young man was a mere trainee. Of course, she said in a professional tone. I am the new head of the editing team of Rising Stars. It's only natural that I know the people that I am editing. And how could I not recognize you? I heard from my subordinates that they have suffered greatly in the past 3 weeks because of you. Jun puffed up his cheeks. It wasn't my intention. Cindy narrowed her eyes at him. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm afraid you'll be giving my team a hard time this time too, she continued, aware of the issue that Jun was currently facing. If you came here to ask me to edit you better, then you've come to the wrong person. I'm not afraid of you or your parents. I've seen some of your footage, and I already have something great stored for you. She smirked, her mind racing with some evil ideas. One thing about Cindy is she doesn't suck up to anybody, and that's probably why the show she was in had always been successful. She knew how to make a damn good show, and it was evident in every episode. Cindy wasn't afraid of doing the same to Rising Stars. Jun sighed and raked his fingers through his hair. It seemed like he had bumped into a formidable opponent. Well, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to tell me what you want? She coldly asked. Miss Cindy Young, I need you to do me a big favor. Edit me pitifully, please. Chapter 179 Emotional Hot Pot. No, absolutely not. Cindy Young immediately said before Jun could even explain his sentiments. Jun sighed deeply. If you listen to what I'm about to say, then I'm sure you wouldn't hesitate to push through with my idea. Jun knew that the public was anticipating the release of the elimination episode after his supposed connection with the choice had been revealed. Right now, there are only 3 ways on how the episode will pan out. The rumor will be debunked, confirmed, or ignored. And the editing would be stupid if they chose to ignore the situation. What? Did you come here to ask me to edit you in a good light? Cindy asked. Yes, Jun unhesitatingly answered. Because I am not affiliated with the choice in any way, and I have a plan to show that to the viewers. I'm not stupid enough to believe you, the middle-aged woman strongly said. The evidence is right under our noses. Jun sighed in frustration. If you would just listen to my explanation. Cindy raised her finger to cut him off. Unluckily for you, I don't have any time to listen to you right now. I have an important meeting to attend to. With her statement, her phone suddenly rang. Cindy clicked answer and placed her phone beside her ear. Where are you? I'm almost at the restaurant, Jia urged. I'm coming. Wait for me inside, Cindy responded. Jia clicked her tongue. I'm ordering already if I arrive first. Cindy fondly chuckled. All right, I'll be there soon. Cindy ended the call and went back to her cold self. I don't have anything else to say to you, she said. I do, Jun stubbornly said. Cindy clicked her tongue. Young man, I am warning you for the last time. Leave now. Otherwise, I'll be calling security, and you'll have another issue under your belt. Jun sighed in frustration as he took a step back. All right, Jun said in defeat. I'll be leaving my number with you, then. If you change your mind, then don't hesitate to contact me. With that, Jun turned around and left the room peacefully. Cindy sighed in relief since the young man didn't put up a desperate fight. It was unfortunate. Jun appeared to be a decent young man, but what Cindy hated the most was people who tried to use their wealth to get what they wanted. As an editor of more than 10 years, she had encountered such scoundrels who wanted to enhance their reputations through her editing skills. And she never conformed to them. In fact, Cindy did the opposite of what they had asked for. Jun was no exception. Cindy left her office and went to the editing room, where she saw a decent amount of employees still working. Miss Young, the supervisor bowed his head. You still haven't left? I'm about to, Cindy said. But I have some instructions for you to carry out until tomorrow. Sure, miss, the supervisor responded. You can tell it to me, and I'll relay it to the team. We'll make sure to turn the footage over to you tomorrow. That young man, Jun, was it? Ah, yes. The supposed son of Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah? Have you thought about how to edit the video? The special mentor of the night had put him under the hot seat during the filming. Cindy smirked as she tapped her foot on the floor. Include it all, she mischievously said. Edit his scene and make him look as guilty as possible. So, evil edit him? The supervisor confirmed. Evil edit him. Make it look like he really paid his way to the top. Jia popped a piece of lettuce in her mouth as she waited for her mother to arrive. For someone who was excited to meet her, she sure is late. The broth was already boiling, and all of the ingredients had been laid out on their table. I'm sorry, Jia Bear, she heard a familiar voice. I got caught up with something annoying. Jia clicked her tongue. Don't call me that in public, she said. Why not? Cindy cheekily asked. You'd always be my Boo Bear. Jia rolled her eyes at the cringy nickname. Why'd you call me out tonight? She asked as she poured the meat and vegetables into the broth, greedily scooping them into her mouth like she had been starved for days. Why? Cindy asked. Can't I just go out of my way and see my beautiful daughter? You work 1 hour away from my school, Jia said, her mouth still full. You call me on a casual workday. That's unlike you. You rarely visit. Cindy sadly sighed as she looked at her precious daughter. It felt like it had been years since she last saw her, and it made her wonder if she was so caught up with work that she already forgot what her daughter looked like. Cindy admits that she had been a workaholic ever since Jia was young. Jia lived with her father in the province when she was a child, while Cindy rarely visited because of her workload. One of the reasons why she didn't renew her contract with her past company is definitely because of Jia. Now that Cindy's in her 50s, she wanted to stray away from work and focus more on her family. She wanted to make it up to Jia, too. Mom, Jia said, snapping her out of her thoughts. Huh? Cindy asked. What was that? Why do you have a sad look in your eyes? Jia asked, weirded out. I just asked you a simple question. Why'd you come here despite your busy schedule? Cindy smiled and decided to open up to Jia. I really wanted to see you, she said. It's been a while since we've seen each other, right? I think it was Christmas? Jia asked. We celebrated it in the province with Dad. Yeah, it was fun, Cindy said. Do you want to go back to the province next month? All right, this is really getting weird, Jia thought. It's all right, Jia said. I know you're busy. I can visit Dad on my own. You can just come with us during Christmas. It's always been like that. Cindy sighed. It has always been like that, huh? She sadly said. I'm sorry, Bear. Jia almost choked after her mom's sincere apology. Why did the atmosphere turn emotional all of a sudden? I know I haven't been that present in your life, but I want to change that. I want to make it up to you. I hope it's not too late, Cindy shakily said. Jia felt so awkward that she continued spooning hot soup into her mouth. Yeah, it's not too late, she said. Don't sweat about it, Mom. Cindy sighed in relief after her daughter's nonchalant response. She was really determined to make it up to her one and only daughter. Jia, on the other hand, was determined to change the topic. So, why'd you come here again? She asked for the third time. All right, Cindy excitedly said. I'm working with a different company now. Azure, are you familiar with them? Wait, what? Jia asked, the glass of water against her lips. Yeah, Azure. I signed a contract to become their editor. Under Rising Stars, to be specific. Chapter 180 Half-Naked Shoot? Rising Stars, Jia asked, her mouth agape. Her mother had always been with Crawling Man, yet now she's a part of Azure and Rising Stars. Yes, Cindy cheerfully exclaimed. Have you heard of that show? I know you're not fond of idols, but you may want to give it a shot now that your mom is editing the show. Sure, yeah, Jia awkwardly said, reaching for the glass of water. So, you were in the Azure headquarters just now? Yeah, Cindy answered. We're busy editing the elimination episode. Actually, the reason why I came so late is because of this one trainee. He suddenly barged into my office and asked me to give him a good edit. Can you believe it? He's a fool if he thinks I'll conform to his requests, Cindy scoffed. Who is it? Jia asked, her curiosity getting the best of her. She wasn't interested in any other trainee except for Jun, but she still wanted to keep up with the drama of the show. I think you might be familiar with him even if you don't watch Rising Stars. He's been all over the news these days. Jun, was it? That trainee. Water spilled out from Jia's mouth like a water fountain, wetting the ingredients laid out on the table. Jia, Cindy exclaimed, quickly retrieving a napkin. What was that for? Jia ignored her mother's scolding and harshly wiped the water on the corner of her lips. June? June, you said. Jia clarified. Cindy was still confused as to why her daughter was acting that way. She continued to wipe the table as she answered Jia. Yes, June. Choi Joon-ho, her mother said. Does that name ring a bell? Jia felt her heart stop, and then she leaned against her chair to properly internalize the news her mom had shared. June, the love of her life, June, personally went to her mom's office, and she wasn't there? This was preposterous. So do you know him? Cindy asked. Know him? Jia exclaimed. She practically breathes in June. June is her life. Well, as I said, he told me to edit him well on the elimination episode. But there's no way I'm going to do that, Cindy continued. Did you at least listen to his reason? Jia asked. There's no use, Cindy responded. I don't want to talk with the likes of him. He thinks that he could order me around just because his parents are Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah. It hasn't been proven, Jia quickly defended. What? Cindy asked. It hasn't been proven yet, Jia repeated, slower this time. Sure, there is evidence out there, but there's nothing that directly points June as the son of the choice. Cindy suspiciously raised his eyebrows. You seem to know an awful lot about this issue. Jia merely sighed. Besides, there's nothing wrong with being the son of rich investors. There is a problem, Cindy countered, especially when said parents are the ones responsible for rigging the last season of the show he's currently in. You don't know his backstory, Jia stubbornly said. And you don't know his backstory, too, Cindy countered. I'm sensing something here. Do you know this guy? I know him better than you. Jia stuck her chin up. Since when did you become a fan of idols? Cindy asked. I thought you weren't interested in any of that. Well, you thought wrong, Jia said. Things have changed, and maybe if you would have contacted me more often, then you would know about my hobbies. Cindy let out a deep sigh. That's why I said I'm going to make it up to you, right? You want to make it up to me, huh? Jia asked. Cindy nodded. Yes. Jia smirked as she looked her mom in the eyes. If you really want to make it up to me, then do this for me, Mom. June sighed in frustration as he walked out of the Azure headquarters. After Minjun gave him a cute little speech about his parents, he suddenly felt awakened. June cared too much about something he couldn't change, and it was amazing how a pep talk with a little kid was the only thing that changed his mind. Of course, he could have done this the easier way. June could have taken up Minjun's offer to post June's real story, and that would have eased the situation a little bit. It would also be the faster route. However, this method wouldn't really ensure that people are going to believe in the post. In their minds, June was already the son of rich tycoons who didn't have a sense of humanity. So, in the end, he decided to go for the longer, more satisfying route. While filming the elimination episode, June was itching to curse Robbie off and tell everyone the truth. However, he held back. June made a conscious decision to remain silent during the elimination episode to remain ambiguous. He knew that by not revealing his thoughts, he had kept everyone guessing. His decision to stay silent wasn't just about ambiguity, it was also a strategic move. June understood the power of perception. By not speaking, he had made himself appear more pitiful, and right now, he knew that sympathy would be his most valuable currency. June's plan was to ask for an interview similar to the one that Run and the others had, one that only he and the editing team would know about. However, that plan all went down the drain after Cindy didn't even bother listening to his proposition. June was sure that he'd melt the older woman's heart once she heard about his real situation. Luckily for June, he had a backup plan. He's very determined to show everyone that they are wrong, and he can even go as far as doing this. June brought out his phone along with a calling card from his wallet. Then, he dialed the number. It didn't take long before the person answered. Who the fuck is calling me at night? The man cursed. It's me, June said in a deep voice. June? Yes, he confirmed. Are you still down for that half-naked shoot? Chapter 181 Change of Mind. No touching. June scolded Choi Pablo as he tried to touch his bare skin. Pablo's mouth watered as he stared at the beauty in front of him. June's skin looked so white and silky that it appeared to have been painted by God himself. As his eyes traced down his body, they were drawn to his abdomen, which showcased a balance of muscular definition without excessive bulging. His toned abs were like finely chiseled marble, but still maintaining a sense of elegance. Then, his eyes strayed to his arms. They were not overly bulky, but the lean muscles beneath the skin proved his strength and grace. Jun's shoulders broadened his frame, and they provided a foundation for the rest of his physique. Yet, even with the broadness, they still preserved the beauty that complemented the entirety of his body. For Choi Pablo, this was the perfect body, and he couldn't wait to capture it with his camera. "Wait," Jun said, covering the lens. Pablo looked at him with skepticism. "What?" the photographer asked. "You promised to post the truth on your account after this is over, right?" Yes, Pablo said. "We've already gone through the terms. I signed a contract, too. I'm not going back on my words." "You better," Jun said. He was sacrificing his sanity for this half-naked shoot. "Let's get this over and done with, then," Jun said, removing his hand from the lens and taking a step back. The light from the window hit his body perfectly, and Pablo quickly snapped a picture. "Don't post this too, all right?" Jun warned. "I know," Pablo said. "This is for my own enjoyment." He smirked, continuing to take pictures of Jun. Pablo decided to continue speaking with Jun since he realized that the photos got awkward when Jun was aware of the camera. Jun, in his natural state, was definitely the best version of Jun. "So, what made you change your mind?" Pablo asked. "I thought you didn't want to do a half-naked shoot." "I'm still uncomfortable with it," Jun said, but Pablo begs to differ. "He looked great in these photos. But in the end, this is the best way to convince you to post the truth about your parents." "You're right," Pablo smirked. "I'm glad I refused your offer a few days ago." Jun clicked his tongue. "What about you? What made you change your mind?" "I thought you didn't want to be associated with your parents anymore." Pablo hummed. "Honestly, I thought long and hard about it. I can never get away from my parents until I acknowledge their presence in my life. It always feels like I'm hiding a dark secret, and right now, I just want to be honest. I know some people would hate me for it, but I already have an established career, unlike you. By revealing this, I'd finally get to live a life of true freedom. Besides, my parents are in jail as of the moment. They're probably going to pay the bail and start a new life in an unknown European country, but at least I'll be free from them now, both in public and private. I've blocked my mother too, by the way." Jun let out a deep sigh. "So, you would have revealed the truth even if I didn't propose a half-naked photo shoot." Pablo smiled and nodded enthusiastically. "Yup. This is one great bonus, though." "Fuck this," Jun muttered. Although it was too late to back down now. "I think that's enough now," Jun said, picking his shirt from the floor and quickly wearing it. Pablo sighed in disappointment, but didn't feel too bad since he already got what he wanted. Having these photos in his archive was already enough to make the rest of his year. He clicked through the photos with a Cheshire grin, and Jun looked at him weirdly. However, Jun's thoughts were cut off when he felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. Jun retrieved his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. Unknown. He frowned. Who would be calling him during this time? He never recalled giving his number away to anyone. Except for one person. Jun quickly pressed the answer button and placed the phone against his ear. "Hello," he said. "Choi Joon-ho." Jun smirked when he recognized the voice behind the phone. "Cindy Young. You called, huh?" "Yes, this is Jun speaking." Cindy sighed. Then Jun heard what seemed to be bickering through the phone. Jun's eyebrows furrowed when the bickers began sounding like they were mixed with some squeals. "Are you okay?" Jun asked. Cindy cleared his throat, her voice becoming crystal clear. "Everything is all right." "So, why'd you call?" "Yesterday," Cindy said through gritted teeth. "I believe I didn't give you a fair chance to explain your situation. So, I am giving you a chance to tell your side, and I'll see what I'll be able to do with it." A soft smile played on Jun's lips. "Set the meeting place and time. Come to the interview room in the Azure building. Come at 1 p.m. sharp. No delays, and make sure you don't get caught," she strictly said. "Interview room, 1 p.m., got it. I'll see you there." There was yet another set of squeals from Cindy's end, but before Jun could ask what was going on, Cindy quickly ended the call. Jun smirked as he placed his phone back into his pocket. "So, I'll post your headshots along with an explanation later, am I right?" Pablo asked, making Jun turn around and face the crazy photographer. Jun asked. "The photos and the truth?" Pablo repeated. "I'll have Esther arrange a post to be revealed on my account later in the night. I'll make sure to clear your name. That's what we agreed on, right?" "Hold that thought," Jun said, placing his hand under his chin. "On another note, can you not post it tonight?" Pablo frowned in confusion. "What? Then, How are you going to prove yourself to the public before the airing of the elimination episode? Won't it get worse if we delay it any further? Trust me, Jun said with a smirk, causing Pablo to freeze. He's so handsome. Okay, Pablo said without any hesitation. I'll do what you say. When shall I post it then? You're going to watch Rising Stars, right? Jun asked. Wouldn't miss it for you. Pablo exclaimed. Then, upload it as I go up to my seat. Don't upload it until then. Chapter 182 Subway Girl. Jia squealed as soon as the call ended. What time is it? She asked, glancing at the clock. She gasped in surprise when she saw that it was already 10 minutes past 12. I need to get my makeup done, she said, scrambling to the bathroom to retouch her makeup. Cindy clicked her tongue as she watched her daughter. Jia had never acted this way for a man, let alone an idol. To think that Jun got her wrapped around his finger was amazing. Cindy sighed and shook her head, not wanting Jia to be a fan of such a trainee. However, she did say that she was going to make it up to her daughter, so Cindy reluctantly listened to her request. It pained her to call Jun back and give him a chance, but Jia was more important to Cindy. After a couple of minutes, Jia went out of the restroom, all made up. I'm ready, she said, flipping her hair. Cindy sighed as she stood up from her seat. Let's go to the meeting place. Jun left Itaewon to go to the Azure building. They weren't required to come back until Sunday for the announcement of the next mission, so fortunately, there weren't any trainees or crew members around the place. Only the bucktooth guard was familiar to Jun, but then again, he wasn't that good with his job, so Jun was able to get in without any trouble. He started navigating his way through the hallways, making sure not to be seen by the cameras. He glanced at his watch and saw that there were still 3 minutes before 1 p.m., so he sighed in relief when he finally made it to the interview room. Jun didn't hesitate to open the door and enter the room. A small smile played on his lips when he saw Cindy's figure sitting behind the camera. However, next to her was a young woman that Jun couldn't recognize. As Jun closed the door, the two women looked over his way. Jun tilted his head to the side as he locked gazes with the younger woman. He saw the resemblance between the two, but that wasn't the first thing he noticed. Jia felt her heart racing inside her chest, and her cheeks heating up as her favorite trainee stared into her eyes. Subway girl, Jun asked. Jia felt her heart race even faster. Jun remembered her. We met once, right? Jun confirmed, walking closer to them. Yes, Jia said, tucking her hair behind her ears. Jun chuckled as he observed the shy woman. I hope you didn't skip your meals for me. I didn't, Jia quickly answered. I still gave you stars while eating my meals on time. That's good, Jun said. Cindy watched the two interact with raised eyebrows. They seemed awfully close. She cleared her throat loudly, causing the two to snap out of their conversation. Are you here to explain your side or what? Cindy asked. Jun took a step back and locked gazes with Cindy instead. Are you going to listen to me this time around? Not if you keep talking to my daughter. Yes? Jia quickly interrupted her mother. We'll listen to what you have to say. Jun nodded before pulling a chair toward his way. Let's talk then. I'm sure you have a lot of questions you want to ask. The three of them sat in the small interview room, with Jia staring at Jun with sparkly eyes and Cindy still looking at him with suspicion. Let's start with the most important question, Cindy said, crossing her arms in front of her chest and leaning against the chair. Did you pay Azure to secure your rank? She bluntly asked. Jun mirrored her stance. No, he quickly denied. Are you sure? Cindy pressed. You might think you secured your rank all by yourself, but your parents might have utilized their money and power to keep you afloat in the competition. Mom, Jia whispered, tapping her lap. Don't be rude. I'm not being rude, Cindy defended loudly. I'm just asking a question. My parents wouldn't do that, Jun sighed. Again, how are you so sure? Cindy asked. Your parents rigged last year's Rising Stars. There's a high possibility of them repeating their sins. How can they repeat a sin they haven't even committed before? Jun asked, causing the two ladies to look at him with confusion. My parents are not Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah, Jun said, rendering the two speechless. My parents are dead. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the room, and as Cindy stared into the young man's eyes, she couldn't find a hint of a lie. However, Cindy had to make sure. She had met plenty of good actors during her time in the industry. And what about the shoes? The Colex? And eating at Pierre? Jun looked down at his lap and played with his fingers. At that moment, Jia felt her heart swell with sadness. Jun looked Pitiful. They weren't mine. They were gifted to me by somebody else. Does somebody just give those luxurious things away? Cindy asked. I know it might be hard to believe, but that's really the case. I'm not in the position to reveal who I got it from right now, but that person is going to reveal it in due time. I just hope you would trust me during this time, Jun said. Cindy was about to ask another question, but Jia pinched her side and spoke before her mom could. Your parents, can I ask what happened to them? Jia asked. Jun paused for a moment as he tried hard to come up with a believable story. Truthfully, he didn't know who Choi Joon-ho's parents were, nor did he know the full details of their deaths. However, based on his memory, Hannah told him a little bit of what happened in his past. A car crash, Jun said, recalling his past conversation with Hannah. They died in the car crash. With Jun's eyebrows furrowed in frustration, he appeared to be in emotional distress. I didn't even get to see them anymore, Jun softly said, looking down at his lap. Cindy's and Jia's breaths got caught in the back of their throats as they looked at Jun. Why did you only say this now? Cindy asked, her tone now softer than before. Because nobody would have believed me anyway, Jun honestly said. I couldn't even talk with my friends, he continued. You didn't even give me a chance when we first met, he said, looking into Cindy's eyes. Cindy was met with a wave of guilt, so she quickly looked away from the young man's gaze. But I'm thankful that you still gave me a chance, Jun said. Now, I want to prove to everybody else that I'm not the son of the choice. I'm just Choi Joon-ho, an aspiring idol. There was a moment of silence before. Cindy cleared her throat, still avoiding his gaze. So what's the plan now? She softly asked. Jun's lip twitched as he tried hard to hide a smirk. Those pitiful interviews that trainees get when their ranks are unexpected. Can you allow me to do one of those, too? Chapter 183, Awkward Interview. All right, 3, 2, 1, and we're rolling, Cindy exclaimed, operating the camera herself. As Jun looked too pitiful when he asked for the favor, Cindy had no choice but to heed his request. She had acted rashly when she made the decision to evil-edit Jun, but now that she thought about it, his downfall might also lead to the show's destruction. Moreover, she felt guilty for assuming his story without listening to his side. I'm going to be asking some questions, Cindy started off. You can just answer them sincerely. Jun nodded, although he felt a little bit pressured with the camera right in front of his face. His emotional speech went down the drain as he stared into the device. So, why did you join Rising Stars? Cindy started with some light questions. Jun scratched the back of his head. To debut? Cindy gestured for Jun to continue, causing the trainee to frown. That was it. What was he supposed to say? That he came here to become a janitor? Cindy sighed in frustration while Jun dumbly looked at her. What else? She coaxed. Has this been your dream since you were younger? No, Jun said. I wanted to become a fire truck if I recall. That was my first dream. A fire truck? Cindy asked in exasperation. That's cute, Jia muttered under her breath. Yeah, not a fireman. A fire truck, he innocently said. Cindy sighed once more. All right, let's try a different question. What do your parents mean to you? Choi Joon-ho's parents? They're just some people Jun came to be affiliated with as he transmigrated into this body. They're okay, I guess, he took a guess. They died when I was younger, so I don't really remember, he stiffly answered. Have they supported you in this dream ever since? She continued to ask. I don't know. They probably weren't against it. Why else would Jun Hao continue being a trainee for so many years if they were against it? I think they were supportive, Jun concluded. You think? Cindy asked. Yeah, I think so. It's been a while since I've seen them, so, he trailed off. For the third time, Cindy let out a deep sigh. Where was the pitiful trainee that had asked her for a favor just now? The footage they had filmed probably couldn't even be used. Okay, now tell me what you feel about people accusing you of such things when they aren't even true. Cindy asked the question she thought would elicit something from the trainee. However, he continued to answer stiffly. It sucks, he said. A lot of people just believe what they want to believe, but it's not true. I've never even met Choi Siwoo or Choi Min-ah. We don't look alike, either. All right, that's enough, Cindy exclaimed in frustration, turning the camera off. Jun visibly relaxed after the camera was turned off. Can you be more sincere? Cindy asked. Jun blinked his eyes at her. I am being sincere. All my answers are 100% honest. Well, it doesn't seem like it, Cindy snapped. The public isn't going to believe you if we continue like this. Jun pursed his lips, What am I going to do then? Just be yourself, Cindy advised. Cliché as it may seem, it'll be the best way to capture the audience's heart. Answer more sincerely, and if you could, open up a bit more. It's difficult. Jun sighed, then pursed his lips. I feel tense when the camera is around. Jia frowned in confusion. But you've been doing so well on the missions, she intervened. Haven't you gotten used to the camera yet? That's different, Jun responded. We're performing on stage. I already expect that there are going to be cameras. But spilling my feelings in front of a camera feels awkward. I don't know how to act, he shyly said. It felt like a lightning bolt struck Jia's heart. So cute. Jun's so cute. Cindy sighed, feeling for the young trainee. Just keep what I said in mind, she said. Act like the camera isn't even there. Like the camera isn't even there, Jun muttered. Got it. All right, we'll film again in 3, 2. Ring ring. Cindy's cue was cut off with the sound of her ringtone. She cursed under her breath since she hated being interrupted while shooting. What? She snapped through the phone. The editing of the episode is almost finished, ma'am. But we don't know how to edit the interviews of the trainees. Could you help us for a moment? The supervisor of the editing team asked. Cindy sighed. Wait a second, she said, covering the speakers and turning to the two young adults. I'll answer this really quickly, she said. In the meantime, relax yourself, Jun. When I come back, I expect you to be ready, okay? Jun nodded while Zhao looked at her mom with wide eyes. She was going to leave the two of them here? Zhao doesn't think her heart could take it. However, before she could even ask her mom to answer the phone call in the room, Cindy had already made her way outside. Zhao was forced to sit back in her seat, shyly looking at Jun. So, your mom's an editor, huh? Jun asked, trying to engage in small talk. Yeah, Jia said, tucking her hair behind her ears. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Jun shortly answered. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward, so Jia was on a mission to salvage it. How about you? She quickly asked. What did your parents do before they passed? She stammered. Jun pursed his lips and placed his hands on his lap. All this parent talk was making him remember his parents, his real parents. Chen Yuzhe and Chen Meilin. Jun didn't answer for a while, appearing to be deep in thought, so Jia thought she must have hit a nerve. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, she exclaimed, making Jun snap out of his thoughts. He hummed. If you're uncomfortable with the question, then feel free to skip it, she said. Jun shook his head with a light smile. It's all right, he said. Somehow, knowing that the cameras weren't rolling made him want to share his feelings about his real parents. It wouldn't hurt to tell her, right? These feelings have been bottled up inside Jun's heart since he was a child. I'll answer the question, he said, so Jia remained silent. My dad's a construction worker, Jun smiled. And my mom. She's the most beautiful person in the entire world. Chapter 184, Most Beautiful Thing. Jia remained silent as she looked at Jun's reminiscing face. It seemed like the trainee had unlocked something within himself, a memory he had hidden deep inside his heart. Jun softly smiled as he recalled his happy days with his parents. It wasn't a long time, nor did he remember every detail of his childhood. It must not have been so beautiful during those times, too, as his parents always fought whenever they thought Jun wasn't listening. However, since it was such a short time, Jun wanted to hold on to those memories, distorting them to be beautiful for the sake of his sanity. Jun wanted it to be beautiful. It was the only time he had ever felt his parents' love, so right now, he didn't care at all about how his mother died because they couldn't afford to take her to the hospital or how his father overdosed due to his sadness. He wanted to focus on the beautiful things. We didn't have a lot growing up, Jun said, the words spilling out of his mouth without any warning. We were a simple family living in the suburbs of the city. There were times when my dad couldn't make enough money to feed our family, so my mom would pretend she wasn't hungry, he chuckled. Jia felt an ache in her chest. Although Jun chuckled, there was an underlying sadness in his voice. My dad never let her go hungry, though, he continued. My mom had always been sickly since she was young, so my dad paid extra attention to her. Before I even knew it, I started paying extra attention to my mom, too. For me, she's the strongest person in the entire world. I watched her get yelled at by our landlady and cried as she begged for us to stay another month. I watched as she endured my dad's hot temper whenever he didn't receive enough compensation for his work. I watched as she still smiled during dinner time after I came back from school, even when she was hurting inside. Truly, Jun sighed, looking down at his lap. My mom's the most beautiful person in the entire world. Or should I say, was the most beautiful person, he said, his voice turning softer. Jia felt a lump forming in the back of her throat. Jun stayed silent, his thoughts drifting back to the time when his mom was pregnant with Mei Ling. These were the words he couldn't say in front of Jia anymore. His mom tried hard to endure her pregnancy despite their circumstances, and she made a promise with Jun that they'll take care of his little sister no matter what. We'll be Mei Mei's greatest protectors, her mom's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Do you promise to protect your little sister, my Jun Hao? Little Jun Hao nodded enthusiastically as he caressed his mom's baby bump. It was a promise they sealed with their pinkies. But in the end, Jun was left all alone to protect Mei Ling. Her mother died that night after giving birth. They couldn't afford to go to the hospital. They couldn't afford to save his mom. Jun smiled, looking back up to Jia. Jia softly gasped when he saw tears glistening in his eyes. Jun chuckled out loud as he felt himself getting emotional. Ah, he said, quickly wiping away his tears before they could even fall. I don't know what to say anymore, he shakily said. I just wish that things would have gone differently, he said with all sincerity. Then, maybe the world would still have the most beautiful person. Jia nodded, looking down as she felt a tear fall from her eyes. But then again, that's not how the world works, Jun said, his voice sounding defeated. We can never really go back in time. We can't change what's already been done. In the end, we just learn to accept it. But it's unfair, Jia suddenly said, causing Jun to focus his attention on her. Jun asked. Unfair? They're so unfair to you, she shakily said. They don't know your real story, yet they assume that they do. Jun nodded. That's also the reality of life. It's unfair? Yes, it is. But can I blame them for believing it? I don't know. So, right now, I just want to get my story across. Because I don't want to be seen as the son of somebody who has a lot, he said. I'm my mom's son, he said, a small smile forming on his face. My mom, who didn't have a lot, but gave me everything I could ask for. And now, he said, looking into Jia's eyes, I'm fulfilling my dream so I can continue fulfilling my mom's promise. To protect Mei Ling. The room turned silent as Jun said his final words. There wasn't a need for words. Jia, whose heart felt for Jun, gained a newfound respect for the trainee. Even though he was portrayed as a nonchalant and straightforward trainee who had a lot of weird charms, there was something else hidden within him. Something beautiful. And just as she was about to open her mouth and say comforting words, the door suddenly opened, and her mom came into the room while cursing under her breath. Do they have to ask me every single thing? Might as well give them a short course on the functions of editing software if they'd ask me even the smallest things, she exasperatedly exclaimed as she sat on the chair. Cindy groaned in frustration and looked at the two young adults with narrowed eyes. You didn't do anything while I was away, did you? Mom, Jia exclaimed, her cheeks burning up. We didn't. We just talked. What would they even do? Cindy said, still a tad bit suspicious. Well, looks like I have to re-edit the majority of the interviews because those people can't edit sad scenes for shit, she said. So, we need to get this done and over with. She turned to Jun and raised her eyebrows. Are you ready now? Jun cleared his throat and straightened his back. I'm ready. Chapter 185 Gold Content. Therefore, I am not affiliated with the choice in any way, since my real parents are dead, Jun concluded, and with that, Cindy finally sighed in relief. Was that all right? Jun asked. Cindy silently nodded as she removed the memory card from the camera. There were some pretty decent clips. It also appeared like Jun was speaking out of his heart, so the public might believe him once Cindy uses some of her magic with the footage. Jun still looked pretty stiff in some moments, but Cindy thinks it's definitely better than nothing. It's not something that blue color grading and sad piano music can't fix. This is all right, Cindy said. For now, I suggest you lay low before the elimination episode. I'll edit it in a way that will gain the viewer's sympathy. You're all right with that, right? If this was Jun from last week, he would have said no. However, today's Jun confidently nodded. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Cindy sighed as she stared at the memory card. Now, she has to face her computer screen to polish the entire episode and edit Jun's scene. Cindy faced Jia with a disappointed expression. I'm sorry, Bear. I don't think I can grab dinner with you. I'll have to start editing the episode now before I send it to the broadcasting station. It's all right, Mom, Jia said, pushing Cindy out the door. Just contact me when you're done. Cindy stopped for a while and looked at Jia with raised eyebrows. Is it just me, or are you excited to kick me out? It's just you, Jia quickly answered as she closed the door. Cindy shook her head as she looked at the closed door. On the other hand, Jia fiddled with her fingers as she looked at Jun, who was busy reading something on his phone. Jia peeked over his shoulders and saw that the Naval app was open. She felt sad once more since Jun must be reading hate comments. In the meantime, Jun was looking through the gang topic, his guilty pleasure. He clicked his tongue as he scrolled through the photos. These weren't real gangs. All these posts consist of high schoolers posting on the streets with high MJ shoes and weird hand signs. And their captions were all, gang gang. Jun shook his head in disappointment. Gangs these days have changed. Jia mustered up the courage to tap Jun's shoulder, causing the latter to turn off his phone and look her way. Yes, he asked. Jia bit her lip as 1,000 thoughts raced in her mind. Just do it. When will you ever have the opportunity to grab dinner with your favorite trainee? With that thought in mind, Jia let out a deep breath and looked Jun in the eyes. Do you want to accompany me too? Jun listened intently to Jia, but that was practically impossible when a pop-up suddenly occluded his view. You have a new side quest. Operation Tomb Raider. Locate your parents. Do you accept or decline this quest? I accept, Jun uttered, causing Jia's eyes to widen in surprise. Really? That's great. I know a place that makes really good kimchi jjigae. If you want. Wait, what? Jun asked, finally snapping out of his thoughts. You'll go and have dinner with me, right? The girl asked with wide eyes. Jun pursed his lips and cursed inside his mind. Can I get a rain check? Jun asked. I have something important to do right now. Oh, Jia said, not being able to hide her disappointment. Sorry, Jun apologized, but Jia quickly shook her head. No, it's all right. You have something more important to do. I'm rooting for you. Thanks, Jun smiled. I'll see you around, I guess. Yeah, Jia shyly said. I'll see you around. With that, Jun left the room and settled in an area without any people. I accept, he repeated. Congratulations. You have accepted the side quest, Operation Tomb Raider. Deadline of mission, 72 hours. And since Parents' Day is coming up, Fu is kind enough to not give any repercussions this time. Jun scoffed. It's been long overdue. What's the mission? For a while, Fu didn't respond. And if Fu was a real person, Jun could practically see him smiling widely before him. Did you know? Fu loves the color pink. Cindy sighed in exhaustion as she finished editing the other trainees' interviews. It was quite hard to accomplish since all of them had varying reactions. Rin looked numb. Jang Moon was elated yet emotional. Zeth looked more passionate than ever. And Yuri appeared to be very disappointed. In the end, Cindy had to set different tones for each of the interviews. She glanced at the clock and saw that it was already 10 in the evening. She decided to take a quick break from editing, brewed herself some tea, and microwaved a glazed donut. Then, she sat back down on her chair while munching on the donut. Let's see the footage we filmed first, she said as she continued snacking. She opened the very first clips they filmed and shook her head in disapproval. This really won't do, she said, her hand hovering above the delete button. Without any hesitation, she deleted the clip from her archive. Then, she clicked on the last clip they filmed. It was a 40-minute clip that consisted of Jun answering Cindy's questions. She skimmed through the scenes and tilted her head to the side. This will be very hard to edit, she muttered, her mouth filled with the pastry. But I guess it's better than nothing. Cindy was about to drag the clip to the editing software when she saw that there was another clip just right before this one. She frowned and clicked on it without any hesitation. It was a 20-minute clip, and Jia's voice echoed in the room as soon as it was played. Cindy's frown deepened. When was this filmed? She asked, leaning closer to the monitor. She thought that it was some kind of mistake. Maybe Jia accidentally turned on the camera when she wasn't around. However, as Cindy continued watching the video, her eyes widened with every word that came out from Jun's lips. Cindy had stumbled upon gold content. Chapter 186, I Wanna Die. Jun went back to his apartment while busily scrolling through his phone. After hearing about his next side quest, he searched Seoul for a hair salon that would dye his hair pink. You heard that right. He had to dye his hair pink, just so he could see Choi Joon-ho's parents' graves. Jun wanted to get the mission done and over with, so he tried to look for a salon that could dye his hair pink during this hour. Since it took quite a long time for them to finish filming, it was already past 7 p.m. when Jun was able to leave the Azure building. It seemed like the salons had closed at this hour, and if they were open, it either cost a lot of money, which Jun was currently short of, or they were based on an appointment system. So, he decided to go back home and reserve a slot for a salon that could dye his hair at an affordable price. Jun clicked his tongue as he sat on the hard floor. $400, $250, $120. Why the hell are these so expensive? Jun asked. Jun contemplated on whether to just dye his hair himself, but that was just a recipe for disaster. So, he sorted the salons from lowest price to highest and clicked on the very first option. Customers dye here? Jun muttered under his breath. Customers dye here. 5 out of 5 stars. 21 reviews. Hair eater. Oh, my hairballs. I recently visited this salon, and let me tell you, it was a wild ride from start to finish. I walked in with the ambition of getting a sleek, sophisticated bob, but I walked out looking like a cross between Einstein and a poodle. Now, you might be thinking, that sounds like a disaster. But hold your hairbrushes, my friends, because the genius hairdresser at this place managed to turn my hair mishap into a work of art. I mean, who needs a PhD when you can have a poodle hair degree? Curl Whisperer. I recently visited this salon since they have the lowest rates, and I was not disappointed. I came in with a picture of a chic, short pixie cut, and left with a hairstyle that can only be described as Pixar meets Picasso. It's like the hairdresser decided to take artistic liberties and create a 3D masterpiece on my head. Brutally honest, let me tell you, the hairdresser, Humo, is a genius. I came in with the intention of getting a classic bob, but I left with something that can only be described as Bob meets Bob Ross. I absolutely love it. Jun frowned in confusion as he scrolled through the reviews. All of them seemed to be positive, but why does it feel like there's something weird going on? Jun sighed and looked at the price, $75. Then, he opened his wallet and saw a sad $100 bill inside. Whatever, Jun said, booking the earliest available slot, which appeared to be 7 p.m. Jun clicked his tongue. He wouldn't be able to watch Rising Stars, but he had to accomplish this side quest in order to tick off one of his missions. Your slot has been confirmed. Please come to the salon 30 minutes before your appointment. Jun popped a piece of candied sweet potato in his mouth as he glanced at the clock. It was nearing 6 p.m., so he quickly stood from the couch and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. He had spent so much time in Minjun's and Grandma's apartment that they even bought him his own toothbrush. Then, he washed his face before stealing a bonnet from their cabinets. Jun threw his jacket over his body and put on some socks. Minjun and Grandma looked at him with confused expressions. Are you going somewhere? Grandma asked. Yeah, Jun said, checking his keys and wallet. I have something important booked, he bluffed. For some reason, Jun couldn't say that he made an appointment to dye his hair pink. Well, will you be back before Rising Stars airs? Minjun asked. It's hard to tell, Jun said. I'll try to make it, but if I don't, you guys can just watch it. I'll head out then, Jun called, opening the door and softly closing it. Minjun and Grandma looked at each other with knowing gazes. Did Jun not want to watch the episode because of all the rumors going on? Minjun sighed in disappointment. He really doesn't understand why his big bro doesn't want him to help. The night continued, and Minjun kept glancing at the clock as he waited for Jun to come back. As the clock struck 8:30 p.m., someone finally knocked on the door. Is Jun back? Grandma asked as she watched the dishes from the kitchen. I thought he'd come home later. Maybe it was canceled, Minjun excitedly said, practically bolting to the door. He quickly replaced his excited expression with a neutral one. He didn't want Jun to see he was excited even though he truly was. With that, Minjun placed his hand on the door handle with an unconcerned face but an excited heart. He heard some whispers outside the door, causing him to frown. Those voices didn't sound like Jun, though. I think this is a bad idea, Jangmoon said. I still feel pretty awkward. Jisung slapped the back of his head. That's why we're going to apologize to him. CJ sighed. I was pretty out of line. I admit that. But can we come back tomorrow? I don't know what to say to him. Jae-young scratched the back of his head. I want to apologize, too. I felt like I was playing safe with my silence. I should have defended him as Jisung did. I think it's best we speak with him now. Akira didn't say anything, and merely looked down at the ground with a guilty expression. Jae-sung clicked his tongue. This has been our tradition since the first episode. I suggest you guys swallow your pride for now and just watch the episode with Jun. Minjun finally opened the door, causing them to stop talking. The little kid looked at the 5 dudes in their doorway with a disappointed gaze. What are all of you doing here? He snapped. Jang Moon shivered as he looked into the little kid's eyes. Is Jun here? Jae-sung warily asked. Can we watch Rising Stars together? Chapter 187 Pink. For hours? Jun asked with wide eyes. Dyeing your hair can take up to 4 freaking hours? Humo, a guy with rainbow-colored hair chopped weirdly in some places, responded. Jun was skeptical at first when he saw the hairdresser. Do you know how hard it is to trust a hairdresser who has weird hair? Very hard. This guy also spoke in a heavy French accent, which was definitely weird since he looked even more native than the first Koreans to be ever born in this land. Perfect hair takes time, Humo responded. Dyeing the hair very fast makes it damaged. If you don't want to be balding by 30, then I suggest you follow my suggestion. Jun sighed. Fine, he said. But please, can you make it a muted pink? Don't make it too bright, Jun requested, pulling out his phone to show him the inspiration he found. It was a picture of a guy who had brown roots, which faded into a muted pink. Humo squinted his eyes as he observed the picture. Humo had done this plenty of times. You just need to put your trust in me. Jun pursed his lips. Can I ask something, though? Why don't you have a mirror? Humo clicked his tongue and sighed in frustration. I like surprising my clients. You'll only see yourself in the end. This salon was getting sketchier as time passed by. Nonetheless, Jun had no choice since this was the only salon in the area that was also inside his budget range. Fine. It was strange. Usually, performance episodes would garner the most viewers into the past seasons of Rising Stars. However, today marked their largest viewership yet. Yena and Yejin, who were currently in the broadcasting station, monitoring the ratings of the show, stared at each other in disbelief as they saw a whopping 27% real-time rating as the intro of the show played. This is so much more than I expected, Yena said. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, Yejin responded. The choice had become a national issue, so I bet a lot of people who don't even watch Rising Stars are also watching. Lo and behold, the two of them were right. Who's here because of the Choi rigging issue? Me? Who's their son again? Choi Joon-ho? He's Jun. He's the one coming in right now. Oh, he's handsome. Too bad. I would have stand if he was actually talented. He is talented. You should watch the show sometimes. Jia bit her lip in nervousness as she stared at the screen. For some reason, her mom didn't let her watch the episode beforehand, so she was more anxious than ever. Honestly, she was afraid that Jun's thoughts weren't going to be understood well. There were a lot of stupid people on this planet, and even if an issue had been debunked, they would still believe what they wanted to believe. Moreover, the clips they filmed yesterday didn't do any justice to Jun's feelings. Although Jia felt special that she was the only one to ever learn about Jun's real story and feelings, there was a part of her that wanted to share their personal conversation with the world. Are you all right? Wei asked, caressing Jia's back. Since the semester was going to start soon, her 3 friends, Wei, Su-min, and Nari, had now returned to the dorms and joined Jia in watching the 3rd official eliminations. She's nervous, Nari said. A lot has happened during our break, and Jun just happened to be the center of all that drama. I'm kind of nervous, too, Su-min admitted. I wonder how Rising Stars will go about this issue. So many people are watching even through the live stream. On the other hand, Hoon was chuckling to himself as the intro finally ended. His room was still dark, still smelled like pea and cheese-flavored chips, and was messier than the life of a college student who just had a bad breakup while studying for their finals. Beside him was Xin, who had been holding his breath since he came to Hoon's room. His mother slightly opened the door to look at her son's face and sighed in disappointment when she saw him with crumbs all over his face, greasy hair, and a beard that could be mistaken as pubes. She silently closed the door and shook her head. I really should have urged my husband to use those condoms. In Grandma's house, the 5 boys squeezed themselves into the cozy couch. Minjun continued to glare at them, not liking the vibe they were emanating. CJ cleared his throat. Did we do anything wrong, little kid? Yeah, Minjun deadpanned. You were born. CJ let out an exaggerated gasp while Grandma gently squeezed the little kid's side. Minjun, Be respectful. Minjun continued to look at them with narrowed eyes. I bet you didn't believe Jun too. That's why he looks sad these days. Jisung frowned as he leaned his elbows against his knees. Jun looks sad. Minjun didn't respond to his question. Well, I don't have anything to explain to you. I just want you to know that my big bro told the truth. He didn't try to deceive anyone. Jangmoon shakily raised his hand. May I ask a question? Yes, you may, Minjun strictly said. But keep it under 10 words. Jangmoon squeaked in fear as he internally counted the words in his mind. So, Jun is not the son of the choice. Minjun sighed and shook his head. So, you idiots really believe that post, huh? He muttered as he looked down at the floor. Then, he lifted his head and looked them in the eyes. Let's watch the episode, he said, terminating the conversation. Minjun then turned to face the TV, muttering something under his breath. Please prove those rumors wrong, he whispered. Or I might just do something by myself. The others, too, focused their attention on the screen. Right now, Jihyun and Robbie had already been introduced, and the voting had come to an end. We started with 100 trainees, and tonight, we'll be down to 25. Let us now commence the third elimination. Chapter 188, 8th Episode 1. Stop with the babbling. When are they going to show that Jun guy? Damn, I've never watched this show before, but it's pretty damn interesting. The editing is so dramatic that I can't look away. Welcome to the world of rising stars. This is the start of your insanity. Who here is watching to see that Jun guy get trashed? Minjun clicked his tongue as he read through the comments. Grandma, too, sighed in disappointment. It's saddening to see people being so harsh on Jun, she said in a sad tone. I wish more people would believe in him. The young man had gone through a lot to get to where he is today. Jisung glanced at his friends, who were all guiltily looking away. He clicked his tongue. Serves them right. Jisung believed in Jun from the very start. It's your turn, CJ said, nudging Jangmoon. The screen showed the number 24. This trainee had surprised the Starlights and the mentors last week, piercing through the hearts of many with his hard work and professionalism. Congratulations, trainee Jangmoon. You have jumped 26 places and are now ranked 24th. Jihyun exclaimed. There was a moment of silence like nobody could believe that Jangmoon had actually made it. Then, a piano score that sounded like a mixture of victory and sadness filled the room. Jangmoon stood up, the camera focusing on his expression of disbelief. Then, he started walking to the stage, the piano sound only getting louder as he looked into the camera. Didn't you get an interview too? Akira asked. How did that go? Jangmoon shrugged. I honestly just answered a bunch of questions. I wondered how they edited it. They didn't have to wait long since the video clip played just as Jangmoon sat down on the 24th seat. Jangmoon sat in front of a white wall, his shoulders slumped and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Did you cry inside the interview room? CJ asked in disbelief. No, Jangmoon exclaimed. I was nervous. I didn't even think about crying. The editing team knew exactly how to tug at the heartstrings of the viewers. The footage was slowed down, capturing every quiver of his lip and every bead of sweat on his forehead. The music continued to play as a caption was shown on the screen. Jangmoon, how do you feel right now? A heavy sigh escaped his lips. I can't believe I made it this far, he admitted. I was 50th just last week, and now I'm 24th. It's been a dream come true. The editing team skillfully made the background music louder, enhancing the already inspiring mood. With a final zoom in on Jangmoon's eyes, the camera faded to another scene, leaving viewers with a deep sense of empathy for the previously last-ranked contestant. Damn, Jaeyoung said as the scene finished. They did a great job at editing this. For real, CJ agreed. I almost cried. Let's continue voting for this kid. He had improved so much. Kinda wanted to cry there. Who the hell placed the background music? The other announcements took a more neutral and joyous route. It was filled with the happy moments of the trainees making it into the top 25. A lot of the viewers seemed very happy to see Sihoon and Akira rise in the ranks. I voted for Sihoon. I want to thank Jun for introducing me to such a talented trainee. Jun didn't do shit. Akira, you have gone so far. I voted for you from the very beginning. These are the trainees who deserve to be in the higher ranks, not those who only relied on their parents' wealth. However, as soon as the top 11 was announced, the editing took a more intense route. Yo, is it finally Jun's turn? My fingers are ready to shit on this guy. Did he maintain his rank even after the rumors got out? What a joke. People are fucking disgusting. Those rumors were never proven true. The show's editing team went into overdrive to maximize the emotional impact of Yuri's unexpected drop in rank from the competition. The camera panned over the anxious faces of the remaining contestants, their expressions reflecting the shock of seeing someone who had consistently been in the top ranks now fall to 11th place. Intense music played in the background, a powerful orchestral score that added to the heat of the moment. Cindy employed a dramatic split-screen effect, with one side showing Yuri's solemn face and the other with the trainees looking at him with disbelief. The trainees gasped audibly, and the camera immediately cut to Yuri, who was standing there with a stiff smile plastered on his face. His eyes betrayed the disappointment he felt as he clutched his microphone tightly. "Thank you," he said in a soft, almost robotic tone. It was clear that this wasn't how he had expected the eliminations to turn out, and his forced gratitude only served to intensify the shock in the room. The scene then transitioned to an interview with Yuri backstage. He sat alone in a well-lit room, and his eyes cast downward. He barely spoke, his disappointment hanging in the heavy silence. "I don't know what happened," Yuri finally murmured, his voice barely audible. "I can't breathe," Wei whispered. "This is so fucking intense. But damn, I really didn't expect it." "How could Yuri drop to 11th place?" Sumin asked. "Then, does that mean?" Nari trailed off, her gaze panning to Jia. Jia bit her lip as she focused on the screen. However, her eyes weren't watching Yuri's interview. Instead, it was in the comment section, which was filled with hate comments for Jun. Sure, there were still plenty of fans defending him. However, since plenty of people who haven't watched the show before also tuned in, the hate he was receiving was through the roof. Jia found herself getting angrier by the second. "Y'all didn't expect this?" "Of course, that bastard went up. His parents are rigmasters." "Shut the fuck up. I voted for Jun." "I voted for Jun too." Haha, Jun fans are still so delusional. Wake up. Your fave is a nepotism baby. Untalented, too. Jun is boring as fuck. Jun paid his way to the top. I hate to say this, but I'm not voting for Jun anymore. The hate comments only intensified after Rin was revealed to be in 9th place. Having a loyal fan base along with Zeth, many people didn't like how Rin dropped in the ranks while Jun supposedly rose. "I almost fell out of my seat when they announced Rin's rank," Jisung admitted. "He always competed with Zeth and Casper for the ranks." "I know, right?" Akira agreed. "I wonder what happened." Minjun sighed in frustration. "You guys have such slow brains. You would know the answer if you watched the show intently. That guy is clearly losing confidence since his rank has been going down ever since the second mission. He didn't even trend during the concept mission." The others looked at each other and realized that the little kid was right. Rin did lay low after he fell down in ranks after the last elimination episode. Jaeyoung was about to say something when Minjun held out his hand and let out a loud shoo. "Don't speak," Minjun said, his gaze focused on the screen. "Now, we have the trainee who had been rising from the very start. He could even be called the rising star of rising stars. In 8th place, we have trainee Jun. Chapter 189, 8th episode, 2. 8th? Why not first, huh, rich boy? That would be too obvious then. 8th place is just right to keep his fangirls and fan-grandmas delusional. Oh my gosh, Jun went up until 8th place? I'm so proud. He just keeps rising every week. You must be proud of his parents, too. This comment section is hilarious. Feel kinda bad for the dude, though. This is the most awaited moment of the night. I can't wait to see how Rising Stars went with this." Jia bit her lip as she watched Jun stand up from his seat. Unlike the other trainees, who were instantly adorned with some type of background music when they stood up, Jun was greeted with silence. It felt more raw, as if it was a live show despite being pre-recorded. The camera focused on Jun, who slowly pushed himself up from his seat. The silence in the air was deafening, as though the entire room had fallen mute. Step by agonizing step, he began to make his way towards the stage. The fiberglass floor beneath him amplified the sound of his footsteps, each click-clack of his shoes resonating like a heartbeat. Jun's gaze remained fixed straight ahead, the scene focusing on his unreadable eyes. Then, it panned out to his fellow trainees, who had expressions that ranged from envy, resentment, and anxiousness. They hadn't expected him to rank so high, and it was clear they didn't like it. Even Robbie was shown on screen, and he wore furrowed eyebrows as he looked at Jun. The silence is killing me, Wei whispered. Why didn't they put any background music? Sumin nodded in agreement. Whoever edited this did a damn good job. I feel like I'm watching a soap opera. Zhao would have laughed since they were talking about her mom. But right now, she couldn't hear anything. She merely focused on Jun, who appeared to be lost on stage. As Jun reached for the mic, the background noise in the room seemed to morph into a slight white noise, a buzz that only added to the tension. The camera, seemingly sentient, zoomed in on his trembling hands. The trainees, still watching with narrowed eyes, exchanged anxious glances among themselves. There was a moment of silence that prolonged the cruelty of the situation. The microphone hovered in front of Jun's lips, but no words came out. The silence was no longer just tense. It had become deafening, suffocating. Then, with a heavy heart and a sinking feeling, Jun slowly lowered the microphone, breaking the silence with a faint, almost indecipherable sigh. Then Jun's head dropped as he bowed, and time stretched as he held that position for what felt like an eternity. He's not even going to say anything? What a punk. Is this his way of apologizing? Fucking coward. Jun, sad face. My heart goes out to you. I don't know what's happening. Are they really not going to give us an explanation? Xian and Hoon, who were in the confines of Hoon's room, watched the scene with satisfied smiles on their faces. Ah, this is gold, Hoon chuckled. This has been the happiest day of his life ever since he was eliminated. Seeing Jun bow his head and get humiliated in front of thousands, potentially even millions of people, brought him immense satisfaction. And it gets even better, Xian said. Robbie puts him under the spotlight, and he couldn't even utter a single word. Joy swelled in Hoon's heart as he focused his gaze on the screen, waiting for Jun to get even more humiliated. However, just as the tension seemed to reach its peak, the scene suddenly faded into a different one. Jia frowned in confusion as the shot merely showed Jun's hands nervously intertwining with each other. Then, a heavy sigh was heard. At this point, there still wasn't any background music. Then, the scene focused on Jun's eyes, which were glistening with tears before zooming out to his entire face. Ah, Jun said, his voice breaking through the silence. He harshly wiped his eyes, and although there was a small smile playing on his lips, it appeared as if he was carrying such a huge burden. I don't know what to say anymore. Wait, could this be? Jia's eyes widened in recognition when she finally realized what scene was currently playing. In the broadcasting station, Yena and Yejin looked at each other in confusion. Their eyes silently communicated. They didn't recall preparing Jun for an interview. Ah, so stupid. Minjun practically screamed at the TV as the scene of Jun bowing for a long time was shown. He should have revealed the truth by now. The little kid continued to rant in frustration, but when the scene changed, he turned silent. What is this? CJ asked. Did Jun also get an interview? Akira asked Jangmoon. Jangmoon shook his head. No, he wasn't even called. Shoo, Minjun exclaimed, his attention solely on the screen. The others followed suit, wondering what the scene had to offer. We didn't have a lot growing up, Jun said, the camera now fixed. Unlike the other interviews, which had been cut and edited to become more emotional or intense, Jun's interview felt uncut. It was the original footage of his conversation with Jia. The group of guys, along with Minjun and Grandma, watched the scene with profound silence. They were used to seeing the annoyed, serious, and even the clueless side of Jun. But to see and hear him speaking with so much emotion brought unexplainable feelings inside their hearts. What is this? They didn't have a lot growing up, but the choice were already rich to begin with. They have generational wealth. People are really tone deaf. Why can't it click that he might not be talking about the choice? Bro, if that really happens, then this is fucking wild. Truly. Jun sighed, even his breath sounding heartbroken. My mom's the most beautiful person in the entire world. Or should I say, was the most beautiful person, he said. And at that hushed moment, a sad tune weaved through the scene, gently tugging at the strings of the soul. As the first chords echoed through the air, a quiet pondering settled over the viewers. Minjun, who didn't even cry when his parents got a divorce, felt something forming in his eyes. A painful lump also felt in his throat. I just wish that things would have gone differently, Jun said, looking into the camera with utmost sincerity. His eyes were so clear that you couldn't see a hint of a lie in them. Then, maybe the world would still have the most beautiful person. Jae-young pursed his lips as he felt a tear run down his cheek. Fifth time. This was the fifth time that Jun had made him cry. Jae-sung, even though he believed in Jun until the end, still felt guilty as he looked into Jun's eyes. There was a story hidden behind them, something he failed to see from the very beginning. But then again, that's not how the world works. We can never really go back in time. We can't change what's already been done. In the end, we just learn to accept it. The hauntingly beautiful strains of the background music let out a mournful wail. And with every rise and fall of the melody, the viewers delved into the depths of Jun's heart. There was a moment of silence before Jun began speaking once more. It's unfair? Yes, it is. But can I blame them for believing it? I don't know. So, right now, I just want to get my story across. Because I don't want to be seen as the son of somebody who has a lot, he said, his voice sounding clearer. I'm my mom's son, Jun said, a small smile forming on his face. The comments section, which moved at an impeccable speed when Jun's name was called, had now turned still. My mom, who didn't have a lot, but gave me everything I could ask for. And now, he said, looking into the camera and piercing through the hearts of every viewer. I'm fulfilling my dream so I can continue fulfilling my mom's promise. As the final notes lingered in the air, there was a bittersweet sense of closure. Then, the scene faded back to Jun bowing before the trainees. The bow that they had misconstrued in their distorted realities now blossomed into the bow that gently caressed their hearts. Chapter 198th Episode 3. Wee. Perfection, Hyo-mo exclaimed, kissing his fingers. Jun was jolted awake by the hairdresser's loud voice. It's over, he asked, yawning. Jun honestly didn't know what happened. He remembered sitting down, getting his hair washed and dried, and then after that, everything just became a blur. Hyo-mo said. I made it fast for you, customer. I noticed your face and was motivated by your handsome looks. Are you, perhaps, that trainee from Rising Stars? Yeah, Jun said, still a little bit out of it. How much was it? $75, right? He stood from the chair and offered Hyo-mo the money. Why are you in such a rush? He asked. You still haven't seen the final result. Right, Jun said, scratching the back of his neck. I'll be satisfied as long as you follow the photo inspiration I showed you. Hyo-mo merely smiled, which should have been a warning sign to Jun already. Hyo-mo went to the mirror and quickly removed the black sheet covering it. Jun waited in anticipation. He had never dyed his hair before, and thankfully, he slept through most of the process so he didn't feel his scalp burn like what others had testified online. Heed my masterpiece, Hyo-mo exclaimed. Jun nonchalantly looked at the mirror, fully expecting a head of brown and muted pink. However, his eyes widened in surprise when he caught a glimpse of his hair. What do you think? It's perfect, right? Hyo-mo proudly said. I'll give you a discount since I really like how it came out. How about $50, huh? $50? This guy should be paying Jun at this point. Because his hair wasn't muted at all. It was bright fucking pink. Like cotton candy. Yay. This is the pink I was looking for. You have completed your side quest. Dye your hair pink. Now, you can raid your parents' tombs. In the households that had Rising Stars playing on their television, there were two emotions that stood out. Shame and sympathy. Ja sniffed as the scene transitioned to Jun bowing on stage. It continued on with the sad music still playing in the background, and as he fixed his gaze to the front, the people who once threw hate on him began to cry. I feel ashamed? Fuck, I'm crying. What the hell are these emotions? Is it too late now to say sorry? My mom's crying. My sister's crying. I can't deny it. I'm crying too. Nobody told me that this show was a tearjerker. Undoubtedly, the people who cried the most were encased in the small apartment complex. Jang-moon practically wailed as he looked at Jun's bowing figure. CJ, too, held Jang-moon for support, crying just as loud as he was. Jae-sung, on the other hand, looked up at the ceiling to hold his tears. Akira cried silently by his side, while Jae-young sobbed like a little baby. Minjun clicked his tongue as he observed the five grown guys. Grow up, Minjun said, although deep inside, he wanted to cry too. Jun has been through a lot, yet they were so insensitive about the situation. I want to see Jun right now, CJ sniffed. I can't believe I doubted him for a second. Let's not doubt him anymore, Jang-moon said. Now that I think about it, Everything he said turned out to be true. Akira smiled in shame. It was. I don't even think I can be called his friend now. Me too, Jae-young muttered. You weren't friends to begin with, CJ said whilst crying, causing Jae-young to sulk like a little kid in the corner of the couch. Grandma sighed and shook her head as she listened in on their conversation. She grabbed a box of tissues from the drawers and gave them to the young man. Jun is a good person, Grandma said. It may not seem like it because he doesn't have a bright personality, but he's very understanding and forgiving. He cares a lot about his friends. He cares about Minjun and I, and he's one of the kindest boys I've ever met. I'm sure he'd warm up to you if you apologize sincerely, she said. But let me warn you. If you hurt my little Junie once more, I'll have my old friends go in front of your houses to play mahjong all night. I assure you, your neighborhood wouldn't be able to sleep for a whole week. The five looked at the old woman with wide, horror-filled eyes. You got that? Grandma threatened. They quickly nodded, evading their eyes away from her. Then, they focused their attention back on the screen. Right now, Jun's bow had just finished, and the background music had gradually faded. He turned around. Every step he took to his seat still sounding sad. I'm so sorry for not believing in you, Jun. I'll gift you 1,000 stars in return. I might actually continue watching this show and root for this guy. He seems like a very genuine guy. Welp, I came here to shit on the guy, but now I've become a fan. Let's make him trend, guys. Hashtag Jun our rising star. Hashtag Jun our rising star. It hasn't even been proven yet. We're just believing these guys' words? Shut up. The kid is mourning. I can't believe people are still questioning his sincerity. Holy shit. Look at Choi Pablo's page. It seems like this guy's telling the truth. What's that? Jia asked as the comment section began speeding up once more. Nari went near the TV to get a better view. Choi Pablo. They're telling us to check Choi Pablo's naval page, she said. Jia wasted no time in opening her naval account to go to Pablo's page. It was a very popular page, with over 700K followers. Then, she refreshed the page to see his latest post. Her friends hovered above her to look at the post. They let a collective gasp when they saw Jun's face plastered on his wall. For a second, they became distracted as they observed the photo. So handsome, Jia said in a daze. Sumin chuckled. Guys, snap out of it and read the post. Right, Jia said, snapping out of her daze. Let me read it out loud. Chapter 191 Sorries and Regrets. Jia cleared her throat as she read the post. Good evening, this is Choi Pablo. I hope this message finds you well. There have been some rumors circulating recently, and I think it's time I set the record straight. You may have heard that Choi Si-woo and Choi Min-ah are Jun's parents, but in reality, they're mine. I know this might come as a shock to some of you, but yes, I come from a well-off family. However, I want to make it clear that everything I have achieved in my life, all my successes, is owed to me and my hard work. I am my own person, and I've worked tirelessly to build my own identity. I want to apologize for taking so long to address this situation. I was afraid of the public's reaction, and that fear held me back. But today, I found the strength to speak out and clarify the truth. I also want to express my gratitude to Jun. Amidst all the confusion and speculation, he has been incredibly brave and understanding. Thank you, Jun, for enduring the hate. Now, to lighten the mood a bit, and as a way of apologizing for keeping you all in the dark, here's a photo of Jun. My little cutie pie Jun is both cute and handsome, and I couldn't be prouder to have him as my muse. Let's move forward together, stronger and united. Thank you for your understanding and continued support. Hashtag family sucks. Hashtag Jun is awesome. Hashtag Jun white abs. What was the last hashtag? Nari asked. Must be a typo, Jia brushed off. She was way too focused on the post to think about the hashtags. Then, a wide smile appeared on her face. Jun had done it once again. Jun is a genius, Minjun muttered with a smirk as he read the post. Then, he looked at the comment section. With Choi Pablo's post, almost all of the hate comments had been eradicated. Instead, they were filled with praises for Jun. Okay, so it's actually Choi Pablo. Makes sense. He does look like those two rich bitches. I'm so stupid. Why didn't I realize it sooner? We're so stupid. People should really work on their comprehension skills more. You say that, but I'm sure another issue will arise next time. You're right. People never learn. But hey, at least, I believe in Jun now. Hashtag Jun our rising star. But did you guys see how handsome he is in the photo that Choi Pablo uploaded? Yes, damn. I thought I was the only one who noticed. He's even met Choi Pablo, Jang Moon absent-mindedly said. The Choi Pablo. CJ laughed in disbelief. Minjun proudly smirked and pointed at all of them. Don't underestimate my big brother. He might seem stupid at times, but he could obliterate you with one click. Just then, the door opened, and the star of the show appeared right before their eyes. Minjun brightened up as soon as he saw Jun. Big bro, the little kid exclaimed. You're back. Jun, who was wearing a bonnet to hide his cotton candy pink hair, looked at the scene before him with confusion. While he caressed Minjun's hair, he looked at the group of guys with furrowed eyebrows. What are you guys doing here? He asked. Jun didn't even have any time to react as the 5 of them charged toward him. His eyes widened in surprise when Jang Moon opened his arms and planted a huge, wet kiss on his forehead. Big bro, I'm so sorry, he sobbed. CJ, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around Jun's leg like a sloth hanging from a tree branch. I'll serve you my entire life if you forgive me, brother. I promise you my loyalty for life. Jae-young stood by his side, shyly tugging his shirt. I'm sorry, he stammered. Forgive me. Jisung continued to cry in front of him, not being able to even utter a word. Akira was on his other side, practically rapping with how fast he was uttering apologies. In summary, Jun was in a sensory overload, and it wasn't any good. All right, he exclaimed. Just get off me, he said, taking a step back. He still held on to Minjun, though. Jun was very fond of the little kid. We're really sorry, Jang Moon said with all sincerity. I was stupid. I know you don't share a lot about your life, but that doesn't give us the right to judge you for something we're ignorant of. Jun sighed. He wasn't the type to hold grudges, he actually is. Jun will probably forget about it tomorrow. He'll bring it up during the pettiest fights. But then again, Jun was pretty chill, especially with matters like this. All right, he said. I'm not disappointed anymore. I'll see you on Sunday for the filming. Although Jun didn't blatantly say that he forgave them, it was already enough for his friends to know that Jun was planning on seeing them on the next filming day. Now leave, Jun said. Rest well. Minjun shook his head as he looked up at the older man. He's so cool, he thought. Before we leave, Akira said, raising his hand. I was just wondering. Yes. Jun asked. How did you land a photo shoot with Choi Pablo? He asked. For real, CJ said. You asked us about him, but I wasn't expecting you to actually land a photo shoot with the Choi Pablo. You looked very handsome in those photos, by the way. Yeah, you looked smoking hot, Jang Moon agreed. What? Jun asked with wide eyes. Huh, what? Jang Moon cluelessly asked back. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose before responding. I don't know, Jun said. I just asked. You just asked. Jisung clarified. Yeah, then he took pictures of me. The 5 of them glanced at each other. This seemed like déjà vu. They also felt this way when they met Hannah Lim for the first time. Jun is really on another level. The small, cluttered room, which was initially filled with sadistic joy, had now become tense. Hoon and Xin sat huddled on the couch, their eyes fixed on the now static screen. Hoon, Xin shakily said. Are you alright? What do you think? The stubbled loser said, his calm voice making Xin even more afraid. You told me that Jun was going to be humiliated. He was, Xin stammered. I saw it with my own eyes. I was there. Robbie humiliated him. Hoon's fists clenched in anger, and his face contorted with a terrifying rage. He jumped to his feet and sent the coffee table and its contents crashing to the floor. Xin gasped, his eyes wide with fear. Hoon, please calm down. It's just a show, Xin said before he could stop himself. Hoon turned to him with wide, bloodshot eyes. It's just a show? It's just a fucking show, huh? This show was supposed to be my time to shine. Hoon's anger knew no bounds. He started throwing anything he could get his hands on. Pillows, DVDs, and even the bottles of pee under his computer. The room turned into a chaotic mess as he punched the wall, his knuckles bleeding. Hoon, stop, bro. You're fucking scaring me. But Hoon paid no heed to Xion's pleas. Xion rushed forward and grabbed Hoon's arm, attempting to pull him away from the destruction. Hoon wrestled with Xion, causing the 2 of them to stumble towards the bed, knocking over more furniture along the way. Ugh, let go. Hoon struggled. Fuck. Xion cursed as he tried to fight Hoon's strength. Meanwhile, Hoon's mom was awakened by the noise inside her son's room. She couldn't take it anymore, so she peeked inside. She gasped softly when she saw pieces of furniture scattered around the room. However, that wasn't the most shocking part. Her son was in bed with another young man, groaning and moaning with their hair and clothes a mess. She quickly shut the door and shook her head, walking back to her room with wide eyes. I don't even know anymore, she muttered. Hoon wrapped his hand around Exion's neck, pressing until the latter was gasping for breath. Hoon S. Stop, Exion gasped, but Hoon persisted. You're fucking useless, he spat. Now, Hoon whispered, leaning closer to Exion's face. Be useful for once and make sure that nobody finds out about this. Not a single fucking soul. Chapter 192 Kangwon Getaway. At this point, Jun's name was plastered all across social media, with hashtag #JunHao taking the #1 spot in the South Korean trends for more than 8 hours. Netizens and even celebrities came out to show their support for Jun, and there was no doubt that the trainee had risen to fame once again, with people from different generations praising him. His interview clip had gone viral on several platforms, and it instantly became a part of those try not to cry, K-pop edition type of compilations. However, Jun didn't think about that at all. Right now, he had two priorities in mind. 1. His cotton candy pink hair. 2. Choi Joon-ho's parents. Jun stared at his status window and sighed as he read the address. 117 Gosungun, Kangwon Province, South Korea. He stood from his bed and decided to ask for Minjun's help. He didn't bother knocking and just entered their apartment. Kid, he called from the living room. What? Minjun emerged from his bedroom, yawning as he scrolled through his phone. Can you locate this address for me? Jun asked. I'm looking for something. Minjun clicked his tongue as he scanned the address and typed it into his Maps application. What are you even looking for? Minjun asked as they waited for the app to load. A grave, Jun nonchalantly said. Minjun frowned as he zoomed into his phone. A grave, he asked. I need to visit someone. Your parents. Minjun clarified. Yes, Jun responded. Is the address a cemetery in Kangwon Province? Minjun tilted his head to the side in confusion. It's not a cemetery. What is it then? Jun asked. It's a house, Minjun said, showing him the photo of an old wooden house located in what seemed to be Lavender Farm. Jun frowned in confusion as he gazed at the photo. A house. Was Fu messing with him? You don't have to come, Jun said, putting on his backpack. Grandma allowed me to go, Minjun boasted, mirroring the older man's actions. So, I'm going to Kangwon Province with you. Besides, this trip is sponsored by Grandma. You can't say no. Jun rolled his eyes and placed a cap over Minjun's head. Fine, kid. But behave, okay? I don't want you whining now. When do I ever whine? Minjun asked with a sly smile. I'll stay quiet, promise. Are we there yet? Minjun whined as he stared outside the bus. They were now on their way to Kangwon to look for Jun-ho's parents, and Minjun quickly broke his promise as soon as they boarded the bus. It feels like we've been here for hours. Jun sighed and massaged the bridge of his nose. It's been 20 minutes, he deadpanned. Just sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there. But I can't sleep, Minjun exclaimed. I want those oranges right there, he said, pointing to the trolley filled with treats. Will that keep you quiet? Jun asked. Minjun enthusiastically nodded. Jun sighed and opened his wallet, which contained the change he had from dyeing his hair. Fine, buy those oranges, he said, handing Minjun a $20 bill. Give me back the change, okay? The little kid excitedly stood up and went to the trolley. Jun shook his head in amusement as he stared at his cute silhouette. Oh goodness, he's turning soft for the demon's child. After a while, Minjun went back with not only oranges, but a bag filled with candy, corn, and boiled eggs. Where's my change? Jun asked. I spent it all, Minjun nonchalantly said. Jun sighed in disbelief. You're richer than me. You could just ask your parents for more allowance. But that's not fun, Minjun smiled. Besides, I spent it all on game skins and magic castles for my favorite authors already. Jun clicked his tongue and was about to scold the little kid when Minjun handed him a clumsily peeled orange, causing his annoyance to crumble. He ruffled Minjun's hair and popped a piece of orange in his mouth. Fine, you win, Jun said, touched by the little kid's gesture. Don't tell Minjun, though. A little over an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. Are you sure we're in the right place? Minjun asked as he looked around the place. We're here, Jun said, looking at the navigation system. This seems to be the place we saw on the maps thing. It is, Minjun agreed. Indeed, the place had lavender covering the entire area. There were a few houses in far proximity, but aside from that, only animals and lavender filled the neighborhood. You have arrived at your destination, the navigation application spoke, startling Jun. Huh, Minjun said. We're really here. The two of them stood at an empty lot. It was weird how it wasn't covered in any lavender despite it being an empty piece of land. However, as Jun looked around the area, he saw some remnants of what seemed to be a house scattered around the lot. Where's the house we saw online? Minjun asked. It's burnt, Jun responded, his eyes focused on the ash-covered wood surrounding him. Burnt? Minjun asked. Oh my goodness. Jun Hao? Jun Hao, is that you? Their conversation was interrupted when they heard the voice of an old lady coming from afar. The two of them faced the direction where the voice was coming from. Jun locked gazes with a kind-looking old woman wearing work boots and a huge sun hat. Omo, it really is you, the old lady exclaimed. Jun Hao. This was good. It seemed like the old lady recognized Jun and probably knew where his parents were. Hello, Jun warily said, walking closer to the old lady. However, before he could even speak to her, the old lady began screaming loudly. Jun Hao is here. Our little star is here, she exclaimed in such a loud voice that it could probably be heard all the way to Seoul. And just like that, a dozen of old ladies started popping out of nowhere. Jun Hao. Omo, Jun Hao from Rising Stars. Jun. I haven't seen him in so long. He was this big when I saw him, but now he's the same age as my granddaughter. I should set them up. Shut up, Linda. My granddaughter is a better fit for him. Jun, I watched you grind on the stage. Jun froze as he stared at the flock of old ladies running toward his way. Chapter 193. Be happy. Jun rubbed his sore cheeks as he sat on the small couch. Not even an hour had passed since they had arrived, yet they were already ambushed by a bunch of old ladies. It seemed like Jun's fame knew no bounds and had reached even the most rural parts of Gangwon province. Sorry about that, the old lady named Bok-soon said as she offered the two boys some homemade sweet tea. The ladies are just excited to see you come back. We all watch Rising Stars in my house on Fridays, and we are huge fans. We were sad when you were being accused of being the choice son when you're not. I'm really glad you came back. It's all right, Jun said despite his sore cheeks. Thank you for supporting me on the show. We're all hoping for your debut. Although we don't really know how to give you any stars, she admitted. Jun softly chuckled. Again, it's all right. Just having you watch me is already enough. So why'd you come here? Bok-soon asked. It's been a while since we've last seen you. I think it's already been 2 or 3 years, she recalled. There was even a time you came here was with a young man and woman. The woman became famous now, I believe. What was her name again? Hani? Hambium. Hannah, Jun said. Hannah Lim. Ah, yes, her. The last time you came here with them. She laughed and took photos of your childhood pictures. Minjun's eyes widened with the mention of Jun's childhood pictures. Can I see them too? He excitedly asked. Bok-soon sadly smiled. Unfortunately, they have been lost in the fire, she said. I'm sorry, Jun. We couldn't protect your parents' sanctuary. We don't know what happened, but sometime last year, the house was burned down to flames, taking away your family's precious memories. Jun nodded in understanding. There wasn't anything you could do, Jun said. But can I ask where my parents are buried right now? Bok-soon chuckled. Has it been that long that you already forgot? I guess so, Jun softly said. They're by the oak tree near your old house, Bok-soon said. Do you want me to accompany you there? Jun shook his head as he stood up. It's all right. I'll visit them for a bit. Let me come with you, Minjun said, his mouth filled with snacks that Bok-soon had prepared. I'll be waiting, the old lady smiled. As the two of them made their way outside her house, she let out a sad smile. Did he come back for Parents' Day? She asked herself. Minjun and Jun walked back to the empty lot, and only then did Jun see the oak tree perched just behind the field of lavender. Can you wait here for a minute, kid? Jun asked. Minjun saw the sincerity in Jun's eyes and nodded. I'll play with the pretty flowers. You do that, Jun said. Then he started walking to the oak tree, where he saw 2 white crosses made from wood anchored on the soil. He sighed and picked a lavender stem before looking down at the writing on the cross. Choi Dae-hyun, and Choi Chin-mei, a devoted father, a loving mother. Jun felt a wave of sadness hit him. He didn't know these people, nor can he recall any memories with them. But standing there, with the body of Choi Joon-ho, made him feel like they were connected in a way. Hello, he warily said, sitting down on the small patch of grass. Your son visited, I guess? Jun chuckled, observing the flower in his hand. But you guys must know that I'm not really your son, huh? Your son's in a better place now? I hope, he continued. I've come to take care of his body and his dream. Have you met? Jun then asked, the sound of the breeze making his heart even sadder. You must have met, I hope all of you are in a better place now. Your son has been giving me a hard time ever since I came here. He left so many questions unanswered. Please slap the back of his head for me. Jun chuckled at his ridiculousness. But in all seriousness, I feel like your son has been lonely ever since you passed. He must be happy now. I hope he's happy now, he sighed. He gets to spend this Parents' Day with his parents. At least one of us is able to celebrate it, he whispered. If you have time, please do visit my mom and dad too. You can tell them that Mei Ling is doing well. I'm doing well, too, I guess. It's been tough sometimes, but it's not too bad. At least, my heart does a little jump of joy whenever I perform on stage. That's a good sign, right? He smiled and traced some shapes on the soil. Your son has seriously been rubbing on me. I didn't feel this way back then. Well, I better go now, Jun said, finally standing up. Happy Parents' Day. With that, he placed the single stem of lavender between the two crosses. He stared at it for a while, feeling a sense of relief. It's as if Choi Joon-ho's parents were thanking him for continuing their son's dream. And it sent a weird feeling in Jun's stomach. Are you done? Minjun asked, making Jun snap out of his thoughts. Yeah, Jun said, clearing his throat. Let's go back. Minjun smiled, a meaningful look in his eyes. Jun suspiciously narrowed his eyes at him. What? The little kid innocently asked. It looks like you did something. What did I do? I just played with the pretty flowers. Minjun exclaimed with wide eyes. I know that look, Jun said. You better not have done anything. I haven't, Minjun said. Let's just go back. The two of them made their way back to Boksoon's house. Oh, you're back, Boksoon asked. Did you see your parents? Jun hummed. Then, he suddenly saw something in the corner of her living room. Do you mind if I use that? Jun asked, pointing to the large instrument. The piano? Sure. Have you learned how to play it? She asked. Jun nodded, feeling like the off-white keys were calling his name. Go ahead, Boksoon said. I'll just give some of our neighbors these rice cakes I've made. Thank you, Jun said, sitting on the worn-out leather chair. He ran his hands through the keys, smiling when he felt the familiar cold ivory tiles. It had been a while since he played the piano. Hey, kid, he said, calling Minjun over. Can you film me playing a song? Chapter 194 Kitty plays Debussy. Here, Jun said, handing Minjun his phone. No thanks, Minjun responded, pulling out his own phone. I'm afraid it'll burst into flames if I film more than a minute with that ancient phone. Jun clicked his tongue and put his phone away. He couldn't even counter Minjun since he knew the little kid was right. What are you even going to play? Minjun asked. A little meow meow song. Jun smirked while shaking his head, placing his hands in a familiar position. Clair de Lune by Debussy. Jun doesn't know to what extent Fu knows about his past life as Jun Hao, but it seems like his past frequently intertwined with the present. He was very familiar with Clair de Lune. It was his mother's favorite piano piece, one that she would play when little Jun Hao had trouble sleeping. He hadn't heard the song in a long time after his mother died, but coincidentally heard it in a fancy bar when he was tasked to lead a diamond raid. It has stuck with him ever since. Amidst the chaotic gunning, he was reminded of his mother, which led to a successful mission. However, he didn't think about any of those anymore. I'm filming now, Minjun said, bored, waiting for Jun to start playing. Jun placed his fingers on the cold keys, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before playing the familiar intro. The first parts of the song didn't require much skill, but it still captured Minjun's attention. How could a couple of simple notes sound? Lonely? The room was cast by a warm glow, courtesy of the sun coming through the sheer lace curtains. The first few notes of Clair de Lune filled the room just as the breeze brushed over the curtains. In his imagination, he found himself on top of a hill, bathed in the serene blue hues of the sky, where wisps of white clouds flowed like sweet cotton candy. 3 continuous notes with silence in between. Then he found himself ascending above the hill, where he saw 2 white figures at a distance. They were unfamiliar, yet a deep, unexplainable connection tugged at his heart. It was as if he had known them all his life, his parents, perhaps. Jun had the urge to run to them, wanting to feel the warmth of a family that wasn't even his. But before he could even take one step, he saw another man approaching them, a radiant smile on his face. Choi Joon-ho. Jun's heart raced, and he called out to them, but they didn't turn around. Instead, they continued to smile as if they were unaware of his presence, lost in their own world. The piano's melody grew louder, mirroring the loneliness that filled Jun's heart. However, amidst the chaos, a voice called his name. Jun Hao. He froze when he heard the familiar voice before slowly turning around. There, he saw her, his real mother. Tears welled up in his eyes as he gazed at her loving, familiar face. She spoke, her words tender and comforting. "I'm so proud of what you've become." Jun's voice trembled as he responded. "Even if I'm not a good person?" His mother continued to smile, and Jun wanted her to hold him, but his mom took a step back. "My Jun Hao, you're a good person," she reassured. "Deep down, you've always been a good person." There was a moment of silence before Jun continued playing. "You've done such a great job protecting your sister," she smiled, a tear falling down her cheek. "You've always lived for others." Jun nodded. "I have. But now I want you to live your dream too," she whispered, finally reaching out her hand to touch Jun's face. "Be happy, my son." However, before their skin could touch, his mother gradually faded from view, like a fleeting dream. The room around him began to reassemble, and the sound of the piano gently dwindled. Jun's fingers continued to dance across the keys, but Jun couldn't help but reflect on the message from his mother. And with the final press of a key, he stared at his faded reflection on the shiny mahogany. "Live my dream," he muttered, a bit breathless. "What the hell? You're actually a great piano player," Minjun exclaimed, making Jun snap out of his thoughts. "Oh, what?" Jun asked. "Holy moly," the little kid exclaimed. "You're actually talented now. You're not the same person who sang a little meow meow song during his audition." Jun chuckled softly, although he felt a bit flattered. "Then, do you think I should upload this to my account?" "That Jun account with more haters than pineapple on pizza?" "No. This kind of talent is something you want to gatekeep until it comes in handy," he exclaimed. "Gatekeep?" Jun asked. "What the hell would I need to gatekeep my piano skills? It's not like I'm an owner of a system or a corporate boss. I am your owner." Minjun clicked his tongue. "You don't even know modern slang, huh? Whatever. I'll keep this to myself first." Jun groaned. "I need to post it, kid. It's for something important." "You just need to post it, right?" Minjun mischievously asked. "Yes," Jun said. "So send it to me later." Sure, sure." Minjun brushed him off. "Wake me up when we're near." Jun yawned, feeling more tired than usual. It seemed like all the drama had finally caught up with him and only sleep weighed in his mind. Sure, sure," Minjun said. "By the way, why have you been wearing caps and beanies since yesterday night?" Jun froze, but he acted like nothing was wrong. "No reason," he stiffly said. "I feel like I'm developing a cold." "Oh," Minjun said. "Whatever then. Rest well." Jun hummed, finding a comfortable position. Minjun sat silently for a couple of minutes, waiting for Jun to fall into slumber. "That's right," he muttered with a smirk. "Sleep now, innocent child," he silently chuckled, his shoulders shaking with every laughter. An old man looked at the little kid with a frightened expression. "I'm going crazy," he whispered. "Maybe I should really go to the elderly home." Minjun took one last glance at Jun and even snapped his fingers in front of his face. When he confirmed that Jun was indeed sleeping, he opened his phone and went to a video editing app. "I'll make you even more famous, big bro," he muttered under his breath, ready to work his magic. "We're here," Minjun said, shaking Jun awake. Jun slowly blinked his eyes open and saw the familiar landscape from outside the window. "What time is it?" he groggily asked. "It's nearing." However, Jun couldn't hear Minjun's response because a pop-up distracted him. "Congratulations, host. You have completed 2 of your missions. Celebrate Parents' Day with your parents and play Claire de Lune by Debussy and post it online. You may now choose 2 aspects to improve." Jun's eyes widened in surprise before he looked at Minjun with narrowed eyes. "What did you do?" Chapter 195 Goat. Minjun, take it down. Jun whined as they entered Minjun's and Grandma's apartment. Between the two, he seemed more like a little kid than Minjun. Grandma went out of her room, her phone in hand, with tears streaming down her face. Jun ran to her in concern. Did something happen? He asked, looking for any sign of injury on Grandma's body. Grandma pursed her lips and gently hit Jun's shoulder. I should be the one asking you that. Are you okay? I saw what Minjun posted. And you cried because of it? Jun asked. I told you, it's really good. Minjun exclaimed. I've been learning how to edit videos these days, too, and I must say, I did a pretty good job. Jun clicked his tongue and finally opened his phone. He went to Minmin's page and clicked on the latest post. What the hell, he asked. Why does it already have more than 50,000 likes? Because I'm a genius, Minjun boasted. Just watch it, bro. Jun sighed and sat on the couch. The opening of the video instantly made him confused. It was in the lavender field. No, it was the view of the oak tree where Choi Joon-ho's parents were buried. When did you even film this? Jun softly asked, gazing at the video which merely showed his back. His face wasn't shown, yet he could still feel a profound longing just from his stance alone. When you were talking with your parents, duh, Minjun responded, though his voice took a softer turn as he said his next words. And I wanted to capture it for you, he shyly admitted. It's a remembrance for Parents' Day. Jun continued watching the video, feeling a strange sense of serenity as the sound of the breeze flowed through the speakers. Then, as he sat down on the grass, the breeze was replaced by the sound of Clair de Lune by Debussy. Jun couldn't help but let out a small smile. It was actually beautiful. His piano skills weren't crazily good, but based on the audio itself, one could tell how much emotion the player had placed into it. Then, he scrolled up to read what Minjun had written. The satiric content creator, who usually posted issues for shits and giggles, actually took the simpler route this time. Happy Parents' Day. May all parents feel the love from their children, no matter how far they are. Featuring my pick from Rising Stars, Jun Love. Jun finally looked up at Minjun. You've really gained a soft spot for me, huh, kid? He asked. Minjun pursed his lips. I was just practicing my editing skills, he defended. Sure, Jun smiled. Let's just say I believe you. Do you still want me to take it down? Minjun asked. Jun scrolled through the comments and reposts, and saw only positive comments from the people who had seen it. You can keep it, Jun said. Thanks, kid. You did a great job. Sunday, where God supposedly rested, should have been a time for Jun to rest, too. However, he wasn't God, nor was he a son of rich tycoons, so he got up from his bed and prepared to go to the Azure building for the announcement of their next mission. He quickly showered and got dressed in his usual lazy outfit before staring at himself in the mirror. He didn't forget to wear his beanie, of course. Jun still hadn't come to terms with his cotton candy pink hair. Right, the upgrades, Jun muttered, almost forgetting yesterday's upgrades. Foo, upgrade dance and visual. Wise choice host. Visual +1. Dance +1. Your current grades are visual, A-, dance, A-. Jun looked at his stats and nodded in satisfaction. Aside from rap and leadership, all his other stats were now in the A tier. It makes him wonder if it was the reason why Fu had been more sluggish with giving him his missions. Was it because he was getting closer to maxing out his skills? If he does attain an A+ in an aspect, then what would happen after that? Jun shook his head to get rid of such thoughts. It was still too early to think about things like those. He still has to focus on the next mission, which he still doesn't have a clue about. Jun arrived at the Azure building with still an hour to spare. They were supposed to film by 9 a.m., but there were already a lot of trainees loitering around the training center. As soon as Jun entered the room, the trainees looked over his way. It felt like déjà vu, yet right now, instead of disdainful stares and envious whispers, regretful gazes and silent apologies were thrown his way instead. Jun tried his best to hide his smirk. In your faces, bitches, he wanted to shout but decided not to since he has a reputation to keep. Instead, he settled on a nearby corner and scrolled through Naval. As time passed by, Jun was getting more and more addicted to social media. He had never appreciated the appeal of it when he was still working in the gang, but boy, was it fun. Right now, he was obsessed with going through the #CuteAnimals and #YummyCandy topics. Jun, Jasung exclaimed, causing him to quickly turn off his phone. He lifted his head and saw the 5 men who had visited his apartment complex just a few days back. You came here early, Jisung said. Yeah, Jun responded. Had to take the bus. The other 4, who still felt quite guilty about judging Jun during the last few days, didn't speak and continued looking at him with regretful eyes. Jun sighed. Are you just going to stand there or what? CJ quickly went down to his knees. I'm really sorry, bro. I wasn't able to sleep all night because I reflected upon all my actions. I was a douchebag. You can kick me in the nuts if you want. Me too, Jang-moon said, kneeling next to CJ. I'll even sacrifice my life for you at this point. Akira nodded. I'll name my first child after you. Jun sighed and shook his head. You are going overboard. Just don't do it again, he said. We won't, Jae-young exclaimed. I'm not talking about you, Jun said. We're just acquaintances. Huh, CJ screamed, pointing at Jae-young's sulky face. Go back to your normal antics, Jun said. It's weird having you suck up to me. CJ smiled and wrapped one arm around Jun. Don't mind if I do. Have you seen the trends lately, bro? You're fucking killing it. Every time I open my naval app, you're the topmost post. You're a goat. Akira smiled, excitedly shaking Jun's shoulders. Jun frowned and stepped back, offended. A goat, he asked. You calling me ugly or something? Akira's eyes widened. What? No. You got even more handsome since the last time I saw you, which was a day ago, which is honestly weird because how can you become even more handsome when you're already very handsome? Get to the point, Jun said. I'm not a fucking goat. I don't even like goats. Oh goodness, Jisung muttered. Do you not know what a goat is, bro? Of course, I know, Jun responded. I've seen some in my lifetime, he seriously said. The 5 of them looked at Jun silently, causing Jun to become even more confused. The goat you're talking about is the animal, huh? Jang-moon asked. Is there any other goat in this world? Jun snapped. Then, after another moment of silence, the 5 of them burst out laughing. Greatest of all time. That's GOAT. You don't know what that is, bro? CJ asked. Oh, Jun said, suddenly feeling embarrassed. But then again, who knew they were talking about an acronym? He was about to curse them out when he suddenly saw a shiny material moving in the corner of the training center. The shiny material in question was a head. And not just any other head. It was the janitor's head. Jun smirked when he remembered that he still had to make 2 people pay for what they had done. Guess it's time to meet the real goat. Chapter 196 Production Mission. Where are you going, bro? Jisung asked. It's not long before the filming officially starts. I'll be quick, Jun said, standing up and running toward the exit. His friends tried to call out for him, but he was already running out the door before they could ask him what was happening. He looked left and right to catch a glimpse of the janitor and frowned when he didn't see his shiny bald head anymore. So, Jun decided to go to the place where the janitor most likely was during his break times. The janitor's closet. Jun walked toward the small room located on the right wing of the Azure building. He smirked when he saw that the door was slightly agape, which could only mean one thing. The janitor hated it when his door wasn't fully closed. Jun wasted no time in entering the small room, his nostrils burning with the smell of bleach, varnish, and kimchi. His smirk widened when he saw the blinking red dot in the corner of the room, still where he first saw it. I know you're here, Jun said, breaking the silence. There was a slight ruffling sound from behind the cabinet, just right where the big trash can was located. It was barely noticeable, but with Jun's keen senses, he noticed right away. He sighed before walking over to the big trash can, removing the lid, and smiling when he saw the familiar shiny head inside. There you are, Jun said with a smile. The bald janitor glared up at him, a jar of kimchi with chopsticks in his hands. What are you doing in my sanctuary? He asked in a deep voice. Do you always stay inside the trash can? Jun asked, a bit weirded out. The janitor huffed and made his way outside, still not letting go of his kimchi. It's cozy inside, and I can spy on the people that have been infiltrating my closet. I thought that it would become peaceful once those secret boyfriend trainees were eliminated, but intruders still come here all the time. Secret boyfriend trainees? Jun asked in confusion before shaking his head. Whatever, that's none of my business. You've been filming the people who have been coming here, right? The bald janitor took a step back as he raised one of his eyebrows. How do you know that? Jun nonchalantly pointed at the hidden camera, causing the bald janitor to nod in approval. You're good, he said. Those secret boyfriends didn't notice it. Yeah. Jun chuckled. Well, since I'm good, why don't you spare me a favor and give me the footage you've gathered? He narrowed his eyes at Jun. What are you going to do with them? Jun sighed. I'm sure you already know what happened. Those two were responsible for spreading misinformation about my family life. I do know, he said, lifting his chin. But you see, I'm not concerned with any of that. I would have become a guard if I wanted to be involved in the drama. But I'm a janitor at heart. All I'm passionate about is cleaning and kimchi. Unless you give me something that piques my interest, then I'm not sharing it with you. Jun clicked his tongue in frustration. Then, he was suddenly struck with a great idea. Bleach. He still had one bottle of unopened bleach in his room since he wasn't able to take it home. Hey, he said, do you like drink bleach? Jun asked, referring to the expensive brand of bleach he won during the self-PR missions. The janitor, despite trying hard not to look interested, perked up when he heard the famous bleach brand. I have a fresh, new bottle just for you. Jun said like he was coaxing a big puppy. What about a trade, huh? The janitor hesitated for a while, and Jun smirked as he saw the turmoil in his eyes. Unopened, he meekly asked. Unopened. With the seal and all, Jun continued to convince. In the end, the janitor sighed and slumped his shoulders. Fine. You may take the videos, but don't tell anyone that you got it from me. Jun smiled and nodded. Got it, Mr. Janitor. Can I transfer the videos right now? There's a cord in the upper cabinet, he responded. And don't call me Mr. Janitor no more, he said. Call me by my name. Well, what's your name? Jun asked as he transferred the videos on his phone. Minjun was going to have a field day with this one. My surname is ING. My name is Clin. ING Clin. ING Clin? Clin ING. Jun asked. Yes, the janitor proudly said. But you can call me Mr. Clin. Jun practically ran to the training center after giving Mr. Clin his bleach and sending the videos to Minjun. When he arrived, all of the trainees were already in the room, lined up by their ranks. They looked over Jun's way as he entered, and as he got closer, some trainees started whispering among themselves. Jun froze. Shit, did his pink hair peek through his beanie? Is it just me, or is Jun getting more handsome? I don't know. He's been handsome ever since. But he did rise on my bias list after the episode last Friday. Boy, I bawled like a baby. Same. Kinda want to apologize, but we're not that close, so? He has gotten more handsome. Should I ask him for a skincare routine? Or maybe his surgeon? Jun sighed in relief when they merely talked about his visuals. He guessed it was a good idea to upgrade the aspect, especially since the finals were coming up. It seemed like Jun came right on time since the mentors came in just after he settled on the 8th spot. Hey bro, Jisung greeted. Jun nodded in acknowledgement. He then glanced at his other side and saw Ron, who looked even worse than last week. Jun frowned. Has this kid been sleeping at all? His thoughts were cut off when Miho's voice pierced through the speakers. This time, he was accompanied by Bone, who appeared to have gotten a haircut. Good morning, trainees. Miho greeted, looking at the small number of trainees before him. Ah, I thought 50 trainees were a small number, but you've gotten even smaller. That only means one thing, Bones said. We are getting close to the finals. However, we still have one last mission for you before the live shows. The trainees murmured among themselves, trying to come up with theories on the mission they were going to face. Usually, during this time, they were already preparing for the finale. However, it seemed like Azure decided to add an extra mission, one that would set it apart from the other seasons of Rising Stars. What could it be? Jisung asked. I really can't predict what they are going to do. Jun sighed. He, too, didn't have any idea on the next mission. I'm sure all of you are curious about your next mission, so we won't prolong this any further, Bone excitedly said. The two mentors locked gazes with each other before placing the microphone on their lips, simultaneously speaking to add to the dramatic effect. It is now time for the production mission. Chapter 197 Retribution. Hoon hasn't showered in 16 days. 16 full days. His underwear felt like it had been dipped in concrete at this point, yet he didn't care. Hoon's rage still hadn't simmered down after Jun's real story had been revealed. The ordinary person would probably feel pity for the guy, but Hoon wasn't ordinary at all. His anger only escalated every time he opened the Naval app and saw Jun's face and name splattered on the trends and his featured page. So, he decided to dedicate his time to his new dream, to become a pro gamer. It had been going quite well, and he had even risen to the top 20 in the server after playing for 76 straight hours. Honestly, any person would make it to that rank if they spent that much time completing missions and the like. As a result, he landed an interview with a third-tier professional team. They were probably the worst team in the league, but for Hoon, it was better than nothing. Today was his supposed contract signing with the team manager, so he made an effort to wash his face and hair. The remaining parts of his body remained unwashed, though. He sat in front of his computer, waiting for them to call. Finally, his ringtone rang, and he excitedly answered the call. However, instead of the team manager, it was XIN that emerged on his screen. Hoon groaned in annoyance. "What?" he snapped at the miserable lad. "Bro," XN shakily whispered. "It's bad. It's really bad. What are you yapping about? I have an important meeting waiting in line." Hoon snapped, reaching for a bottle of soda from his mini fridge. "Have you checked Naval?" XIN asked. "No," Hoon snapped. "That app is fucking trash. I'm focusing on my growth in pro gaming." "I think you should really check it, Hoon," XIN said. "They found out. My school had contacted my mom, and I think they're going to kick me out," he frantically said. "What?" Hoon asked. "They know, Hoon. They discovered our plan," XIN responded. "There are videos circulating online about us talking about revealing Jun's background." Hoon quickly opened his Naval app. His eyes widened when he saw his name trending along with XIN's. This was the first time he had trended on social media in his entire career. However, it wasn't the glamorous trend he was expecting. Instead, on top of the trend was a post by the user Minmin, who had uploaded a clear video of him and XIN talking on multiple occasions about how to bring Jun's career down. Hoon gradually became numb as he read through the thousands of hate comments. "What have I done?" he muttered, wide-eyed as his actions began to sink in. Then, a notification popped up from his personal account. It was from the gaming team that had contacted him. His heart swelled with hope. At least he still has a chance with this one, right? Right? "Dear Sim Kwang Hoon, we regret to inform you that the Lucer Guild is no longer looking for new members. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Team Manager Sir Lu." Hoon slumped like a lifeless corpse on his squeaky computer chair. It was over. "I'm over," he muttered. Feeling defeated by it all, Hoon opened the cold bottle of soda and brought it to his lips. However, he quickly spat it out when he didn't taste the familiar sweet soda. "What the fuck?" he exclaimed, the taste of chlorine, cheese, and armpit gunk lingering on his taste buds. Hoon looked at the cold, clear bottle with wide eyes. It was, indeed, his own bottle of pee. "In the Azure building. Production mission? Please tell me it isn't what I'm thinking about." "Oh, I think we already know the answer to that." Jun sighed when he realized what type of mission they were going to have just from the title alone. As you all know, the Cherry Blossom concert will be next Friday. Azure had been chosen to host the said concert, so Rising Stars wouldn't be airing this week. However, this is actually good news for you, trainees. You will be given a whole 2 weeks for the preparation of the mission, Bone announced. "I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. If it's what I'm expecting, then they should give us a month at least. I don't know shit about producing. I'm already hearing some guesses," Miho chuckled. "And I hope you wouldn't be afraid of this mission, trainees. Think of it as your stepping stone to the finals." Bone nodded. "As you all know, idols these days are expected to be more than just performers. They are expected to be all-rounders with skills that go beyond the stage. You have been testimonies of that, trainees. You have shown your versatility by accomplishing past complex missions." "That's right, Bone," Miho chimed. "That's why today, we're here to introduce the production mission, a mission that will test not only your abilities as performers, but also your skills behind the scenes. In the modern music industry, idols are not just performers. They're also involved in production, lyric writing, arranging, and more." Bone continued, his voice filled with enthusiasm. "This mission is an opportunity for you to step into the shoes of a true artist. You'll be responsible for creating a complete performance, from concept to execution. You'll write your own lyrics, compose your music, design your stage, and choreograph your moves. It's a chance for you to showcase your creativity and prove that you can be more than just a performer. We believe in each and every one of you, so we are giving you the freedom to do this. This mission will test your versatility, creativity, and teamwork. So, embrace this challenge and let your artistic spirit shine," Miho added with a reassuring smile. Jun internally scoffed. Freedom? There can never truly be freedom in Rising Stars. But, of course, this is Rising Stars, and we like to keep things challenging, Miho continued. In addition to creating your performances from scratch, each team will be assigned a specific genre, a mandatory aspect that you must incorporate into your performance. 5 teams, 5 genres, 5 members each. We expect nothing but a 5 out of 5 performance. This is the production mission, Bone announced. How about the rewards? How many stars are at stake this time? Linji asked. Bone and Miho smirked at each other. That, trainees, will be a question we will answer after the live shows. Chapter 198 Field Day. Luckily for you, trainees, the teams aren't predetermined this time. We will be going back to the traditional route and have the highest-ranked trainee pick their team, Bone announced. The other trainees, especially those in the lower ranks, groaned in defeat. I wanted to have Rin on my team, but I guess Zeth will take him now. Having Rin in your team is a cheat sheet. You can just sit there and do nothing while waiting for him to produce a song. Right? That's what I wanted to do in the first place. Jun clicked his tongue as he glanced at the trainees behind him. They could have lowered their voices or something. Rin definitely heard what they were talking about. So, we then call for Zeth, the ever-consistent first-ranked trainee in Rising Stars since the beginning of the show. Miho called, and the other trainees burst into cheers. Untouchable. Right now, Zeth was completely untouchable. You may pick 4 other trainees for your team, Bone instructed. Zeth nodded and took the mic from him. He wandered his eyes around the room, looking a bit conflicted. It seemed like being in the top 25 had made even the first-ranked trainee nervous. In fact, everybody was more nervous than usual. The thought that the finale was right in front of their eyes made them feel like the stakes were higher this time. First, Yuri, Zeth said, making the 11th place trainee sigh in relief. Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Aside from Run, Yuri was the other trainee who had a legitimate background in making and arranging songs. I'll also take Jaeyoung, Zeth continued. And at that moment, Jun knew that something was strange. Jun glanced at the trainee to his right and frowned. Is Zeth not going to pick Rin? Jackson, you're in my team, bro, Zeth said, causing the loud trainee to rejoice while running to the front. The two of them did a bro hug before Zeth picked his last member. And last but not the least, the other trainees held their breaths. There wasn't any doubt that they would like to be chosen by Zeth. It was like a one-way ticket to the finale. A performance with him meant that they could suck up to Zetherialists and maybe make it to the debut line. Akira, he said. Akira looked at Zeth with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Me, he asked. The others chuckled at his surprised reaction. Akira slowly made his way to the front, with the others murmuring in envy for their team. Akira writes harmonies really well, too. I'm jealous. And Jaeyoung is good at rap making. Their song is going to be fire. But why didn't he pick Ren? Did something happen? Casper, it's your turn, Miho said. The tall and handsome trainee confidently walked to the front. Jun frowned as he looked at the trainee's broad shoulders. They had similar builds when he was still Jun Hao. No, Jun Hao's body was definitely better, but the kid didn't lag behind. Must be nice, Jun thought. It was frustrating since no matter how hard Jun tried to build muscle in this body, he still looked lean. Who do you pick as your first member? Bone asked. Run, Casper said without any hesitation. Run, who appeared to have been in a daze, looked up when he heard his name. You were called, Jun said. Oh, Rin said, his voice quite hoarse. Thanks for that. With that, he started walking to the front. Jun frowned as he observed Rin. There was definitely something strange going on with him. Daeho, Casper continued. The serious trainee walked to the front with a calm expression, patting Casper's shoulder as a sign of gratitude. Casper said, thinking of the next person to choose. He wanted a good vocalist and someone who would match the aesthetics of the team. Casper and Daeho were both tall with athletic builds. Rin was also on the taller side, just bordering 6 feet, but he had a leaner body. Casper continued looking around the room until he saw him. Jangmoon, he said. The room suddenly turned quiet, like they couldn't believe that Jangmoon had been picked to join Casper's team. He called me, right? Jangmoon absent-mindedly asked CJ. CJ sighed, his shoulders slumping. Lucky bastard. Go to the front. Yay. Jangmoon practically skipped as he went to his team. Jun looked at the team before him and shook his head. It would have been pretty cool to team up with Ren, considering his production skills, but Jun knew he couldn't fit into their aesthetic. He needed to overdose on Bin gummies first to do that. However, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when Casper locked gazes with him. For some reason, Casper's gaze looked meaningful, causing horror to fill Jun's mind. Oh no. Truth be told, Casper had one member in mind who he really wanted to perform with. He was secretly praying a while back for Zeth not to take his desired member and had to restrain himself from doing a happy dance when Zeth actually didn't. He picked the 3 other members on a whim since he merely focused on his most desired teammate. Then, Casper brought the mic to his lips. The last member of my team will be Jun. Jun pursed his lips as he stood between 4 tall pillars. Sure, he lagged a couple of inches from his teammates, but he was still taller than the average Asian guy. He even reached up to the upper portion of Jangmun's neck. Jun was not short, but did they have to make him stand in the very middle? Now, he looked shorter than he actually was. I'm so happy that we're performing together once more, big bro. Jangmun snuggled up at him. Jun merely sighed and accepted his fate. He glanced at his side and saw Casper looking at him like he wanted to say something. Jun raised his eyebrows in inquiry, but Casper quickly looked away. What a strange kid. Now that you have been divided into 5 teams, we will now decide what genre you're going to incorporate into your performances, Miho announced, capturing the trainee's attention. Please don't let the higher-ranked trainees pick the genre first again, CJ shouted from across the room. Don't worry, Bone exclaimed. The choosing of genres wouldn't be based on ranks this time. A collective sigh of relief was heard in the room. How is it going to be decided then? Ben asked. Miho and Gun excitedly looked at each other. Of course, we cannot forego yet another staple in Rising Stars. This time, however, the stakes are much higher. You can win not only cool prizes, but also the opportunity to choose your performance's genre first. Get dressed in your respective shirts and meet us at the back of the Azure building in 15 minutes. It's time for a field day. Chapter 199. Not cute, not me. Whoop! Jangmun cheered as he sat at the very back of the bus. I've always wanted to sit here when I was in high school. Me too, Casper chuckled. Jangmun narrowed his eyes at him. I bet you always sat at the back of the bus. I was homeschooled, Casper said, causing Jangmun to nod in understanding. I've always sat in the back of the bus, Jun said, sitting next to them. The other 4 guys looked at him with raised eyebrows. So, you were a popular kid? Jangmun asked before sighing in defeat. It must have been nice. Jun frowned. Popular kids always sat at the back? He merely sat at the back because other kids didn't want to sit with him. Have you guys watched the other field days before? Daeho brought up. It had really cool prizes. Casper chuckled as he looked at Daeho's fiery expression. Why? Do you want to win the prizes? Yes, Daeho said without any hesitation. And to get the privilege to choose the genre first. Don't you think that's a great advantage? It is, Jangmun responded. But I'm more excited for the prizes. Last year, they gave out those really expensive headphones. Jun tuned them out and started scrolling through his phone. He silently brightened up when he saw a compilation of cute animals displayed on his front page. However, as he scrolled down, he suddenly saw a recommended topic underneath a black cat post. Is it just me, or is Jun losing his cuteness? Jun's eyebrows furrowed as he clicked on the topic. As of the moment, it had over 12,000 likes and 2,000 comments. He read the original post, his frown deepening with every word. Before anything else, I just want to post a disclaimer. I adore Jun with all my heart. I even vote for him every week. But let's talk about his transformation from cutie pie to smoldering hunk in the blink of an eye. Remember Jun's adorable antics during the auditions? It felt like he was all about those cute moves, and we were here for it. But lately, it's like he's been performing serious and sexy songs with dark concepts. Of course, I support the emo in him. I also had that phase, but I do miss his little meow meow era. Am I the only one who feels this way? I agree. From mermaid melodies to that sad ballad song, then to Tie Me Up. All of them were pretty serious concepts. But Jun really excels in those. I believe I'm speaking for everyone when I say his audition was iconic, but it was pretty cringe. He tried really hard to act cute, but wasn't too good at it. Yeah, he suits the serious concept more. It kind of makes me wonder about his versatility. Jun's very talented, though. Well, Jun's never been cute, to begin with. He has cute visuals, but he doesn't use them well. He's more handsome than cute. Have you all seen Choi Pablo's post? I'm not cute, he muttered under his breath. Then, he quickly left Naval to text Minjun. Jun, hey, am I cute? Since Minjun was like any other kid in today's generation, it didn't take long for him to respond. Minjun, cute? Oh, hell no. A piece of chewed-up broccoli is cuter than you. Jun looked at the text with disbelief. Somehow, he felt offended by Minjun's statement. Sure, he wasn't cute. He had never thought of himself as cute. But to be compared to a piece of chewed-up broccoli was preposterous. Hey, we're here, Jang-moon said, nudging his shoulder. What's gotten you so busy? Jun sighed and looked Jang-moon in the eyes. He wanted to ask Jang-moon the same question he asked Minjun, but his pride didn't let him in the end. Nothing, let's go. The sun beat down on the wild field as the idle trainees gathered for Rising Stars Field Day. Excited conversations filled the air, and almost all trainees were eager to start the day's festivities. Whenever Mei Ling would force Jun to watch Rising Stars, this was his favorite portion to watch since he got to see the trainees make a fool of themselves. However, now that he was in the situation, Jun felt quite weird. Based on his memory, Rising Stars always had weird games. There was a well-made stage at the center of the field adorned with colorful banners and sparkly lights. As the excitement continued to buzz, two beautiful figures suddenly emerged from behind the stage. The trainees squinted their eyes to get a better look, and their eyes widened in surprise when they saw who it was. Mimi and Kiera, former members of Girls' Evolution, stepped onto the stage, sending waves of excitement through the crowd. The sight of two beautiful women in cheerleader uniforms instantly lifted the moods of the trainees. I've had this dream before. I think my briefs are wet. Their skin, it's sparkling. Jun glanced at the other trainees with disgust. Who the fuck wets their pants just at the sight of two women? Jang-moon, apparently. He was practically bouncing as he looked at the two women on stage. However, the two women didn't even pay the other trainees any attention. Kira and Mimi glanced at Jun, who didn't even bother looking at them as they walked out. In Jun's mind, too young. They're almost the same age as Mei Ling. Kira nudged Mimi's shoulder and quietly said, "Stop staring," she chuckled. Mimi shook her head and focused on her task. With a radiant smile and an infectious energy, she grabbed the microphone. "Hello, everyone," Mimi exclaimed, her voice echoing through the speakers. "Are you all ready for a day of fun and competition?" The trainees erupted in cheers, sounding like a troop of military men. "We've got some fantastic games lined up for you today," Kira announced, her eyes twinkling under the sun. "And remember, there are some major points at stake." Mimi nodded in agreement, her eyes scanning the crowd of trainees. "That's right. In each of the 3 games we've prepared, the winner will receive a whopping 10 points. Second place gets 8 points. Third place 6 points. Fourth place 4 points. And, well, the last place gets a not-so-happy 2 points. The points will be tallied in the end, and the team who has the most points gets to win some exciting prizes and the privilege to pick their song genre for the next mission." Kira leaned in closer to the microphone, her melodious voice serving as music to the trainees' ears. "Now, trainees, let's get this party started. Our first game is..." Mimi and Kira looked at each other before simultaneously introducing the first game. "Protect the Princess." Mimi took the microphone once again, her eyes showing excitement. "Here's how it's going to be played, folks. Each team will have 2 representatives, a knight and a princess. The princess will wear a special princess crown, one that they have to protect at all costs, along with their knight. The princess will get on top of the knight in a piggyback ride, and together, they will attack other teams and take their crowns. The last team standing becomes the winner. Let's choose our representatives for the first round. Choose your fearless princess and valiant knights." Kira exclaimed. The teams instantly started strategizing. "I'll be the knight," Zeth said, flexing his muscles. "Dang," Jackson exclaimed. "We got this one in the bag, man. Your muscles make me want to be put in a chokehold." "Jisung," the other team shouted. "Be the princess. You're the most flexible one here." Jisung, quite shy to counter his teammates' requests, eventually nodded. On the other hand, Jun's team had a hard time looking for a knight since 3 of their members had athletic builds. "Jang-moon, you go," Daeho said. "You have the biggest body here." "But I'm not that strong." Jang-moon scratched the back of his head. "Jun's probably stronger than me." "I'll do it then," Casper said. "I've been working out these days." "Go ahead," Daeho responded. "I'm sure you'll do well." For the princess, we definitely need someone light. Jun was still caught up in his conversation with Minjun a while, so he missed most of the team's conversation. However, when he felt their gazes right at his face, he snapped out of his thoughts. Then, Jun's eyes widened in horror when he realized what his team was insinuating. Oh, hell no. Chapter 200 Princess Jun. The battlefield stretched out before them, a vast expanse of blood-soaked soil and billowing smog. 5 knights, each a paragon of their respective factions, rode forth to meet their destiny. Heaven and hell themselves seemed to hold their breath as they prepared for the battle of a lifetime. The knights, resplendent in their gleaming silver armor, soared through the winds to meet their mighty rivals. The princesses clung to their backs, each with different colored gems perched on their crowns. A thunderous roar came from their lips as their hulking figures collided with each other, none wanting to lose in the battle of strength. The clash of bodies and their heavy footsteps filled the air as the 5 knights and princesses fought valiantly against their enemies' forces. Dodging and weaving, they displayed their unique strengths in combat. And beside them were noble gentlemen screaming for their bets. "Jun, you're so pretty," Akira screamed before laughing alongside his teammates. The other knights and princesses also burst into laughter after Akira made his comment. Pretty? Not cute. What a joke. Jun shook his head and ignored their laughter, focusing on his objective. Casper, he patted the trainee's back. Let's target CJ and Jisung. Got it, Casper said. But don't you want to remove your beanie so the crown has more grip? Don't speak. Just do it, Jun urged, holding onto his crown while Casper raced toward Jisung. Jisung and CJ had their backs turned, busy fighting with Zeth and Jackson. Jun took that as an opportunity to attack behind their backs and capture the crown from Jisung's head. The whistle blew, and Mimi's voice was heard in the field. CJ and Jisung out. Their teammates all exclaimed in disappointment while Jun's team rejoiced. Jun smirked to himself as he threw the crown to the side, facing yet another opponent. With 4 teams left, Zeth faced Linji. Casper and Jun, on the other hand, faced Sihoon and Leo. Bring it on, Leo smirked, coaxing Jun to take his crown. Jun silently scoffed as he looked into Leo's confident eyes. This body must have lost its strength, but his speed and instincts were still impeccable. Sihoon and Leo didn't know what hit them. For a second, they stood before the pair. However, the next second, Leo's crown was already off his head. Leo's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? How did that happen? Jun smirked as he twirled the crown in his finger before tossing it to the side. Sihoon and Leo out. Lin Ji and Steele out. With only 2 teams left, the tension only seemed to increase. Zeth and Casper are, indeed, true rivals. How can they be the top 2 even during events like this? Who are you guys rooting for? Jackson and Zeth seem stronger. No. Akira shook his head as he gazed at Jun, who looked more determined than ever. His competitive side was finally showing through. Jun didn't like playing games, but when he did, he could be very competitive. The real star of the game is Jun, he said, pointing toward his way. The others turned their gazes to Jun, and he was truly on fire. They had never seen Jun so determined before. It actually took a princess game for him to finally show his competitive side. The 2 pairs circled each other, their eyes locked in an unrelenting gaze. It seemed like sparks flew between their gazes, and the ground beneath them trembled with every attempted attack. For a time, the 2 teams appeared evenly matched. Jun's swift strikes danced around Jackson's heavy swings, and Zeth withstood Casper's strong pushes. The onlookers watched in breathless anticipation as the 2 battled with an intensity like titans trying to eat people. But then, as the dust settled and the sun rose even higher, the tide of the battle began to turn. Jun, with his fluid and precise movements, found an opening in Jackson's defenses. With a lightning-fast strike, he sent Jackson's crown flying through the air. The crown seemed to fly in slow motion, with each trainee following its trajectory. Then, it fell to the ground, along with the sound of the whistle. The game has ended. Congratulations to Casper and Jun. Your team has officially won 10 points. However, the rest of the games weren't an easy feat. The production team was determined to squeeze the trainees' energy to their very core with the games they had prepared. For starters, the second game was Tug of War. Just a classic, fun game of tug of war. Rome. They had to drench their hands in oil before the competition, leading to a slippery mess. In the end, Zeth's team won first place, while Jun's merely landed third place. The third game, however, was to Jun's advantage. It was a baton racing game, but they had to wear scuba flippers while running. Again, it was a ridiculous game, but Jun's team managed to win in the end. His teammates cheered as Jun dashed through the last lap. "Damn, he's on fire," Jangmoon said. "He's so fucking fast. Were you a cheetah in your past life?" Jangmoon joked while Jun tried to catch his breath. Jun then focused his gaze on the field, his eyes narrowing when he saw Zeth getting closer to the finish line. "Zeth's team comes second," Kira announced. The other teams quickly followed, but they already didn't have the chance of winning the prizes and the privilege to choose the genres of their song. As Jun watched Zeth's team rejoice, he heaved a sigh. "It's a tie," he muttered, tallying the points they acquired in his mind. Indeed, the two of them acquired 26 points each. "Oh my," Mimi exclaimed as she looked at the current results. "It seems like we have a tie." The production crew, of course, was prepared for any kind of circumstances. They handed Kira a cue card, and the beautiful idol quickly announced it to the trainees. "Since we only have room for one winner, we have decided to conduct a tiebreaker." Jangmoon and Daeho groaned in annoyance. "Ugh," Jangmoon complained. "I'm hungry and tired. Why couldn't we have just won?" Ren, on the other hand, just sighed heavily. He had been quiet for most of the time they had played, but he still did participate in the games. "And since we've established your speed, strength, and strategy, let us now test your aim. The tiebreaker game will involve darts. Pick a trainee from your team, and the one closest to the bullseye wins the field day," Mimi excitedly announced. Chapter 201 Sharpshooter. "I can't do it," Bowen sighed as he hid behind the wall. Jun Hao clicked his tongue. "Our men are waiting outside to ambush. We just need to tranquilize Shun," he said, referring to the corrupt businessman known for sexually trafficking young women. "Why can't we just shoot the guy?" Bowen asked. "This fucking dart is too hard to aim." "We can't kill the guy?" Jun Hao shouted. "The boss instructed us to take him back alive. There's something our boss needs from him." "You do it then." Bowen handed him the dart laced with a potent sedative mixed with a neuromuscular blocking agent. Even a drop of the drug that enters the victim's bloodstream can make him fall asleep in seconds. Jun Hao sighed and carefully took the dart from Bowen. "I should be promoted at this point," he muttered as he peeked through the wall, seeing the hairy man with a bulging stomach, surrounded by girls who seemed appalled by his breath. He closed one eye, focusing on the neck of the hairy monster. "Don't miss," Bowen whispered, his fishy dinner evading Jun Hao's nostrils. "Then don't speak," Jun Hao quietly snapped, going back to his zone. Jun Hao let out a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. "You got this, Jun." Jangmoon screamed at the top of his lungs just as Jun was about to throw the dart to the board. He was playing against Jaeyoung, and that bastard did a damn good job. His dart landed only millimeters away from the bullseye. "Do you think he'll be able to do it?" Jackson asked Zeth, looking at the target board. "Nah," Zeth said. "Jun was on fire during the past games, but Jaeyoung did too much of a good job here. There's less than a 5% chance for Jun to actually hit the middle." "We've got this one in the bag," Akira chimed. "Let's take first place and pick the genre we want." For the others watching, it seemed like the winner was already set in stone. But not on Jun's watch. He smirked and glanced at the onlookers before focusing his attention back on the board. It would be a shame to his family if he didn't land the bullseye. 3, 2, 1. He whispered before throwing the dart to the board. The dart flew in the air, seemingly moving in slow motion. The trainees focused their gazes on the dart, holding their breaths. However, one individual's gaze never strayed away from Jun's face. She internally squealed when Jun threw the dart. "He's so handsome, even without makeup," Mimi thought. "But why is he wearing a beanie? Is he cold?" The dart continued its path, and the other trainees continued holding their breaths. Then, the dart hit the board, and along with that was another dart falling to the ground. The trainees' eyes widened as they gazed at the sole dart on the board. Jun's dart had landed straight in the middle, knocking Jaeyoung's out of the board. "Is that even possible?" Akira whispered. CJ shook his head in amazement as he looked back and forth between the board and Jun. "He's truly a monster. How can he even be good at this?" Kira and Mimi, too, were amazed by Jun's precision. Mimi was about to squeal right then and there, But Kira held her back and spoke into the mic. "We have a winner," she exclaimed. "The team formed by trainee Casper has won the prizes and the privilege to choose their song genre for the production mission." And just like that, our field day had officially come to an end. But before that, we are going to be revealing the prizes for the winners, Mimi exclaimed. The production crew wheeled in a table covered with white cloth. Jun's heart began to race in excitement. In the first season, the girls were given expensive speakers. The boys in the second season were given handsome sneakers, while those in the third season were given high-quality headphones and film cameras. It seemed like the prizes were getting more grand as time went by, and Jun was hoping for one single thing: a new phone. Kira and Mimi walked over to the covered table, with Mimi's eyes still lingering on Jun. "May we have the winners reveal the prizes themselves," Kira said, coaxing the 5 trainees to come to the front. "Ah, so lucky. They get to win prizes and stand next to 2 beauties? What a life. I wonder what Kira smells like." The 5 of them went to the front, with Jun being the most excited. He tried really hard not to show it, though. "You may now reveal the prizes." Casper held on to the end of the white cloth and swiftly revealed the items. The trainees gasped as soon as they saw the array of technology before them: a fast-charging charger, camera lens attachment, and an exclusive game skin for Bincham Infarct will be granted to the winners. "Congratulations," Mimi excitedly said, still elated that Jun won the games. His teammates looked at the prizes in awe. Jun, on the other hand, was speechless as soon as he saw the items. Most of these accessories wouldn't even work on his ancient phone, and he didn't play whichever game they just mentioned. But hey, at least he won a charger, right? With a forced smile, he grabbed the port of the charger and inserted it into his phone. "It doesn't fit." Jangmoon excitedly used the new accessories, his phone adorned with the latest technology. "Hey, why aren't you using yours?" he asked Jun. Jun clicked his tongue and didn't respond. Instead, he went to Navel to release his stress. However, it seemed like his stress only escalated further when he saw the discussion about his non-cuteness on the trending page. Jun clicked his tongue and poked Jangmoon's shoulder. "Hey," he said, his tone serious as ever. Jangmoon removed his Bluetooth earphones and looked at Jun with raised eyebrows. "What's up, big bro?" Without any hesitation, Jun asked the question. "Am I cute?" Jangmoon comically blinked his eyes as he stared at Jun. Was that a trick question? Just answer the question." Jun snapped. "Am I cute?" he repeated, holding onto Jangmoon's arm and squeezing for dear life. "Ow!" Jangmoon exclaimed. "You're not," he shouted, trying to remove his arm from Jun's grip. Jun's hold loosened. "I'm not," he asked. "You're not," another voice responded. Jun turned to his side and narrowed his eyes at Daeho. "Why do you say so?" Jun asked. Daeho shrugged. "It's just the vibe that I'm getting. Your visuals are on the cuter side, but your personality isn't." "There's nothing wrong with that," he responded. "Yup," Jangmoon nodded in agreement. "You're very manly. Your performances have all been really dark, and you suit the concept well." "I sang a little meow meow song," Jun deadpanned. "But you turned it dark, too," Daeho said. "I never thought of arranging a kid's song like that." "You're cute," Casper suddenly interrupted, causing the 3 to look at him with raised eyebrows. "You remind me of my cat," Casper continued. Jun shook his head and decided to ignore his comment. "What about you?" Jun said, turning to Rin. "Do you think I've only been performing dark songs until now?" "Huh," Rin said, looking a bit out of it. "Yeah, I guess. They're all different, but somehow all of them are emotional and dark, like an emo." Jun sighed and leaned against his seat. "Do you think I can do it? Pull off a lively song?" he asked. Daeho let out a little chuckle. "Honestly, I can't see it. You rarely smile, and that's a prerequisite for a cute performance. Don't worry, though. You're still doing well. Your performances have been great so far. Don't worry." Jun was, indeed, quite worried. Chapter 202 Genre Introduction. "Welcome back, trainees," Miho exclaimed as the trainees returned to the training center. Most of them reeked of sweat and grass, but the production crew didn't want to waste any time. "Did you all have fun?" Bon asked. There were indecipherable murmurs in the room. The trainees were tired at this point, but they had to speed up since they had less than 2 weeks to complete their songs and stages. Since the team who would first choose their genre had been determined, let us now introduce the genres you can choose from. These genres were handpicked by our producers, taking into mind the latest trends in the K-pop industry, Bone announced. Miho hovered his hand over the first sticker-covered sign and quickly ripped it off. First, electro-techno, Bone exclaimed. It is a subgenre of electronic dance music that combines elements of both electronic music and techno. It emerged in the 1980s and has since evolved, incorporating various substyles and influences. Electro-techno is characterized by its driving beats, synthesized sounds, and a futuristic, often dystopian, atmosphere. Some examples under this genre are Naughty Boy by G Dinosaur and T-Old, Laylaly by Sun Meme, and Play It Hot by EX Monsta Foot Steven Inoki. Second, Miho exclaimed, capturing the trainees' attention once more. Grunge pop rock. It is a fusion of grunge and pop music elements. It combines the raw, guitar-driven sound of grunge with the catchy melodies of pop music. Grunge pop represents a softer and more melodic side of the grunge movement, offering a balance between the edginess of alternative rock and the mainstream appeal of pop. Songs that have this style are Just a Loser by TNT, Crossed-Eyed by Dream Releaser, and Bird Poop on My Sweater by TREZ. And we're down to 3, Bones said. The next genre is trap K-pop. This genre prominently features the use of trap beats, characterized by their heavy use of hi-hats, snare rolls, and 808 bass lines. Despite the trap influence, this genre places a strong emphasis on melodic and catchy hooks, often delivered by the vocalists. This style can be heard in songs like Sane by 1 Minute, Cold by Looney, and First Sense by NTCU. Jun frowned as the third genre has been mentioned. As of the moment, these genres had one thing in common. They were all darker concepts. In simpler terms, these were genres that Jun had more or less incorporated into his past performances. The second to the last genre is Moombahton. Miho smiled. Personally, I really love listening to songs in this genre. Moombahton is yet another subgenre of electronic dance music. Arising from the 2010s, it combines the rhythmic and percussive elements of reggaeton with the energetic beats of house music. Examples are Icon by BST featuring Mickey Midgem, No No Gidge by Mamamo, and Talala by G-Active. By this time, the other trainees were already discussing what genre they'd like to take. I think we can pull off trap K-pop really well, Jackson suggested to Zeth. It's been the trend these days. Zeth agreed. Ren might take liking to the genre, too, so we need to think of a second choice. Thankfully, most of these concepts are right up our alley. I actually like most of the concepts this time, CJ said. Yeah, you like them. But can we even make them? Leo asked. Settle down, trainees, Bones said. We still have one genre left, and that is bubblegum pop. The mere mention of the genre sent the other trainees into laughter. Bubblegum pop? Oh, hell no. I had enough of that brown sugar milk tea shit. I was called cringy for days after the performance aired. A trainee quietly complained. Yeah, that's definitely something we want to avoid. Bubblegum pop is known for its cheerful, lightweight, and often sugary sound. It is characterized by cute and joyful melodies with light undertones. Bubblegum pop is designed to be fun, easy to sing along to, and widely accessible, making it a staple of pop music culture. Fun fact, bubblegum pop music is statistically proven to do better on music charts than any other genre. Bone exclaimed. Some examples include G's by Girls' Evolution, Pop It by Thrice Neon, and Shoes by IT's Yemi. Now that we have introduced all the genres, we will be giving you 10 minutes to discuss what you want to pick with your team. And the timer starts now. Miho exclaimed, a timer appearing on the large LED screen. Jun's team faced each other, and they all had varying opinions. Moombahton is the best choice, Casper tried to convince his team. Don't you think grunge pop rock is the best? Daeho countered. We can cater to people who like rock, too. Trap K-pop is arguably the most popular genre right now. Groups have come out with songs under this genre for the past year, Rin calmly suggested. Jangmoon scratched the back of his head. But electro-techno will be really fun to perform. Just imagine the audience jumping with us to the beat. Well, dang, Daeho said. It seems like we all disagree. Our choices don't even overlap. Jun hasn't said anything yet, Casper pointed out. What do you want to perform? He asked Jun. Jun looked at his teammates in the eye one by one, and they all seemed to be saying the same thing. Pick the genre I picked. In the end, Jun merely shrugged. Jangmoon glanced at the timer, and saw there were only 3 minutes left. We need to make a decision now, he said. But how are we going to come to a conclusion if we all have varying opinions? The team stayed silent for a couple of seconds. How about this? Casper suggested. Since Jun was the one who practically won us the privilege of choosing the genre first, why don't we give him a chance to pick what he wants? Daeho sighed. I don't see a problem with that. It's better than us fighting for the genre we want. It's fine with me, too, Rin mumbled. Well, I trust Big Bro with all my heart, so I'm all for it, Jangmoon smiled. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. You're really going to give me the authority to do this? Sure, Casper said. I don't see anything wrong with it. Just choose what you'd like to perform. A small smirk emerged from Jun's lips. Don't regret your decision, all right? Casper chuckled. We won't. Chapter 203 Concept Misconception. Time is up. The representative for Casper's team, please come up to the stage, Miho said. We'll go, Jun. Jangmoon cheered. The others talked among themselves as they watched Jun walk to the front. Whoa, he's actually going to pick their genre first? He's always been unfortunate when choosing songs, Steele said. Yeah, a trainee chuckled. It seems like everything he performed was out of his will. But now he gets to choose first. I feel pretty proud of the guy, Ben said. He'll finally get to perform a song and genre he actually likes. Lin Ji held back a scoff as he looked at Jun's figure. Their team should have won the prizes and the privilege. He had underestimated Jun and his skills while they were playing a while ago. He seemed to have a lean body, but how did he move with such speed and precision during the games? Whatever, Lin Ji thought. Just as long as he doesn't take Moombahton or trap K-pop, then Lin Ji could forgive him. His pride still hadn't accepted the fact that Jun had now surpassed him in ranks, so he wanted to outperform Jun in this mission. Jun stood at the center of all the choices, glancing at each signage. He walked over each signage, the others holding their breaths, silently hoping that Jun wouldn't seize their preferred genre. I think he's going to go for trap K-pop. A lot of the teams here would love to take that genre. Any genre is fine with me as long as it isn't bubblegum pop. It sucks for Jisung's team. They might actually get stuck with bubblegum pop. Jun only pretended to think, but in reality, he already had a genre in mind. Without any hesitation, he walked to the fifth option. Wait, is he really going to take that? What the hell? Does he want to fail or something? Miho and Bone looked at each other, surprised that Jun unexpectedly took the least wanted genre among the choices. His teammates, too, watched Jun with wide eyes as he took the sign that had bubblegum pop written on it. They seemed to be regretting it now. The 5 men sat in the practice room in a circle. They all stared at the pink signage in the middle. The words, bubblegum pop, written in capital letters and a bold font greeted them, and dread seemed to fill their hearts. Jun sighed and clapped, making his teammates snap out of their dazes. Bubblegum pop? We're going to make a cute pop song. Daeho asked, looking like he had lost it. Jangmoon chuckled absent-mindedly. I like watching girl groups do EGO, but are you saying I'll be the one to do it now? Rin kept silent, his lips pursed out of disbelief. You guys said I can have the privilege to choose our genre, Jun deadpanned. Yes, Daeho said. But we didn't expect you to pick something like this. I mean, look at us, he exclaimed, gesturing to the 4 tall trainees. Jun looked at them one by one and was suddenly struck with reality. Jangmoon with his rugged looks, Daeho with his serious face, Casper with an actor face and an athletic build, and Ren with a more elegant look. Right? There was one thing Jun didn't consider, their aesthetics. However, he was determined to make this stage work, so he crossed his arms in front of his chest. What do you mean? Jun asked, taking a deep breath before saying his next words. Why, you guys are CCU? Cut. CCU. Jun tried to sound confident in calling his teammates cute, but in the end, he couldn't do it. See, Jangmoon exclaimed. You can't even say it. We're not bubblegum material. Honestly, we're tough like beef jerky, he said. Hey, Casper and Daeho said in unison, a bit offended by what Jangmoon had said. Jangmoon sighed. I'm just telling the truth. It'd be hard for us to look cute when we look like this, he gestured to his face. Hey, bro, leave me out of it, Daeho said. I may not be cute, but my face is still pretty good. Oh, whatever, Jangmoon chimed. You know what I mean. Jun sighed. Well, there's nothing we can do. We can't just trade our genre with another team. Do you want me to ask CJ? Jangmoon asked. Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. I need you guys to listen to me for a second. This concept, I believe that this is something we can pull off. Besides, don't you guys recognize a pattern in all the missions? He asked. Pattern? Dae-ho asked. There's usually an outlier in all of the songs. A controversial song, if we can call it that, Jun started explaining. For example, the girl group songs during the first mission, the soul ballad on the second mission, and the only sexy song among the choices in the third mission. There's a pattern. There's always a song that's bound to stand out. His teammates listened intently. Moombahton, trap, grunge, electro-techo. These genres are under a gray area. Of course, they're still different genres, but if not executed well, it can sound just like the other genres. It's monotone. And with rookies like us, it's easy to combine elements that will make our song generic. Bubblegum pop is the only genre that has a distinct sound, Jun continued. So, I chose this one to make our team stand out. His teammates were stunned to silence after Jun finished explaining. Now that they have thought about it, Jun seemed to be right. And that was also the reason why all of Jun's performances had been iconic, because it was the most different. Jang-moon scratched the back of his neck. Well, I'm down for the challenge. I just don't know where to start. What are we worried about? Jun asked. We have the trainee who has the best song production skills on our team, he said, glancing at Ren, who was busy drawing circles on the floor. His other teammates also looked at Ren, causing the trainee to look up. Wait me? Ren asked with raised eyebrows. Chapter 2:04 Smile. Lin Ji clicked his tongue as he looked at his useless teammates. So, none of you have experience in producing a song? Not even writing one? No, Steele said. I have experience in making choreography, though. I can help with that, he suggested. How about you? He asked Johnny. I also don't have any experience with it, the trainee honestly said. I've written poems before, but have never really produced a song. These teammates were truly useless. Lin Ji shook his head in disappointment. He tried hard not to show his disappointment, though. The finale was coming up, and if he wanted to retain his rank, he had to keep his image squeaky clean. Don't arouse any suspicion. The words of his commander echoed in the back of his mind. Just then, Lin Ji thought of a brilliant idea, something that would establish his reputation as a talented trainee. How about you, Lin Ji? Steele asked. Do you know to produce a song? Song production? Of course. Lin Ji had no clue about those things at all. He has been a drug dealer for most of his life. Making songs was something he never even thought of. Besides, singers are singers, producers are producers. Why would he bother learning about other people's jobs? I do, Lin Ji confidently said. His teammates sighed in relief. We're saved, then. Just tell us when you need help with something. Of course, Lin Ji said. But you guys focus on the other aspects of the performance. I'll try really hard to make us a good song. Thank you, Lin Ji, Steele excitedly said. His other teammates thanked him sincerely too. I'll head to the restroom first, if you don't mind, Lin Ji said. I can't really make a song with a full bladder. Go ahead, Ben said. Lin Ji stood up and quickly fled the room, holding his phone in his hand. He peeked inside the restroom, but saw a couple of trainees speaking among themselves. Therefore, he settled on a secluded area instead. He glanced around and made sure he wasn't being captured by cameras. Then, he dialed the first name on his contact list. It only took a couple of rings before the other person responded. Hello, Lao. In the practice room filled with cuteness, the team of 5 watched the screen with unreadable expressions. I love you. My little boo. You make my days not so blue. Let's spread the love. Oh, me and you. Boo, my little boo. I'm so into you. What the fuck is that? Jang-moon cursed, causing Dae-ho to cover his mouth. Don't be disrespectful to our seniors, Dae-ho said through gritted teeth. Jang-moon removed Dae-ho's hand from his mouth and sheepishly smiled. Right, sorry. This is very cute and fresh and fun. I love their concept very much. Even though they look like they acquired a magnesium deficiency with how often they're winking. But the viewers seem to love it, Jun pointed out. Just read the comments. Kaya. Their winks stepped, spat, and killed me all at the same time. There's nothing more satisfying than seeing men act cute for money. This is so cute. I wish more boy groups would employ this concept. This song is iconic. It's their most popular song, too. Casper clicked his tongue and shook his head. Still, the more I think about it, the more I think we should go another route on this one. Bubblegum pop doesn't necessarily mean something obnoxiously cute, Rin said. It can be on the more refreshing and sweeter side. I agree, Jun said. Do you have any idea how to execute that? Rin pursed his lips. I could try, he muttered under his breath. But I can't guarantee that it'll be good. Rin looked down at the ground, his confidence dropping. Truth be told, the trainee has been having a hard time since his past teams relied on him a lot, and when Rin didn't meet their expectations, it seemed like they blamed it all on him. Hey, it's okay, Jun said, patting the poor trainee's back. Just do what you can. We're a team anyway. Rin lifted his head and looked at Jun with wide, surprised eyes. Really, he asked. Jun nodded with sincerity. No pressure. Okay, Rin said, feeling a bit relieved. I usually produce music when I'm alone, he continued. Would you mind if I step out a bit? I think I can give you a draft by tonight. Again, no pressure, Jun said. We'll think of a concept while you're making a song. Rin softly smiled before leaving the room. Jun stared at his figure and felt that Rin was still a bit down. What are we going to do now? Daeho asked. I believe we can only think of a concept once we actually have the draft of the song. Yeah, Jun said. For now. Do you guys want to practice, smiling? He asked. The three looked at him with confusion. Smiling? Jangmoon asked. Like this, he demonstrated, showing off a wide smile that showed his dimples. Jun pursed his lips. Jangmoon didn't look too bad when he smiled. How about you? Jun tapped Casper. Don't you have any trouble smiling? Casper smiled, his pearly whites on display. Jun didn't even know why he bothered asking the second-ranked trainee to demonstrate a smile. It was obvious that he would be good at it. He had even starred in a toothpaste commercial before entering Rising Stars. Jun sighed, feeling pressured. However, he was sure that Daeho would have a pretty awkward smile like himself. The trainee didn't seem like a smiley person, so Jun hoped that he had someone he can practice smiling with. You try, he instructed. Daeho, although a little bit confused, followed Jun's instruction. He didn't show his teeth like Jangmoon and Casper, but it still looked natural. Not you two, Jun said, feeling defeated. You try it too, big bro, Jangmoon chimed. Jun felt his heart race inside his chest. He didn't know why he was so nervous. There wasn't anything to be nervous about. Jun had a great smile. He even looked handsome in the photo Choi Pablo took. However, smiling during a performance was something he was unfamiliar with. In the video of the K-pop group they watched just a while ago, the members were smiling for a whole 3 minutes. That in itself was already a challenge for Jun. However, he knew that this was a challenge he needed to overcome. He thought about the comments that questioned his versatility and was determined to prove them wrong. So, with a heavy sigh, he faced the mirrors. Jun's lips slowly curved into a smile. Then he turned to the side to show the smile to his teammates. The three of them looked at him blankly. What's wrong? Jun asked when they didn't speak. Bro, were you Jeff the Killer in your past life? Jangmoon asked. Dude, no homo. You're a very handsome guy, Daeho said. But your smile is questionable. Jun turned to Casper, who had never insulted him up to this day. What do you think? Was that a smile? Chapter 205 Dr. Kim. It's finished, Rin said, entering the room around late afternoon. You finished it? I thought you'd be done later. Daeho asked with wide eyes. You really are a genius. What more can we expect from Rin? He's always dependable. Jangmoon exclaimed. Rin pursed his lips. Back then, those comments would have made him feel proud. But right now, he merely felt pressured. However, he still tried his best to smile. Rin didn't want to be criticized for being too uptight anymore. It's just a rough draft, Rin said, sitting on the floor. You've already done enough, Jun said. Let's listen to it. Casper nodded, also sitting on the floor as Rin opened his laptop and clicked the audio file. There was no doubt that the team was expecting a lot. Rin has a lot of producing credit under his belt. As a trainee of Top Star Management, it has been rumored that he sang plenty of demos for great hits, too. Truly, he had a knack for good music. So, when a gritty beat came from the laptop speakers, the other 4 trainees in the room didn't know how to react. Jangmoon, being a very transparent person, looked at his teammates, wondering if he was the only one who thought the song was substandard. The beat that flowed through the speakers was nothing short of wonky and out of place. Instead of the vibrant, bubbly pop sound they had envisioned, it felt more like a disorganized nursery rhyme gone wrong. Jun pursed his lips to hide his emotions. Again, he wasn't skilled in music production, and Rin was probably years ahead of him with his experience alone, but as a normal listener, it sounded bad. A sigh of relief was heard in the room when the beat finally stopped. Rin then looked at them with wide, almost teary eyes. "So how was it?" he asked. The four of them didn't speak for a while. However, as Rin continued gazing at them in a pitiful state, Jang Moon quickly spoke. It was great," he exclaimed. "It's alternative and different. Like my sister. She's not a ray of sunshine. Instead, she's a ray of UV light. That's how I feel about the song." "It's bad," Daeho bluntly said, causing Ren's shoulders to slump. "I know," Ren sighed. "It's bad. I can't even lie." Jang Moon sighed. "Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to insist that it's a good beat." Casper massaged his nose bridge. "Are you all right, Ren?" he asked. Ren held back his tears as he nodded. "Why, yeah," he stammered. I don't have any inspiration to produce anything. I didn't want to disappoint you, guys, but I don't think I can do this. I'm so sorry," he said, on the verge of breaking down. Jun looked at Ren and inferred that there must be something else going on with him. However, he didn't want to pry further since it seemed like Ren would burst into tears if Jun asked him right now. "Hey, it's all right," he said, tapping Ren's back. "It's still the first day. We also can't just rely on you for making the song." Ren let out a deep breath. "I'm really sorry." "You don't have to apologize," Casper said. "Yeah," Jang Moon agreed. "If it makes you feel better, I can't produce anything for shit. I can't even play that piano game well, the one where you click the black tiles. I've been stuck on the beginner level for 2 years. I'm sure we can come up with something," Daeho said. "There's someone else who has experience in producing here, right?" he asked. "Right?" Jang Moon chuckled. "It's not me, though. I haven't tried it, too," Casper said. "Arranging? Yes. But composing and producing is a skill I am yet to learn." "We're on the same track," Daeho added. "I'm not that big on technology, too." "And you, Jun?" Daeho asked. Jun remained silent. He only recently learned how to change his username on Naval. How would he know the basics of sound engineering? In a small clinic in the heart of Gangnam, Dr. Kim leaned back against his leather chair. He hasn't had patients ever since he started live streaming, yet he wasn't complaining. Truth be told, being a live streamer brought him more money than being a doctor. He looked at his face in the camera and smoldered. His perfectly coiffed hair, the result of meticulous care and a discreet hair transplant, framed his face that was done by a more skilled plastic surgeon. "Hello, my lovely viewers," he purred, his voice practically oozing honey. "I'm back from my snack break. OMG, you're as handsome as always, Doctor. I was waiting the entire time. Are you still taking requests today, Doctor?" "Why, yes, of course," Dr. Kim exclaimed. "That's the point of my live stream, isn't it? Just send 100 hearts, and you'll be granted the privilege to send me pictures of a certain artist, and I'll determine the areas where they had plastic surgery. Tower knows, I'm still broke from my rhinoplasty, but I'll send 100 hearts because I'm really curious about Steel from Rising Stars. His nose is way too high for a Korean man." The doctor adjusted the lapel of his immaculate white coat, casting a quick glance at the digital ticker that displayed the names of the generous souls who had sent their love. "Tower Nose has sent in a request. Steel from Rising Stars? Well, it seems I've already covered quite a lot of trainees from them on this livestream. But rules are rules. Let's see," he said, pulling up 2 pictures on the screen. One was Steel's pre-debut picture, and the other was a screenshot from the latest episode of Rising Stars. Well, from the first glance, we can already tell that something had happened here. Steel had definitely undergone a rhinoplasty procedure to refine his nose's appearance. The overall contour appears quite harmonious, with a well-balanced bridge and dorsum. The surgeon has skillfully addressed any dorsal humps, providing a smoother transition from the forehead down to the tip. Ideally, we'd like to see a bit more definition in the tip region, perhaps a slight increase in projection and refinement of the nasal lobule. But it's official, my lovely viewers. Steel is also a plastic. I knew it. I've seen him clean his nostrils with cotton swabs in one of the episodes. He definitely can't clean it carelessly like the rest of us. Damn, you even pay attention to that? Tower Nose, EW. He's a plastic. Didn't this dude say he just got a rhinoplasty? Oh my, what do we have here? Dr. Kim asked, his eyes shining as he stared at his new heart balance. Someone just gifted 1,000 hearts. And it comes from the user, Plastic June. Send your photo, user. I'll give you a very detailed description for your generosity. Dr. Kim looked at the pictures sent to his account, and a wide smile appeared on his face. He flashed his teeth, looking whiter than Mr. Clin's tiles. What do we have here? Jun from Rising Stars, he said, showing the pictures from the live stream. What the heck? That's Jun? I've never seen that photo of him. It looks like him, though. He's very handsome now. Did he really look like that back then? Let's talk about Jun, shall we? Jun. What can I say? Do I even have to analyze this? His face is mostly plastic. Chapter 206 Baby Mugshot. Jun continued practicing his smile, even when they were having lunch in the cafeteria. He was still seated with his teammates. Rin was teaching Daeho and Casper how to navigate his audio software, but the two appeared like they had been stuck in a calculus class for intermediate students, when they were, in fact, merely beginners. Jisung and CJ joined their table, the two of them staring at Jun as he stared at his reflection on his phone. You don't have anything stuck on your teeth, bro, Jisung innocently said. What did you say? Jun asked, snapping his eyes at him. Jisung's eyes widened in surprise. I was just saying, it's alright if you don't check your teeth as often. They're clean. Jun sighed and slumped on the table. Was his smile that atrocious? He decided to stop practicing his smile and popped a piece of potato in his mouth. Daeho was about to speak when there was a commotion heard at the other table. Whoa, this famous doctor actually made a video about us, Ben exclaimed. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. This doctor is a plastic surgeon, and he analyzes people's faces for clout, Steele said. You're the first one on the list, Ben said, laughing as he pointed at Steele. Steele clicked his tongue and shook his head. It's not like there's anything wrong with it. I just got my nose done. Just my nose. Being a natural-born gossiper, CJ called for their attention. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Ben and Steele looked over their way. Oh, it's the new live stream highlights that Dr. Kim posted. Jangmoon frowned. Oh, I've watched that doctor before. He exposed top actors of getting surgery, didn't he? Yup, Ben responded. And he made a video on some of the trainees on Rising Stars. Am I there? CJ asked. Don't even ask, Steele chuckled. You aren't famous enough to be here. CJ huffed. Well, who's there? Let's see. Steele, Zeth, Casper, and Jun are here, Ben said. Wait, Leo and Yuri are here too. They're being dubbed as the Nose Brothers. Dr. Kim insinuated that the two of them had the same doctor. Jun stopped chewing when he heard his name. Dr. Kim, Jun asked. Don't tell me you don't know that guy again, CJ said. I don't, Jun nonchalantly said. CJ sighed and brought out his phone. Let me introduce you to him, then. He opened Dr. Kim's YouWatch profile, which had over 500,000 subscribers. CJ clicked on the latest video, which was a highlight of yesterday's livestream. It was entitled, Rising Stars, Unveiling Plastic Fantasies, a Nosedive into the Glitz and Nips. The video started, and it seemed like the doctor was determined to find every flaw on their faces. By this point, Casper, Rin, and Daeho paid attention to the video, too. This doctor is speaking out of his ass, Casper said. I didn't get any surgery done. That's just a weird pre-debut picture. Yeah, his viewers send in the worst pictures for comparison, Jangmoon said. Oh hey, it's your turn, Jun. Jun paid extra attention. He didn't mind being accused of having plastic surgery. It was evident that his looks had improved a lot through the course of the competition. However, he didn't look drastically different. His features were still the same, but Fu made him grow more handsomely into them. Jun, however, was curious about what picture they used as a comparison. He had tried searching high and low for his past pictures, but couldn't find a single one. Aside from his identification card, which was probably not taken that long ago, he didn't have anything. He was expecting a slightly uglier version of himself, but what he didn't expect was a very unfamiliar face. What the heck? CJ exclaimed. Is that you? Jun paused the video and squinted his eyes to get a better look. The photo was very blurred, like it had been zoomed from a wide picture. However, it was evident that the guy in the photo wasn't physically attractive. It didn't look like Jun right now. However, their body build and eyes were definitely similar. I don't think that's me, Jun truthfully said. Don't listen to that guy anymore, Casper said. He's just spouting nonsense. You're right, Jun said, shrugging. He wasn't one to fixate on a person's looks. It seemed like a lot of people still do, though. Most of the doctor's followers were smoking the trainees in the comment section, acting like insulting other people's looks would add to their own. So, Jun wasn't too affected by it. Dr. Kim was a worm compared to the snakes he had encountered. But I'm curious, Jang-moon said. Did any of you get plastic surgery? I had my eyes and nose done, he proudly said. Should you be saying that? Casper asked. Why not? Jang-moon said. I'm sure a lot of these guys had surgery. Right, Daeho? I didn't, Daeho said. I'm scared of knives. Jang-moon clicked his tongue. Well, I'm sure CJ did. Yup, the trainee smiled. My teeth are fake, too. I got veneers and a nose job in Turkey. You even went to Turkey for that? Jisung asked. Yes, CJ nodded. It was the day after my girlfriend sold my ring to meet a more handsome guy. I used his pictures as my inspiration. The table turned silent for a while, but brushed it off in the end. CJ was weird. That was already established. Well, what about you, Jun? Jang-moon asked. Did you get any procedures done on your face? CJ told me that big entertainment companies usually sponsor cosmetic surgery for their trainees. Did you get one from Phoenix? Jun paused for a while. He discreetly wiped his nose, but didn't feel an implant. He wasn't aware if Choi Joon-ho had any surgeries before, as his past pictures were nowhere to be found, so Jun settled on the safest answer. I don't think so, he said. You're unsure? Daeho asked. Jun sighed. Let's not speak about the topic anymore. Didn't we already agree that Dr. Kim is a quack? Yeah, Casper said. It's best to ignore the issue. That's what other actors did, and it eventually died down. Jun nodded in agreement. There were more important issues to address, like their song. So, ignoring it would be the best course of action. However, that seemed to be impossible when Fu showed up just as he drank his banana milk. Special mission. Add another aspect to your skill. Music production. The starting grade will be B+. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Was Fu actually getting better with his job? Does the host accept the mission? Jun looked at the people sitting around the table and saw they were back to their usual antics. I accept, he internally said. Special mission has been accepted. The special mission is baby mugshot. Locate your childhood/teenage photos. Deadline for the mission, 72 hours. Failure to accomplish the mission entails having one of your skill aspects taken. Chapter 207 Center. Jun clicked his tongue as he gazed at the timer at the corner of the display. Fortunately, Fu gave him adequate time. However, he still didn't have a clue how to accomplish his mission. Deadline for baby mugshot, 70 hours, 15 minutes, and 43 seconds. Is it that bad? Casper asked, turning the volume down. After breakfast, they returned to their practice rooms and were now trying to come up with a draft of their song. However, even with 5 heads thinking as one, it seemed like none of them could come up with a decent song, much less a tune. I don't have any idea how to do this, Daeho groaned. I've watched every cute K-pop stage there is last night, and I'm still convinced that we need a whole year to practice being cute. What we need is a cute song that we can actually pull off, Casper said. But right now, it seems like nobody has an idea on what to do. I'm sorry, Rin apologized. I feel like I've regressed to the times when I didn't even know how to produce anything. You don't have to apologize, Daeho said. We're a team, so we're all responsible for the outcome of our song. Right, Jun? Daeho said. Huh? Oh yeah, right, Jun absent-mindedly said, still fixated on his mission. But don't you have any experience arranging songs, big bro? Jang-moon asked. You were the one who spoke with the producers when we performed Mermaid Melodies. In the end, it was your idea to turn it into a darker concept. Really? Rin asked with wide eyes. I've always thought your performance was really cool. Do you actually know how to produce music? Jun shrugged, not denying or confirming anything. If he denied having knowledge of producing music and suddenly acquired skills through Fu's mission, it would definitely be weird. In the same light, if he admitted having music production skills right now, he would sound cocky if he ended up not accomplishing his mission. However, Jun couldn't afford to lose this mission. Not only were his music production skills on the line, but one of his existing skills was, too. So, he needed to accomplish it at all costs. The mission sounded very simple: locate his old photos. However, knowing the secrecy of Choi Joon-ho's life, Jun knew it would be a difficult task. In addition, their house back in Gangwon was also burnt to the ground, leaving no trace of his past life. Just then, Bok-soon's words echoed in his mind. There was even a time you came here with a young man and woman. The woman became famous now, I believe. What was her name again? Hani? Hambium? Hannah? Jun muttered under his breath. What? Jangmoon asked, causing Jun to snap out of his thoughts. You want to become the center? Jun's eyes widened in surprise. What? He asked. We were listing down the roles already. 1 is for the center. 2 is for the leader. You just said Hannah, so... Daeho trailed off. You'll be the center of the performance. Jun gaped at the piece of paper, which indeed contained the writings. 1 center. 2 leader, Casper. Jun was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice they were already delegating roles. I didn't say anything about that, Jun exclaimed. Casper chuckled and wrote Jun's name next to the center role. Well, as your leader, take-backs are prohibited. Jun was still comprehending the situation when all of them cheered. It's settled then, CJ said. Jun will be our center. So, tomorrow's going to be a rest day? CJ clarified. The trainees have gathered in the training center for the announcement of their official schedule. Yes, Yena responded. We have posted the schedule on the bulletin board. We are giving you this time to find inspiration for your songs. However, producing the song outside the Azure premises is strictly prohibited. Trainees who are caught seeking help from others will immediately become disqualified. Linji nodded. That's a great condition, he said. We should all play fair and square here. Jun quietly scoffed as he glanced at the killer trainee. It seemed like he had adopted a good boy image now that the finale was closing in. It didn't suit him, though. Jun could see the evilness behind his eyes. By Thursday, the mentors, along with some renowned producers, will conduct the interim evaluation. The final lyrics aren't expected from you, but a rough draft of the lyrics and your full backtrack will be judged, Yejin added. Take all the rest you can get, trainees. This will be your last one until the finale. You may go home tonight if you'd like, but please be back by Wednesday, 8 a.m. sharp. Clear. The trainees shouted a robust yes. A rest day? Just Jun's luck. He needed to meet Hannah for those pictures so he could finally help his team with the production of their song. Jun. Hannah, I need to meet with you. Jun. Reply to this once you have the time. I need your help. Jun. Hannah? Jun sighed since Hannah hadn't responded to his texts. So, he decided to call her once and for all. He glanced at Jisung and Jae-young and saw they were fast asleep. With that, he waited for Hannah to answer his call. However, multiple rings later, Hannah still hadn't responded. Jun clicked his tongue and went to Navel to check her profile instead. There must be a reason why she wasn't replying to him. He saw that her last post was a week ago, which was rare since the famous actress usually posted every couple of days. Then, when Jun read her last post, everything suddenly made sense. Filming in the Joseon dynasty. Hey everyone. I hope this post finds you all in great spirits. I am currently on the set of my latest project, and I can't wait for you guys to see it. Our director wants us fully immersed, so no phones for 3 weeks. See you all on the other side, and can't wait to share this epic adventure with you. Stay curious. With love, Hannah Lim. Chapter 208 Drama Set. Hannah Lim? I believe they're filming in Daejangjeom Park. It's where most historical dramas are found, Minjun said. And that's how Jun found himself standing before the historical filming site. He wore his signature clothes, a black sweater, mask, and now, a beanie to hide his pink hair. There were plenty of fans outside, holding colorful banners and gifts while screaming their favorite artist's name. Jun tapped a girl's shoulder to ask if he was in the right place. What? The young girl snapped. Get away from me, weirdo. Jun looked at her in disbelief. How could she have such a foul mouth? However, Jun ignored her rude behavior and asked a question anyway. Is this where Hannah Lim is filming? The young girl suspiciously looked at him. Why? Are you one of those creeps that would beg for a piece of her hair or something? Jun clicked his tongue. Just answer the question. She rolled her eyes. It is. How could you call yourself a fan if you don't even know the filming site of your favorite celebrity? Thanks, Jun quickly said, leaving the bitter lady alone. At least, he had now established that this was, indeed, where Hannah Lim was. The problem now was how to get in. There were a total of 4 guards at the entrance. They weren't too big built, so Jun could have definitely taken them in a fight if he had his old body. However, that wasn't the case. He also couldn't afford to get arrested. Would walking in work? He muttered under his breath. It won't, a voice said from behind him. Jun frowned and glanced behind him, only to see a familiar face. Jun had seen her plenty of times before, but he couldn't pinpoint where. Jun, huh? And asked. Jun raised his eyebrows in surprise. You recognize me? I've been so used to seeing you with a mask that I have now recognized your body. Pathetic, aren't I? She chuckled. June didn't know what to say. It's me, and said. The intern. Realization hit June. Intern, you're here? It feels like it's been a while since I've seen you. Well, I had some trouble in the middle of the show, so I decided to leave. I wouldn't have left if I knew that Chris Guy went to jail after pulling that stunt with Alex and Hyunwoo, but I'm still interning in a TV station, so it's all good. You work here? He asked. Yeah, and nonchalantly said. Great, June said, a small smile appearing on his face. I need you to get me inside. What? And asked in disbelief. Get you in? For what? June shrugged. I'm just curious. Besides, I have someone to talk with inside. Who might you know inside? She asked. Hannah Lim. June decided to be honest. I need something from her. An's eyes gradually widened. Oh, so, you're actually dating a famous actress? She gasped. June clicked his tongue. It isn't anything like that. And sighed, feeling a sense of relief. That's great. What? June asked. Huh? Nothing. That's great. Yeah. You're single, I guess? She chuckled nervously. I don't have time for a relationship, June bluntly said. He already had a lot on his plate. And, trying to hide her joy, pursed her lips. It'll be quite difficult for me to get you inside, though. As an intern, I don't have much authority, she explained. But you still have a pass to get inside, right? I just need something from her, literally. So, can you please take me inside? He asked, pulling down his mask a bit to look at, and with wide, pleading eyes. And bit her lip, trying to keep her heart calm. Damn, he looked really cute. June's puppy eyes were something she definitely couldn't resist. Cherry blossoms danced gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with a symphony of chirping birds and rustling leaves. It was a picture-perfect day for filming, and the crew of Love in the Time of Royalty was determined to capture the perfect scene. Seo Bin Park and Hannah Lim, the two lead actors, stood facing each other on the ornate bridge that spanned a tranquil pond. Their eyes locked in a moment of undeniable chemistry, and as they leaned closer, the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of their impending kiss. However, just as their lips were about to meet, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby bushes. A lean figure emerged, clad in black clothes and a bandit mask. With a dramatic movement, he whisked Hannah into his arms, interrupting the romantic scene. Cut. Director Jam's voice boomed across the set, and the ambience shattered like glass. The director marched toward the bandit with an exasperated expression, his brows furrowed and a megaphone clenched in his hand. I told you to get me good extras, he shouted, looking at everyone. They were in the last course of their filming, so Director Jam, an award-winning director for historical dramas both in Korea and China, was more frustrated than usual. He had a total of 3 outbursts that day, and his hypertension medication hadn't been working well. What in the name of all that's holy was that? Director Jam scolded the extra, who played the role of the bandit. The lanky young man removed his mask, and with a trembling lower lip, he tried to speak, but only stammered incoherently. Director Jam continued his rant, his voice rising in frustration. You're supposed to be a menacing bandit, not a bumbling fool. Look at yourself. You look like a wimp who wandered onto the set by accident. The extra's shoulders slumped, and he mumbled an apology, barely audible over the director's voice. Get me another one. Jam screamed at his assistant. But sir, his poor assistant explained. We don't have any more extras for the bandit role. You got rid of them all. Director Jam massaged the bridge of his nose. Take 15, everyone. Director Jam shouted, throwing his hands up in anger. The crew members scattered, and the actors stepped away from each other, trying to suppress their laughter. Hannah chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. I guess we'll have to wait for our kiss. Yeah, Seobin said. See you in 15. Hannah nodded and started walking back to her personal tent. Get me some coconut water, Vince, she said to her assistant. The cold beverage was placed in front of her, but she paused when she didn't recognize the hand holding it. Vince had stubby hands. Hannah looked up to look at the intruder, her eyes widening in surprise when she saw a handsome face. June. Chapter 209 Everything Comes with a Price. Hannah couldn't believe her eyes. Standing before her was June, dressed in very simple clothes, yet somehow looking even more handsome than what she had remembered. Your skin is magnificent, Hannah said before she could stop herself. Thanks. Jun took the compliment. Hannah finally snapped out of her daze and stood from her seat, pointing at Jun. What are you doing here? I needed to see you, Jun said without any hesitation. Hannah froze as she looked into Jun's sincere eyes. Aye. She couldn't even form a coherent sentence since her heart was racing inside her chest. Was Jun actually in love with her? Sure, Hannah had imagined a childhood friends-to-lovers type of story, but she never imagined that it would be with Jun. Not that she was complaining. It was just too tough at the moment since her career was popping off. However, maybe she could make it work? I need you to give me my childhood photos, Jun bluntly said, completely shattering Hannah's fantasies. Oh, what? Hannah asked with wide eyes. My childhood photos, Jun said. Do you still have them with you? I know you went with me to Gangwon province and photographed some of my pictures back then. Hannah pursed her lips in embarrassment. Right? Jun needed something from her. Childhood photos? You came here just for that? You could have just texted me, you know, she said, sulking a little bit. I did, Jun said. I checked your navel, and you said you weren't allowed to use your phone. Oh, that's only when I'm not filming, she chuckled. People kept asking me for updates, and I got tired of doing them, so I posted that. I was knocked out last night, so I didn't get to see my texts and calls. Jun sighed. So, he came for nothing? What do you even need it for? Hannah asked. I thought you hated your childhood photos, even though you were so cute in them. Jun perked up. Cute, he asked. Yeah, Hannah chuckled. You look even purer back then. It was really cute. I keep your photos in my phone for when I need a little boost. Jun suspiciously narrowed his eyes at her. You've been keeping it in your phone all these years. Hannah quickly shook her head. It isn't like that, you idiot. I just recently transferred them from my old phone when we met after a long time. It's for memory's sake, she defended. Sure, whatever you say, Jun said. Well, can I see them? Hannah chuckled and retrieved her phone from the pocket of her hanged sweater, opening the gallery and going to an album entitled Cute. Jun tilted his head to the side once he saw the title. Did Hannah actually think he was cute? Hannah opened a photo and turned her phone to show it to Jun. Jun was pleasantly surprised. It seemed like the photo sent to Dr. Kim during his live stream wasn't real since Jun actually looked pretty decent when he was younger. There was no doubt that he was more handsome now, but the kid in the photo looked cute. He had a wide smile that seemed genuine, and he held on to a large lollipop. See, Hannah said, you were cute. This was the cutest, most genuine smile I've ever seen you in, so I decided to snap a photo. I must have had a pretty good childhood then, Jun inferred. Do you have any other photos? Yeah, Hannah said, scrolling through the photos. There was a photo of Jun in a pool, then crying in front of a classroom, and a photo that appeared to have been taken in a practice room. Jun smirked. This dude, Choi Joon-ho, actually looked like an idol when he was younger. If he had taken care of himself better, he must have grown into what Jun currently looked like. Dr. Kim was speaking out of his ass when he accused Jun of having a rhinoplasty, double eyelid surgery, a chin implant, and even ear reduction. It was obvious that he just wanted to feed his miserable viewers delusions. Jun wasn't against plastic surgery. He couldn't care less about what other people wanted to do with their faces. It was their life, not his. However, he didn't enjoy being accused of doing something he didn't do. Unless Fu actually finished medical school and obtained a legitimate cosmetic surgery license, then Jun hadn't undergone the knife at all. Send them to me, Jun said, bringing out his phone. You don't think I'll just send these photos to you so easily, Hannah smiled cheekily. Jun narrowed his eyes at Hannah. What do you want? Hannah said, placing a finger under her chin. She thought of something she wanted from Jun when her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Director Jam's screams. Wait a second, Hannah said, stepping outside her tent and observing the commotion. Director Jam stood in the middle of the set, his face contorted in frustration. The crew had just brought in a trio of civilians, hoping to find the perfect replacement for the extra who had ruined the previous scene. There stood a muscle-bound man, a short man, and a towering giant. This guy looks like he belongs in a wrestling ring. His biceps would bust the seams of the attire we've prepared, Jam said to the first candidate. And this guy, he said, walking to the man with the short stature. I'll change my name to Peanut Butter if he manages to scare off Seobin. He doesn't look threatening at all. And you? Jam pointed at the tall guy. They're making a real-life version of Slender Man next year. Wait for your time then. But right now, get out of my set. Don't we have any more candidates? He screamed. His assistant shakily walked closer to him. Do you want me to recruit a bodyguard or a cameraman director? Maybe we can make something work. Director Jam's blood pressure began to rise, and his face turned a shade of crimson that rivaled the costumes on set. This is not what I'm looking for, he bellowed, causing the crew members to exchange nervous glances. Is it so hard to find a man with a lean body? Just then, Hannah thought of a brilliant, beyond brilliant idea. She ran back to the tent and saw Jun patiently waiting for her. Sure, I'll give you the photos, Hannah smiled, a bit breathless. Really? Jun asked. Yup, she said. But you have to do me a favor. Jun sighed. I knew it. Well, I'll be stuck in Azure after this day, so it must be something easy to accomplish. Oh, don't worry, Hannah said. You can finish the favor today. Fine, Jun said. What do you want? Be a bandit for me. Chapter 2, 10 Handsome Bandit. Director, Hannah called as she walked over to where he was sitting. His assistants surrounded him, fanning him with random objects. What? He exclaimed in anger, but toned it down when he saw it was Hannah. Oh, it's you. I think we should prolong our break, Hannah. We're still looking for someone to take over the role of that stupid bandit. Well, Hannah trailed off. I found a guy outside and thought he'd be a perfect fit. Jam raised one of his eyebrows. You went outside? Hannah froze. Vince, my assistant, Vince, went outside, and I instructed him to look for someone. You know I want the best for the show and wouldn't want us to delay our filming. That seemed to do the trick. I need to see this guy first, Jam said, already expecting the worst. Of course, Hannah chimed. Then, he coaxed over Jun, who was standing behind the crew. Jun sighed and shook his head. The things he was willing to do to complete his mission were ridiculous. The people looked at him as he passed by, murmuring to themselves. Director Jam, too, squinted his eyes to take a proper look at the aspiring actor. He hummed as Jun stood before him. His height is all right, just perfect for the role. His body is also the type I'm looking for. However, I need to see his face. I can't even see his eyes with how low his hood is, he said. Jun turned to Hannah and nudged her side. He's pretty shy. Hannah said. My manager was able to coax him to join us with the condition that his face isn't shown. Besides, the bandit wears a black cloth over his lips and mouth, right? There's no need to see his face. Director Jam clicked his tongue. Well, we don't seem to have much of a choice. Get him to change into the bandit costume. Got it, Hannah excitedly exclaimed, pulling Jun to her tent while an assistant brought his clothes. I'll take it from here, Hannah said, taking the clothes from the assistant before zipping the tent close. Jun sighed and started removing his hoodie. I can't believe you're making me do this. I don't even know shit about acting. Hannah chuckled. It's not technically acting. You don't even have many speaking lines. It's just one line. Most of it is you fighting with the male lead. Jun shook his head as he removed his beanie. Whatever. I'll leave after my scene. Just send me the pictures after we're done, okay? He was about to put on the fitted black attire, yet Hannah still hadn't responded. So, he looked up to see why she wasn't responding. As he looked up, he saw Hannah gazing at him with wide eyes. What? Jun asked. Your hair. Jun's eyes widened. He had totally forgotten about his hair. You dyed it pink, she loudly exclaimed. Don't tell anyone about it yet, Jun said. What the heck, Jun? She said, holding onto her heart. Are you trying to kill your fans or something? Why do you suit pink hair so much? Director Jam impatiently tapped his foot as he waited for the characters to arrive. He glanced at his watch and clicked his tongue. What is taking them so long? He muttered under his breath. I'm here, Director, Seo-bin, the male lead actor, said, dazzling everyone with his handsome looks. The assistants behind the director all sighed dreamily as they gazed at him. With his refreshing looks, Seo-bin just took away the crew's tiredness. I'm here too, Hannah said, looking freshly made up. We're ready to film the scene. Where's the bandit? Jam asked. Here. Jun emerged from behind the crew, and soft gasps swept through the set. Director Jam was stunned for a moment as he looked at the newcomer's figure. This bandit was every bit the embodiment of the menacing bandit he had been searching for. Lean body, not overly broad, but defined strong-looking shoulders and a narrow waist. He exuded an aura that demanded attention. This newcomer was, without a doubt, the epitome of what Jam had wanted for the bandit. The all-black attire accentuated every contour of his physique, making him appear formidable and mysterious. However, Jam didn't want to feel satisfied too quickly. He still needed to see this newcomer's performance. "All right, everyone, here's how the scene is going to play out," he began, his voice strict. "As Seobin and Hannah are about to kiss, you're going to leap dramatically from the wall and hold Hannah's neck, placing a knife at her throat. Then, deliver your line. You already know about it, I assume." Jun silently nodded. "Good," the director said. "Afterward, engage in a fierce fight with Seobin. But make sure to lose and flee after some scuffling." Jun held out an OK sign, causing the director to nod. "All right, ready? Quiet on the set and action." Jun let out a deep breath as he settled behind the wall. There was a small opening so he could determine when it was time for him to come out. Jun had never thought of acting in his whole life. He was a fan of action movies and a bit of romance, but acting was something he never dabbled in. If this was any other role, Jun was guaranteed to have a hard time. However, the role given to him right now wasn't too bad. He had done a couple of raids like this one before. One time, he even had to capture their main suspect while he was having sex with someone. So, this felt quite familiar to Jun. He watched the scene before him, waiting for the perfect timing. The two main actors were still speaking, professing their love to each other. Can't they make it faster? Jun clicked his tongue. Fortunately, their profession of love ended not long after. Hannah and Seobin encased each other in a hug before breaking away, and then they paused, gazing meaningfully into each other's eyes. It was time. With the expertise of a past gang member, Jun leaped over the wall and perfectly landed on the ground. Chapter 211. Who is he? Director Jam prepared himself to shout, "Cut," as soon as the newcomer leaped over the wall. However, he was stunned when he saw the bandit's figure land gracefully on the ground. Jun's feet barely made a sound as he swiftly ran to where Hannah was. Jun skillfully wrapped his arm around Hannah, encasing her neck between his bicep and a fake knife. For a brief moment, Hannah was taken aback by Jun's serious acting and the sweet, yet manly scent that seemed to emanate from him. "Why the hell does he smell so good?" she thought. However, Hannah quickly snapped back to her acting, her eyes reflecting fear as she tried to escape his hold. Seobin and Jun gazed at each other with matching intensities. The newcomer's eyes, which weren't seen during his introduction, were now put on full display. Jam let out a small gasp as he watched the scene unfold before him. His eyes. They're perfect. Then, something unexpected happened. As Jun continued to lock gazes with Seobin, an icy chill ran down the male lead's spine. There was an underlying evilness in Jun's gaze, an authenticity that he couldn't explain. It was as if the bandit had tapped into a darker, more sinister side of the character, one that shouldn't be expected from a mere extra. The three actors continued to hold their positions, the intensity of their performance sending waves of excitement through the cast and crew. "I knew who sent you," Seobin said, his voice resonating with anger. "Reveal where Prince Yunwoo is, and maybe I'll spare your life." A deep, ominous chuckle rumbled from Jun's throat, sending a shiver down Hannah's spine. She didn't expect Jun to take this acting gig so seriously. With the intensity of the moment reaching its peak, Seobin couldn't hold back any longer. He wielded his baston and leaped forward, engaging Jun in a battle. He hit the knife in Jun's hand, causing it to fly to the bushes. "Shit, I don't have a weapon," Jun thought. Their bias toward the main character was painfully obvious. How could a bandit lose his weapon at the very beginning of a fight? Jun momentarily let go of Hannah and skillfully evaded Seobin's attacks. Seobin's fighting skills were definitely amateurish. Jun could see every movement, so he was able to deflect them with ease. However, since he was instructed to let the main actor win at all costs, he decided to get hit a couple of times. "Did they practice this scene beforehand?" an assistant asked, and, who had been observing since the very beginning, shook her head. It seemed like the trainee was more talented than she expected. "No, Jun is. The bandit is just amazing." The two men fought with an uncanny synchrony. It felt like they were engaged in a real fight, and every move seemed planned. Seobin couldn't help but be amazed by the newcomer's skill. Whoever this bandit was, there was one thing certain. He was very talented. It seemed as if he was leading Seobin in the fight scene, making it easy for the main lead to engross himself in the character. As the battle reached its climax, Jun executed a calculated move, acting as if Seobin had landed a powerful hit on his shoulder. He winced in pain, clutching his wounded limb. Jun glared at Seobin, and with the most pained voice he could muster, he whispered, "This isn't over yet." Then, with a sudden burst of agility, he disengaged from the fight and swiftly retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the set. The camera continued to roll for a few moments, the onlookers still stunned by the newcomer's performance. "It's over, director," the assistant whispered, causing Jam to snap out of his trance. He finally shouted, "Cut," bringing the scene to a close. The actors and crew members paused, still caught in the aftermath of the intense moment they had just portrayed. "How was that, director?" Hannah asked. Honestly, she was so engrossed in her role that she even forgot they were acting. The fact that Jun was immersed in his role impressed her to the core. After a moment of silence, Jam finally spoke. "It was perfect," the director exclaimed, standing from his seat. "That's what I have been looking for since earlier." "The bandit, what is his name?" he asked. Hannah looked around for Jun, hoping to catch a glimpse of the handsome trainee. However, he left without a trace, causing Hannah to shake her head in amusement. Jun kept his word and really left after the scene. I don't know him, director," Hannah lied, knowing Jun wouldn't like it if his identity was exposed. "He was a mere stranger recruited by my assistant." "What?" Director Jam exclaimed. "He hasn't even been paid." However, his pay was the least of Director Jam's concerns. In the end, he wanted to know the actor's name. The nameless newcomer's acting. It was one of the best acting he had seen in his career. He seemed like a true bandit. "I'm sorry, director," Hannah said. "But at least we've already captured the scene, right?" "We did," he said, disappointment evident in his voice. Director Jam heaved a sigh before heavily sitting back on his chair. "I can't believe I let such talent go." Meanwhile, Jun caught his breath after he sneaked out of the set. Hannah's assistant was in the tent when he tried to change back into his clothes, so Jun barely escaped without being caught by anyone else. He tried to make his way outside, but saw many fans occluding the entrance. Therefore, he climbed up a random house and jumped down the wall, finally leaving the chaotic TV set. In his hurry, he didn't even get to change into his old clothes. Jun really didn't want to refilm the scene. Although it didn't feel like he was acting, since fighting was normal for him, getting hit with a baston numerous times was still painful. That bastard main actor was definitely serious in the end. Jun shook his head and got changed in a nearby bathroom, placing the all-black attire in his bag. Just then, his phone vibrated, so he quickly opened it. Jun smirked when he saw numerous childhood/teenage photos sent by Hannah. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the special mission, Baby Mugshot. A new skill has been added to your status window. Here are your current stats. Vocals, A. Dance, A. Visual, A. Rap, B. Leadership, C+. Music production, B+. Chapter 2, 12 Ice Cream Man." Jun sat on a bench as he scrolled through the photos Hannah had sent. Indeed, the photo that Dr. Kim used in his live stream was most likely fake. "Ice cream. Mister, would you like some ice cream?" A cute voice interrupted Jun's solace, and he was ready to tell off the interrupter when he saw two large eyes staring at him. It was a girl, no more than 7, with a mop of unruly curls and eyes that sparkled with innocent curiosity. Jun pursed his lips and swallowed his harsh words. "All right, this kid was pretty cute." "What did you say?" Jun asked, his voice sounding softer than he had expected. "Ice cream." The little girl smiled, showing off a toothless grin. She tugged at Jun's sleeve, her voice high-pitched and filled with excitement. "Mister, would you buy some ice cream from my papa? It's the best in town." Jun raised his eyebrows in inquiry. The little girl pointed to a very pink ice cream truck. It was only then that Jun saw a middle-aged man with an ice cream hat looking at the passers-by with a welcoming smile. The truck looked a bit run down, but it was filled with cute little decorations. A sweet, repetitive tone came from its busted megaphones, causing Jun to cover his ears. "La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream." It seemed like his ears had become more sensitive after he acquired the music production skills. "My dad sells ice cream," she said. "And he's sad because no one is buying. Tell him to improve his marketing strategy," Jun said. "What?" the little girl asked, confused. "I'm just sad since my papa is sad." Jun clicked his tongue as he looked back and forth between the little girl and the pink truck. Why the hell was he born with an innate soft spot for children? As Jun's eyes fell upon the kid, with her face aglow with hope and wonder, He couldn't help but feel admiration for her. Children should be worry-free, lost in the splendors of their youth, not peddling ice cream for their fathers on a busy sidewalk. However, even with those worries, the little girl managed to smile with such genuineness. As much as Jun didn't want to say it out loud, it softened his heart. Jun reached inside his pocket and retrieved a few crumpled bills. "Fine," he grumbled, standing from the bench and walking to the beat-up truck. "Yay!" The little girl cheered, her dimpled cheeks creasing into a radiant grin. The little girl held onto Jun's wrist, causing his heart to soften even more. It was a good thing Jun wasn't a serial killer. Otherwise, this kid would have been long gone. As Jun walked to the truck, his ears started hurting more as the music became louder. La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream. He clicked his tongue and massaged his ringing ears. Can you tone it down a bit?" he asked. The man, who appeared to be the same age as his father when he was still alive, smiled apologetically and turned the music down. However, the tune continued to evade Jun's eardrums even after that. Thankfully, it didn't make his ears ring anymore. "Lila, what are you doing there?" her dad asked, looking at the child with alarmed eyes. "I'm so sorry for that, sir," he said. "Come back here now, my daughter." Lila pouted but eventually let go of Jun's wrist and entered the truck. "I'm really sorry for my daughter," he apologized. "Their classes were canceled, so I had no choice but to bring her here." "It's fine," Jun said. "Well, what can I whip up for you today?" he asked, his voice joyful because Jun was his very first customer. Jun looked over the menu and frowned when he saw the words written beside the colorful ice cream. What the hell was this? "So, do you see anything you like?" he asked in a hopeful voice. Jun pursed his lips. There was no way he'd say these menu items. Ticklish tummy tornado. Funky monkey business Sunday. Ridiculous Rumpelstiltskin ripple. Hootin' hooligan hootenanny. "You're going to buy something, right?" Lila asked, looking at Jun with wide eyes. Jun let out a long sigh before saying through gritted teeth, "I'll have the befuddled bubblegum bonanza blast." He mumbled the menu item. "What was that?" the man asked, leaning closer. "I'm getting old, so my hearing's been getting pretty bad." "This one." Jun quickly pointed at the menu item. I'm sorry, customer. I can't base orders based on pointing. I've made plenty of mistakes because of that. Can you say it out loud once more?" With annoyance coursing through his veins, Jun loudly said, "The befuddled bubblegum bonanza blast." "Oh," the man said, a bit shocked by the young man's enthusiasm. "I'm surprised. It's mostly children who love that flavor." "One bubblegum blast coming right up," he said, going to the back of his truck to make the ice cream. Jun slumped his shoulders as he waited for his ice cream. Who knew saying a menu item would be so exhausting? Right now, he was left again with the little girl, who hadn't stopped staring at him since earlier. "Do I have something on my face?" he asked. "Nothing," she beamed. "I really like your eyes. You're like a cat." Jun clicked his tongue and shook his head. His cat reputation had now transcended even to the younger generation. "Here it is." The man emerged, giving Jun a generous serving of pastel pink and blue soft serve ice cream. It had a pink heart on top and a stick of blue candy on the side. Overall, it seemed pretty generous for a $2 ice cream. "Here," Jun said, handing them the money. Then, he removed his mask so he could taste the ice cream. "Wow, you're a handsome kid," the man complimented, and Lila nodded in agreement. A small smile of acknowledgement appeared on Jun's face. Jun had always been fond of sweet things, so it wasn't that hard to impress him with dessert. However, as he took his first bite, his taste buds exploded in a symphony of flavors. The ice cream was a sweet, cool embrace, causing him to close his eyes. At that moment, it felt like he was transported back to the days of his childhood when the local candy shop was his sanctuary. The bubblegum-infused ice cream was a time machine, and it felt like he was a wide-eyed child once again. Before he even knew it, a sweet smile appeared across Jun's face, like a child who had discovered a treasure trove of candy. However, Jun's thoughts snapped back into reality when the man spoke. "I'm glad you like it," he said. "Seeing you smile brightened my day, young man." Chapter 213 Stuck. Jun walked inside Grandma's and Minjun's apartment, looking a bit dazed after the ice cream man's compliment. His smile actually brightened someone's day? Jun tried recreating the smile just now, but failed despite numerous attempts. A while ago, The smile came naturally to him when he tasted the sweet ice cream. Right after it was over, he tasted the bitterness of life again, one that he couldn't escape no matter how hard he tried. Jun was exaggerating, but you get the point. Oh, goody, Grandma exclaimed when she saw Jun enter the door. I'm glad you came here. I was about to eat dinner by myself. All by yourself? Jun asked. Is the little devil not here? Grandma shook her head in amusement. You call Min-jun a little devil, but I know you like the kid. Jun shrugged. Well, where's the cute little devil? He's out and about, Grandma responded. Bummer, Jun said. I was going to ask him for a favor, but I guess I'll post it myself. A while ago, after Jun finished his ice cream, he quickly snapped a photo of the ice cream truck. Jun did it because he thought the little kid, Lila, would definitely be happier if his dad got more customers. Jun didn't do it out of pity, of course. He genuinely thought that their ice cream was good. It was affordable, too. So, he wanted Min-min to make an exclusive post about the truck. However, since he was not here, Jun might as well post it on hi_I'm Kitty JunXR1S1 INGSD4R5. It has been a while since he used that account, and although he still got death threats on a daily basis, he had grown quite a following there, too. You can ask him when he gets back from his dad's, Grandma said. It'll only be for a week anyway. Jun nodded, then hummed in confusion. Min-jun's dad? But isn't he working abroad along with his mom? He is, Grandma said, arranging the array of tasty dishes on the table. But Min-jun's dad goes back and forth between Korea and the States. You know that his parents had gotten a divorce, right? Yes, Jun said. Well, a part of the reason is because of their work. They're both busy people. If Min-jun's dad was in Korea, then his mom would be in another country, and vice versa. The two of them aren't bad people. Somehow, they just never worked out. Oh, Jun said. So, Min-jun is staying with his dad for a week. Yes, she smiled. Min-jun and his dad have a pretty awkward relationship, but I can tell that Min-jun gets excited whenever one of his parents comes home. He just doesn't like to show it. Jun chuckled and shook his head. He really doesn't. Min-jun was the same with Jun. As much as the little kid tried to hide it, Jun knew he was very fond of his presence. Well, more food for me then, I guess, Jun said, sitting on the chair and shoving the delicious food in his mouth. Grandma laughed and patted Jun's back. You have the same personality as Min-jun, too. Did you know that? The two of them ate peacefully, like a real family. Jun never thought he'd get something like this from an old lady and a young kid, but here he was. I'm stuffed, Jun said. You always make the greatest food, Grandma. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Grandma said. By the way, are you going back to Azure tomorrow? Jun groaned. I am, he said, finally remembering the song that his team still hadn't produced. Well, you better sleep early, she said. Will you be having a break next week? I don't think so, Jun said. After next week, I believe it'll be the finale. We won't have any more breaks until then. That's a bummer, Grandma disappointedly sighed. Well, I'm going to visit all my friends to tell them to vote for you. You better debut, young man. Jun chuckled. Thanks, Grandma. I'll pay you back plenty when I do. Grandma smiled and patted Jun's head. You'll make it. We'll see you in the finals. See you, Jun softly said, waving his hand and leaving their apartment. He yawned as soon as he entered his room. This day had gone longer than he had expected. Jun wanted to get started on the song tonight after acquiring his song production skills, but he was too tired to do so. Let's sleep, he muttered after brushing his teeth, plopping on the hard bed. Jun closed his eyes and prepared to taste the sweet slumber. However, just as he was about to capture sleep by its throat, an annoying tune echoed in his mind. La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream. In a spacious training room in the Azure building. Whoa, Jang Moon exclaimed as soon as he saw Jun. Big bro, I thought we would try our best to look cute these days. Why do you look more rugged? Did you even get any sleep? Ren asked, although his under eyes weren't much different from Jun's. Damn, Daeho said. Grab a pillow and take a nap. We can't afford to rest right now, Casper chimed, emerging from the door. But whoa, you look like you haven't slept in weeks. Jun sighed and glared at all of them. Did you all come up with something during the break? Jun asked, changing the subject. Casper sighed and leaned against the mirror. I tried to, he said. But I don't know if it's any good. I have an idea, too, Daeho said. I don't know if it'll fit the bubblegum pop genre, though. Well, We need to hurry up, Jang-moon said. I heard Lin Ji's team already had a song idea even before the break. Then, do you guys want to produce something individually? Rin proposed. This was something we did during production workshops. We'll come up with a short mix, mostly the hook of the song, then critique each other's works afterward. We were given an hour at most, and it gave birth to quite a number of hit songs. Jang-moon shrugged. I'm down. I also watched a tutorial on how to produce music for dummies on YouWatch, so I got this one in the bag. Sure, Casper said. I think that's a good idea. Then, let's borrow some laptops from the crew, Daeho said. Thankfully, the crew had prepared it beforehand since they knew the trainees were bound to finish their songs just in time for the interim evaluations tomorrow. Are you down for that, Jun? Rin asked. Jun silently nodded, grabbing the laptop from Rin's hand. With that, the five of them settled on different corners of the room, each wearing headphones for optimal music production. Jun opened the audio software and smirked when it felt familiar to his hands and mind. Fu had done a great job. Jun actually knew the functions of each button now. He just had to come up with a good tune, a strong bass for their song. The pointer hovered above the elements of the song. However, before he could even drag an element to the soundboard, the annoying tune that kept him awake all night echoed in his mind. La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream. Chapter 214 Cats in my bed. Get out of my head, Jun muttered as the tune continued invading his brain. He glanced at his members and saw all of them with concentrated looks. Even Jang-moon appeared to be in his zone. However, Jun was stuck with the atrocious ice cream song he heard yesterday. To be frank, the tune wasn't too bad. One could definitely tell it was produced by an amateur. With its miscalculated beats, gritty sound, and resonance overuse, it sounded straight out of a mixtape from an underground rapper who claimed his music was fire. However, despite its heinousness, it couldn't escape Jun's mind. Maybe if the song was actually produced by someone good, then it would be a hit song. Jun paused when the thought hit him. Maybe if it was produced by someone knowledgeable, then it could be a good song. A small smirk appeared on Jun's lips, and before he knew it, he started clicking the buttons and combining elements together. Time's up, Rin said, sighing as he felt he didn't do a good job. Jang-moon smiled proudly at his creation. He removed his headphones and smiled at his teammates. I think I actually did a great job. Why don't we start with you then? Casper suggested, scooting over to the center and coaxing the others to sit with him. Nua, Jang-moon said, hugging the laptop. I'm saving the best for last. Rin sighed and shook his head, placing his laptop in the middle of the circle they'd formed. Let's start with mine, I guess. I'm not too proud of this one anyway. Rin pressed the play button, and a beat resonated in the room. Jun recognized it to be a moderate tempo, approximately ranging between 100 to 120 beats per minute. The rhythmic structure was straightforward, following a standard 4/4 time signature, making it easy to groove to. Rin's choice of instruments included electronic synthesizers and sampled drum sounds. However, the composition employed a basic chord progression, which led to the perception of it being somewhat generic. This was definitely an improvement compared to Rin's previous work, though, which made Jun think that the trainee was slowly gaining his confidence. You did great, Jun said, causing Rin to beam. But I don't think we can use this for our song. It's not going to stand out. Casper nodded. Rin silently agreed, too. I can't say anything about it production-wise, Daeho said. In that aspect, I think yours is much better than mine. However, I agree that it sounds pretty ordinary. Let's scrap that for now. Why don't we listen to Daeho's? Rin asked. Sure, Daeho said, clearing his throat. Don't judge me, all right. Daeho's music took on a slower tempo, which contributed to the flowery and somewhat relaxed vibe of the composition. This tempo choice aligned more with pop and ballad genres rather than upbeat dance music. Considering Daeho's relative lack of experience, the overall quality of the music was commendable. However, like Rin's music, it might still lack the unique elements that would make it stand out as something special within the production mission. Hey, you've improved so fast, Rin complimented. Daeho scratched the back of his neck. Thanks. It's actually pretty enjoyable. I think we went the same route, Casper said, pulling out his song next. Why don't we judge them together? Casper played what he had mixed, and indeed, it sounded pretty similar to Daeho's. It's good, Jun said. But then again, if the two of you thought like this, It might contribute to the audience's thoughts of our song being predictable. You're right, Rin said. When the mentors first introduced bubblegum pop, this was the type of music that automatically entered my mind. I think it might be better suited for a girl group, too. Casper hummed. I get where you're coming from. Should we listen to the next one then? This might be our best bet if nothing else comes to mind, though. I'll go next, Jang Moon exclaimed, harshly placing his laptop in the middle. Jun raised his eyebrows in inquiry. I thought you wanted to go last. I did, Jang Moon said. But I respect you so much, big bro. You're the best, so you're going last, he chuckled. Jun scoffed and shook his head. The Bluetooth device had been successfully paired. What are you doing? Casper asked. Masterpieces like mine need to be listened to at full blast, Jang Moon boasted, maxing out the volume on the laptop and the speakers. Oh goodness, Daeho massaged his temples. Listen to my masterpiece, Jang Moon proudly said as he clicked play. Jun immediately covered his ears once the first note played. His teammates also grimaced, leaning away from the source of the sound. Jang Moon, on the other hand, remained oblivious to this all and jammed to the atrocious beat. Jang Moon's music can be best described as a wild concoction of noise and cat sounds. There were definitely some meows in there. However, that was just the tip of the iceberg. The beat was characterized by dissonant and clashing tones. It was noisy and chaotic, with an unintentional lack of consideration for bubblegum pop. Jun had to give him some props, though. Jang Moon even took the liberty to add in his own lyrics and vocals. Meow, meow, I like pussycats. But those pussycats, their eyelashes don't even bat. So, I'll use a bat instead, to get them to my bed. In the other room, where Lin Ji's team was staying, a crowd of 5 trainees leaned on the wall, listening to the song that they had desperately been trying to hear since day one. Is that their song? Steele asked, still shocked. Lin Ji tried his best to hide his smirk as he leaned away from the wall, clapping to capture his team's attention. That's enough, Lin Ji said. Why don't we go right ahead to our lyrics? We want to impress the judges by tomorrow. Right, Johnny said. Thanks to you, we're writing the lyrics now. You did a really great job producing the song. Yeah, Steele agreed. Watching you a while back was fascinating. You've placed a couple of beats together, and then it already sounded like a pre-made song. Lin Ji gratefully smiled. Of course, he said. Anything for this team. All right, time's up, Casper said, shutting the laptop close. We're not going to be using that. Jang Moon looked at him in exasperation. What? My masterpiece is what we're looking for. It's catchy, unique, and I actually have lyrics written already. Well, it's definitely unique, Jun muttered. Jang Moon snapped his gaze at Jun. Oh, it isn't that bad, big bro. Why don't we listen to yours, huh? Then, we'll see who did a better job. Jun smirked and gently placed his laptop in the middle. Gladly. Chapter 2:15 Taking Credit. Good morning, trainees. Kong Miho brightly greeted as he walked through the double doors. The 25 trainees had now gathered in the training center for the interim evaluations. The mentors entered the door one by one, shining like real celebrities. They were all made up and were wearing stage clothes while the trainees had only woken up. Just then, 3 new people entered the room, making the trainees perk up. For Jun, they weren't familiar faces, but they seemed to be a big deal since Rin let out a small gasp. Do you know them? Jun asked. Yeah, Rin whispered. You don't. Jun shook his head. Well, they're some of the biggest producer names in Korea. That guy, Sven, is my mentor. He pointed to a fairly young guy wearing heavy chains and heavily tinted sunglasses. He must be good then, Jun inferred. He is, Rin responded. He knows a lot about the technical aspects of producing. Miho cleared his throat, capturing the trainee's attention. Well, it's been over 3 days since we've announced the production mission, Miho started off. I acknowledge that producing a song in that duration is quite difficult, even for the experts that had graced us with our presence today. But this is a challenge you need to overcome. Therefore, Ji-hyun chimed. We have come here today to give you some pointers for improvement. You are getting closer to your debut, and we want nothing but the best for you. Ji-hyun's eyes strayed toward Jun. I want nothing but the best for you. She thought but quickly shook her head and went back to professional mode. Exactly, Woojin said. We don't want to take up too much of your time, so why don't we get started, he asked. Who wants to go first? Gun asked, looking around the room. Without any hesitation, Lin Ji confidently raised his hand. We can go first, mentor. The other trainees exclaimed in admiration, while Gun looked pleasantly surprised. I like the confidence, Gun said. Come here first. Then, he gestured to the center of the room. Linji nodded and gave his laptop to the production crew. Meanwhile, Jun looked at the trainees back with disdain. Linji's change in attitude hadn't gone past Jun. It seemed like the drug dealer was truly trying his best to debut. As the first notes were heard in the room, the mentors, as well as the producers, looked pleasantly surprised despite only the intro being played. Linji stood confidently at the center, and that was when Jun knew something was wrong. Now, he didn't know a lot about Linji's musicality. It was only when he transmigrated into the body of Choi Joon-ho that he learned Linji could actually hold a tune and dance to a certain beat. However, he knew that Linji probably never learned how to produce any music. So, when Jun heard a professional-sounding track filled with intricate synths and well-made bass lines, he started becoming suspicious. In the neon city lights, we come alive. Dancing beneath the stars, the music makes us jive. It's a wild, electric night, I can't deny. We're partying like it's the end, up until sunrise. Wait, they actually already wrote the lyrics. What the hell? How'd they manage to do it so fast? I heard Linji is actually talented in producing. The trainees watching couldn't hold back their amazement as a complete soundtrack resonated in the training center. The mentors, too, exchanged surprise glances. The trainees weren't required to incorporate their singing into the backtrack, but this team actually managed to do it. Life's a blur. In this moment we're unfurled. Gonna do what we want in this crazy world. The clock's ticking fast, so let's embrace the ride. Tonight we'll spread our wings and let our dreams collide. We're partying like it's the end of the world. Life's a roller coaster. Let the colors swirl. With hearts on fire, we tear life by the seams. Together, we'll chase our wildest dreams. Jun frowned. Their lyrics sounded pretty good too. Then, he stared at Linji's smug expression. Was this guy actually talented in music production? The well-made production ended on a good note, with both mentors and trainees amazed by the effort and quality of the supposedly amateur-made song. Holy crap, they did such a good job. Linji really wants to debut, huh? Jangwon whispered. Even Run, who wasn't easily surprised, nodded in acknowledgement. Your genre is electro-techo, am I right? Samba, one of the producers, asked. Yes, Linji proudly said. Despite being electro-techno, I tried my best to incorporate K-pop elements into the song. Hyerin asked with furrowed eyebrows. Did you make this song all by yourself? Linji humbly shook his head. Oh wait, it's a mistake. I produced the beat and wrote 90% of the lyrics, but my teammates helped a lot, too. He said sheepishly, looking genuinely shy. Samba nodded, his expression satisfied. Well, you've done a good job, he said. I like how it sounds a bit like the EDM songs from the West. Yes, Gun added. You're actually a very talented producer, Linji. I believe your team doesn't have anything to worry about. Thank you, mentors and producers, Linji gratefully bowed. With that, the first evaluation had come to an end. The other teams who followed also seemed to be doing pretty well. They were now down to 25 trainees, so it was expected that the performances would have improved a lot by now. The synths overpower the song, Sven commented on Jisung's team. But other than that, it's good. Thank you. Jisung bowed while the others followed. And just like that, 4 teams had already been evaluated. Jun's team was the only one left. Bubblegum pop? Samba said. That's a hard one. Right. Jihyun chimed. That's a genre I've always avoided, even when I was younger. It doesn't suit you anyway, Gun joked. It suits Hyerin more. Jihyun clicked her tongue and acted like she was going to hit Gun. However, when she saw Jun through her peripheral gaze, she quickly turned demure. Casper handed their audio file to the production team and waited for it to play. While waiting for it to play, the trainees and mentors conversed among themselves. I still can't believe Jun chose this genre, CJ whispered. Have you heard the song? Do you think it's going to be good? A trainee quietly asked. Linji heard their whispered conversation and smirked. His team overheard the song yesterday, and it brought immense satisfaction to Linji's heart. It was definitely going to be bad. I'm looking forward to their team, Hyerin whispered. I'm excited too, Jihyun said. However, in the minds of these 2 women, they weren't excited for the song. Instead, They were excited to see Jun act all cute with the bubblegum pop concept. I'm really curious how they did this, Samba said. Sven merely hummed. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The other songs, despite being different genres, definitely had similar vibes to each other. That wasn't necessarily bad, but aside from Lin Ji's team, who had already written their own lyrics, none seemed to stand out to the producers. However, Jun's team definitely stood out, especially when a sweet and dreamy tune came from the speakers. Chapter 216 Producer Jun. Lin Ji was confident that Jun's team was going to embarrass themselves. It was already Jun's trademark at this point. Aside from the time he got compliments during their performance for skateboard ride, Jun only ever had bad interim evaluations. Lin Ji was sure it wouldn't be different this time around. So, imagine his shock when a delightful sound came from the speakers. Lin Ji's back straightened in surprise, and his teammates, too, looked shocked since it was drastically different from the song they heard yesterday. Of course, it would be different. Jun smirked as he listened to his own creation from the high-quality speakers. He still remembered how his teammates reacted when he first played the song. Are you actually a genius? Daeho asked, looking shocked out of his mind. Jangmoon couldn't even close his mouth as he looked at Jun. Singing, dancing, rapping, and now producing. What kind of talents are you still hiding, big bro? Jun shrugged. It was true that Fu equipped him with the technical skills of music production. However, he couldn't help but think that the talent of music had always been innate in him. He already knew what elements to put together. He just didn't know how to do that. So, with the technical skills given to him by Fu, Jun was able to execute the song he had in mind flawlessly. Have you taken any classes? Rin asked with wide eyes. Who's your mentor? I don't have one, Jun said. I just heard a tune when I was walking around yesterday. I built the chorus around that. La la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream. Who knew that an annoying ice cream song would be his source of inspiration? Don't worry, though, Jun disclaimed. I didn't copy the entire progression, so we don't have to be worried about plagiarism and the like. Oh, I'm not worried about that, Jangmoon exclaimed. I'm more worried about your talents, big bro. We were supposed to be zero-star buddies forever. Jun chuckled and shook his head. Is it that good? It is, Casper responded, speaking for the first time after Jun played his song. You're a very talented cat. Jun shook his head as the memory replayed in his mind. Casper was still as weird as ever, but he hadn't done anything to Jun, so all was good. He snapped back to reality when he heard the catchy melody that seemed to charm the mentors and producers from the first notes. It was important to note that Jun took some things into consideration before producing the song. Despite it falling into the bubblegum pop genre, Jun avoided the trap of the song being overly sweet. He knew that it wouldn't suit their team. So he instead offered a taste similar to a zesty lemon lollipop, sweet, but with a tangy twist that kept it from being too sugary. The absence of lyrics didn't diminish the overall quality of the composition. Before the listeners even knew it, the refreshing beat and melody had everyone in the room tapping their feet and nodding to the rhythm. Even Lin Ji couldn't deny that the song was good. However, knowing that they still didn't have any lyrics, he felt like their team still did the best. As the song reached its chorus, it truly hit its stride. The melody was catchy, and the arrangement kept the energy high, making it impossible not to join in the fun. Rin glanced at Jun, smiling at the clueless trainee. Jun truly made a hit. The bridge of the song was a standout moment, where the music took a turn, becoming almost touching and nostalgic. It was as if Jun had tapped into a well of emotions and injected them into the tune, adding depth to the otherwise lighthearted genre. The ending of the song was just as satisfying as its beginning, wrapping things up on a good, refreshing note. As the final notes played, the melody of the chorus lingered in the minds of the listeners, leaving them with an addicting and memorable tune that they couldn't help but hum long after the music had stopped. It felt like a worm dug its way into their eardrums, replaying the tune of the song over and over. Jun was no exception to the earworm. Even now, la la la, ice cream makes me scream. La la la, a sugary, sweet daydream, still echoes in his mind. Holy crap, that was actually so good. That chorus part is stuck in my mind now. I thought their song was going to be atrocious. But then again, Rin's very talented. He must have produced the song all by himself. Zeth looked at his friend from the side, a frown forming on his face. After their last conversation, Rin still hadn't spoken with him. Zeth knew that Rin had been having a hard time after the second mission. It seemed like Rin lost the spark of doing one thing he really loved, producing music. However, listening to their song right now, it seemed like Rin had overcome his slump. Miho cleared his throat, breaking the silence. He was about to say something when Sven suddenly raised his hand and spoke, shocking most of the people in the room. "Can I say something first?" he asked. The mentors looked at each other in surprise. The other producers, too, didn't expect their senior producer to comment first. Throughout the evaluations, Sven hadn't spoken much. He merely added to what the other producers and mentors had already said. However, he actually took the initiative to start the evaluation this time. "This genre, bubblegum pop, is a very easy genre to mess up," Sven started off. "So, I'm going to be honest. When I first saw the genre written on your paper, I thought for sure that you would need a lot of guidance. I even wrote some tips beforehand just in case I missed something. However," he said, letting out a deep breath, "I am pleasantly surprised. This seems like a song produced by a professional. I believe that this song has even surpassed my skills in the bubblegum pop genre. It's truly impeccable." Jun's team was elated to hear such praises from a renowned producer. They had been struggling for the past few days, and Casper even thought that this would be the performance that would lead his rank to finally drop. However, after hearing Jun's production yesterday, he had changed his mind. Casper truly didn't have any regrets recruiting the cat-like trainee into his team. "I'm very impressed," Sven continued. "And I also can't help but feel proud knowing my student had probably produced the song," he said, pointing at Ren. The team stiffened while the trainees and mentors looked at Ren with admiration. "You had always been a great student, but I never knew you had this in you," Sven said. Jun pursed his lips. He thought it was a shame. He was the one who did majority of the production anyway. However, he couldn't blame the producers, mentors, and trainees for their train of thought. Ren had always been known as a good producer. It wouldn't be strange for them to assume that it was him who made the song. Jun decided to let it go for now, especially since he knew Ren was currently having a hard time. It had been rare to see him smile for the past couple of days, but he had a wide smile yesterday when they were producing the song together. However, Jun was surprised when Ren suddenly spoke. "It wasn't me," he admitted, his voice shaky. "It was Jun who produced the song." Chapter 2, 17 Compliment Shower. Jun looked at Ren, surprised that he actually admitted the truth. Ren then glanced at Jun and smiled softly. "Jun made the song. It was his idea and production," he continued. The room turned silent after Ren's confession. In the end, nobody expected the song to be produced by none other than Jun, the individual trainee who sang a little meow meow song at his auditions. It was true that Jun had proved his talents over and over again for the past missions. However, he was involved in scandals not long after. To some extent, Jun's talent had been overshadowed by the bullying, stabbing, and rigging incident. And since he had a nonchalant personality, people assumed he didn't work as hard as the other trainees. However, as they internalized Ren's confession, they realized that Jun has come so far. He was probably the trainee who improved the most out of everybody else. Who knew an individual trainee who even dropped as far as 0 stars would make it this far? Even Gun, who always thought of Jun whenever he took a shit, found himself smiling when he watched the trainees' performances. Jun was the epitome of growth, and Gun wasn't afraid to admit that right now. Sven raised his eyebrows in surprise. "It wasn't you?" he asked in disbelief. He was sure that his precious student would have produced the song they had heard just now. Heck, even the other trainees and mentors believed so. However, Rin stood his ground and nodded as he gestured toward Jun. "It was all Jun," he said with full honesty. "Is that right?" Bone asked. Jun pursed his lips as he felt everybody's eyes on him. Then, he eventually nodded. The mentors and trainees whispered among themselves. "Is Jun actually talented in music production?" Zeth asked. "Well, he was the one who arranged our performance back then," CJ responded. "He didn't technically arrange it himself, but his vision was taken into consideration. He's really getting better than I had imagined," Hyerin whispered to Jihyun. Jihyun nodded, appearing to have fallen even deeper for the charming trainee. Lin Ji, on the other hand, clenched his fists under his legs. "Jun could write music, too? What a fucking joke." Lin Ji had to orchestrate a whole scene just for him to show the production crew that he was the one who produced their song when, in fact, he got help from a powerful person to accomplish it. Meanwhile, Jun was able to pull this kind of song right out of his ass. Ridiculous, Lin Ji whispered. As the whispers progressed, Jun raised his hand. I just want to clarify that it wasn't just me who made the song. My team collaborated to create this piece. Rin helped me a lot, too, since he has more experience in music production. Rin glanced at Jun, looking at his side profile. At the beginning of the show, Rin was sure that Jun was the type of trainee who slacked off because he had such a nonchalant vibe. However, seeing him speak up for the team made Rin respect Jun even more. Jun was actually a good guy. Well, Sven said, placing down his sheet of comments. I can't say I'm not surprised. I really am. How long have you been producing music, he asked. Jun pursed his lips and thought of a reasonable answer. This year, he said. The producers glanced at each other with surprised looks. Only this year. Samba clarified. Jun nodded, wondering if he had made the time too short. So it's been less than a year? Sven muttered. This kid must be a genius. However, he kept the comment to himself, so the others didn't seem to hear it. Well, Sven continued. As I said, I was expecting the worst, but I believe you guys did the best. It was a well-produced song, and the chorus is still stuck in my head. Jun hid his smirk as he bowed his head in gratitude. Getting ice cream that day was definitely his saving grace. Jun will definitely post the review of the ice cream truck after the mission as his way to repay the father and daughter pair. I have nothing to say, too, Woojin said. I already want the song to be produced fully so I can add it to my playlist. However, I do want to say that even though you made a good foundation for your song, this doesn't mean that everything is already set in stone. You still need the other elements to make your performance unforgettable. Hyerin nodded in agreement. The choreography is a very important element to your performance, too. Try to make it fit the song without it being too cringy. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Yes, Gun said. As this is the time to show your skills as versatile artists, you should also take your concept more seriously. The choreography is one way to elevate your performance. But other than that, he continued, looking at Jun. You guys did a good job. It's a good song. Gun then quickly looked away, his neck red from embarrassment after complimenting Jun. He had finally come to terms with the fact that he became a fan of the trainee who he had badly scolded in the past. However, Gun wasn't ready to admit it out loud just yet. Your lyrics, too, Samba added. Your production has a lot of potential, so I wish you'd incorporate fitting lyrics for it, too. Thank you, mentors and producers, Casper said, bowing his head. We'll take all your comments into mind. Thank you, mentors, his members followed, bowing their heads too. Good job, guys. The mentors clapped, and the trainees followed suit. Jun glanced around the room and was overwhelmed by the feeling of being applauded. It finally felt like he was being accepted. He couldn't verbalize the feeling well, but it definitely sparked something in his heart. Right, one more thing before you go, Ji-hyun said, clearing her throat and capturing the trainee's attention. This genre and cuteness are paired hand in hand, she said, her eyes twinkling with excitement. Have you guys worked on your cuteness yet? Chapter 218, When I Was Happy. There's 3 things we need to settle today, Casper said, pacing back and forth in front of his teammates. After the positive interim evaluation, the team was undoubtedly in a good mood. However, when reality hit them that their performance was going to be in 6 days, the atmosphere suddenly turned serious. Now, I believe we have a strong foundation, Casper said. However, like the mentor said, it would be useless if we don't focus on the other aspects too. So, the 3 things we need to settle are? Daeho asked. First, choreography, Casper enumerated. But I believe it'll be the easiest to execute among the 3. I am confident in my choreography skills, and I also know you've dabbled in choreography, Daeho. I have, Daeho confirmed. Good, Casper nodded. The second one is concept, he continued. It's already been established that we're going to do a bright performance. Which is a good thing, Jangmoon pointed out. It seems like Jun was right. The other 4 songs are on the gray line. They have the same vibes, and I can already feel their concepts intersecting with one another just from the sound of their songs alone. That's true, Rin agreed. The Moombahton and trap K-pop songs definitely sounded similar to each other. Grunge pop rock and electro-techno, on the other hand, have different vibes, but they're both pretty upbeat, with music drops as their main point. I believe we have an edge on this one. Yet it's a double-edged sword, Jun added. If we can't execute it right, then it's going to bite us back. Casper sighed and nodded. Yes, he said. Which brings me to the third point, lyrics. I've done some research, and almost all songs under this genre talk about being cute, being in love, food, and a random sport nobody has ever heard about. Jangmoon clicked his tongue. Now that I think about it, you're right. Should we go the same route? I already have something about pussycats. I think we should take a different route. Daeho quickly cut him off, causing Jangmoon to glare at him. Well, do you have any other ideas? Jangmoon asked out of spite. Daeho pursed his lips. No idea. Maybe love. Who has experience with love from us here? Jangmoon retorted. Do you guys have girlfriends right now? Bro, you can't ask that question, Daeho countered. We're aspiring idols. Fans are going to flame us to the ground with a mere mention of a girlfriend. What do you mean? Jangmoon asked. CJ mentioned a girl once, but he didn't even get any hate. Oh, trust me, Rin chuckled. I bet everyone will rejoice if CJ manages to get a girlfriend. Jangmoon pursed his lips before nodding enthusiastically. You're right. My bad. Going back to the topic, Casper said. What do you think we should write about? Do you have any other ideas, Rin? Rin let out a deep breath before shaking his head. Believe it or not, writing is actually my weakest skill in music production. Mixing beats and rhythms has always been bliss to me, but I've never been a good writer. Casper clicked his tongue. I can make a really good rap, but most of the stuff I've written is something dark, cool, or borderline crazy. It definitely wouldn't fit our song. I think we're forgetting someone very important, Jangmoon chimed, causing his teammates to look at him. Jun's a good writer. Jun's eyebrows raised in surprise when he heard the compliment. I'm not, he denied. What do you mean? Jangmoon asked. You literally wrote the lyrics for Tie Me Up. That song was a hit. Wait, Casper said, the thought finally hitting him. You did. It was one of the best lyrics I've heard on the show. I heard the producers liked it very much, too. Where did you hear that? Jun asked. Casper nervously muttered. Just from someone. In reality, he had been scrolling through Jun's topic on naval, and that's where he learned it from. Jun sighed and leaned against the mirror. I don't even know how I managed to write those lyrics. I just got pretty angry those days, especially after you guys kicked me out of the team, he pointed out, causing Casper and Daeho to look at their shoes. So, I channeled that emotion and wrote something that came from my heart. Jangmoon looked at Jun with wide eyes. You're really cool, bro. You always manage to say the right words. Jun scoffed. I didn't even say anything significant. Putting that aside, I also think we shouldn't write something that's already expected of us. Then, what should we write about? Daeho asked. Jun placed his hand under his chin and hummed. Then, an idea hit him. Maybe his past method would actually be useful this time around, too. Answer this question, Jun said. What makes you happy? Silence resonated in the room after Jun asked the question. Whoa, Jangmoon chuckled, breaking the silence. I didn't think we'd be getting serious today. Just answer the question, Jun urged. This was how I wrote my lyrics for Tie Me Up. Even if we don't know what we want to write about just yet, I'm sure we all agree that we want to make the audience happy with our performance, right? They all nodded in agreement. So, for that to happen, we need to channel our happiness. I know it's been tough being in the competition, but maybe we can go back to the times when we genuinely felt happy, without any worries. Well, mine was when I won a soccer game during my elementary years, Daeho said, starting things off. It was just an interclass game. The prize was a fake gold trophy, but being awarded first brought immense happiness to my heart. Being rewarded with chocolate right after was also unforgettable. I had a similar experience, Rin chimed, looking the happiest he'd ever been for the entire duration of the mission. I won second on a singing recital and was in a bad mood afterward, but my aunt made me feel like I was the winner of the entire event. It was really nice. Casper smiled after Ren's story. I remember those times, too. When I was younger, my mom missed almost all of my events. However, one time, she actually came to my school play. I played a tree, a mere tree, but I was the happiest tree on the planet. Who knew that a parent's presence could do so much to your happiness? Jangmoon smiled and nodded in agreement. Gosh, you guys are taking me back to my childhood. I also remember the time I got hurt while riding a swing and attempting a 360-degree flip. I thought my mom was going to scold me afterward, but she just bought me ice cream and told me never to try it again because she didn't want me to get hurt. As Jun looked at the group of guys, all having genuine smiles on their faces, he couldn't help but let out a small smile, too. Somehow, there wasn't any envy in his heart. Even though he rarely got to experience what they had experienced, it still took him to the simple, happy times, when he was allowed to go to the candy store, when he got satisfactory marks on his exams. It seemed like being a child had been a happy time for all of them. Jun paused as he repeated the thought inside his head. Then, he looked at his teammates once more. Hey guys, why don't we take it back to the past? Chapter 219, A Good Team. The past? Casper asked. The other members, too, were confused by Jun's sudden suggestion. Jun now knew why he had performed dark and emotional songs up until now. It reflected the life he had. It was also the reason why he had been struggling to connect with the concept they were trying to portray. A cute, jolly person who was supposed to be carefree and full of the joys of life. The times when he tried to push a smile onto his face and failed was because he couldn't help but feel the weight of reality pressing down on him. For most people, life had become complicated, and genuine smiles were hard to recreate, especially when you were not in the moment. But as Jun glanced at his members' faces, he realized that their concept may have been hidden in their hearts all along. As Jun looked back on it, he remembered the days of his childhood when he would run to a candy shop and buy one piece with a measly coin. The times he had genuinely smiled were when he was reminiscing about his childhood. The ice cream, the candies, singing, and the feeling of family from Grandma and Minjun. All of those triggered his sweet memories, a window into his genuine happiness. And Hannah's words also resounded in his mind. You were cute. This was the cutest, most genuine smile I've ever seen you in, so I decided to snap a photo. And it seemed like his teammates had similar experiences. Everything they shared all tuned back to the time when they were young. He remembered how, in their rehearsals, they would often share stories from their past, moments from their childhoods when they were cute and innocent before life's complexities had taken hold. We can't do a retro theme, Jang-moon whined, snapping Jun out of his thoughts. It's already so overused, and my mom lived in the 70s. I don't want to act like my mom. True, Rin said. And the team performing grunge pop rock is also employing a retro theme, I think. Not like that, Jun said. Not retro, not the 80s, but our childhood. All of your sharings, they all point to your childhood. And what's cuter than being an innocent child in this cruel world? He asked. As his teammates didn't respond, Jun continued speaking. He stared off into the distance as he tapped into his heart, trying to convince his teammates that this was, quite possibly, the best way they could tackle their performance. In the garden of our youth, we reveled in the joy of our innocence, he started off, where every moment was a treasure and happiness was our constant companion. Yet, as we grow old, we find our hearts are not weighed by the richness of what we possess, but by the lightness we once had. We're so focused on our objectives that we fail to see what the real objective is, to be happy. So, for us to emanate that happiness, maybe we can remember our past. For in the echoes of our childhood laughter, we find that, maybe, the truest essence of happiness is reminding us that our most precious treasures are not the things we lack, but the memories we hold. The lone cameraman filming the scene was stunned by Jun's words. The young adult was merely in his 20s, yet he already spoke with so much wisdom. He had filmed quite a number of teams during the show, yet there wasn't a single trainee who came close to Jun when it came to creating concepts. His teammates stayed silent as Jun's words resonated in their minds. You said you weren't great at writing. Rin exclaimed, feeling betrayed. I'm not, Jun defended. Then why the heck are you so good with your words? Were you a poet in your past life? Jun shook his head. Nope, he was just a thug. Jang-moon attacked Jun with a tight hug, causing the latter to groan in pain. Let me go, he said, pushing Jang-moon away. The tall trainee looked at him with puppy eyes. You really are my big brother. I can't believe those words came freely from your mouth. Now, I'm inspired to not write about pussycats anymore. Casper shook his head in disbelief after hearing Jun say those words. At the start, when he watched Jun perform the Little Meow Meow song, he was reminded of his precious black cat, Luther. and that was the main reason why he had grown interested in Jun from the start. However, he never really thought that Jun would be a contender for the debuting idol team. It was only when he performed in the second mission that Casper realized Jun might be more talented than he had expected. However, even now, Jun has exceeded his expectations. From the start, he thought Zeth was his born rival. Even as trainees, they had always been compared with each other. They had similar builds, they both dabbled in rap and dance, and they were the faces of the trainees in their respective companies. However, hearing Jun's words, and even knowing that he produced the song they were going to perform, Casper realized that he and Zeth were facing a very scary trainee. And if he looked back to the days when Jun struggled to even keep up with the beat of the song, Casper couldn't help but feel amazed. Just how much was he going to improve? I like it, Daeho shyly admitted. I think we can even use some of your words for our lyrics. I also got a burst of inspiration for the choreography, too. Casper nodded, snapping out of his thoughts. Thank you for everything you've contributed, Jun, he sincerely said. I honestly wouldn't know what to do if you weren't in our team. Jun scoffed. Well, you'd definitely be happier if I wasn't on your team. You guys would have chosen a different genre and wouldn't be struggling as much as this. But I don't regret it, Rin chimed. I think you guys have noticed that my mood has been pretty down for a while now, and I guess I was just losing confidence as the competition progressed. There was a time when I even wondered if I wanted to become an idol in the first place. But being in this team, I felt the joys of performing once more. Daeho smiled at Ren. This is also the first time I'm going to perform something like this, but I'm looking forward to it. Casper chuckled. So, we've got our concept down. I guess we just need to divide our team so somebody can do the choreography and the lyrics at the same time. I'll help Jun with the lyrics, Rin suggested. Me too, Jangmoon chimed. Then, Daeho and I will create the choreography and formation. Will that be all right? Casper asked. It's more than fine, Jangmoon exclaimed, feeling more happy than ever. He glanced at Jun and felt happiness and admiration swell inside his heart. Jangmoon had been in Jun's team for a total of 2 times, and in those 2 times, he realized that being with Jun was the best. Let's do this, Jangmoon screamed, all hyped up. Let's show these bitches that we, beef jerky-like trainees, can be as sweet as bubblegum. Daeho clicked his tongue and shook his head. That's just you. Chapter 2, 20 Broom Tiefel. 5, 6, 7, and 8, Casper counted, teaching his members the choreography they had created. Things were progressing smoothly for the team. Their lyrics were already set, and they were now learning the choreography. There were 4 days left until the actual performance, which was ample time for them to polish their performance and put on a great stage. Jun once again felt a tingly feeling in his heart, similar to the time he performed Tie Me Up. And until now, he still wondered what the feeling was. Maybe I should get a checkup, he thought. However, even if things were smoothly falling into place, it couldn't be denied that there was an elephant in the room. Jun still couldn't act cute for shit. Rin sighed as he guided Jun's index fingers to his cheeks, poking the plump and fair flesh. Like this, just smile, he said, demonstrating a bright smile. Then sway your hips side to side. Jun pursed his lips and looked at his reflection in the mirror, quickly doing what he was instructed to do. Oh damn, that was really bad, Jangmoon said, causing Jun to glare at him. Jun groaned as he slumped on the floor. I can't believe the 2 of you came up with this choreography, Jun exclaimed, pointing at Casper and Daeho. And I can't believe you can't pull it off, Daeho chuckled. You have the softest visuals out of all of us right here. How can Jangmoon even be better at this cute thing than you? Jun glanced at Jangmoon, who was currently practicing the choreography while staring at himself in the mirror. He was appalled to see the tall trainee shamelessly swaying his ass while winking at his reflection. He felt goosebumps form on his skin. Do it like this, Casper said, demonstrating once more. Daeho quickly followed, and Jun felt betrayed by all his teammates. They had all improved so much after they established their concept, yet Jun was stuck with his not cute self. Jun hated to admit it, but maybe the comments were right. Maybe he wasn't cute at all. As a child, he was never really cute, either. He was taller than most of his peers, and he had multiple scars on his face by high school due to the fights he engaged with. In short, cute was not in Jun's dictionary. Channel your inner child, Rin exclaimed. You're the one who established this concept. I thought you'd be the best one at this. It's not that simple, Jun whined. All right, let's take a break, Casper said. It's almost lunch, too. So why don't we eat first? Sure, I'm starving, Jang-moon said, snapping out of his cute trance. Let me go with you, too, Daeho said. Me too, Rin joyfully said. I'll stay here first, Jun said, still feeling frustrated that he was the only person in their team who still hadn't embodied their concept. Are you sure? Jang-moon asked. Do you want me to grab you anything? Jun shook his head. I'll follow after practicing. Okay, Jang-moon smiled. We'll go ahead, then. Jun then looked at the cameraman who had been filming them this morning. You may go too, sir, Jun said. It's almost lunchtime. The cameraman smiled and excused himself to eat lunch. So, right now, Jun was all alone in their practice room. He stared at his reflection, determined to get his cuteness down. He smiled at himself, trying to remember how he smiled as a child, then started performing their song. As Jun continued to dance, he suddenly heard the door open, making him stop dancing to glance at the intruder. What are you doing? Mr. Klin asked as he stared at Jun with disgust. Janitor, Jun exclaimed, surprised that he had come into the practice room. What are you doing here? Mr. Klin clicked his tongue. What else would I be doing? Of course, I'm going to clean. All trainees are in the cafeteria right now. Oh, Jun said. Well, I'll be here in the corner. You can do what you want. Mr. Klin shook his head and brought out his cleaning supplies, happily sweeping the floor and wiping the mirrors. Jun, on the other hand, continued practicing his gestures and facial expressions. What the hell was that? Mr. Klin asked. Huh? Jun asked, turning around to face the bald janitor. What were you doing just now? Was that for your performance? Jun wordlessly nodded. It's awful, Mr. Klin said. You got a cute concept, right? You weren't cute at all. Jun clicked his tongue and glared at him. It's not like you can do any better. The janitor scoffed in disbelief. Me? I can't do any better? You have a naive mind, kid. Jun raised one of his eyebrows in inquiry. Why? Do you have any experience dancing and acting cute? Mr. Klin held on to his mop and walked toward Jun. Come here, he said. Jun frowned, yet nonetheless followed his instruction. Let me tell you one thing. Cleaning is actually my third most advanced skill. The first one is dancing. The second is acting cute. Jun wanted to laugh out loud since the bald janitor looked so serious as he said those words. Back in my day, I was in a boy group, he said, looking into the distance, nostalgia in his gaze. Ah, those were some good times. Jun shook his head in disbelief. And what? Did you guys have a janitor concept? He joked. Yes, Mr. Klin said without any hesitation, causing Jun to pause. Wait, you're serious? He asked. More than serious, the janitor responded. And we did better than what you demonstrated a while back. We were the cutest acts in town. My stage name was Clinchi since I loved kimchi very much, he continued. We were a trio, but our career ended not long after. However, I can still remember those days. The days when we were still, the balditors. He stretched out his arms, standing near the curtains, which acted like a makeshift spotlight. The bald, the beautiful, and the broomtiful. Chapter 2:21 Holy Cute. Jun couldn't hold back his laugh anymore. He couldn't imagine the janitor being in a boy group and performing cute songs in front of a crowd at all. Mr. Klin glared at Jun before moving his mop, swaying his hips as he did so. Jun's eyes widened in shock as he observed the utter shamelessness of the janitor. It was painful to watch. However, Jun couldn't deny it. Mr. Klin was actually good at this stuff. His eyes sparkled when he danced with his mop, and it seemed like cute gestures and expressions were natural to him. He must not be lying, then. This is a secret I've kept for so long, Mr. Klin said. I miss it sometimes, but in the end, my passion for cleaning triumphed. How did you do that? Jun stammered, looking scared out of his wits. Mr. Klin smirked as he cast his mop aside. Do you want me to teach you? Jun nodded enthusiastically. He was desperate at this point. The janitor scoffed confidently as he stretched his body. Well, since you gave me the expensive bottle of bleach, I will grant you another favor. Please do, Jun said. Mr. Klin patted his shiny bald head and grinned. First things first, Jun. You've got to believe you're cute. Confidence is the key to cuteness, my boy. Jun scratched his head. I'm not sure I can do that, Mr. Klin. Of course you can. Mr. Klin chirped. Now, imagine you're the most adorable thing in the world. Channel your inner kitten. Be a baby panda on a slide. Trust me, it works. Jun closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I'm cute, he muttered under his breath. Mr. Clin chuckled. Good, good. Now, on to tip number 2. Winks, kisses, and sweet gestures are your secret weapons. Try winking at me, Jun. Jun attempted a wink, but it looked more like a spasm of the eye. Mr. Clin tried not to laugh, but couldn't help a snicker. Not quite. You have to be smooth like this. Mr. Clin demonstrated a suave wink, followed by an exaggerated kiss blown into the air. He then winked again, shooting Jun a toothy grin. Jun wanted to applaud the bald janitor out of amazement. Damn, this was a talent in itself. And last but not the least, Mr. Clin said, his voice lowering. This is the most important rule of it all. Let it all go. Let it go, Jun asked. Let it go, Mr. Clin strutted with cuteness, swaying his hips. Have no shame. Have no shame? Jun was actually good at that. Back when he was working as a thug, he had to go through so much ridicule that he didn't even know what shame was. It was only when he was promoted that he inculcated shame back into his life. Looking back now, it seemed like he hadn't let go of those inhibitions, especially with the pressure of other people watching. However, he could never forget that during his lowest times, he really had no shame. Now combine all those three, and you've got the perfect formula for a cute performance. Mr. Clin exclaimed. And your smile, don't exaggerate it. Let it flow freely. Jun sighed and faced the mirror, determined to do this once and for all. He closed his eyes and envisioned himself as a bundle of pure cuteness. Shameless. And then, he let loose. Jun did all the movements without feeling awkward. He moved according to their choreography, his hips moving in ways one never thought possible. And with a twirl, he stared into his eyes, smiling without any inhibitions.